Chapter 1 The Female Roommate. I sell clothes at our wholesale market. Last month, I rented an expensive apartment, paying a deposit and 3 months' rent up front, complete with exquisite appliances. Old advertise our shared apartment, roommate is a stunning beautiful girl. Her name is Guzia and she's gentle and possess exceptionally fair skin. Every day, she leaves before dawn and in turns after dark. I have a habit of cooking, and whenever I see her come home, I warmly invite her to join Faramel. Yet, she always declines, merely complimenting my culinary skills. Then she would take deep breaths, savouring the aroma of the dishes. She claims to be afraid of gaining weight, so she merely enjoys the fragrance of the food. Over time, our relationship has grown increasingly intimate. Occasionally, when she finishes work at night, to invite her for a stroll downstairs, hoping to further develop a connection. She does not seem to mind my company, however. Each time we take the elevator, she holds my hand, which is somewhat cold, and appears particularly nervous, pressing herself tightly into the corner of the elevator. It feels as if she's trying to melt into fuel. On any occasion, the elevator was overcrowded, and he stood in front of Shershwang. Despite the cramped space, an elderly woman was forcefully trying to push away in. Once inside, she scolded me in a sarcastic tone, calling me the Roman here didn't respect the elderly or carry forth edung, and criticizing me for not making space for her. I wanted to retort. Those I assuring has a remarkable figure, she's still a girl, and I could not simply push her aside. To my surprise, Zia Shuang firmly grasped me arm, shaking her head anxiously, signaling me to let it go. So, I remain excellent. Little did I know, just a few days later, the very same old woman who hard scolded me in the elevator was tragically struck and killed a large truck at the Trans-Sofa community. Her head was crushed, and the ground was so acid with blood and brain matter the scene was terrifying. From that moment on, Xiao Shuang and did chose to take the stairs when we you and Tao together. We would stroll outside the community, and she would accompany him to feed stray cats at the entrance. However, the cats seemed to dislike Shershwang, there is filled with hostility, and the would he say there. On any occasion, she nearly goes bitten be at her boycott. Yet, she consistently goes at over me side. Our feelings for each other continued to deepen. I suggested that Zia Shuang become my girlfriend. However, she shook her head in refusal. When asked if it was because of my job and education, she replied that it was not the case, but rather that I should consider it carefully before making a decision, and then she turned to him. In the days that had followed, she thankfully left na plain the living room for me each day. They should please me to possess a kind of magic if and misel flowing me appetite for everything else, constantly thinking about the taste of the table. The exhibit from the supermarket tasted like wax, lacking the flavor I craved. I felt lethargic, my body weak, and my heart uneasy. After a few days, I lost over 10 pounds. Today at work, my boss noticed my poor complexion and asked if I had been staying up late playing video games and not sleeping well. I replied that I had been resting fine and didn't have dreams, but just lacked an appetite. My boss suggested that I might bail, handing me house and do one and seeing. Chen Xian, you work too hard. Go see a doctor if you're sick, get treated, and if you're not, that's even better. Indeed, I had felt quite unwell lately, so in agreement. I registered, had me blood tested, and underwent severe examinations. After reviewing the results, the doctor informed me that I was merely experiencing general fatigue and slight hypoglycemia. He prescribed me some digestive aids and sleep aids, instructing me to return if there was no improvement. On my way home, it was already dark. I planned to ask Zia Shuang where reach about her fruit so I could stock up tomorrow. After all, I had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the table that I had lost my appetite for everything else. However, as I got off the bus, a rich, fruit aroma wafted into my nostrils. That scent was reminiscent of the apples Xiao Shuang had given me. Fragrance was intoxicating, invigorating, and it made my appetite. I followed with the scent, hoping to buy some apples for myself. But when I reached the source of the aroma, I was taken aback. In the nearby green belt, 3 cents burned down to the halfway point, emitting wisps of whitey smoke. Next of them lay a pile of burn paper ash, an overturned ball of rice, and or hide paper banna used for summoning spirits. The pleasant I had detected was merely the smoke from those incense sticks. I was astonished at the offerings for the had begun to mellow fruit. Instinctively, it took a deep breath oath for grand smoke. Oh! The sensation was incredibly soothing, and I felt a wavy of euphoria wash of him. I found myself uncontrollably wanting to inhale that incense again. But just as I leaned forward to take another breath, a low, hoarse voice suddenly called out from behind. "Rude young man, how told you to inhale my incense?" Chapter 2: The Doorstep Delivery. The voice startled me, causing me to shiver. I quickly turned around to see an elderly woman, thin and short, dressed in a black funeral gown, standing about 3 meters behind. Her face was dark, and her eyes, glistening like polished obsidian, were fixed intently in. It seemed that she was the same woman who had scolded main the elevator that day. But didn't be Beatruk. So, what I was seeing now was. As I pondered this, the woman in the black gown spoke again. "Human seed food, while ghosts inhale incense, is this ghostly fragrance story I liking? Ghostly fragrance." I was utterly stunned, scrutinizing her from head to toe. I noticed she was on tiptoe, and there was no shadow beneath her. Only ghost shadow. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt a wavy of terror away shove him. I had heard tales of encountering ghosts and devil spirits, but I never imagined I would face on them myself. Seeing my expression of fear and my repeat breathing, the woman called really. "Rude young man, since ye have led me incense, is how her veto consume you." With that, her eyes widened, and her mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. Her lips parted to reveal a blood-red tongue that slowly slithered out. Augusto Fishire escaped her mouth. I had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. My body was instantly covered in goosebumps, and an unshakable fear enveloped him. Ghost. I stammered in terror, feeling as if you old her turned upside down. I spun around and fled toward the apartment complex, not daring to pause for a moment. The sound of my footsteps echoed in mirth. Behind me, the elderly woman's zero laughter echoed. Run, let's see how far you can get." I didn't dare look back, just sprinted toward the complex. My anxiety and fear made me gasp for breath. Cold sweat streamed down my face. The image of that woman's gaping mouth and blood-red tongue replayed in my mind. The surrounding darkness was suffocatingly silent, noticing Levy clean sight on the road. Yet, the more I ran, the more I felt something ways amiss. The burst top ways and lie about 200 meters from the complex entrance. I should have reached it quickly, but I had been running for some still hadn't seen the entrance, not having the glow of test street lights. Or like old CURE themed to streets until I fell streets lining the sidewalk. It felt as how the entire world had been reduced to just devoid of any other sound. Ahead was an impenetrable darkness, and behind me was an equally black void, with no end in sight. Something was wrong. I was in a residential area even at 3 in the morning, there is hold by some light. But no there was none, a profound sense of dread gripped my heart, and I trembled uncontrollably. I remembered the eldest in my village speaking of a phenomenon called ghost wall. I was all attrapted by that woman in the black gown. She did not intend to let him go. The eldest had said Tate in such situations, if an Alexander protective at talismans. One equal day there sit and wait for death until dawn. Or big pharmacy, promise and governing stow peace at the spirit. A urinate, per black dog blood, and walk backward in reverse issues, which might offer a slim chance of survival. That woman had just said she wanted to him. Begging her for mercy was futile, and waiting for death was no different from surrendering. At 20 years old, I had never been with a woman. I wasn't sure if that made me a virgin, but rather than wait for death and plead for mercy, I preferred to fight for my life. Without considering whether the methods I had would work, I unzipped my pants and urinated forcefully. I turned my shoes insidious and quickly began to walk backward. Mimicked ways a chow took my society for my hurried breaths and footsteps. I felt as if my heart would leap out of my throat. I continued to retreat, quickening my pace. Before long, I noticed the total darkness around me began to fade, and sounds returned to my surroundings. The dim lit sidewalk brightened once more. the Lifeless road was no filled with pressing vehicles. A glun seed backhand sorthi and savanishidin trans of the complex final irie peer namerly to ensure their to meet us away. In that moment, a wavy of fuiser jet thruffen. I realize that the meth uttered work I had escaped the ghost wall. I quickly turned around, eager to dash back to the complex. However, just as I turned, the woman in the black gown stood direct lie in front of him. If and Meisel flocked in Agar's with her. Her eyes, dark and gleaming, were wide open, and her face bore an eerie as smiley as she stood rigid live form. I felt paralyzed, my face frozen in terror. Before I could react, I had allowed her hasty woman open at her mu widened lungy davin. Still wearing my shoes backward, I couldn't retreat in time and ways immediately knocked to the ground with you woman in the funeral gown. I attempted to struggle and rise, but you woman weighs incredibly strong. Shepaned my arms down, rendering my mobile. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. The woman's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation as she spoke in a low, husky voice. You are a Mino. With that, shgrinnied and took a deep breath, a minget at my mouth and nose. In that instant, I felt as if my very essence was being drawn out of him. My body turned weak and limp, and my head began to spin. It knew I was finished at this woman wage undoubted lysophoning my life force. It was just like in them of a Chinese odyssey, where the black mountain dem unabsorbed pay up as vitality. On such a hardener, I would soon perish. But at that moment, I was powerless to do anything, unable even to control my own body. A sense of despair washed over him, as if there were no weight. As I lay there, resigned to my fate. Suddenly, I heard a low, plaintive meow, a stripy tabby cat dashed out from thinner by bushes like a bolt of lightning. With a loud meow, it leaped toward the woman in the funeral gown. It raised its sharp claws and began to crouch at her face, meow me meow. The tabby cat managed to push the woman away from. This tabby was the king of the stray cats in an neighborhood. Every time Xia Shuang and I went downstairs to feed her strays, it would hiss at Xia Shuang, and I would scold it. Whenever it was around, the other kittens dared not approach. Only if to ruth idiotnits fill what he the strays ventura to eat. I never expected tart at this critical moment, the very stray I had scolded would come at my rescue. The woman's face was scratched to shreds. In a toffridge, scrapped hatter by Bethanic and slam eddy to the ground. Scroll late in Avon stone. Damn cat, damn cat. Despity bane gingered, the tabby did not flee. It sprang back up and lunged at the woman once more. I realized that Totis brave tabby was fighting desperately to save him. It was repaying the kindness I had shown in feeding it. Chapter 3, The Ash Chamber. Freed from the oppressive presence of the old woman in the burial garments, I hastily scrambled to my feet. My body felt devoid of strength, swaying unsteadily. I was in no condition to assist the large tabby cat, let alone stand upright. However, I soon realized I could produce and, without a moment's hesitation, I stumbled toward the entrance of the community, calling out feebly, "Help, help, please." The first two cries escaped my lips barely audible, rasping and lacking vigor. It was only on the third attempt that my voice grew slightly louder. The elderly security guard in the booth, seemingly hearing my call, poked his head out. He swiftly activated a flashlight. Though its beam was dim, it illuminated my immediate surroundings. "What is the matter?" he inquired, puzzled. "Help, please." I mustered all my strength for another shout. Upon seeing my distress, the old guard hurriedly opened the door to the booth and, limping, made his way toward me with the flashlight in hand. Behind him, a younger guard followed closely. I held my breath and continued to run forward, glancing back intermittently. To my horror, I saw the large tabby sprawled on the ground, its body drenched in blood, while the old woman in burial garments stood silently beneath the shade of a tree, her gaze icy and unyielding. Yet, I noticed that the myriad scratch marks on her face were visibly healing at an alarming rate. The two guards, now approaching, shouted, "Oh, what is wrong, buddy?" The younger guard exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you the owner from the 18th floor?" The old guard, perhaps recognizing me from my habitual feeding of stray cats, seemed to remember. With trepidation, I pointed toward the shadowy figure, stammering, a ghost, there's a ghost." I trembled, indicating the old woman in the burial garments, yet the guards regarded me with skepticism, even shining the flashlight toward the old woman. She remained motionless, her form rapidly becoming insubstantial in my vision, as though evaporating into thin air just before she vanished. She cast me a chilling smile and uttered, "I've set my sights on you." Her words filled me with dread, for it appeared that this old woman was resolute in her pursuit of me, intent on causing me harm. Was it truly because I had inhaled her scent? Though fear gripped me, the sight of the blooded tabby tightened my heart. Had it not been for this cat, I would have surely met my demise at the hands of the old woman in burial garments. The younger guard appeared at a loss for words. Buddy, are you joking? That's just a dead cat. There's no ghost here." Ignoring him, I turned my back and called out, "A big tabby." Having resided here for a month, I had fed this cat for just as long. Now, seeing it on the brink of death for my sake, my heart ached. Upon my approach, it weakly mewed twice. "Big tabby, thank you for saving me. I'll take you to the pet hospital," I said, cradling the cat in my arms. I understood a fundamental truth: debts of vengeance must be repaid, and kindness must be returned, even if the benefactor was merely a cat. Holding the injured tabby, I addressed the two guards. "I've encountered a ghost, the old woman who died outside the community. It was this tabby that tackled her, allowing me to call for your help. As soon as you arrived, she vanished." "Thank you, thank you." The guards exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing my earnest words, their expressions tinged with skepticism. The older guard, evidently recognizing me, awkwardly replied, "Young man, it's late at night. Please don't joke like that. You dare to share a flat in the ash chamber on the 18th floor, and yet you fear ghosts." Just as I was about to step forward, his words struck me dumb. "Ash chamber." I voiced my confusion, looking at the old guard. I understood that an ash chamber was a place for storing ashes. Sharing an ash chamber meant converting inexpensive, obscure rooms into compartments for ashes, available for sale or rental, hence the term. However, my residence comprised merely 2 rooms, which I shared with a girl named Xiao Shuang. We each occupied 1 room. How could it possibly be an ash chamber? The younger guard chimed in with a chuckle. "In the entire community, you're the only one brave enough to live on the 18th floor's level. Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" I was left in a daze. The older guard, noticing my bewilderment, added, "Oh, you don't know." I shook my head and spoke up. "You must be mistaken. My roommate is a girl named Jiyu Xiaoshuang. She has been accompanying me these past few days, feeding stray cats downstairs. She wears a white dress, tall and slender, a very beautiful girl. You must have seen her, right?" Upon hearing this, the older guard's expression shifted to one of discomfort. "I've only seen you alone feeding the cats. There hasn't been any girl." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. For the past few nights, I had fed the strays with Xiao Shuang, yet he hadn't noticed. The younger guard nodded in agreement. "That's right. You're the only one feeding the strays in our community. You always do it alone, chatting and laughing with the cats. I've never seen you with anyone else. You haven't really encountered something unclean, have you?" His words sent a chill down my spine, and I felt my face drain of color. If that were true, then the Xiao Shuang I had been with all this time was a ghost. The older guard, witnessing my silence and growing terror, continued, "Young man, if you're not jesting, you may have genuinely encountered something unclean. Take my advice, don't return to that flat tonight. Stay where it's bright and where people gather." He patted my shoulder before exchanging a look with the younger guard and hurried back toward the booth. I stood frozen, contemplating the shared experiences with Xiao Shuang. Indeed, something felt amiss. For instance, her hands were rather cold. If that were the case, had I been living with a ghost for the past month? How could I explain the apples I had eaten? In a state of panic, I noticed the 2 guards had already distanced themselves. With a sense of dread and anxiety, I felt a strong urge to leave. I feared the old woman in burial garments would return. Without further hesitation, I clutched the large tabby cat and, feeling disoriented, made my way toward the opposite end of the community. There lay the night market, along with the chain pet hospital. It was bright, bustling with people, and filled with positive energy. If I could reach that place, surely the old woman would not dare to pursue me. Chapter 4. In the pet hospital, my mind was in turmoil, a chaotic mess of thoughts, yet I quickened my pace. As I passed the security booth at the entrance of the residential complex, the old guard poked his head out, his expression serious as he addressed me. Young man, you look unwell. Listen to your uncle. Do not return home tonight. Avoid deserted and dark places. Head to the bustling downtown area instead. In the morning. Visit Feng Shui Street. There's a ping and hole there, where it's said that an expert can help you avert disaster. The old guard spoke earnestly, and I knew it was rare to find someone who believed in such matters, let alone provide guidance. I nodded to the old guard and bowed slightly, saying, thank you, sir. I will remember your words. He waved his hand dismissively, offering no further comment. Cradling the large tabby cat, I hastened away from that place. Before long, I found myself on the main street. This area was a night market and the heart of the city, bustling with food stalls, barbecue stands, vendors, and hotels, alive with activity. My first instinct was to rush to the pet hospital. Although it was somewhat late, this particular establishment was a nationwide chain, reputable and relatively large, operating around the clock. At this hour, the place was still teeming with patrons, most of whom were there for pet grooming services. I hurried inside and sought out a staff member to assist in treating the large tabby. The veterinarian inquired about the cat's injuries and the numerous bite marks it bore. I hesitated to speak the truth and simply stated that I had witnessed a stray dog attack it. After examining the tabby, the veterinarian instructed me to pay a deposit of $2,800. After a brief wait, the veterinarian informed me that the cat's condition had stabilized but would need to remain there for continued observation over the next few days. I was asked to leave a contact number so they could reach me if necessary. I felt a sense of relief wash over me at this news. However, the thought of returning home terrified me. I feared that stepping out of the street would lead to an encounter with the ominous figure of the old woman in a funeral shroud. I shook my head, resolutely stating, no, I will stay here with my cat. The staff, perhaps accustomed to such occurrences, made no further comments and returned to their tasks. Settling into a chair in the waiting area, I refrained from interrupting their work, yet I felt lethargic and short of breath, discomfort enveloping me. Exhausted, I gently closed my eyes to rest. At that moment, my phone vibrated twice. I picked it up, startled to discover a WeChat message from Xiaoshuang. She had sent a brief inquiry asking why I had not returned yet. Staring at the message, I found myself at a loss, uncertain whether to respond. Was Xiaoshuang a person or a ghost? Could my recent weight loss and fatigue be attributed to the apple she had given me? Yet, could a ghost truly use WeChat? To further validate the old guard's warning, I searched my contacts for the real estate agent's number and dialed it. A cheerful voice greeted me. Brother Chen, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Looking to rent again? Without preamble, I posed my question. Was the apartment you rented to me a shared space with Ashes? The agent paused, clearly taken aback by my inquiry, before chuckling and responding, didn't you mention you wanted a cheaper place? I thought I was doing you a favor. It's all just a matter of perspective during the daylight. It's merely a trick of the mind. However, I did mention that the tenant is a soul, an old customer, and you didn't ask for further details, so I didn't elaborate. Of course, if you find it uncomfortable, I can arrange an alternative for a little extra. Before he could continue, I hung up, the answer glaringly evident. The old guard had spoken the truth. The place I resided in was indeed a crypt, and my roommate, Xiaoshuang, was not a human but a ghost. It was no wonder she urged me to consider carefully when I suggested she be my girlfriend. Glancing at Xiaoshuang's WeChat notification, I hesitated briefly before replying, Are you a ghost? In less than 3 seconds, she responded, Yes. Are you coming back tonight? I was taken aback by her candid admission. Strangely, I felt less frightened of her, yet, having nearly lost my life today and with the darkness outside, I was terrified of encountering the old woman in the funeral shroud again. I certainly did not dare to return home. Not tonight. I replied succinctly. To my surprise, Xiaoshuang responded, Come back tomorrow morning to collect the apple. I'll leave it at the door. If you eat it, you will live. If not, you will die. Staring at her message, I was left in a state of shock. What did this mean? Was the apple Xiaoshuang had given me truly my salvation? Confused, I sent back a question mark. Xiaoshuang's final response was simply, I mean you no harm. After reading those 4 words, I attempted to scroll back to the previous messages, but suddenly, my phone screen went black. When it illuminated again, I found that Xie chat window had disappeared entirely. All traces of our conversation had vanished. I sat gloomily in the chair. Xie was a ghost, urging me to return tomorrow morning for the apple. If I did not go to retrieve it, would I truly perish? Or was this merely another one of her ghostly deceptions? Did she simply wish to sustain me by gradually siphoning off my life force? My recent drastic weight loss after consuming the apple she had given me weighed heavily on my mind. Given the stakes, I was hesitant to draw conclusions about her intentions. However, the old woman in the funeral shroud was undeniably a tangible threat to my life, having made it clear that she was fixated on me. Avoiding her was not an option. Since I could not evade her, I must retaliate. The old guard had advised me to seek assistance on Feng Shui Street in the morning. It seemed I had no choice but to follow that course of action. As for Xie apple, I would decide what to do when dawn broke. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I felt overwhelmingly fatigued, my eyelids growing heavy. Around 2 in the morning, a sudden chill swept through the entrance, jolting me awake. Instinctively, I hugged myself and glanced toward the door. To my dismay, I spotted a woman dressed in white standing at the hospital entrance, positioned beneath a tree. She was clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading as she swayed gently. Her complexion was ghostly pale, exuding an unsettling chill that made me think of malevolent spirits. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the woman in the white dress lifted her head slightly, revealing a face as pale as death, with eyes as dark and glossy as the old woman's. She fixed her gaze upon me, her voice hauntingly melancholic as she called out, "Young man, could you step outside for a moment?" Chapter 5. The woman outside. The woman's voice was soft and faint, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, I immediately became alert. I did not recognize this woman. What could she possibly want from me? Moreover, her appearance seemed rather unsettling. Her complexion was unnaturally pale, devoid of any hint of vitality, suggesting she might not be a wholesome presence. I feigned ignorance, choosing to ignore her, even turning slightly away. After calling out to me once, she stood under the street tree, and after a brief pause of about a minute, she called out again in a gentle, haunting tone, "Young man, please come out. I need to speak with you." I continued to pretend I had not heard, though a sense of unease began to creep into my mind. To further ascertain whether the woman outside was human or spectral, I turned to a male doctor at the duty desk and said, "Doctor, it seems someone is calling for you outside." Upon hearing this, the doctor craned his neck to look outside. "Is there someone there?" "I don't see anyone." He glanced back at me, puzzled, yet the woman in white remained standing beneath the tree, invisible to him. Damn it, could she be yet another ghost? Feeling a pang of anxiety, I apologized. "I'm sorry, perhaps I misheard." The doctor gave me a strange look but did not press the matter further. I continued to observe the woman in white outside. Her desire for me to come out was likely rooted in a fear of the people inside, the light of the room, and the pets confined within their cages. I would not be foolish enough to venture outside and remained seated. After a few more minutes, the woman, seeing my continued silence, spoke for the 3rd time. "Your cat scratched my grandmother. Are we just going to let this go? If you don't come out, I might have to come in." A chill ran down my spine at her words. My cat scratched her grandmother. I did not own a cat, I merely fed a stray. It must have been the large tabby that had scratched the elderly woman in the burial garments. Could this woman in white be the granddaughter of that elderly lady? Shocked, I pondered this revelation. At that moment, I noticed the woman in white was indeed approaching the pet hospital, her gait peculiar, almost as if she were tiptoeing. Her mannerisms resembled those of the elderly woman who had threatened me earlier that evening. As she stepped closer to the building, I felt a surge of panic and stood up abruptly, my face betraying my fear, ready to flee. Simultaneously, I observed that the pets in their cages had suddenly become alert. They raised their heads, fixated on the entrance, and as the woman in white continued her advance, the dogs began to emit low growls. A few larger breeds barked vigorously at her. Upon hearing the cacophony of barking, the woman visibly flinched, her complexion paling as she retreated, backing away to the safety of the street tree. She then fixed me with a mournful gaze. "I'm afraid of dogs, just step outside for a moment, I mean you no harm." With that, she offered a slight smile, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth that sent shivers down my spine. Though relieved that she could not enter, I chose to disregard her and return to my seat. The two veterinary staff members, startled by the sudden outburst of barking, rushed to calm the animals, offering them some food. The woman in white had once again retreated to the street tree. Gradually, the pets settled down, their agitation subsiding. One of the female veterinarians, noticing my indecisiveness, assumed I was worried about my tabby cat and reassured me, "Handsome, you don't need to stay here. Our pet hospital is professional and will take good care of your pet. It's already past 2. Why don't you head home to rest? You can come back in the morning." I could only offer an awkward smile, reluctant to confess the truth. I simply replied, "I'm fine, it's no trouble." Seeing my determination, the veterinarian said no more. After calming the pets, she returned to the duty desk, snacking on seeds while watching a show. I remained seated on the cold, hard stainless steel chair, my gaze fixed intently on the woman in white outside. She stood there, motionless beneath the tree, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on me as if she longed to seize me but found herself thwarted. As the clock struck 3, I glanced up again, only to find the woman in white had vanished from beneath the tree. I was uncertain whether she had truly left or simply concealed herself elsewhere. I felt no curiosity and had no intention of investigating. Regardless, I resolved to remain within the confines of the pet hospital until dawn. With my eyes closed, I leaned back in the chair, though the tension in my mind prevented me from finding rest, despite my physical exhaustion. It was not until 6 o'clock, with the first light of dawn breaking, that I dared to peek outside. At this hour, surely the malevolent entities would not be abroad. Standing at the entrance, I exhaled deeply, feeling as though I might collapse from fatigue. This night had been exceedingly arduous, yet I knew the danger that loomed over me was far from over. I needed to find someone who could save me and uncover the reasons behind my sudden encounters with the supernatural. I had to rid myself of these entities that plagued me, otherwise I would be forced to scurry like a rat, hiding in crowded places come nightfall. I cast one last glance at the tabby in the medical cage before exiting the pet hospital. Exhausted and famished, my body weary beyond measure, I purchased a few buns and some soy milk from a street vendor, hoping to satiate my hunger. Yet, while others enjoyed their meals, my own tasted like wax, devoid of flavor, leaving me feeling nauseous. Unable to eat, I managed a few sips of soy milk. Enduring the pangs of hunger and fatigue, I made my way back to the apartment complex. Sierra Schwung had promised to leave me an apple. She insisted that eating it would keep me alive, while neglecting it could lead to my demise. After contemplating through the night, I resolved to return. With daylight upon me, I felt emboldened, no longer fearing the lurking malevolence. Should I find the apple at my apartment door, I would take it with me afterwards. I intended to venture down Feng Shui Street in search of someone with expertise, hoping to inquire about the apple's significance, whether it was safe to eat or not. My body felt weak, and after a few steps, I found myself gasping for breath, prompting me to hail a taxi for the remainder of the journey. Upon alighting, the sun was already bright, enveloping me in its warm embrace, a comforting sensation. However, I noticed an itch on my face that I could not resist scratching. As I glanced back at the spot where I had encountered the elderly woman in burial garments, a chill ran down my spine. Without hesitation, I hurried towards the apartment complex. Upon reaching the entrance, I noticed the security guard still seated in his booth, engrossed in a video on his phone. The younger guard was nowhere to be seen. Grateful for the assistance I had received the previous night, I greeted the older guard with warmth. Uncle." Hearing my call, the guard looked up, catching sight of me at the window, smiling broadly. Startled, he exclaimed, nearly dropping his phone. "It's me, the one from last night." I hurriedly explained, yet the guard's face was a mask of alarm and astonishment as he pointed at my face and uttered, young man, what happened to your face?" Chapter 6. The Veterans Commemorative Medal. Seeing the security guard in such a fluster, exclaiming about the state of my face, left me feeling quite perplexed. What could possibly be wrong with my face? With a sense of confusion, I ventured to ask, Sir, what is wrong with my face?" The security guard widened his eyes in alarm and replied, "You should take a look at yourself with your phone. Your face is covered in spots." My face is covered in spots. I was taken aback. Although I may not be exceptionally handsome, I certainly had no blemishes on my skin. Hastily, I grabbed my phone and activated the selfie mode. However, when I caught sight of my reflection, I was utterly shocked. The image on the screen revealed me with lifeless eyes, gaunt and emaciated. My eye sockets and cheeks appeared hollowed, marked by prominent dark circles, and my skin exhibited a yellowish pallor, dotted with numerous small, dark spots. They resembled tiny blemishes. A wave of panic washed over me. The sleepless nights and rapid weight loss had indeed manifested in dark circles and sunken cheeks, but just last night, my face was perfectly clear. How could so many dark spots have appeared overnight? I touched my face, rubbed it, but the spots refused to vanish. Noticing my distress, the security guard edged closer and said, "Young man, your condition might be quite serious. What you see on your face could be livor mortis, which typically only appears on the deceased." Livor mortis? I exclaimed, incredulous. How could a living person exhibit signs of death? The security guard nodded solemnly. "I've seen livor mortis on corpses before. It looks just like that, dark and blotchy. Check your arms for any similar markings." Upon hearing his words, I quickly rolled up my sleeves to inspect my arms. To my horror, I discovered large, dark bruises scattered across both arms, some even larger than my face, resembling the size of a fingernail. My heart raced as I lifted my shirt to examine my abdomen and chest. The sight that met my eyes sent a chill through my entire being. My body was covered in a myriad of such bruises, the largest being the size of half a palm, forming irregular patterns. "Sir, I'm covered in these bruises," I stammered, the changes in my body instilling a deeper sense of fear and dread within me. The security guard, a kind-hearted man, now appeared visibly anxious. "Young man, this must be related to some malevolent force. Your pallor is so poor, I've only seen such a countenance on those nearing death." A cold sweat broke out down my back, my face a mask of horror. Yet, after sharing his thoughts, the guard seemed to recall something and continued, "Wait a moment. Let me fetch you something. It might be of some use." "Something?" I asked, bewildered. The security guard then retrieved a small red cloth pouch from his inner pocket. The pouch looked exquisite, as if it contained something of great significance to him. I widened my eyes in anticipation. Carefully, he untied the strings and gingerly pulled out an object. "Here, take this. It may help protect you," he said, extending the item towards me. As I examined it closely, I realized it was a glorious 5-point star-shaped Veterans Commemorative Medal. Upon seeing this, I felt an overwhelming sense of reverence wash over me. "Sir, were you once a soldier?" The security guard's eye sparkled with pride as he smiled gently. "Yes, I served for a few years in my youth. After retiring, I received this medal, which I have carried ever since. I completely forgot about it last night in my panic. Keep it with you. It may prove useful. Once you find a master to help you, please return it to me." No wonder the security guard was so kind. He was a noble veteran with my life hanging by a thread, plagued by these death spots. I felt no need to be courteous and directly stated, "A thank you, Sir. My name is Chen Xian. Once this ordeal passes, I will surely repay your kindness." I then bowed respectfully to the security guard. "All right, take it. Head over to Feng Shui Street," he urged. I took the commemorative medal from him and added, "Sir, I still need to visit the 18th floor. I'll go there first." Upon hearing this, the security guard's expression turned one of disbelief. "What? You still dare to go up? With your condition, aren't you afraid for your life?" I chuckled lightly, glancing at the dilapidated old complex. This area consisted of several buildings, each 18 stories high, all constructed without proper permits, resembling illegal structures. Despite being overcrowded, the authorities dared not demolish them. The community had become neglected over time, resulting in a rather filthy and chaotic environment. Afraid. "But I must retrieve something from above that may prove useful, sir. I will return shortly," I declared. Steeling myself, clutching the medal given to me by the security guard, I dashed into the complex. "Be careful," he called after me. Now armed with the medal and with daylight on my side, I felt somewhat reassured. The residents of this neighborhood were predominantly elderly, many of whom were out for their morning strolls or exercises. However, upon seeing my appearance, they reacted with astonished expressions, pointing at me and backing away in fear. I chose to ignore them. I was fully aware that my current visage was rather frightening. Yet, I didn't intend to blame anyone. It was the result of a malevolent force, undoubtedly that old woman in the funeral attire, who had drained my vitality now. All I wished for was to survive, and I could only rely on myself to find a solution. Before long, I arrived at my building. Entering the elevator, I pressed the button for the 18th floor. As the elevator ascended, my breathing quickened, and I felt an overwhelming sense of tension and anxiety. Clutching the commemorative medal tightly, my palms grew clammy with sweat. Each floor the elevator passed seemed to send my heart racing. Finally, after the 17th floor, the elevator reached the 18th. With a dull ding, the elevator doors slid open. Although the 18th floor was the top level, it was nearly devoid of light. As the windows had been boarded up, only a sliver of sunlight peeked through the cracks. Previously, I had assumed this was for safety reasons. Now it seemed it was to avoid sunlight. Staring into the pitch-black hallway, I instinctively swallowed hard, though I felt a twinge of fear. The daylight and the medal in my possession bolstered my courage as I stepped out of the elevator. Just as I exited, the doors closed with a soft ding. Alone, I stood at the elevator entrance, enveloped once again in the dim corridor. This floor housed the crematory, and all around me were the dead, while I had resided here for a month. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became, but for the sake of retrieving the apple that could save my life from Xiao Shuang, I pressed on, my body taut with apprehension. With stiffened limbs, I hurried towards my rented room. I lived in 18-7. A left turn past the elevator shaft would lead me there. As I reached the corner, I noticed the darkness deepening. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, turning left. However, as I did, I was confronted by a man clad in black, his face ghostly pale and his body dripping wet, crouched in the shadowy passage. Chapter 7: One more breath. As I turned into the corridor, I encountered a man clad in black squatting in the passageway. He was completely drenched, his pallid face reflecting an eerie hue as he gazed up at me with a somewhat bloated visage, his eyes wide with a hint of surprise. The sudden appearance of such a sight startled me. What the hell? I instinctively stumbled back 2 paces. The man remained silent, his demeanor a mix of agitation and curiosity, as he slowly rose to his feet. Water dripped from his face in a rhythmic pattern, and the moisture on his clothes trickled down, leaving a substantial wet patch on the floor beneath him. It was as if he had emerged from a bath while still fully clothed. Yet, aside from standing, he made no further movements, rooted to the spot before the entrance of my rental apartment. That moment, I noticed a vivid red apple resting by his feet. The fragrance wafted toward me, even from several meters away, tantalizingly sweet. If I wished to claim the apple, I would have to approach him and pick it up from beside him. However, his presence clearly indicated he had no intention of allowing me to do so. Moreover, his appearance and condition struck me as decidedly unsettling. His face, beyond its pallor, bore an unnaturally swollen quality, as if he had been submerged in water for too long, and an unsettling chill emanated from him. I was led to suspect that this man in a burial suit was likely not among the living who, in their right mind, dons funeral attire and squats, saturated, at the threshold of another's home. Our eyes met, and I was struck by the deep, lifeless sheen in his dark orbs. Devoid of any vitality, they mirrored the vacant stares of the elderly woman in funeral garb and the woman in white from the previous night, eyes that were distinctly inhuman. Was it truly possible for such malevolent entities to roam freely in broad daylight? A disquieting sensation cascaded over me, raising goosebumps across my skin. My breath quickened and became erratic as I exhaled sharply twice. Yet, to my astonishment, the man in the burial suit responded to my gasps by opening his mouth wide, an exaggerated motion that seemed capable of swallowing a fist whole. After doing so, he began to inhale deeply in my direction, the sound echoing ominously in the corridor. It felt as though he intended to draw me into his very being. This grotesque act bore an uncanny resemblance to the way the elderly woman had attempted to siphon my life force the night before. I was left with no doubt that this man, too, was a malevolent entity, endeavoring to consume the vitality I exhaled. Terrified, I promptly closed my mouth. Why was it that misfortune followed me relentlessly, as if even the act of drinking water could lead to calamity? Why was I perpetually confronted by these vile apparitions? In a panic, I instinctively considered fleeing, but as I turned to the side, I hesitated. My body bore the marks of death, and it was uncertain whether I could continue to live. Furthermore, I had come for the apple. If what Shirshwang said was true, failing to retrieve it could spell danger for my life, and let us not forget, I possessed the retired security guard's commendation medal. Resolute, I steadied my nerves and, with a tense expression, addressed the man in the burial suit. "Excuse me, could you step aside? I just want to grab that apple." My body was taut, suppressing the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. My voice trembled as I spoke. After a few breaths, the man gradually ceased his inhalations, though he appeared to crave more. A flicker of excitement crossed his numb face as he muttered, "And not enough, I still want more." His voice was low and hoarse. Following this, he revealed an exceedingly strange smile and took a tentative step toward me. The sound of dripping water echoed incessantly. Seeing his approach, I was on high alert. Yet, the apple before me was something I could not afford to forego. With determination, I brandished the medal in my hand, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." As I spoke, the gleaming gold medal flashed in front of the man in black. Upon seeing it, his expression shifted dramatically, morphing into one of sheer terror. It was as if he had encountered something profoundly horrifying, and he stumbled backward, retreating to the farthest reaches of the corridor. A surge of relief washed over me. I had not anticipated that such a small medal could wield such immense power. Truly, state-issued tokens held significant sway. The expression of the man in the burial suit morphed into one of malevolence, his previous eerie smile replaced by a fierce glare, as if he longed to rend me apart. I dared not linger, nor did I wish to tangle with this foul entity. Seizing the moment of his retreat, I hastily advanced, wielding the medal as a deterrent, while bending down to seize the red apple from the ground. The instant I grasped it, the man in the burial suit rasped in a deep, guttural tone, "A dying person, no matter what they consume, it will be of no avail. You are doomed." He followed this proclamation with a chilling, mocking laughter. At that moment, emboldened by the apple one had secured from Shirshwang and the protection of the medal, I retorted defiantly, "If I die, I will definitely come back to haunt you." The instant my words left my lips, the man's expression froze, clearly taken aback by my audacity as a supposedly dying individual. Without pausing, I hurriedly exited the corridor. The elevator was still stationed on the 18th floor. I hesitated not for a moment. Pressing the button. As the heavy doors opened, I darted inside, rapidly pressing the button to close the doors. Just as the doors were about to shut with a low hum, I heard a faint creaking sound, reminiscent of a door being opened. Then, I vaguely discerned the man's voice. I am sorry." Though I couldn't catch the full context of his words, it was evident that he spoke with a tone of trepidation, still apologizing. I had no desire to uncover the nature of his predicament, nor did I wish to dwell on it. All I wanted was to escape this place and hasten to Feng Shui Street, where I could seek the aid of a wise individual. The elevator descended, stopping twice along the way. Each halt heightened my anxiety, and each time the doors opened, the residents who entered regarded me with peculiar glances. One woman even turned her back to me, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. Additionally, an elderly lady inquired about the state of my face. I could only feign calmness, smiling as I replied, "Just a reaction to ultraviolet rays." Upon reaching the ground floor, I hastily exited the building, clutching the apple. Once outside, I exhaled deeply, relief flooding over me. The warm sunlight enveloped me, providing a comforting sensation, though my skin bore an itchy irritation. Without wasting a moment, I hurried toward the entrance of the community. Upon arrival, I spotted the security guard. "Uncle!" I called out enthusiastically, realizing that without his commendation medal, I might not have secured the apple. He approached me, limping slightly. "Is Xiao Chen, did you get what you needed?" I nodded with a smile. "Yes. I got an apple." As I spoke, I retrieved the apple to show him. However, as I unveiled the once vibrant red apple, my expression shifted to one of disbelief. The apple, previously plump and fresh, now appeared riddled with dark spots and had shriveled into a decayed state. Chapter 8. Master Ping and I gazed in astonishment at the decayed apple in my hand. In such a state, it was hardly fit for consumption. Even a beggar would not spare it a glance if cast upon the ground. Yet, the fragrant aroma of the apple remained remarkably potent, and a mere whiff ignited a ravenous appetite within me, invigorating my spirit. Could it be that the apples I had been consuming these past few days were akin to this rotten specimen? Why would Xiao Shuang insist on me eating this? She claimed it would ensure my survival. Given the appalling condition of this apple, merely avoiding an upset stomach would be a stroke of luck. The security guard, observing my reaction, wore a look of bewilderment. Xiao Chen, you went up to fetch just this one rotten apple? He stepped closer, waving his hand before his nose. How can this rotten apple still possess such a strong scent of burnt paper? This fruit must certainly have been offered on an altar. Ghosts consume such things. Toss it away. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. The scent of burnt paper, offered fruit, consumed by ghosts. I was uncertain if it had ever graced an altar, but I had not detected any hint of burnt paper. Instead, the fruity aroma was undeniably fresh and inviting, yet, recalling my experiences from the previous night, I remembered the incense that bore a similar fragrance, causing a twinge of unease in my heart. Could it be that my sense of smell had faltered? Uncle, did you say this apple carries a scent of burnt paper? I inquired, filled with doubt. The security guard nodded vigorously. Indeed, the odor is overpowering, more pungent than lighting 10 cigarettes simultaneously. It's truly unbearable, seeing his serious demeanor, and recalling the woman in the elevator who had covered her mouth and nose, casting me a strange look. I began to suspect that she had indeed detected the apple's intense burnt paper scent. My sense of smell might genuinely be compromised. The security guard was a helpful man who had even awarded me a badge. I decided to be candid with him. Uncle, to be honest, I find this apple exceptionally fragrant. Moreover, it was given to me by my roommate. She said that consuming it would ensure my survival. Upon hearing this, the guard's face turned pale. Your roommate? The one you mentioned who fed the cat with you last night? I nodded. Yes, that's the one. He gasped in shock. Then she must be a filthy being. How can you trust such words? I stared at the rotten apple, pausing in contemplation. I cannot say for certain, but I feel she means me no harm. Thus, I intend to take this apple to the street you mentioned, to seek out Master Wang of Ping An Hall. I wish to see what the master has to say. The security guard nodded in agreement. Very well. I have been injured in the past, and my legs are not what they used to be, so I cannot assist you physically. However, I have heard of Master Wang's reputation for quite some time. He is well known in Jiang City and possesses genuine skill. If he is willing to lend a hand, I am certain your predicament can be resolved. I nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle. With that, I respectfully bowed to him once more. The guard humbly waved his hand. I really cannot offer much help. You should hurry along. With a determined yes, I grasped the rotten apple and the guard's commemorative badge as I dashed towards the roadside. I hailed a taxi and made my way to Feng Shui Street. Approximately an hour later, I arrived at my destination. Feng Shui Street is situated near a temple and a cemetery, making it a hub for various fortune-telling shops. These establishments primarily engage in divination, fortune-telling, naming, character analysis, and the sale of incense, paper money, and burial garments. Many individuals frequented this area to seek guidance or purchase offerings, and the security guard had advised me to find a shop called Ping An Hall. As I strolled along the street, I observed numerous shops and stalls, but I quickly located their Ping An Hall mentioned by the guard. It was a lavishly decorated establishment, the largest storefront on Feng Shui Street, boasting a striking sign in bold red letters against a black background that read Ping An Hall. Due to the weekend, there were many visitors paying their respects or tending to graves. Numerous customers were entering and exiting the hall, purchasing paper offerings. I quickened my pace and entered Ping An Hall. A woman resembling a staff member approached me. Sir, are you here for a consultation or to purchase incense? Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, I am here for a consultation. Very well, sir. Please fill out this form first. I was taken aback. Was it customary to fill out forms for consultations now? Following their protocol, I complied. The form was quite detailed, requesting my name, address, date of birth, number of family members, occupation, income, and more. I found it tedious and filled it out hastily. Once completed, I was informed that the consultation fee was 3,000 yuan. I inquired if it could be reduced, but the attendant shook her head, stating that it was the standard fee set by Master Wang. She added that my presence there was already a matter of fate. 3,000 yuan seemed a reasonable price for the promise of safety. Reluctantly, I borrowed 500 yuan to cover the fee. If it meant ensuring my survival, spending 3,000 was indeed worthwhile. After paying, I was escorted to the second floor to wait. In front of me stood two women, one an elderly lady, the other a middle-aged woman. Both wore anxious expressions, clearly seeking resolution for their own troubling matters. It was evident that Master Wang possessed genuine skill, otherwise, there would not be a queue for consultations, nor such steep fees. After waiting for approximately half an hour, it was finally my turn. Upon entering the room, I was met by a slender old man. He had a fair complexion, and his face was quite rosy. He exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, suggesting considerable expertise. As I entered, the old man intoned, "A night brings forth myriad dreams. Souls foretell fortune and misfortune. Zhuangju's butterfly is but an illusion. L. Wang heralds the flying bear. Young friend, your surname is Chen, correct?" I was momentarily taken aback. He had discerned my surname without me uttering a word. This was truly a master. I was somewhat astonished. "Yes. Master Wang is indeed impressive. I have encountered some malevolent forces, and I hope you can assist me in resolving them." Master Wang nodded, gesturing for me to take a seat. "Do not fret, young friend. I am a disciple of Mao Shan, particularly adept at exorcism. And no matter what malevolence you face, it can be dispelled with a mere wave of my hand. Please, share your story, and I shall help you decipher it and find a resolution." He exuded calm confidence as he settled into his chair, embodying a sense of assuredness. Witnessing his commanding presence, I felt reassured that my troubles could indeed be addressed. I sat across from him and earnestly recounted my experiences, beginning with my arrival at the rental, my encounters with Xiao Shuang, my recent weight loss, last night's encounter with a ghostly creature, and the security guard's timely intervention. I detailed every aspect clearly. However, as I spoke, Master Wang's demeanor shifted noticeably. He no longer maintained the initial composed air. His gaze flitted between my face and the signs of decay upon my skin, revealing a marked change in his expression, now fraught with unease. I detected a glimmer of fear in his eyes, accompanied by the involuntary swallowing of saliva and a rapid shift in his breathing. As a salesperson accustomed to engaging with numerous clients, I was attuned to the subtleties of facial expressions. Observing these signs, my heart began to race. Such visible trepidation and apprehension were unmistakable. It was puzzling that a master from Mao Shan, capable of divining my surname, could be so unsettled upon hearing my story and seeing the signs of decay on my body. Was it possible that the entity I had encountered was particularly troublesome, instilling fear even in him? Though my mind brimmed with questions, I ultimately asked, "Master, this is the situation. The apple is here now. Should I consume it or not?" Chapter 9. A fateful encounter. As I spoke, I took out the apple from my possession. The exterior of the apple was decayed and shriveled, yet its fragrant aroma still brought me a sense of comfort, inciting a strong urge to bite into it. However, the moment I revealed the apple, Master Wang, seated across from me, furrowed his brows. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, what sort of apple is this? It reeks of burnt paper. Is this the apple your roommate gave you?" I nodded. "Yes, Master Wang, pray tell, should I eat it or not?" His gaze was clearly evasive, reflecting uncertainty within. He then cleared his throat, feigning a composed demeanor. Chen Xiaoyu, I have gathered a basic understanding of your situation. I am quite confident in handling your matter. Whether you consume the apple or not is, in fact, inconsequential. However, your predicament is somewhat complex. To save you, I fear I may have to expend a considerable amount of my energy. He deliberately elongated his words, half closing his eyelids as he reached for a cup of water, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on me. As a salesperson, I discerned his intentions and motivations all too well. It was not a matter of complexity. It was a veiled suggestion for me to pay more. I had already borrowed 500 for the earlier consultation fee. Where was I to procure more funds? This left me in a quandary, and the emotions he displayed made him appear rather unreliable. After sipping his water, he continued, "In the night, dreams abound, foretelling both fortune and misfortune. I have calculated that there is indeed an elderly person in your household. Should you fail to surmount this calamity, Your elder will also suffer. Ah. I expressed my surprise. The elderly individual in my family was my second uncle, who had raised me. Since my encounter with Master Wang, he had not mentioned anything about my family, yet he spoke of an elder with such profound abilities. Why did he appear so anxious after hearing about my situation? Moreover, why was he making such an effort to disguise his feelings? Master Wang set down his cup and spoke again. We are brought together by fate, therefore, I shall charge you 58,000 for our connection. Should you encounter difficulties, our shop has partnerships with lending companies. You may seek their assistance. After all, I must also bear a significant cost to intervene. For others, I would typically charge 98,000. 58,000 is quite a bargain. You have witnessed my divinatory skills. I am a practitioner of the authentic Maoshan techniques. My abilities are evident, and you may trust me unconditionally, and it is only 58,000. A master who could predict anything appeared apprehensive after hearing my encounter with the ghost. Now he claimed to possess the true teachings of Maoshan. If he truly had such abilities, why did he require me to fill out an extensive form downstairs? Had he perhaps reviewed the details I provided? The wholesale market is a mixed bag, akin to a slaughterhouse. Such schemes have existed before, yet I might be overthinking it. To further verify, I inquired, Master Wang, since you are so capable, able to discern my surname and that I have an elder in my family, could you tell me where my family resides? It is not a matter of distrust, I merely wish to see your skills in action so that I may proceed with payment. The reason I posed this question was that I had filled out the form with excessive detail, and in a bid for convenience, I had fabricated some information, including the address. Upon hearing my inquiry, Master Wang's expression subtly shifted but quickly resumed its previous composure. Chen Xiaoyu, you are overthinking it. Very well, allow me to calculate where your family resides. As he spoke, I noticed him raise his left hand, engaging in a calculation. I could not discern the accuracy of his divination, but I observed another detail. His right hand subtly reached beneath the table. My eyes instinctively glanced downward. However, I noticed a white reflection in his eyes, indicating he was observing some electronic device. His movements were subtle, likely imperceptible to the average person, yet, as someone who had worked in sales for 3 years, I had caught every detail. Furrowing my brow slightly, I concluded that Master Wang was likely a fraud. After hesitating for approximately 30 seconds, he lowered his left hand and smiled. Chen Xiaoyu, I have divined your family's location. They reside to the west of this city, in Wancheng. There may be slight discrepancies, but surely not by much. While he spoke with confidence, my expression darkened at that moment. I had not anticipated that my attempt to simplify things by fabricating an address would expose Master Wang's true nature. Was charlatan. I could have easily performed such divination myself. Almost fell for his trickery. Seeing my expression darken, Master Wang paused momentarily. Chen Xiaoyu, did I miscalculate? He had the audacity to question me. I was on the brink of death, and he still sought to swindle me out of 58,000. With a loud curse, I swung my fist toward his face. Damn you! With a resounding smack, Master Wang, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely in the face. He toppled backward from his chair, blood gushing from his nose. At this moment, my conviction that he was a fraud solidified. I was in such a weakened state, feeling dizzy even while walking, yet he could not evade my feeble punch and ended up with a bloody nose. How could he possibly exorcise evil spirits? Ouch, ouch, you dare strike me, I shall not save you. Master Wang exclaimed, clutching his bleeding face in indignation. I raised a nearby chair and with a loud crash, brought it down upon him again, eliciting more cries of ouch from the so-called master. Begone! You deceitful swindler! My heart seethed with rage. I had hoped to find someone to save me, guided by the security guard's advice, only to discover that I had encountered a fraud. Continuing to engage with him was utterly pointless. The 3,000 I had spent would not be recovered anytime soon. When the security guard arrived, I would be the one to suffer. Moreover, the time spent trying to reclaim my money would only delay my escape, which was of utmost importance. I resolved to return later to settle the score with him. My immediate priority was to find someone with genuine skills to assist me in avoiding disaster. Consequently, after delivering my blow to Master Wang, I took the apple that Xiao Shuang had left for me and stormed out, not looking back. Upon reaching the entrance, I noticed a big fool, a middle-aged man, filling out a form. I approached and tore it from him. Not waiting for him to speak, I declared, "Oh, what nonsense! That swindler upstairs is using this form to deceive you." The middle-aged man was taken aback by my words. Just then, I heard Master Wang's voice from upstairs, "Someone, call 120, call 120. As the crowd turned their gaze toward the second floor, I had already exited the peace hall. At that moment, I found myself engulfed in despair once more. The security guard had offered me a glimmer of hope, only for it to transform into despair, and I had lost $3,000. A profound sense of helplessness and hopelessness washed over me. In the vast city of Jiangcheng, I had no idea where to turn for salvation. Was it truly inevitable that I could not escape this calamity? Chapter 10, The Garment City. As for the circumstances within the Pinyin Hall, I remain in the dark. However, the uncertainty of my next destination and whom to seek for salvation has left me in a state of confusion. I took out my phone, intending to call my second uncle, feeling that he was the only one I could rely upon at this moment. Yet, at that precise instant, a call from my boss, Brother Mar, came through. It suddenly dawned on me that I had not only failed to report to work today, but also neglected to request a leave of absence. After answering the call, I heard Brother Mar's voice, "Xiao Chen. Is there a traffic jam on the road? Why haven't you come to work yet?" Over the past 3 years, Brother Mar has been quite considerate towards me. Just yesterday, noticing my pale complexion, he directly handed me 1,000 yuan for medical expenses. I sighed and replied, "Brother Mar, I've encountered some trouble. I fear I may no longer be able to come to work." Upon hearing this, Brother Mar paused for a moment on the line and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Didn't you tell me yesterday that your hospital checkup results were all normal, just a bit of low blood sugar?" I chose not to conceal the truth and candidly stated, Brother Mar, it's not an illness I'm suffering from, but rather a malevolent entity I've encountered. You might find it hard to believe, but it's true, I'm on the brink of death." I managed a self-deprecating smile, not expecting Brother Mar to take me seriously. However, after listening to my words, he asked with a grave tone, "A malevolent entity, are you certain?" "I nearly lost my life. My entire body is now covered in dark, necrotic patches. I am currently on Feng Shui Street, seeking a master to consult." As I spoke, my voice grew somewhat bitter. Brother Mar, sensing my distress, adopted a serious tone and said, "Xiao Chen, that place won't offer any real help. It's merely a den of charlatans, especially that Pinyin Hall, which scammed me out of 14,800 yuan a few years ago. Head to the Garment City first. I'll drive over immediately. I'll take you to find someone with genuine skills. If it's a malevolent entity, they will surely be able to assist you." Hearing Brother Mar's words, a glimmer of hope flickered within me. "Brother Mar, is it truly so?" Brother Mar continued, "What nonsense. You've been with me for 3 years. Have I ever deceived you? Wait for me at the Garment City. Although our shop is not large, Brother Mar is straightforward, warm-hearted, and loyal." I agreed enthusiastically, confirming my location with him before hanging up. I hailed a taxi and made my way to the Garment City. Inside the cab, fatigue and drowsiness washed over me, and I leaned against the seat, drifting into a light slumber. It was the driver who roused me upon our arrival. I settled at the designated location, attracting curious glances from passers-by. I did not shy away. Given my predicament, I welcomed their gazes. What more could I lose? After waiting for about 10 minutes, Brother Mar arrived in his BMW. As soon as he reached my side, he called out, "Xiao Chen, get in." Recognizing Brother Mar, I staggered to my feet and groggily entered the car. The moment I sat down, Brother Mar stared at my face in astonishment. Seeing my haggard appearance, marred by dark patches, he refrained from asking too many questions. Instead, he comforted me, saying, "Xiao Chen, don't be afraid. Whatever happens, I'll handle it for you. The person I know is truly skilled, rest assured." As he spoke, he pressed down on the accelerator, running a red light in haste. It seemed he was even more anxious than I was. As the BMW's engine roared with strain, Brother Mar, being impulsive, drove swiftly while I reminded him to slow down and drive safely. Although I had attracted a malevolent entity, I felt no urgency for those few minutes. Brother Mar insisted it was fine, claiming he had sensed something was off with me these past few days. Little did he know, I had become entangled with something sinister. I briefly recounted my situation to Brother Mar, who listened with a furrowed brow, continuing to reassure me not to fear. Before long, Brother Mar brought me to South Street of the Garment City and parked the car. South Street is an old thoroughfare lined with buildings from the 70s and 80s. Brother Mar guided me through a street until we reached the entrance of a narrow alley. He then said, "The real master is right here. My child used to cry at night, and nothing worked. I first went to Pingan Hall and was swindled out of tens of thousands. Later, I heard from colleagues in the Garment City that this place was where one could truly find help. Come on, the master here is quite formidable." "All right." I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of hope as I followed Brother Mar into the alley. However, I was taken aback to learn that he had also been deceived at Pingan Hall. Upon reaching the end of the alley, we encountered an old tailor shop. It was not a storefront, but rather a converted residence on the ground floor. A weathered wooden sign hung out front, bearing the faded inscription, "De Ming Tailor Shop," in bold black characters. Brother Mar pointed at the tailor shop and said, "Xiao Chen, the master is right here." "A tailor shop?" I questioned, puzzled. And tailors merely artisans who sew garments? Could such a person also provide guidance? Brother Mar perceived my skepticism and reassured me, "Great talents often hide in plain sight. A true master may not necessarily be found on Feng Shui Street. Every profession has its experts. This individual is a true sage, exceptionally skilled. With a single pair of scissors, they can sever one's shadow in two. Once inside, do not act recklessly, avoid touching any garments. It might anger him, just follow my lead." Encouraged by Brother Mar's words, I felt a surge of optimism and nodded eagerly, "All right." Brother Mar replied affirmatively, adjusted his collar, and then proceeded toward their De Ming tailor shop. Upon reaching the entrance, we heard the rhythmic sound of a sewing machine at work. Brother Mar paused at the threshold, calling out, "Master Zhang, may we come in?" Soon after, a calm voice responded, "Come in." Brother Mar gestured for me to follow, and we stepped inside the tailor shop. The air was thick with the scent of fabric, and the space appeared somewhat cramped, filled with materials and hanging garments, both finished and unfinished. The styles varied widely, ranging from women's dresses and men's suits to black and red burial garments. Despite the clutter, everything was neatly organized, avoiding any sense of disorder. Not far within, a middle-aged man, approximately 45 or 50, slightly overweight and wearing glasses, sat at a sewing machine, focused on mending clothes. He did not look up but continued his work, asking, "Are you here for custom tailoring or repairs?" Brother Mar stood tall in front of me, respectfully clasping his hands, and quietly replied, "Master Zhang, we are not here for tailoring or repairs. My younger brother has encountered some issues. We seek your guidance." After speaking, he smiled and nudged me forward, just as I was about to greet him. Master Zhang, without lifting his gaze, softly remarked, "He has absorbed the negative energy to his bones. He might not live much longer. There are plenty of burial garments on the left rod. Let him choose when he likes. It's cold down below. Without a burial garment, he will surely suffer." Chapter 11. Truly irretrievable. Upon hearing those words, a chill coursed through my veins. I glanced towards the left side of the room, where an array of brightly colored funeral garments hung in neat rows. All of them were the kind meant for the deceased, and I felt beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Yet, I was unwilling to accept my fate, prompting me to ask, "Master Zhang, is it truly hopeless for me?" As soon as my voice faded, Master Zhang halted his foot on the sewing machine. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly removed his glasses and raised his gaze to meet mine. He was a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Before he could speak, Brother Mar hurriedly interjected, "Master Zhang, you are indeed a true master. My child sought help from so many others without success, yet your intervention resolved everything. Your skills are unmatched. Please, help my little brother. I implore you." Brother Mar clasped his hands together, fervently beseeching the other man for assistance. Master Zhang merely sighed in response. "Those who find their way to my tailor shop are indeed fated to be here. It is not that I refuse to help, but the timing of your arrival is simply too late. Look at him. His brow is darkened, his veins are distended, and his vitality is waning. It is too late. The malevolent energy surrounding him is too strong. He will not survive this night. While the sun still lingers, he still has breath. choose an outfit from the garments here. I will offer a discount of 50%. Wearing clothes made by me will provide warmth and comfort on his final journey. At these words, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning, my countenance shifting to one of sheer despair. It dawned on me that I was truly beyond saving. My demise was imminent. In that moment, I sank into utter hopelessness, feeling as if the world around me was spinning. Brother Mar, equally anxious, stepped forward urgently. Master Zhang, please assist my little brother. He claims that an elderly woman who was struck by a truck is haunting him. With your great abilities, you must have a way to help. We would never allow you to exert yourself in vain. I have brought 20,000 yuan as a token of sincerity. Please, Master Zhang, lend us your aid and save my little brother. Brother Mar was genuinely a good person. I was merely an employee under him, yet here he was, not only offering money but also humbling himself on my behalf. Master Zhang didn't even cast a glance at the 20,000 yuan. Simply shaking his head. It is not that I refuse to help, but rather that I cannot. The malevolent energy has penetrated too deeply. He is doomed. Had he come sooner, I might have had a chance, but now, it is truly beyond salvation. However, we can allow him to speak of the woman who haunts him. Once he has passed, I can seek vengeance for him, granting him peace in death. Master Zhang spoke with a calm demeanor, delivering the grim news of my impending death. I had believed that by following Brother Mar to find a genuine master, I could secure my survival. Yet, it appeared that I was still destined to await my demise, and this time there was no doubt about it. My eyes burned, my throat felt parched, and I was engulfed in discomfort and despair. At that moment, I took out the apple that Xiao Shuang had given me. Though it was a shriveled, rotten apple, Xiao Shuang had claimed that eating it would save my life, while not consuming it would lead to my death. With the master unable to assist me, I had no choice but to gamble on whether Xiao Shuang had spoken the truth. Just then, Master Zhang abruptly stood up from his sewing machine, his demeanor suddenly alert as he sniffed the air towards me. Upon noticing the apple in my hand, his expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, "Where did you acquire this apple?" As he spoke, he pushed Brother Mar aside and approached me. Recognizing the seriousness of his expression, I realized he must have discerned something significant about the apple. "A female ghost gifted it to me." A ghost, Master Zhang responded, a mix of astonishment and curiosity crossing his face. I nodded. She said that eating it would grant me life, while not eating it would lead to my demise. I was uncertain whether to consume it, but now I have decided to try. With that, I took a decisive bite. The moment the apple met my lips, a wave of sweetness and flavor enveloped me. It was crisp and delightful. Master Zhang did not intervene, but narrowed his eyes, regarding me with an odd expression as he scrutinized me from head to toe. Brother Mar, however, noticed that I was gnawing on a rotten apple. Detecting the scent of burnt paper wafting from it, he rushed over. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Don't eat that rotten apple. Let us go buy a fresh one." Without hesitation, Brother Mar attempted to stop me, likely worried about the emotional toll this was taking on me, yet he was immediately intercepted by Master Zhang. At that moment, I had devoured even the core of the apple, akin to a person who had not eaten in days. Brother Mar, bewildered by Master Zhang's obstruction, questioned, "Master Zhang, why are you stopping me?" "That rotten apple is inedible." To which Master Zhang replied, "It can certainly be eaten, but it depends on who consumes it." He was beyond help moments ago, but now, there is hope. Brother Mar exclaimed, astonished, glancing between Master Zhang and me. I too was taken aback, staring intently at Master Zhang, whose expression was an enigmatic blend of amusement and seriousness. Could it be that Xiao Shuang's words were indeed true? Was it because I had consumed this apple that I might be granted a reprieve? Yet, what was the reason behind it? I was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Master Zhang then addressed me, "You are fortunate. You have tapped into a favorable fate. It is rather intriguing that a malevolent entity is aiding you in evading death. This is a first for me. Step outside to bask in the sunlight for a while. The dark marks on your body will dissipate. I will prepare a medicinal brew for you to drink, and your lost senses will return. At this revelation, my face was awash with astonishment. I had not uttered a word about losing my senses, yet Master Zhang had discerned my plight and could potentially restore what I had lost. If this were true, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The notion that consuming the apple could grant me life suggested that Xiao Shuang was indeed a benevolent spirit, striving to save me. My excitement surged as hope flickered anew. Master John, what is so special about this apple? Why does consuming it grant me life? Master John merely smiled lightly. The apple you consumed is a sacrificial offering, also known as a ghost fruit. It may appear as a mere rotten apple, but in truth, you are consuming the life force of another. The malevolent entity that provided you this apple is quite kind. Is it perhaps a relative of yours? I shook my head, about to speak, but Master John raised his hand to silence me. It matters not, for you are entangled with malevolent forces. Your life energy is too weak, resembling that of a corpse. Even if this relative were to aid you, your days would be numbered. Thus, go outside and soak up some sunlight to regain a modicum of vitality. Return at 6 o'clock this afternoon, and I shall instruct you on how to evade this calamity. Chapter 12, The Pungent Herbal Medicine. Upon hearing Master John's words, both Margie and I were taken aback with astonishment. At last, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, I was equally surprised and bewildered to discover that the apple one had consumed was actually the yin life of Xiao Shuang. Was she truly extending my yang life with her own yin essence? I felt an immense debt of gratitude towards her, a sentiment that stirred both discomfort and profound emotion within me. Once my affairs were concluded, I vowed to pay Xiao Shuang another visit, even if she were a spectre. Margie then picked up the 20,000 yuan and once more extended it towards Master Zhang, saying, Master Zhang, I sincerely thank you for your timely intervention. I entrust my brother's matter to your capable hands. This time, Master Zhang did not decline. He accepted the money with a smile. Observing him accept the payment, Margie exhaled a sigh of relief. After expressing his gratitude to Master Zhang repeatedly, he took me away from the Deming tailor shop. As we reached the entrance, Margie patted my shoulder and said, Xiao Chen, your situation is surely resolved now. There's a principle here with Master Zhang. He doesn't take money for matters that are hopeless. However, once he accepts payment, there's nothing he cannot accomplish. For this instance, you can rest assured. Thank you, Margie. As for the money, you can simply deduct it from my salary in the future, I replied, equally excited, pulling out a cigarette and offering it to him, while lighting it for him as well. Margie took a puff and waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for that. You've been with me for 3 years. When I was in debt, you didn't take your salary and stood by me. You've shown me loyalty and camaraderie, and I, Martin Da, am not one to forget such kindness, but once this is over, just don't mention it to your sister-in-law. After saying this, Margie chuckled, revealing his submissive nature to his wife. I felt deeply touched. In this cold metropolis, encountering such a righteous boss was indeed a stroke of fortune. Thank you, Margie, I exclaimed, following him out of the narrow alley. As the sunlight bathed me once more, I felt a warmth enveloping me. Moreover, the dark spots on my face and body were gradually fading. It seemed that I owed this transformation to the apple Xiao Shuang had left for me. Xiao Shuang had truly meant me no harm. Yet, if she had never wished me ill, then why had she continuously offered me such apples? Was she silently prolonging my existence? But I had only begun to experience the haunting presence of the old ghost since last night. Why then did I require a prolongation of life beforehand? Perplexed, I resolved to seek answers from Master Zhang when I returned to the tailor shop in the afternoon. Mage spent the morning basking in the sun with me, and by noon, the dark spots on my skin had diminished by 70 to 80%. Together, we went out for lunch, and though I was famished, food still lacked flavor, akin to chewing wax. For the sake of replenishing my strength and spirit, I forced down a bowl of rice. In the afternoon, Margie arranged a room for me nearby to rest. However, a surprise fire safety inspection occurred at the shop, necessitating Margie's immediate return to handle the situation. Before departing, he instructed me to cooperate fully with Master Zhang, assuring me that as long as I followed his guidance, my troubles would be resolved, and he would return to find me once he had addressed the issue. After Margie left, I rested in the hotel for several hours, regaining much of my energy and vitality. I attempted to call him, but he did not answer. Thus, I decided to leave the hotel and head back to the Deming tailor shop. As I approached the entrance, I was met with a potent aroma of traditional Chinese herbal medicine. This was the only scent, apart from that of the apple, that had managed to stimulate my olfactory senses over the past few days. Master Zhang, I called out from the doorway. Almost immediately, his voice echoed back, "Come in." I stepped inside to find Master Zhang still at his sewing machine. On a small table behind him sat a steaming bowl of herbal concoction. Without turning around, he said, "The medicine is ready, drink it all, the flavors you have lost will return." "Thank you, Master Zhang," I replied, approaching the table. The medicine was not excessively hot, so I blew on it a few times before taking a sip. However, as soon as it touched my tongue, I nearly retched. The brew was not only bitter but also carried an overwhelmingly foul odor, reminiscent of a rotten fish stew. Although Master Zhang did not turn to face me, he seemed to sense my discomfort. While continuing his sewing, he explained, "This is a bitter soup made from fish gills, chicken bones, duck skin, live earthworms, and 18 herbal ingredients. It will expel the yin poison from your body, do not leave a single drop." Just the mention of those ingredients made me feel queasy, yet, in order to restore my senses, I had no choice. Gritting my teeth, I began to gulp it down. In no time, I had consumed the entire bowl. However, upon finishing, I felt an intense heat radiating throughout my body, and my stomach churned uncomfortably, threatening to expel its contents. "Master, I feel nauseous," I gasped, clutching my chest in distress. Master Zhang shook the fabric he was mending and replied, "Feeling nauseous is a good sign, the restroom is in the back. Once you've purged yourself, you'll be fine." The urge to vomit intensified, and without hesitation, I dashed toward the restroom. My abdomen was ablaze, surging upward. I retched violently. The concoction I had just consumed was bitter and fishy, but what I expelled was a sticky, foul mass, tainted with blood. I felt as if my bile were being expelled, and it was a full 5 minutes before I finally purged everything. Yet, at that moment, I felt no discomfort. Instead, I experienced an overwhelming sense of relief. The lost senses of smell and taste began to gradually return after my expulsion. When Master Zhang saw me emerge from the restroom, he smiled and asked, "How do you feel now?" With astonishment, I replied, "Master Zhang, I believe I can smell other scents now, and my body feels much better." Master Zhang nodded, "That is encouraging. Now, tell me about the malevolent entity you have encountered recently." Turning serious, I recounted my recent experiences, saying, "Master Zhang, I've been renting a place that was once a columbarium. Everything was fine until a week ago when I started losing my sense of taste." I then detailed the events of the past month to Master Zhang. After listening intently, he stroked his chin and finally concluded, "It appears that your rapid loss of yang energy stems from cohabiting with a ghost. Fortunately, that female spirit is benevolent. She has not wished you harm and has been using the ghost apple to prolong your life, sustaining your yang energy. However, ghost apples are inherently yin. How can the life of the living be sustained by yin essence? It is merely a temporary remedy. Currently, the yin energy within you is overwhelmingly potent, akin to a dying person who has inhaled the fragrance of death, thus attracting the vengeful spirit of the deceased old woman to afflict you. Although it is indeed a complex predicament, it can be managed. I have prepared a set of clothing and a pair of shoes for you. If you heed my instructions, I assure you that you will navigate this perilous situation and emerge unscathed." At Chapter 13. The tailor's artifice. Upon concluding his words, Master Zhang produced a freshly sewn black funeral robe and trousers, accompanied by a pair of black mourning shoes. The sight of these garments momentarily rendered me speechless. I then stammered, "Master Zhang, isn't this attire meant for the deceased? Are you preparing this for me?" My thoughts drifted back to earlier in the day when he had suggested that I choose a set of funeral garments due to the chill of the impending situation. Master Zhang merely chuckled, "Indeed, they are for the dead. If you wish to evade the spectre of that funeral robe ghost tonight, you must don this attire. Furthermore, you will need to lie in a coffin." I was bewildered, even astonished. To wear garments of the dead, shoes of the departed, and to recline within a coffin was beyond my comprehension. Master Zhang continued, "In every profession, there exists a master's method. As a tailor, my means of warding off calamity lies in this death attire. It will shield you from misfortune because you have inhaled the essence of that elderly spirit and are on the brink of death yourself. She will undoubtedly cling to you each night until you succumb. There is no escaping this fate, thus, we must confront the issue head-on." Master Zhang wore a wry smile as he elaborated, The ancestral master bestowed upon me these scissors, allowing me to create various garments. This death attire is among them. With this clothing, I can help you navigate this peril, feigning death, and employing other capabilities should that malevolent entity realize you are no longer alive, unable to siphon your vitality. She will cease her hauntings. At that juncture, this ordeal will be behind you, provided you evade the foul spectre. I will also craft 2 auspicious longevity garments for you, and I advise against residing in the Ashes Room any longer. Spend a few more days basking in the sun until your inner warmth rises. By then, you shall no longer perceive the malevolent entities, nor will they pursue you. Upon hearing this, I grasped Master Zhang's intentions. He sought for me to wear special funeral garments and shoes, lying within a coffin to simulate death. Although Master Zhang possessed genuine skill, he was, after all, merely a tailor, a contrast to the grand masters of my imagination wielding peachwood swords and talismans. However, as long as it served to avert this predicament, I was indifferent to the means. I contemplated silently, noticing my momentary silence. Master Zhang seemed to discern my thoughts and spoke again. It may be troublesome, but will certainly prove effective. If you find my method acceptable, then follow my instructions. If not, seek a more adept practitioner. After all, I am merely a tailor, not a daoist. Sensing a shift in Master Zhang's tone, I hastily replied, Master Zhang, please do not misunderstand. As long as it ensures that the old woman will no longer haunt me, I will follow your guidance without hesitation. Master Zhang nodded in approval. Very well, try it on and see if it fits. Without further ado, I swiftly donned the funeral robe and shoes before Master Zhang. To my astonishment, they fit perfectly, as if tailored precisely for me. It was remarkable, considering Master Zhang had not measured my physique. His keen eye was truly impressive. After removing the garments, I turned to Master Zhang and inquired, Master Zhang, is there a deeper significance to the funeral robe and shoes you provided? Master Zhang, acknowledging my question with a slight nod, explained, Indeed. These funeral garments and shoes are not ordinary items. The robe, known as the Marwang robe, is crafted with thread spun from the mane of a horse. Wearing it cloaks your vitality. The shoes, called yin-yang shoes, have the left foot treading upon the yin and the right upon the yang. When walking in these shoes, even if you leap high, malevolent entities will not hear your footsteps. Clad in this attire and lying still, to them, you will appear as a corpse. In our trade, we refer to this as the death attire method. Hearing this, my eyes widened in astonishment, as I gazed more intently at the funeral robe and shoes in my hands, marveling at their extraordinary power. Master Zhang, noting my shock, continued, beneath the garment market lies an abandoned temple known as the Coffin Temple, once dedicated to the deity of coffins, now, devoid of its divine presence, only a dilapidated wooden coffin remains. The temple is steeped in dark energy. If you lie there tonight, you will resemble a corpse even more closely. Fear not, for to ensure your safety, I shall accompany you. Should anything unexpected arise, I will intervene. Reassured by his words, I listened intently as Master Zhang outlined the details of the evening's plan. I also mentioned the elderly woman who had perished in a car accident, her granddaughter in white, the male ghost with water stains encountered in the Ashes Room, and the military medal I bore. Master Zhang remarked that the presence of these malevolent entities was inconsequential. It was merely my weak vitality, as one on the verge of death, that allowed me to perceive them. Once my vitality was restored, I would no longer see them. This evening, he instructed me to remember 4 crucial points. He emphasized that as long as I adhered to these guidelines, the presence of any malevolent entities would pose no threat. The first point, should anyone call my name, regardless of who it may be, I must not respond. The second point, while lying in the coffin, I must not breathe heavily. The third point, if the coffin lid is opened, I must absolutely not open my eyes. The fourth and most vital point, I must not fall asleep within the coffin. Master Zhang reiterated these 4 points with utmost seriousness, insisting I repeat them back to him. He warned that if I were to break any of these rules, he would be powerless to save me. I firmly committed these points to memory. Rest assured, Master Zhang, I shall remember these 4 points and will not falter. Master Zhang acknowledged my resolve with a hum, then added, that is good. I still need to gather some items that may be needed later tonight. You have regained your senses and cleansed your stomach. There are some steamed buns on the table. Have a few to stave off hunger. Otherwise, you may lack the strength to endure the night and risk falling asleep from hunger. Also, do not overindulge, lest you find yourself needing to relieve yourself, which would complicate matters. Feeling genuinely hungry and having already noticed the buns on the table, I nodded and replied to Master Zhang, then watched as he retreated to the inner room. Once he left, I eagerly grabbed a bun and began to eat. I was famished, insatiably so. After finishing one, I felt no sense of fullness and yearned for more. However, recalling Master Zhang's admonitions, I reluctantly withdrew my hand. One bun would suffice for the long night ahead, so I resolved to restrain myself. I then sat in the room, awaiting Master Zhang's return. This wait extended for over half an hour until he returned, carrying a parcel whose contents I could not discern. He glanced at the buns on the table, momentarily taken aback. "You only ate one bun." I nodded. Yes, I was concerned about any potential mishaps tonight. One should suffice to sustain me without my stomach grumbling. Master Zhang chuckled at my reasoning. "Well done. After so many days of hunger, it's commendable that you remain so rational. This will certainly make tonight's undertaking much more manageable." Chapter 14. Carrying the corpse into the abandoned temple. Upon hearing Master Zhang's words, I merely smiled without responding. Master Zhang glanced at the time and then spoke. "I believe it is time. Let us proceed now." "All right." I nodded in agreement, gathering the burial garments and other items. Master Zhang held a cloth bag in his hand but did not disclose its contents to me. He then led me out of the tailor shop. He walked ahead while I followed closely behind. Once we exited the alley, we hailed a taxi to our destination. The abandoned temple lay to the south of the garments city, nestled within a dilapidated area awaiting redevelopment, currently in a state of desolation. By the time we arrived, it was already 8:40 p.m. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Not only were there no lights, but also not a single soul was in sight. The temple stood before us, about 100 meters away, on a small mound overgrown with wild grass. Master Zhang pointed towards the temple and remarked, "This is the place. It is secluded with a heavy yin atmosphere. This temple was once a coffin temple, a site for worshipping the yin deities. My method works effectively in such locations. Now, change into the garments. Shortly, I shall carry you inside." "Carry me inside?" I was taken aback. Master Zhang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I shall carry you inside. The area is desolate with a strong yin presence, and there are many malevolent entities. The temple has lost its divine presence and is now inhabited by spirits. As one who is to feign death, you cannot simply walk in brazenly. I will carry you in, simulating the act of placing a corpse into a coffin. Once there, I will light 3 incense sticks before your coffin, burn some joss paper, and pay for a night's stay in the coffin. However, while the burial garments may lead them to believe your body is lifeless, they will still sense your spirit. They will perceive you as one of their own. Thus, it is imperative you remember the 4 points I am about to share. If you do, you will convincingly masquerade as a corpse and evade this peril. Should you speak or betray any signs of life, the illusion will crumble." Understanding this, I repeatedly agreed and promptly shed my clothes, donning the burial attire and mourning shoes, and immediately turned off my phone. Such uncertainties must be entirely eliminated. After I changed, Master Zhang took my discarded garments and set them ablaze with a lighter. Though I did not fully grasp the significance of this act, I understood that Master Zhang was assisting me, so I refrained from questioning him further and merely observed. As he ignited my clothing, he chuckled and said, "You are remarkably composed. Seeing me burn your clothes does not seem to surprise you." I gazed at the flames consuming my garments and replied, "Although I do not understand the reason, I know Master Zhang is undoubtedly helping me, and there is a rationale behind it." Master Zhang nodded. "Living individuals typically do not burn clothing. Only the deceased have their garments incinerated. To enact a performance, one must be thorough. By burning them now, I will later scatter the ashes around your resting coffin, allowing the malevolent entities that cling to you to mistakenly believe you have truly departed, given that your clothes have been burned." With that, he tossed my shoes into the fire as well. When the flames subsided, only a heap of black ash remained on the ground. Master Zhang retrieved several sheets of yellow paper from the cloth bag and wrapped the ashes carefully. He then inserted an incense stick at the site of the burnt clothing, stating, "All preparations are complete. I shall now carry you to the coffin temple. Once more, I urge you to remember the 4 points I previously mentioned." As long as you adhere to them, this ordeal will pass without incident. If you falter, whether you can survive becomes uncertain. I nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Master Zhang, I have committed them to memory. Once inside the coffin, I shall not respond to any calls, shall not breathe audibly, shall not open my eyes when the coffin is opened, and must not attempt to sleep within. I reiterated the 4 points once more. Master Zhang acknowledged. Excellent, those are indeed the 4 points to remember. Furthermore, from this moment forth, you must fully embody the state of a corpse, until dawn. Even if you hear my voice, you must not violate these 4 points. It is a rule. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, I nodded without uttering a sound. Observing my silence, Master Zhang furrowed his brow and inquired again, Do you remember? This time, I did not nod but merely gazed at him. Master Zhang, noticing my demeanor, broke into a slight smile. Very well, you are quite perceptive. Yes, now consider yourself a corpse. I shall carry you forth. As he spoke, Master Zhang bent down before me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at the prospect of being carried, I hesitated not and leapt onto his back. Though Master Zhang appeared to be a middle-aged man of considerable girth, he bore my weight with ease, as though walking on level ground. With my eyes closed, I could not see the surroundings, but a chill enveloped me, particularly around my neck, which made me quite uncomfortable. After a brief moment, Master Zhang paused, seemingly kicking the door open. A loud creak echoed, followed by an overwhelming stench of dampness and decay wafting towards me. We must have reached the entrance of the abandoned temple. Master Zhang carried me inside and gently set me down on the cold, damp ground. I could feel the presence of insects beneath me, yet I remained still, enduring the discomfort. Next to me, the sound of a coffin lid creaking open filled the air. Then, I heard Master Zhang's voice beside me. Forgive us, ancient ones. After speaking, it seemed he retrieved something from the coffin and tossed it to the ground. He then lifted me once more and unceremoniously deposited me into the narrow coffin, which reeked of wood. I remained motionless, eyes shut, feigning death. Soon after, I heard the sound of the coffin lid being closed. Finally, Master Zhang's voice echoed from outside. The coffin lid is secured. Rest well tonight, and I shall return for you in the morning. Master Zhang was hinting that the lid was now closed, and I could open my eyes. Upon doing so, I noticed a slight crack in the coffin lid, through which I could see a faint glimmer of moonlight. However, the odor of damp wood within the coffin was quite overpowering and uncomfortable. Soon after, I heard Master Zhang's voice once again. To all present, young and old, this night we carry the corpse to its resting place. My humble self seeks refuge in this coffin for one night. I kindly ask for your guidance and protection. Following this, I heard the rustling of joss paper. Master Zhang was undoubtedly scattering paper offerings outside. He had mentioned that where there were no gods, spirits resided, implying that other malevolent entities were likely present within this temple alongside us. Yet, apart from Master Zhang's voice, I heard no other sounds. I could not discern the presence of any other entities. I lay with my eyes open, suppressing my breath, afraid to make even the slightest noise or movement. After a while, the scent of burning paper and incense wafted into the coffin, an unpleasant aroma that made the confined space increasingly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, I held my composure. After all, I was not here for leisure but to evade disaster. After a few minutes, a sudden rustling sound emerged from outside the coffin, reminiscent of grains falling to the ground. It appeared Master Zhang was scattering rice. I had heard that scattering rice in the wilderness was an invitation for spirits to partake in a meal. Master Zhang had burned paper offerings, lit incense, and was now scattering rice. It seemed this night would pass smoothly. Chapter 15. The darkness descends. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, I awaited Master Zhang's completion of scattering rice outside. Suddenly, I heard him call out from within, "Excuse me," followed by the creaking sound of the door closing. At that moment, an utter silence fell. No sound could be heard. The faint glimmer of light that had seeped through the coffin's lid vanished entirely, leaving me shrouded in an inky blackness. Master Zhang had undoubtedly departed the desolate temple, leaving me entirely alone. Nestled within this dilapidated coffin, silence reigned, an oppressive stillness that weighed heavily upon me. I stared wide-eyed, my fists clenched tightly, one hand gripping the badge tucked within my pocket. I endured the suffocating gloom. Time became indiscernible, until I faintly perceived a sound from outside. Cough, it was a soft noise, akin to someone clearing their throat. This was a forsaken temple, and aside from me, there were likely no other living souls present. Thus, this sound could scarcely have originated from a human. My eyes widened, and I strained to listen intently. After about a minute, a series of crunching sounds emerged from beyond the coffin, reminiscent of something gnawing on the raw rice scattered by Master Zhang. The noise was subtle, yet distinct. The crunching continued, suggesting that more than one entity was feasting outside the coffin. It felt as if numerous foul creatures lurked beyond, and in this dim environment, the incessant crunching sent shivers down my spine, causing me to tense involuntarily. Then, I heard a sharp tap, as if a hand had struck the coffin lid. Following this, two faint coughs echoed in succession. I could distinctly sense the presence of someone standing beside the coffin, their hand likely resting upon the lid. In that instant, a wave of unease washed over me, and my gaze remained fixed on the coffin's surface. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated against the lid, each sound piercing the silence of the abandoned temple. Then, an unexpectedly raspy voice emerged from outside. "Newcomer, it's time to rise." The voice was gravelly, reminiscent of aged bark, as if it were straining to speak. It made my skin crawl, igniting a flurry of anxious thoughts within me, my heart racing, and my teeth clenched tightly. I held my breath, neither daring to exhale nor inhale. The old man was addressing me, beckoning me to awaken. I refrained from uttering a sound, paralyzed with fear, lest I attract the attention of whatever lay outside. Following the old man's call, the crunching noises gradually diminished, and silence reclaimed the temple once more. Hidden within the coffin, I exhaled slowly, then inhaled cautiously. This stifling atmosphere was truly suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, the coffin lid was struck once more without warning. Knock, 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 knock. Each blow resonated as if it were battering against my very heart, causing me to tense anew. The raspy voice re-emerged. "Newcomer, cease your slumber, night has fallen." This time, the tone was markedly more severe, yet, I remained resolute, recalling Master Zhang's admonitions. Regardless of who called, I would not respond. However, the old man outside seemed to sense my silence. It appeared he circled the coffin a few times, producing faint, deliberate footfalls. Finally, he let out a cold scoff directed at me within the coffin. "Newcomer, though you have only just passed, do not overestimate your situation. Do not think that a few coins from your relatives grant you permission to sleep here at will. This coffin is my resting place, and allowing you to lie here even for a moment is more than sufficient. Should you continue to remain unresponsive, I shall not be so courteous." Upon hearing his words, my heart lurched. Not courteous? Was he threatening to force me out of the coffin? The mere thought sent a jolt of fear through me, dreading the idea of him prying open the lid. Yet, I could not reply, nor dare to utter a word. I lay there, tense and mute. After he spoke, he made no further attempt to disturb my coffin. Outside, silence descended once more, extending into a prolonged stillness. It seemed the foul entity outside had merely been attempting to frighten me. I secretly sighed with relief, enduring the oppressive atmosphere. Time passed, and suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the silence. The temple door appeared to have been pushed open. A faint sliver of light crept through the coffin's lid, but apart from the sound of the door, there was no other noise. A few minutes later, the narrow gap in the lid trembled, as if someone approached. Then, the lid was struck again, the sound noticeably louder than before. Soon thereafter, the old man's raspy voice called out, "Newcomer, someone outside is—" Who could possibly be searching for me at this hour? How did they know my name? It was painfully evident that the vengeful old woman in the burial shroud had come for me. I remained silent. The old man's voice continued, now laced with irritation. "Why don't you speak? I need to respond to them." His tone had turned sharper, tinged with anger. I steadfastly remembered Master Zhang's warning and refused to answer. Then, the gap in the coffin lid quivered once more. The old spectre beside the coffin seemed to have departed. After a minute or two, the gap trembled again, indicating he had returned. Then came the sound of heavy knocking against the coffin lid. Knock, 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 knock. The blows were forceful, as if intending to shatter the lid. Each impact reverberated within me, making my ears ring. Furthermore, the old man's raspy voice called out again, "Stop pretending to be asleep. A fierce old woman is searching for you. If you do not come out, she will enter." Hearing this, I tensed all over. Their fierce old woman was undoubtedly the vengeful spirit of the woman in the burial shroud. I stifled my breath, resolutely silent, lying still within the coffin. The world outside could collapse, and I would remain indifferent. Minutes passed, and the silence outside lingered for what felt like an eternity. I mused that this desolate temple was the old man's domain. Surely, with such prolonged quietude, the old woman must have departed. Just then, a series of eerie, raspy chuckles erupted from outside, accompanied by the old woman's voice. "Child of the dead, do not think that by lying here feigning death, I cannot find you." Chapter 16. The elderly woman at the coffin. Suddenly, the voice of the old woman in her burial clothes echoed from outside the coffin, causing my body to involuntarily shudder. Yet, I still recalled Master Zhang's words and dared not move, let alone respond. Moments later, there was a loud bang, as if a hand had rested upon the coffin lid. Following that, an excruciatingly shrill sound pierced the air, reminiscent. The hairs on my body stood on end, and an overwhelming discomfort enveloped me. "Having consumed my incense, you cannot escape," the voice of the old woman in burial clothes resonated once more. I could not possibly reply. I continued to feign death. Noticing my lack of reaction, the old woman spoke again in a chilling tone. "Do not presume that hiding in the coffin will spare you. Now, I shall pry open the lid and see how you intend to evade me." Upon hearing this, I hastily closed my eyes. The next moment, with a resounding bang, the coffin lid was abruptly lifted. A wave of frigid air surged into the coffin. I had shut my eyes in advance, lying still as a corpse within the coffin, only I knew the turmoil within me, as my heart raced with a relentless thump-thump-thump. I could not see the outside, but after the lid was removed, I heard a long inhalation. Hoo-hoo, the sound reverberated, followed by the voice of the old woman. "Oh. Is he truly dead?" No breath left. Upon hearing this, I sensed something icy drawing near to my face. Then, I heard the heavy sound of breathing right before me. The sensation was exceedingly close. I knew it had to be the ghastly visage of the old woman in burial clothes. She was leaning down, nearly touching my face, attempting to siphon off my vitality. I held my breath tightly, daring not to move, my heart racing frantically. All my hopes rested solely on their death garments Master Zhang had clothed me in. After she inhaled for what felt like a dozen times, the coldness in front of me dissipated. Then, the old woman's voice echoed again. "Oh. He truly is dead." No sooner had she spoken than the voice of the woman in white from the previous night emerged from beside the coffin. "Grandmother, he is dead. There will be no one to serve as your substitute." The old woman snorted disdainfully. HMPH. Surely that vicious woman from the 18th floor, who shares a dwelling with him, got to him first. She almost succeeded last night. Had he died in the place where I perished, struck by a vehicle, I could have been reincarnated. It is all that old cat's fault for ruining my plans. At this revelation, I momentarily froze. The woman from the 18th floor who shares a dwelling with me, was she referring to Xie? But Xie was so gentle, even extending my life with her dark essence. How could she be a vicious woman? Were it not for my inability to confront the old hag, I would have relished the opportunity to slap her into oblivion. Just as I was contemplating this, the woman in white spoke again. "Grandmother, this lad is rather handsome. Although he is dead and cannot serve as your substitute, his soul remains. It seems he has not awakened and does not wish to emerge. Why not give him to me? I could consume him for nourishment." Upon hearing this, my heart jolted violently. Such a malicious spirit, they had already deemed me dead, and now they sought to consume my very soul. Panic began to set in. If she truly attempted to do something to me, my identity as a living person would be exposed. My anxiety escalated, yet Master Zhang's words echoed in my mind. I clenched my teeth, keeping my eyes shut, suppressing my breath, and refraining from any reaction. Meanwhile, the old woman in burial clothes let out a series of chilling, cackling laughs. "Well then, having drifted for so long, I am quite weary. This freshly departed soul is ever so enticing." After speaking, they both erupted into eerie laughter. At that moment, my inner turmoil reached a peak, yet, I also analyzed their words. Could they be attempting to deceive me? I sensed a strong possibility of this, and thus resolved to avoid any missteps. Therefore, I remained motionless in the coffin. As long as I did not breathe heavily and kept my respiration subdued, the death garments would mask my living essence from them. As long as I remained alive, I refused to believe they could forcibly extract my soul from my body. After their laughter subsided, I felt my hand being lifted. I dared not move, sensing a foreboding atmosphere, preparing myself mentally. Then, I heard a sound akin to a tongue being stuck out, followed by a sticky, icy sensation on my hand, as if a tongue were licking it, a most repulsive feeling. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my palm. I had clearly been bitten, akin to the pain of being bitten by a dog in my childhood. However, I steadfastly recalled Master Zhang's words and did not move a muscle, not even fluttering my eyelids. Instead, I worried that if I bled, it might expose me. Soon after, my hand was tossed back into the coffin, and I heard the woman in white express her annoyance. His blood is bitter. He is truly dead. The voice of the old woman followed suit. I thought he was merely pretending to be dead. It seems he is indeed lifeless. Cursed be that old cat, along with those 2 security guards. Had I not seen their vitality, I would have made them substitutes tonight. Though my hand was in pain, my heart surged with elation. I had surmised correctly. They did not intend to consume my soul but were attempting to deceive me. Thankfully, I had firmly remembered Master Zhang's advice and maintained my composure, resisting the urge to move. Yet, I understood the danger was far from over. Thus, I continued to lie still within the coffin. After the old woman finished her last sentence, the chilling sensation vanished. After a while, the temple door slammed shut with a resounding clang. The entire temple once again descended into silence. It felt as though a considerable time had passed when the voice of the old man echoed once more. They have finally departed. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you were going to be devoured. Following this, I felt a bony hand caressing my face. Little brother, awaken, wake up, you're dead. Lying in your body for so long will only make you more foolish. Awaken, the old ghost intended to rouse me. Not my body, but my soul. It appeared this old ghost was not entirely malevolent, yet, I am living flesh, not a corpse. I had remained awake all along. How could I possibly awaken? How could he rouse me, who was feigning slumber? If that old woman in burial clothes were still lurking nearby, it would spell disaster. I could only keep my eyes shut and remain motionless, continuing to feign death, allowing these vile entities to believe my soul was still in a daze. I cared not for their thoughts about me. Until dawn broke, as long as I could not sense the light, I would persist in my charade of death through the night. Only by enduring until morning could I possibly evade this calamity and preserve my life. Chapter 17. We also want to eat. The old ghost called out to me from outside the coffin for a while, and upon seeing my continued silence, he sighed. Alas, what a pity, to die so young, and now even your soul cannot be roused. Once your body is cremated, you shall emerge as a fool. In your next life, you will only be capable of being a simpleton. Hearing these words left me in a daze. Is there such a notion among ghosts? If a soul lingers too long within a corpse without emerging, will it transform into a foolish spirit? Although I found it quite intriguing, I made a mental note that everyone has their day. When my time truly comes, I shall not cling to my body, but rather depart as soon as I draw my last breath. I wish to avoid becoming a foolish ghost, destined to merely chuckle mindlessly in my next incarnation. I jested within my mind, yet my expression and body remained utterly still. Once more, the temple descended into silence, occasionally interrupted by a faint cough. I lost track of time, feeling as though an eternity had passed. A chilling draught began to envelop me, creeping toward my face. With the arrival of this unsettling cold, I sensed something was amiss. Drowsiness began to overtake me. I longed for sleep. Master Zhang had emphasized that this was of utmost importance. I must not succumb to slumber. As the heaviness of sleepiness washed over me, I found it increasingly difficult to resist. With my eyes closed, unable to move, and forbidden from sleeping, who could comprehend such torment? I felt as though I might extinguish at any moment, slipping into an unwakeable slumber. I incessantly urged myself to hold on, to persist, to resist the call of sleep. I clung desperately to my resolve. If I were to succumb to slumber, all that I had endeavored to achieve that night would be in vain. The overwhelming drowsiness caused my eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it allowed a narrow slit to open. In that brief instant, I beheld a horrifying sight before me. I discovered 4 or 5 pallid, lifeless heads resting on the edge of the coffin, their gaping mouths wide open, exhaling mist towards my still form within. The chilling sensation I had felt emanated from the white vapor escaping their mouths. In that moment, an overwhelming wave of terror surged through me, rendering my body half frozen. Had I not been numbed by the weight of impending sleep, I would surely have trembled in fear. I had initially believed that once the elderly woman in the burial clothes departed, I could lie quietly in the coffin without incident. However, it appeared this was far from the truth. The spectres within this desolate temple were not benign. At that moment, fear jolted me into a state of heightened awareness. My heart raced with trepidation, yet I understood that to survive, I must endure. I could only open my eyes come dawn to ensure my survival. My heart pounded relentlessly, yet I dared not draw a deep breath or exhale. After what felt like an eternity, the voice of the old ghost suddenly echoed, "How strange. We've been blowing for so long, yet this fellow soul still refuses to appear. If he does not emerge, how shall we sate our hunger?" This revelation sent shockwaves through my mind. It turned out that these malevolent entities within the dilapidated temple were the true spirits that sought to consume souls. I felt the chilling grip of fear tighten. This enigmatic world hidden within the urban darkness was truly terrifying. It seemed that, apart from Shershwang, every entity here was malevolent. Though my heart raced with terror, I maintained my composure and clarity. Yet, the temple was soon filled with disquieting voices. Hungry, so very hungry. Master, I too am famished. I long to devour him. I wish to feast. In an instant, the air was thick with the murmurs of 7 or 8 such voices, all lifeless, dragging their tones, both male and female. It was utterly horrifying. But all I could do was continue to feign death, relying on the burial garments to shield myself. Thus, I endured for what felt like an eternity. I initially thought I could withstand the night in this manner, yet, to my astonishment, the previously closed door creaked open with a resounding bang. As the door swung wide, the relentless chill that had assailed my face abruptly dissipated. Then came the voice of the old ghost. Is that not a relative of the lad in the coffin? What brings him back in the dead of night? John Master, I thought in astonishment from within the coffin. Could it be that I could rise? But in the next moment, a lifeless woman's voice pierced the air. A master. He seems off. Not a relative of that lad. It is the malevolent old woman who just departed. At this revelation, my heart quivered once more. The elderly woman in the burial clothes had returned, but why did the old ghost refer to her as John Master? A terrifying thought crept into my mind. Could it be that John Master had been possessed? Thus, on the surface, she appeared as John Master, while in reality, it was the malicious old woman. While humans might not discern it, these vile entities could see the truth. As this realization dawned upon me, fear gripped me anew. John Master was a person of genuine prowess. If he were indeed possessed, my fate would be dire. Just then, I heard John Master's distorted voice from outside the coffin. All of you, get away. With those words, a tremor echoed through the temple. It seemed as though the malevolent spirits within were frightened into retreat. Then, John Master's warped voice spoke again. You little wretch, almost deceived me. You even sought assistance, donned burial garments, concealed you. I had wondered why you appeared so peculiar. Now, let us see how you evade me. Hearing this, I felt as though a thunderclap had struck above my head. It was over. My ruse had been uncovered. This moment, they had laid bare the plan that only John Master and I had known. If I continued to feign death, pretending to sleep, I would truly be a fool. Without a moment's hesitation, I opened my eyes wide, enduring the pain coursing through my limbs. I sat up straight from the coffin. As I did so, I beheld John Master standing at the entrance of the dilapidated temple. However, his garments were torn and tattered, and bloodstains marred his face and neck, as though he had been clawed. His complexion had turned pale as a ghost, and more disturbingly, his eyes had become dark voids. Moreover, a shadow of a human face flickered ominously upon his visage, an unmistakable sign of malevolence. Chapter 18. A life or death struggle. The instant I sat up from the coffin, I discovered that in addition to the possessed Master John, there were several pallid-faced figures huddled together in the corner of the coffin. No, to be precise, they were a few ghosts clustered together. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes shone with a dark luster. Devoid of much sclera, they seemed to be terrified of the possessed Master John, keeping their distance. Upon witnessing me rise from the coffin, their expressions turned to one of sheer astonishment. Among them, an elderly ghost clad in tattered grey garments exclaimed in disbelief, You are a living person. No wonder I couldn't draw out your soul." I paid them no mind, my gaze fixated on the possessed Master Zhang. His eyes, now devoid of any white, bore into me with an eerie intensity. He emitted a sinister chuckle. "You little wretch, why aren't you hiding? Why do you not flee now?" His voice was hoarse and guttural, neither resembling Master Zhang's nor that of the old woman in the burial garment, yet it unmistakably belonged to her. Only she referred to me as a little wretch. I realized there was no escape. Clutching the retired medal bestowed upon me by the security uncle, I heaved myself out of the coffin, though rather than succumb to terror and meet my demise, I resolved to wield the medal and confront her. The previous night, even the great raccoon had managed to overpower her. Perhaps, if I utilized the medal wisely, I might still grasp at a flicker of hope. "Spare Master Zhang," I uttered, my voice trembling yet imbued with newfound courage. Cold sweat trickled down my back, and my heart raced uncontrollably. Master Zhang's face twisted into a grotesque smile, the shadows upon it sharpening into the ghastly visage of the old woman. Gradually, she began to peel away from Master Zhang's body in an unnervingly surreal manner, causing my heart to pound violently in my chest. At last, the old woman fully detached herself from him, leaving Master Zhang to roll his eyes back and collapse lifelessly to the ground. The old woman in the burial garment fixed her gaze upon me with an unsettling excitement, her face twisted in a wicked grin. "Though this decrepit old fool has wounded me, should you cooperate with me, I may consider sparing him. After all, you are on the verge of death, your demise is of no consequence, fear not, it won't hurt, just come with me, and a mere wheel will crush your head. It will be over swiftly." As she spoke, the old woman chuckled maliciously, inching closer towards me. Faced with this advancing spectre, my heart plunged into a state of utter dread, my breath quickening. Despite my terror, I struggled to maintain my composure and restraint. My left hand gripped the retired medal tightly. It was my sole reliance and my chance to turn the tide. I understood that I had but one opportunity to strike, and it had to be executed flawlessly. She had claimed the first ghost to perish, while I was merely a man teetering on the brink of death. Should she realize that I possessed this medal and discern my murderous intent, my chance to retaliate would vanish. To survive, I had to incapacitate this old ghost in one decisive blow. Failure meant certain death. I sought the perfect moment, instinctively taking 2 steps back. One was genuine fear. The other was a ploy to make her believe I had lost all will to resist, thereby lowering her guard and allowing me a chance to strike. "Do not come any closer. We can negotiate terms. I can burn more paper for you," I exclaimed, my eyes wide with terror, my speech faltering. Yet, I secretly beckoned the old ghost to draw nearer. The old ghost maintained her sinister grin. "No terms will suffice. Tonight, you shall be mine. Come, let grandmother have a little kiss." With that, she slightly parted her lips. In a horrifying echo of the previous night, her mouth split open, revealing serrated teeth capable of tearing my face apart. A vivid red tongue slithered out, an utterly terrifying sight. I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to retreat any further. I had backed myself against the altar within the desolate temple. The old woman, sensing my entrapment, became even more exhilarated, her raspy voice dripping with excitement. "Come, let grandmother kiss you." As she unveiled her monstrous visage, her entire body lunged toward me. I recognized this as my opportunity, the singular chance I had. Just as she was about to pounce, I feigned surprise, glancing over her shoulder and exclaiming, "Master Zhang, do not come closer." The old woman, caught off guard by my astonished expression and my unexpected utterance, instinctively turned her head. Little did she know that I, appearing utterly terrified, was merely deceiving her. When she looked back, she found Master Zhang still sprawled motionless on the ground, with nothing amiss. At that moment, I tightened my grip on the security uncle's medal. In the instant the old ghost turned back, I summoned every ounce of strength and swung the medal down towards her. Sensing the impending danger, she pivoted hastily, just in time to see the medal hurtling towards her. Perhaps sensing the extraordinary nature of the medal, her expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to evade it. However, the distance was too close, and my premeditated strike left her no room for escape. Although she narrowly avoided a fatal blow to her head, I struck her arm with the medal. A resounding thud echoed as her face contorted in agony, followed by a piercing scream. The force of my strike sent her staggering back several steps, utterly dishevelled. The arm I had struck with the metal emitted a hissing sound, as if it were corroding. The old ghost gazed at me with a mixture of pain and terror, fixated on the metal in my grasp. "You little wretch, how dare you strike me?" I was acutely aware that if I did not eliminate her, she would recover and seek my life. My eyes burned with fury, resembling a frenzied wolf. "I strike precisely at you," I shouted, lunging toward her once more. The old woman in the burial garment clearly recognized the threat posed by the retired medal bestowed by the security uncle. As I charged at her again, she recoiled in fear. I missed my strike, but I showed no signs of retreat. Having seized the upper hand, I was determined to claim her life. At that moment, I was all in. Whether she was a ghost or not mattered little. My mind was consumed by a singular thought: to avoid death, I must bring her to her end. I pressed on with the metal, aiming for the old ghost, who attempted to flee outside the temple. However, her speed had diminished significantly due to the blow to her shoulder, and I managed to strike her back once more with the metal. She cried out in anguish. This time, I sent her crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. Seizing the opportunity to finish her off, I hoisted the metal above my head, ready to bring it down upon her skull. But just as I raised it, the old ghost's head spun a full 180 degrees, facing me directly. With a guttural roar, her mouth split open, revealing sharp fangs and a crimson tongue. As she emitted a chilling growl, her entire back. Chapter 19. The Vengeful Old Woman. The old woman in her burial clothes opened her mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth and a blood-red tongue. At that moment, her entire face contorted as she lunged backward to bite me. "I will tear you apart." The scene was horrifying to the extreme. Had this been yesterday, I would have been petrified with fear, yet now, I was engulfed in a frenzied state, driven by the primal instinct to survive, without a second thought. Gripping the 5-star medal tightly in my hand, I let out a low growl. "I'll take you down first." With that declaration, I swung the medal forcefully against the forehead of the old spectre, denying her any chance to bite me. A resounding bang echoed as the medal struck her forehead with full force. She shrieked, a stream of black blood oozing from her brow. Ghosts have blood. Though bewildered, I did not pause for even a moment. I hammered the medal against her forehead again and again, delivering a series of bangs. Initially, she let out a few pitiful cries, but after I struck her 7 or 8 times, she fell silent. Her head was drenched in black fluid, yet its nature was strange. It emitted no scent, rather, it felt chillingly cold. Upon hitting the ground, it transformed into black smoke, and when it clung to my hands or the medal, it dissipated. I won't bother you anymore." The old spectre suddenly pleaded for mercy. I noticed her form flickering in and out of visibility, trembling uncontrollably, her head nearly crushed by my blows, but how could I trust her words? As the saying goes, one should never believe the words of a ghost. They might take advantage of your weakness. Now was the perfect moment to strike. Too late. I snarled fiercely, raising the 5-star medal once more and bringing it down heavily upon her forehead. This time, an eerie spectacle unfolded. With a thunderous bang, the old woman's body burst apart like a balloon. She then transformed into a grotesque, green phosphorescent figure, appearing before me in a bizarre spectacle. I stared at the old spectre, now a green flame, and fear surged within me that this fire might burn me. I hurriedly stepped back, gasping for breath while clenching the medal tightly. The phosphorescent flame quickly consumed itself, leaving behind a charred imprint of a human form on the ground. My eyes widened in horror. Was this the visage of a ghost after death? Was this what it meant to have one's soul scattered? I was panting, a mix of trepidation, anxiety, and exhilaration coursing through me, for I had accomplished something I had never done before. Amidst the tension, I cast my gaze into the dimness on the other side of the coffin temple. There, a group of 7 or 8 ghostly figures with radiant, white faces gathered. Upon seeing me wielding the security guard's 5-star medal, they all trembled, emitting whimpering sounds of fear. Of course, they weren't afraid of me. They were fixated on the medal in my hand, terrified of its power. The leader among them, an elderly spectre, stammered in fright, "A little brother, I apologize for earlier. We We were only trying to cool you down. Please don't misunderstand." The others nodded in agreement, echoing sounds of affirmation. But who would believe such words? I certainly did not. These spirits were not to be trusted, however. Outnumbered as I was, I dared not confront these 7 or 8 filthy beings directly, even with the 5-star medal in hand. Preserving my life and ensuring Jongshifu's safety was paramount. As I assessed the situation and my own capabilities, striving for the most rational judgment, I feigned a ferocious demeanor to intimidate them. Despite my inner turmoil, "Get lost, I don't want to see you." As I spoke, I slowly raised the security guard's medal. The 7 or 8 filthy entities quaked in terror at the sight of the 5-star medal, a sacred object bestowed by the nation and its people, clearly beyond the reach of such wretched beings. The elder spectre nodded incessantly. "Yes, yes, yes, you can rest in this coffin as you please. We apologize for the disturbance." Having said that, the tattered old ghost turned and tiptoed away from the coffin temple, followed closely by the other filthy spirits. With a gust of chilling wind, the coffin temple was left with only Jongshifu and me. Once these wretched beings departed, I felt utterly drained. And no one could comprehend the overwhelming sense of exhaustion that followed such intense anxiety. Seeing Jongshifu still lying on the ground, I took several deep breaths before hastily rushing to his side. "Jongshifu, Jongshifu," I called out repeatedly, pinching his philtrum. After about a minute, he groggily regained consciousness. As soon as Jongshifu opened his eyes, a look of sheer terror washed over him. He bolted upright, and upon seeing me, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Xiao Chen. In the coffin temple, how did I end up here? I distinctly remember fighting the old burial spectre." Jongshifu appeared bewildered and confused. I quickly explained. "Jongshifu, you were possessed by the old burial spectre and ended up in this desolate temple." "What? Then, what about the old burial spectre?" Jongshifu asked anxiously, scanning the surroundings. I continued. "She is dead, her soul has scattered." "What, dead?" Jongshifu was taken aback and puzzled. I nodded affirmatively. "I killed her, right next to you. Look at the ground." I pointed to the charred imprint left by the phosphorescent flame. Jongshifu looked down and gasped in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon me. "Why you? How did you manage to do that?" Clearly, Jongshifu found it hard to believe, considering I had sought refuge with him, only for him to fall victim to the spectre while I ultimately vanquished her. Anyone would find it hard to accept such a turn of events, yet, with the truth laid bare, I recounted the events. I used the retirement commemorative medal given to me by the security guard. The old burial spectre attempted to take me away, and while she was distracted, I struck her with the medal, ultimately killing her right here. I detailed the entire sequence of events to Jongshifu. Upon hearing my account, Jongshifu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Utterly astonished, he looked at me as if I were a monster, disbelief etched on his face. Even after several gasps of astonishment, he finally spoke. "You, kid, I never expected you to maintain your composure in such a situation. To possess such courage and even turn the tables on the malevolent spirit you, my friend, are impressive." At chapter 20, there's no escaping it. Upon hearing Master Zhang praise me, I could only manage an awkward smile. Everything I had done previously was merely an endeavor to preserve my own life, a choice made out of sheer necessity. Furthermore, the old ghost in the funeral attire had just mentioned that she had been injured by Master Zhang. Had she not sustained that injury, I would not have had the retired veteran's medal bestowed upon me by the security uncle. I would have had no opportunity to turn the tables on that old ghost. I felt no pride, rather, I considered myself fortunate. After recounting the events, I inquired, "Master Zhang, the old ghost in the funeral attire is dead, yet she has a granddaughter who visited the coffin temple just moments ago. If she learns that I have slain her grandmother, she will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon me. What shall we do now?" Master Zhang, after listening to my words, glanced outside the coffin temple before responding. "While I was concealed outside earlier, I indeed saw 2 spirits. I witnessed them drift away after departing from the coffin temple. However, I inadvertently allowed that old ghost to detect my presence, leading to my possession. This indicates that the ghost in white has likely not strayed far. Moreover, you mentioned that the white-clad female ghost dared to linger at the entrance of the pet hospital throughout the night. This suggests that she is even more formidable than the old ghost in the funeral attire. Given my current injuries, our combined strength may not suffice to confront her. The deadly garments are no longer effective, therefore, we must find a different refuge. We shall endure until dawn, at which point I will devise a plan. I nodded fervently and asked, where shall we hide? The Martyrs' Cemetery. Upon hearing the words Martyrs' Cemetery, a profound respect washed over me. Though I feared ghosts, I held no dread of the spirits of heroes. However, I was unaware of the cemetery's location. I inquired, Master Zhang, where is the Martyrs' Cemetery? Master Zhang gestured for me to follow him outside, explaining as we walked, it's not far. Just a kilometer from here. We must seize the opportunity to reach it before the white ghost becomes aware of our situation. We shall arrive swiftly, and once we reach the Martyrs' Cemetery, we will be safe. All right, I nodded repeatedly, then departed the coffin temple alongside Master Zhang. Upon reaching the entrance, he pointed to the left, indicating, follow this path down. If you run straight, you'll reach it in no time. As he spoke, Master Zhang began leading me forward. The coffin temple was situated in a remote area, making it impossible to hail a cab. We could only run along the dilapidated old road. During our flight, Master Zhang darted into a patch of weeds beside the coffin temple, emerging with a pair of scissors. He explained that he had been hiding there, intending to use the ancestral scissors to support me should any unforeseen events occur within the temple. Instead, it turned out that he had fallen victim to possession, and I was the one to rescue him. I was acutely aware of my limitations and could only attribute my survival to luck. I also recognized that Master Zhang was not an exceptionally powerful mage. He was merely a tailor with some knowledge of traditional exorcism techniques. Now, both Master Zhang and I were determinedly racing downhill. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, I glanced back up the slope. To my dismay, I spotted a woman in white standing at the entrance of the coffin temple, her gaze fixed intently upon us. Her pale face sent chills down my spine, and I recognized her as the female ghost who had stood vigil at the pet hospital the previous night. Feeling a wave of dread, I urgently turned to Master Zhang, exclaiming, Master Zhang, the white-clad female ghost has appeared. Reacting to my alarmed tone, Master Zhang glanced back and, upon seeing the ghost, his expression shifted dramatically. He shouted, Run, run quickly. We quickened our pace, constantly glancing over our shoulders. When we dared to look back again, the white ghost had vanished, yet, we could sense an intensifying chill creeping up our spines. After running a short distance, a sudden gust of icy wind swept past us, accompanied by a chilling, You think you can escape after killing my grandmother? At this, both Master Zhang and I turned around. To our horror, the white-clad ghost was now less than 100 meters away, gliding toward us, her wild black hair swirling around her as she bore a ghastly expression. With astonishing speed, she closed the distance between us. Faster, run faster, Master Zhang urged again, giving me a push. I surged forward, sprinting with all my might. The sound of our labored breaths filled the air as we fled. The ghost was closing in on us, and we still had at least 300 meters to the Martyrs' Cemetery. At this rate, we would be caught within 50 meters, perhaps even sooner. If that happened, we would be scrambling chaotically to defend ourselves, inevitably leading to disaster. Realizing this, I urgently spoke to Master Zhang. Master Zhang, we don't have much time. If we keep running like this, the female ghost will surely catch us. We need a strategy. We can either confront her or find a way to slow her down. Master Zhang responded with a resigned hum, his expression revealing his dilemma. Right now, I have no viable options. I fear that even united, we may not stand a chance against her. He was understandably anxious. Meanwhile, a wild plan began to form in my mind. If we couldn't outrun her, then we must fight, but not head-on. Perhaps we could ambush her? With this thought, I quickly proposed, Master Zhang, you mentioned that my clothing can mask my scent. They wouldn't hear the sound of my footsteps in these ghostly shoes. Would they let us not run forward anymore? Instead, let us dash into the nearby thicket. I can hide while you draw her attention a few meters ahead. I will ambush her from behind. If we can take her down, that would be ideal. If not, injuring her could afford us an opportunity to escape. Given the circumstances, I believed this was our only solution. Master Zhang regarded me with surprise at my suggestion, but then nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you said. Turn left into the thicket up ahead. You hide while I attract her. I nodded and continued forward. The ghost was now only 20 meters behind us. We advanced a little further before swiftly veering left and plunging into the tall weeds. There was a tree within the thicket, and I pointed it out to Master Zhang, indicating that I would crouch behind it to conceal myself. Master Zhang would position himself a few meters ahead as bait. If the ghost followed him past the tree, I would launch my surprise attack, and together we would strike her. This was our only chance. Endlessly fleeing would yield no success. Master Zhang understood my intent and nodded. I quickly dashed forward, taking cover behind the ancient tree and suppressing my breath. Utilizing my ghostly attire as camouflage, I gripped the retired veteran's medal tightly. Master Zhang ran 3 meters ahead, concealing himself in a patch of bushes to serve as. Just as we secured our hiding spots, a wave of icy air swept through the thicket, the chilling wind rustled the tall weeds, and I was certain the white-clad ghost had followed us. I steeled myself for what was to come. And the next moment, a cold voice echoed from the nearby foliage. Hide, ho, let us see how well you can hide. As soon as the words left her lips, a shadow of white flashed past, revealing sharp claws poised to strike as it lunged directly toward Master Zhang, who was merely 3 meters away from my hiding spot. Chapter 21, The Ambush of the White-Clad Apparition. The spectre in white flickered past, baring its teeth and claws as it lunged directly at Master Zhang, who was concealed merely 3 meters ahead of me. Although he was hidden amidst the underbrush, he was oriented towards my direction, allowing him to witness the ghost's assault. Upon realizing this, Master Zhang ceased his evasion, emerging from the thicket with a sudden burst of movement. He let out a low growl. Wretched fiend. Grasping a black leather measuring tape in his left hand, he wielded it like a whip, striking the white-clad ghost with a resounding crack. The ghost, startled by the sudden action, recoiled instinctively. It easily evaded the blow. However, due to my attire of death, the spectre was oblivious to my presence behind it. As it retreated, it moved back to a position just over a meter away, still facing away. This presented me with an excellent opportunity. Having been poised for action, I seized the moment as it stumbled backward. I raised the 5-point medal and propelled myself forward, bringing the medal down forcefully upon the back of its head. The proximity of my assault, combined with the element of surprise and my deadly garb, rendered the ghost entirely unaware. A loud thud resonated as the medal struck her skull. She shrieked in agony, her face contorting in pain as she clutched the back of her head and lunged forward. At that instant, Master Zhang retracted the leather measuring tape, brandishing a pair of scissors in his right hand, and thrust them into the ghost's abdomen with precision. The strike landed squarely, prompting another anguished cry from the spectre, her ghastly visage twisting in extreme torment. With the medal still in hand, I prepared to deliver another blow to her head. However, just as I was about to strike, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The white-clad ghost transformed into a swirling cloud of black mist right before our eyes, a stark contrast to the green phosphorescence that the old ghost had emitted during its demise in the Coffin Temple. Perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the ghost, I hurriedly inquired, Master Zhang, why did that ghost vanish so abruptly? Master Zhang, equally apprehensive, skimmed the Now that she has escaped, we may have lost our chance to defeat her. We must leave this place quickly while she is still injured. Although my understanding of malevolent entities was limited compared to Master Zhang's, I couldn't help but ask, is there no way to slay her while she is wounded? I was acutely aware that only through such decisive action could we ensure our safety. However, Master Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile, gesturing dismissively, I wish it were so, but alas, my skills are insufficient. I have no idea where she has fled. Should we pursue, we could very well end up losing our lives. It is best to retreat while we can. After hearing Master Zhang's words, I nodded in agreement. I merely sought to ascertain the feasibility of such an approach. Recognizing that Master Zhang was unable to track the vanished ghost, we concluded that pressing forward into the underbrush in search of the injured spectre would only put us in peril. Thus, after heeding Master Zhang's counsel, we hastily made our way out, continuously glancing around to ensure the white-clad ghost did not reappear to harm us. We ran with fervor, eventually arriving at the martyr cemetery, situated atop a small hill where the tombs of 36 heroes rested. Due to ongoing demolition and redevelopment in the area, the cemetery was currently in a state of awaiting restoration. Nevertheless, it was regularly maintained by caretakers. Even in the absence of the heroes, the spirit of valor here was formidable enough. Here, we were shielded by the souls of the heroic dead. "We've arrived, quickly," Master Zhang exclaimed with excitement. I nodded in agreement, relieved to have reached what I hoped would be a safe haven. Proceeding forward, we encountered a white archway adorned with the words Martyrs Cemetery. In our haste, we rushed through the archway, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath. "We're safe now," I nodded, reflecting on the harrowing events of the night. However, before I could voice my thoughts, I noticed a white spectre looming 30 meters away outside the cemetery. Upon closer inspection, it was the very same white-clad ghost we had wounded earlier. Her face was contorted with rage and malice as she silently approached us. Upon seeing her, my pupils dilated with terror as I stammered, "And Master Zhang, that ghost has reappeared." Master Zhang's expression shifted to one of urgency as he urged me to move further into the cemetery. The ghost, after advancing 20 meters, halted 10 meters from the archway, her countenance dark and ferocious, her hollow eyes fixated on us. "You cannot escape. I will surely kill you." Her voice was low yet distinct, echoing in our ears. It was clear that she dared not approach any closer. Deterred by the protective spirits surrounding us with her unwillingness to advance, my anxiety began to dissipate. We had already crossed the point of no return. I felt emboldened to provoke her further. I taunted, "Stop your empty threats. Your grandmother has already met her end at my hands. If you persist in pursuing me, you shall meet the same fate." The moment my words left my lips, her expression twisted into an even more grotesque grimace. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she could do nothing in retaliation, only seethe, "You wait, I will kill you." Each word was spat through clenched teeth, revealing the extent of her fury. After uttering this ominous declaration, her form began to dissipate, transforming into a swirling cloud of black mist, vanishing from our sight as before. Yet, whether she had truly departed remained uncertain for both Master Zhang and me. One thing was clear: I had no intention of leaving the Martyrs Cemetery that night. Exhaling deeply, I turned to Master Zhang and said, "Master Zhang, I apologize for dragging you into my troubles." I noticed blood staining the corner of his mouth, evidence of injury sustained during the encounter with the old ghost in burial garments. Master Zhang smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I accepted your payment, and it is only natural that I assist you. However, I admit my efforts have fallen short." Nevertheless, I held a different view. Master Zhang's willingness to save me was commendable. One must always remember to show gratitude. "Master Zhang, you jest. Without you, I would not have made it this far. I only wonder." The white-clad ghost had grown wary of us, making any further ambush attempts seem improbable. Master Zhang exhaled slowly before responding, "Do not worry, tomorrow I will take you to meet my master." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. "And my master?" Master Zhang nodded, affirming, "Indeed. My master is a true expert, a master of the craft among tailors. He is the most skilled individual in Jiangcheng, capable of both tailoring garments and banishing evil spirits. Once my master intervenes, he will assuredly help you rid yourself of the malevolent presence." Chapter 22. The shadow tailor. Upon hearing Master Zhang's words, I was taken aback. I had never anticipated that he had a master behind him. Moreover, from his tone, it was evident that his master possessed extraordinary skills. "Master Zhang, where is your master? Can he assist me?" This was my foremost concern. Master Zhang took a couple of deep breaths before responding. "My master resides inside Jerku, not far from here. Although he has a rather fiery temperament, you need not worry. As long as I am the one bringing you to him, he will lend his assistance." With Master Zhang's assurance, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. However, curiosity compelled me to inquire further. "Master Zhang, you mentioned shadow tailoring and the ability to mend the deceased. Is it true that tailoring encompasses both yin and yang? Are you truly able to stitch corpses?" Master Zhang nodded slightly. "Indeed, this is verily true. The heavens have their light and dark, and matters possess their yin and yang. Tailoring is divided into shadow tailoring and daylight tailoring. Daylight tailors are the artisans familiar to the general populace, skilled in garment cutting and sewing, who toil during the day to provide for their families. In contrast, shadow tailors primarily operate under the cover of night, although few are aware of their existence now. They were once an indispensable profession. He paused for a moment before continuing. In ancient times, various brutal punishments existed: heart extraction, dismemberment, beheading, and slow slicing. After such punishments, the bodies would no longer be intact. In those days, there was a significant emphasis on burying the deceased without blemish. Even those born with disabilities would have a carpenter craft them prosthetics. Meanwhile, the incomplete bodies were collected and sewn back together by specialized individuals. Tailors, however, tailors who had sewn together the limbs, flesh, and organs of the deceased were no longer sought for making garments. Even if they did, it was solely for the dead. Thus, these tailors were known as shadow tailors or corpse stitchers. In the aftermath of execution, when a head fell, the corpse stitcher could perfectly reattach it before the blood dried, using fine needles that left no trace, achieving a flawless union of flesh. Even in cases of slow slicing, where the body was reduced to countless pieces, the corpse stitcher could meticulously sew each fragment back onto the deceased, presenting them with the most dignified appearance in death. However, as time has progressed, this art has diminished. At this juncture, a bittersweet smile crossed Master Zhang's face. My heart was stirred by the revelations I had just heard. I had not expected that within the realm of tailoring, there existed such an ancient craft as that of the corpse stitcher. If Master Zhang's master were indeed a custodian of this legacy, he must surely possess remarkable abilities. With a hint of trepidation, I turned to Master Zhang and whispered, "Master Zhang, do you sew corpses?" To my surprise, he shook his head. "I lack that talent. Even if I wished to learn, my master would not teach me. Thus, I am merely a legitimate daylight tailor, having only acquired a few rudimentary skills in exorcism from my master. I can handle minor malevolent entities, but should I encounter something more formidable, I am at a loss. Rest assured, however, when you meet my master tomorrow, he will resolve everything for you." Reassured by Master Zhang's confidence and the formidable reputation of his master, I felt as it was too late for us to venture elsewhere. We found refuge in the martyrs' cemetery. Master Zhang regaled me with tales of the shadow tailors, and I noticed his demeanor had grown notably warmer this evening. He even began to inquire about my profession. I explained that I was merely a vendor in a wholesale market selling clothing, lacking any specialized skills. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang remarked that selling clothes was not dissimilar from I awkwardly shook my head, explaining that I sold clothes to make a living, and that tailoring seemed more suited for women. Of course, I meant no disrespect to the profession. It simply did not appeal to me. Master Zhang, undeterred by my disinterest, responded, "Being a tailor can be quite lucrative." The mention of financial gain piqued my interest. I had no skills or academic qualifications, and I sold clothes solely to survive. If a better opportunity for advancement were to present itself, I would not shy away from a career change. Thus, I inquired, "Master Zhang, how profitable can tailoring be?" He smiled. "I cannot speak for others, but as a daylight tailor, I certainly earn a modest sum of several thousand each month." Hearing this, I felt reassured. Aside from making garments, Master Zhang also possessed knowledge of exorcism techniques. Given his long-standing reputation, it seemed entirely plausible that earning several thousand a month was within reason. I nodded with a smile, expressing my approval. Master Zhang, noticing my response, grinned back and said, "Xiao Chen, I perceive that you possess a certain intuition. You remain composed in the face of adversity. Had it not been for you tonight, we might have encountered grave misfortune. How about this? Once this matter is resolved, I will recommend you to my master to learn the art of tailoring, particularly the stitching of corpses. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, I finally comprehended the reason behind Master Zhang's sudden warmth and his probing inquiries into my background. It appeared he had taken note of my composure and wished to recommend me to his master for the study of corpse stitching. I swallowed hard, feeling a sense of trepidation, and stammered, "My master, being of advanced age, has long sought a spirited young person to inherit his craft. I lack the talent and intuition required to learn it. I see potential in you." If my master takes a liking to you, your income will undoubtedly surpass what you currently earn selling clothes. Even if you were to only master a few techniques and open a small tailoring shop, assisting others with minor ailments and misfortunes, you could easily earn over 10,000 a month. Despite his enticing words, I felt a sense of resistance. While I was eager to earn money and open to changing careers, the notion of stitching corpses unsettled me. It felt like a task I could not undertake. I shook my head firmly, saying, "Master Zhang, please do not jest. While I may sell clothes, I cannot even sew my own garments, let alone engage in such a macabre endeavor as stitching corpses. I am certain I cannot do it." Master Zhang, unperturbed by my refusal, simply chuckled, "No worries. Each person has their own aspirations, and it must be entirely voluntary." Embarrassed, I managed a weak smile. Afterward, Master Zhang and I continued conversing until late. When I next opened my eyes, I heard Master Zhang calling my name urgently. "Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen." His voice was laced with urgency, groggy and aching all over. I blinked to find Master Zhang gazing at me with a look of desperation, shaking my shoulders as he urged, "Xiao Chen, wake up. We must leave at once, you may not have much time left." Chapter 23. Little Shuang is helping me. As I gradually awoke from my stupor, the first words I heard were, "I'm running out of time." Upon seeing Master Zhang's anxious expression, I hurriedly inquired, What is it, Master Zhang?" With a look of palpable tension, Master Zhang replied, "The dark marks on your body have reappeared." My heart sank at the mention of the ominous dark marks. "What? The marks on my body have returned?" I exclaimed, quickly glancing at my arms and torso. The sight chilled me to the bone. My arms and body were now marred with patches of dark bruising, varying in size and irregular in shape. The largest was as big as a palm on my abdomen, while the smallest resembled a black mole, scattered densely all over my body. When I illuminated my face with my phone screen, I noticed similar marks there as well. The sight was both terrifying and bewildering. "Master Zhang, didn't you give me that bitter soup last night? Why have these death marks appeared again?" Master Zhang shook his head, perplexed. "I am unsure how this is possible. Logically, after consuming the bitter soup I prepared, the malevolent energies in your body should have been entirely purged, yet today, it seems even more severe. Come, I will take you to see my master. He will surely know the reason." With that, Master Zhang grasped my arm, eager to leave. My condition had reverted to that of the previous day, dizzy and weak, with aches coursing through my body. All right. I nodded repeatedly and followed Master Zhang forward. However, as we exited the cemetery gates, I caught a whiff of an intensely sweet apple fragrance. It was so pleasant, reminiscent of the apples Little Shuang had given me before. Wait, I said, inhaling deeply as I scanned my surroundings. Master Zhang looked at me with curiosity. "What is it?" "The scent of apples," I replied. Master Zhang furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to detect anything. Following the scent, I searched left and right. Seeing me in pursuit of something, Master Zhang asked, "Xiao Chen, what are you looking for?" "The apple scent," I exclaimed, and, indeed, by the roadside outside the cemetery, I spotted a shriveled apple resting in the shade of a tree. The apple appeared desiccated, suggesting it had been there for quite some time, its moisture significantly diminished. Seizing it, I brought it to my nose. It exuded the same refreshing aroma as the one Little Shuang had given me, and it was utterly delightful. Master Zhang approached, astonished. "What a strong scent of burnt paper! How is it that there is another ghost apple here? Did your ghostly roommate send this?" He gazed at me in shock. I held the apple, detecting no hint of smoke, only the sweet apple fragrance. My thoughts immediately turned to Little Shuang. Who else would bestow such a life-sustaining gift upon me? "It must be her." Master Zhang nodded vigorously. "Your ghostly roommate truly cares for you. Once this matter is resolved, make sure to offer her plenty of incense and paper money. Go on, eat it. Consuming this should diminish your dark marks significantly." Without hesitation, I began to devour the shriveled apple, and once I finished, I felt considerably better. Yet I was puzzled. We had lost contact the night before. Why was she still willing to assist me and able to find me? Even though I now understood that Little Shuang was a ghost, her kindness had etched itself into my heart. Once this ordeal concluded, I vowed to return to the crematory room and meet Little Swan again. While other spirits instilled fear in me, Little Swan brought warmth to my heart. After consuming the apple, Master Zhang led me swiftly toward the main road. At that moment, I turned on my phone. As soon as it powered up, I received several messages from Brother Mar, all inquiring about my well-being and asking me to call him once I was online. Touched by Brother Mar's concern, I promptly returned his call. As soon as the call connected, I exclaimed, "Brother Mar." He responded with urgency, "Xiao Chen, you finally called me back. I was so anxious that I couldn't sleep a wink last night. How are things? Have they been resolved?" I replied, my voice tinged with bitterness, "Not yet, Brother Mar, there have been some complications. I'm currently with Master Zhang, heading to Caijiaku to see his master." Upon hearing about Master Zhang's master, Brother Mar expressed surprise, but quickly added, Good. Just follow Master Zhang's lead. If you need anything, let me know immediately. I may not be able to assist much, but I still have some spare cash. Though Brother Mar was under his wife's thumb, he was once everything is settled, I will call you back. After exchanging a few more words with him, I hung up. After departing the demolition zone, Master Zhang and I hailed a taxi directly to Caijiaku. During the ride, I messaged the pet doctor regarding the status of the big tabby cat. The doctor informed me that its recovery was going well but required continued observation and treatment, asking for an additional 1,000 yuan for the medical expenses, accompanied by a video and medical bill for my review. Without hesitation, I proceeded to withdraw the necessary funds. The journey to Caijiaku from the garment city took about half an hour. By the time we arrived, it was only 8 in the morning. After consuming the apple, the bruises on my face and body had significantly diminished. Caijiaku, an area characterized by a blend of urban and rural elements, lacked vibrancy, housing many resettlement homes, industrial parks, and a funeral home. Master Zhang led me directly to the Caijiaku funeral home. Upon reaching the entrance of the funeral home, I was greeted by the wafting aroma of fruit. Unable to resist, I inhaled deeply. Standing beside me, Master Zhang cast me an odd look. "Stop inhaling that, it's the scent of burnt incense and paper. Only the deceased should indulge in that. The more you breathe in, the more marks you will accrue on your body." His words sent a shiver down my spine. It appeared that, like the day before, I had lost my ability to discern flavors and scents, mistaking the scent of burnt offerings for the fragrance of fruit. I nodded vigorously, refraining from inhaling the incense any further. Master Zhang continued, "Xiao Chen, your situation may be more serious than I initially thought. The bitter soup I prepared for you yesterday seems to have only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. My master is inside conducting work. Let us go see him. I will inquire about your condition. I assure you, he will help us resolve this issue." "Thank you, Master Zhang, thank you," I expressed gratefully as I nodded repeatedly. I then followed Master Zhang toward the entrance of the funeral home. This establishment was relatively new and quite spacious, yet the atmosphere felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Inside, numerous funeral and private vehicles were parked, and many grieving family members stood in the courtyard, their faces etched with sorrow. At that moment, my presence, a living person clad in funeral attire, elicited strange looks from those around me. Unperturbed by their gazes, I continued to follow Master Zhang toward the mortuary. Adjacent to the mortuary was the cremation room, separated by a glass window that allowed for a view of the proceedings within. I glanced over and saw a row of bodies, all draped in white cloth, their feet adorned with mourning shoes protruding from beneath the covers, patiently awaiting their turn to be placed in the cremation furnace. Chapter 24, The Caijiaku Funeral Home. I observed the scene before me, an unsettling chill creeping down my spine. It was my first experience encountering such a multitude of corpses all at once. Even though it was daylight, the bodies were shrouded in white cloth, yet the horrifying sensation persisted, leaving my neck feeling cold and exposed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mortuary, we were met by a large iron door secured with a combination lock. Master Zhang rang the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and dressed in work attire appeared. Upon seeing Master Zhang standing outside, a flicker of recognition softened the man's otherwise stoic expression. "Master Zhang, it has been a long time." Master Zhang replied with a smile, "I have come to speak with my master." "He is inside, correct?" The bearded man nodded. Indeed, he is. There was a rather tragic car accident on the highway last night, and the family has made some requests. So, I summoned Ji Lao early this morning. As he spoke, the middle-aged man opened the heavy iron door, and I followed Master Zhang inside. As we entered through the door, a rush of cold air enveloped me, accompanied by an unsettling, rancid odor that lingered in the air. The stench was peculiar, a sour and acrid scent, likely emanating from the mortuary itself. I found myself perplexed. I could not discern other odors, yet this putrid smell assaulted my senses. Once inside the mortuary, I found myself in a long corridor devoid of windows, illuminated only by a row of dim streetlights. Ahead lay a passage approximately 5 meters long, at the end of which stood a set of grey double doors that must lead to the mortuary itself, while the opposite end connected to the crematorium. The bearded man gestured towards the double doors, saying, "Ji Lao is inside, I have matters to attend to." Master Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate. The man smiled and departed, leaving us alone. Once the man had exited, I turned to Master Zhang and inquired, "Master Zhang, you seem quite familiar with the people here." With a chuckle, Master Zhang responded, "It's fair to say so. Occasionally, my master calls upon me to assist. Over time, I have become acquainted with some of the long-standing employees of the funeral home in Jiancheng." I nodded in understanding, realizing the context. Master Zhang then motioned for me to follow him into the mortuary. The further we proceeded, the colder I felt, an uncomfortable sensation settling in. Upon reaching the entrance of the mortuary, Master Zhang knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, an elderly voice called out, Who is it?" Master Zhang hesitated briefly before replying, Master, it is me, Deming. Come in, the elderly voice responded. With that, Master Zhang forcefully pulled open the heavy door. A blast of icy air rushed towards us, and at that instant, the lights flickered momentarily. As the door swung open, a mingling of cold air and the metallic scent of blood, combined with the stench of decay, wafted out, creating a disconcerting atmosphere that left me feeling uneasy. I couldn't help but wonder why, after developing the signs of death, I had become so acutely sensitive to these odors. Lost in thought, I followed Master Zhang into the mortuary. The sight that greeted me sent a wave of pallor across my face. Within the dimly lit space, numerous stainless steel compartments served as refrigerators for the deceased. In the center, there lay a stainless steel autopsy table. More accurately, it resembled an anatomical table one might see on television. Upon it lay the lifeless body of a woman, naked and covered in congealed blood, her eyes obscured by a black cloth. Standing beside the table was a tall, thin elder, likely in his 70s, clad in an apron and gloves, meticulously suturing the woman's abdomen with a curved needle and scissors. The remnants of stitches marred her face, neck, and chest, while a broken limb lay nearby, its exposed bone awaiting mending. In this chilling environment, the scene was profoundly unsettling, inducing a wave of nausea within me. The elder, focused on his task, did not lift his gaze but replied calmly, "You are in such a hurry to find me because of him, I presume." Master Zhang nodded vigorously, "Indeed, Master. This is Chen Xian. He has recently been plagued by malevolent forces, his life in jeopardy. I thought to employ the method of the dead garment to assist him. However, the entity afflicting him proved too formidable. Last night, not only did I fail to deceive it, but it also possessed me. Ultimately, it was Chen Xian who, in a moment of desperation, turned the tide and vanquished the malevolent spirit, thereby saving my life. His courage and ingenuity were remarkable." Master Zhang recounted the events of the previous night without reservation. Just as he finished, the elder paused in his suturing, slowly raising his head. His greyish-white goatee framed a face lined with wrinkles, and his deep-set eyes exuded an intense penetrating gaze. When he looked at me, I hurriedly mustered a smile, respectfully addressing him, "Master Qi." The elder did not respond immediately but instead scrutinized me with narrowed eyes before asking, "What did you use to vanquish the spirit?" Upon hearing this, I quickly produced the veteran's medal given to me by the security guard. This, a veteran's medal, was bestowed upon me by a security guard. Master Qi examined it briefly, his eyes narrowing further before shifting his attention back to Master Zhang. "What transpired afterward?" His voice remained calm, as placid as a still pond. Master Zhang, maintaining his respectful demeanor, recounted, "At that moment, I was possessed by the spirit, my body weakened. Meanwhile, Chen was beset by two spirits. After vanquishing the first, I lacked the strength to contend with the second, so I led him to the martyrs' cemetery for refuge. However, midway through our escape, the other malevolent force pursued us. In that dire moment, Chen demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. Utilizing the death garments I had provided him, he concealed himself in the nearby underbrush, ambushing the female spirit. After wounding her, we successfully fled to the martyrs' cemetery. Master, my skills are inadequate for this matter. I humbly request your assistance for Chen." With that, Master Zhang bowed deeply to Master Qi. Observing this act of supplication, I too bowed and implored, "Please, Master Qi, save me." Master Qi, having listened to our pleas, did not respond immediately, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Chapter 25, Meeting Master Qi. A subtle smile curved the corners of Master Qi's mouth as he spoke. "Quite interesting." After uttering these words, he resumed his task of stitching the female corpse, neither explicitly accepting nor refusing my request. However, based on my sales experience, I sensed that there was potential in this matter. As long as Master Qi did not outright reject it, it could be assumed he was tacitly agreeable. Much like a customer browsing clothing, if they do not explicitly express an interest, the desire to purchase remains, as some customers simply refrain from voicing their thoughts. I felt a surge of joy within, yet I chose to remain quiet. After all, those who practice such crafts, dealing with corpses day in and day out in such a dim and oppressive environment, are unlikely to possess amiable temperaments. It was undoubtedly wise to speak less. I continued to bow slightly, demonstrating my respect for Master Qi. In contrast, Zhang, Master Qi's apprentice, seemed oblivious to this nuance. Not receiving a response from Master Qi, he pressed on, "Master, please assist Xiao Chen." Had it not been for Xiao Chen's courage and resourcefulness last night, I might have been in dire straits. That vengeful spirit was determined to cling to Xiao Chen. "You must eliminate her." Master Qi, still focused on sewing the corpse, did not raise his gaze but let out a cold snort. "If you cannot even handle something so trivial, then step aside. We'll discuss this once I have finished with this body." Zhang, undeterred by Master Qi's words, appeared somewhat pleased. "Thank you, Master." "Xiao Chen, quickly express your gratitude to my master. With his intervention, you shall be saved." Without hesitation, I clasped my fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Qi." After this, Zhang and I stood silently to the side. Master Qi continued his meticulous work on the corpse, his movements noticeably quickening. I took a moment to survey the mortuary, which was quite modern, reminiscent of scenes from crime dramas, each compartment designed to hold a single body, complete with identification tags. A cursory glance revealed that at least 17 or 18 corpses were stored there. Before long, Master Qi completed stitching the abdomen of the female corpse and began on her legs. He first took the severed leg, cleaned the blood, and carefully repositioned the protruding bone beneath the skin. The sound of crack, crack, crack resonated, as if he were relining bones. Then, he commenced stitching the flesh. The quiet mortuary filled with the sound of the thread being pulled, producing a soft hiss. Initially, upon entering, I found the scene somewhat terrifying and even slightly nauseating. However, I soon discovered my adaptability. After observing for a while, I realized that the dead are merely that, dead. Furthermore, knowing that Master Qi was assisting the deceased made the situation considerably more bearable. After approximately 20 minutes, the stitching was complete. Master Qi retrieved a bowl of uncooked rice from a nearby bag and placed it before the corpse's head. He then produced an incense stick, igniting it with a lighter. Bowing 3 times toward the body on the autopsy table, he recited in a deep voice, "In the stillness of the night, the ghostly cries echo, a solitary shadow lingers, ensnared in sorrow. Needle and thread traverse the realm between life and death. Even a dismembered body deserves to be whole. Miss Lee, your body is whole. Please accept this incense." Upon concluding his incantation, Master Qi inserted the incense stick into the bowl of rice atop the corpse's head. As soon as the incense was placed, I caught a whiff of an apple-like fragrance. I recognized it as merely an illusion, a product of the incense's scent, and refrained from inhaling deeply. However, the long incense stick flickered several times, quickly burning a short length. At this, Master Chi sighed with relief and addressed Zhang, who stood beside me. Deming, go dress the deceased. Prepare everything afterward. Zhang nodded vigorously, replying, yes, master. He then approached the corpse on the autopsy table. Master Chi removed his leather gloves and untied his apron, turning to me and instructing, come with me. He walked past me without waiting for a response. Understood. I hurriedly replied, casting a glance at Zhang, who was dressing the corpse. Zhang nodded, signaling me to follow. Thus, I accompanied Master Chi out of the mortuary. Once outside and after shutting the mortuary door, Master Chi took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Observing his desire to smoke, I promptly retrieved my lighter and ignited it for him. Master Chi smiled faintly, not shying away from the gesture. After inhaling deeply, he inquired, now, tell me, what exactly is going on? Without hesitation, I recounted my experiences. The shared rental of the cremation chamber, my encounter with Xiao Shuang, my subsequent loss of appetite after consuming her apple, my return from the hospital where I encountered the old ghost of the funeral attire, the near-fatal encounter with the spirit averted by the big raccoon, and the guidance from the security guard, all of it, in detail. Master Chi listened intently, his expression remaining largely unchanged, save for one additional query regarding my birth date and time. He asked whether it was sunny or rainy on the day of my birth and whether I was born at home or in a hospital. I shared my birth details, explaining that not only was it raining that day, but it was a torrential thunderstorm. I was born not at home or in a hospital, but on a ferry. As I recounted this, Master Chi maintained a tranquil demeanor. However, when I mentioned being born on a ferry, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening with intensity as he gazed at me, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over me. I asked, Master Chi, is there an issue with my being born on a ferry? He regarded me with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing me from head to toe. After stroking his goatee, he finally spoke, this is quite a significant problem. Have you heard the saying, better to die in the river than to be born upon it? I had not heard this before and shook my head in response. Nevertheless, his words stirred unease within me. Quite literally, my birthplace seemed ominous, yet, I wondered how this related to my current predicament with the ghost, as that was an event from 20 years past. Noticing my confusion, Master Chi continued, consider how many souls have perished in that river, how many vengeful spirits linger, yearning to escape the depths. To be born upon the river invites calamity. Furthermore, you arrived amidst a thunderous storm, with dark clouds obscuring the sun. The living weep, while the dead rejoice. My young friend, your life has been marked by the ghost since your very birth. Fortunately, your fate is resilient, bearing 3 killings in your destiny, alongside a trace of celestial grace. While your destiny is indeed formidable, it also brings misfortune upon others. Your family is not complete, is it? Though I struggled to grasp the intricacies of his terminology, such as 3 killings or celestial grace, his final observation struck a chord. I had only my grandfather and my great-uncle, who raised me. Rather than delving deeper into my birth chart, I posed the most pressing question, Master Chi, how should I address this situation now? However, Master Chi did not rush to answer. Instead, he focused intently on my hands. Raise your hands, palms up. I need to examine them, both together. Though puzzled, I complied, assuming he intended to read my palm, yet, upon seeing my outstretched hands, his eyes widened with excitement, and his expression radiated joy that he could hardly contain. Rather than examining my palm lines, he scrutinized the fingerprints on my 10 fingers, rubbing them thoughtfully. His exhilaration was palpable, and he exclaimed, excellent, excellent, born amidst thunder on the river, 3 killings in your fate, celestial grace entwined with my destiny. The left hand signifies a scoop, the right a shovel, such a marvelous intertwining of celestial grace and the 3 killings. Chapter 26, Learn to sow corpses with me. I gazed at Master Chi before me, utterly bewildered. As someone plagued by spirits, I found it perplexing that he exhibited such fervor after examining my fate and palmistry. His excitement intensified particularly after scrutinizing my palm, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He even proclaimed that our destinies were compatible. I was merely seeking insight, not engaging in a matchmaking endeavor. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I hastily withdrew my hands aside from understanding the terms scoops and measures that Master Chi mentioned. The rest of his words eluded me. Their scoops and measures he referred to pertain to the patterns of my fingerprints. My left hand were 5 scattered scoops, while my right hand exhibited 5 organized measures, forming concentric circles. Thus, I addressed the visibly elated Master Chi. Master Chi, does my fate harbor any issues? What does it mean that Heaven's pardon enters my fate with 3 kills in the yin-yang hand? Is this directly connected to my recent encounter with a ghost? With my barrage of 3 questions, Master Chi responded directly this time. He took a long drag from his cigarette, his voice gravelly as he began. Of course, it is connected. Did I not mention it earlier? You are a child of the river, and such individuals are inherently afflicted by water calamities. However, you were born amidst a tempest, thus incurring the wrath of yin calamities as well. You are beset by dual calamities, with yin energy accumulating within you, making you an ideal vessel for malevolent entities. Naturally, these vile spirits are drawn to you. Ordinarily, those burdened by dual calamities would meet an early demise, yet, you possess a certain uniqueness. Your destiny is remarkably resilient, truly formidable. Not only do you have 3 kills in your fate, but also a touch of Heaven's pardon. In astrological terms, this signifies that you will be aided by noble benefactors, which is why you have survived until now. Alas, to be born by the river and burdened with dual calamities is a pity. Otherwise, you would be destined for greatness. At this juncture, Master Chi paused momentarily before continuing. You had me, my unworthy apprentice, assist you. You managed to strike back against a ghost, injuring one in the process. This also indicates that you not only possess a robust destiny, but also courage and wit. The yin-yang hand refers to your left hand's scoops and your right hand's measures. In the eyes of us tailors, this signifies a natural yin-yang hand, ideal for wielding scissors. As he spoke, Master Chi's eye sparkled with an undeniable fervor, as if he yearned for my hands to be his own. Sensing my discomfort, he pressed on. Of course, while your fate may be resilient, it does not exempt you from the spectre of death. Currently, the accumulation of yin energy from the dual calamities within you is overwhelming. This yin energy is toxic, leading your body to exhibit signs of corpse-like deterioration, manifesting as toxic spots. The situation has escalated to a point where your body can no longer endure. However, you possess a stroke of fortune. Your ghostly roommate is using her yin lifespan to help stabilize the increasing yin energy within you, yet, as you can see, the effect is negligible. You drank the bitter soup yesterday, yet today you still developed toxic spots. The ghost fruit merely serves to prolong your demise. Even if you eliminate the ghost that haunts you, the excessive yin energy within you will still lead to your death. To resolve your predicament, we must address the root cause, your dual calamity fate. At this point, Master Chi deliberately paused. I, however, wore a serious expression, eager to learn the subsequent methods, and could not help but inquire, Master Chi, can you truly alter my fate? I widened my eyes, gazing intently at him. Master Chi shook his head. Altering one's fate is, of course, impossible. Fate is intrinsic, it cannot be changed. At most, one can adjust their fortune. However, doing so will require a greater sacrifice to compensate, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Since we cannot alter your fate, and you wish to completely extricate yourself from this matter, we shall adopt a different approach, adapting to the circumstances. This way, I shall endure some loss, and you will learn to sew corpses under my tutelage. Once you enter the craft and acquire the scissors and measuring tools from our ancestors, mastering the arts of warding off evil and evading spirits, you will become one of the 9 craftsmen of the Yin Gate. Thus, you will be free from malevolent influences, your current issues will be effortlessly resolved. Not only will you acquire a valuable skill for sustenance, but you will also no longer be plagued by yin energy. Young man, what do you think? Upon finishing, Master Chi pretended to puff on his cigarette while casting a sidelong glance at me. I stood there, stunned, my eyelids twitching. I was not a fool. He had rambled on about fates, Heaven's pardon, yin-yang hands, and river births. Ultimately, his singular intention was clear. He wished to take me as his disciple and groom me to become a corpse seamster. From his previous expressions, I could discern that he had likely taken a keen interest in my hands. The left hand with 5 scoops and the right hand with 5 measures were highly coveted by corpse seamsters. However, the thought of witnessing him sew a corpse earlier sent a shiver down my spine. After a moment of hesitation, I inquired again, Master Chi, are there any other alternatives? Master Chi shook his head. None, unless you wish to become a monk in a temple, ringing bells daily under the protection of a bodhisattva, or a Daoist priest in a temple, under the guardianship of our ancestors. However, I doubt you would succeed. Your educational background is insufficient. His words rendered me speechless. I had left school after graduating high school to make a living, and indeed, I had never attended university. Moreover, to enter a temple or a Daoist monastery, the minimum requirement was a bachelor's degree, and one would have to vie fiercely for a spot. Presently, the only path remaining before me was to follow Master Chi, learning to sew corpses and becoming a corpse seamster. This would allow me to avert the subjective consequences of the yin energy entering my body due to my fate's shortcomings. Simultaneously, I could acquire genuine skills to navigate fortune and ward off malevolence. Noticing my lowered gaze and silence, Master Chi continued, Young man, once this opportunity slips by, it may never return. I see potential in your yin-yang hands and do not wish to squander such fine material for wielding scissors. Rest assured, I will handle the matters concerning the ghost entangled with you tonight. I shall eliminate her. However, what lies ahead for you, life or death, I cannot guarantee. Furthermore, the ghost fruit consumes yin lifespan. For ghosts, once their yin lifespan is depleted, they lose the right to remain in the mortal realm. At this moment, a tremor coursed through my heart. Xiao Shuang had been so helpful. I could not allow her to sacrifice her yin lifespan for my sake any longer. If I wished to live, then this was my sole choice, with only one option remaining. Considering alternatives was futile. I tend to approach matters with rationality. Having arrived at a conclusion, I accepted it with composure. Moreover, this was for the sake of survival. Taking a deep breath, I cast aside all hesitation and knelt before Master Chi. Please, Master Chi, accept me as your disciple. Upon witnessing my immediate act of kneeling, Master Chi's face lit up with surprise, though he tempered his tone. No need to rush, no need to rush. Becoming a disciple must be voluntary. This is a matter of honoring our ancestors. However, it would indeed be a fortunate occurrence for me, Chi Xiong, in my twilight years, to take you as an apprentice. Thus, once I deal with the ghost that has been haunting you tonight, take your time to consider whether you truly wish to bow to me and inherit my mantle. Chapter 27. Shadows conceal yin energy. Master Chi exhibited a palpable excitement, and despite his efforts to temper his tone, his elation was unmistakable. I, however, was merely a supplicant in search of salvation. Faced with such dire circumstances, I found myself devoid of alternatives. Perhaps, this was the fated course of events. I reassured myself internally. Master Chi had already assisted me to my feet. You may call me master only after observing the customary rites of apprenticeship. At present, addressing me as master seems rather forced on your part, and I am aware of that. If you wish to resolve this matter thoroughly, there lies but one path ahead. In Jiancheng, you will find no one more formidable than I. After witnessing my capabilities tonight, you may make your decision anew. Should you still wish to take me as your mentor, we shall then refer to each other as master and disciple. I shall impart the techniques of corpse sewing and teach you methods to avert calamity and dispel malevolent spirits. Should you choose otherwise, I will inscribe a talisman for you, ensuring your peace for 3 years. After that span, we shall reassess our destinies. Master Chi spoke these words with a relative calmness, yet it was evident that he genuinely desired to take me as his disciple. He had opened his heart, but we had only just met. Barely an hour had passed. He had merely listened to my experiences and examined my birth chart and palmistry. I responded with a non-committal millimeter, saying little more. Deep down, I had already arrived at my conclusion. At that moment, the door to the mortuary swung open. Master Zhang emerged, carrying a toolkit in hand. Upon stepping out, he respectfully addressed Master Chi. Master, everything is ready. Master Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent, go settle the bill at the front desk. I will take Xiao Chen to the car. We will return to the shop shortly for lunch, and you shall have the afternoon to rest. This evening, I shall personally intervene to resolve Xiao Chen's predicament. Master Zhang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Understood, Master. With that, he handed the bag to Master Qi. Our group then exited the mortuary and made our way outside. Master Zhang headed directly to the front desk, while I walked towards the open-air parking lot, clad in a burial suit and mourning shoes, under the curious gazes of many. The sunlight made my skin itch, prompting me to scratch involuntarily. Observing this, Master Qi intoned gravely, "Do you know why you feel itchy? Is it because the yin energy on my body is too dense?" I retorted, recalling his earlier remarks at the mortuary door, where he had mentioned my heavy yin energy causing corpse spots, and how Xiao Shuang had used ghost fruit to suppress it. Master Qi smiled slightly at my response. "Indeed, it seems you have taken to heart what I said earlier. Stand still, I shall assist you." I was momentarily stunned, uncertain of how Master Qi intended to help me. He approached my shadow, still holding a cigarette, and without moving, fixated on my shadow. "Raise your hands high and stand on your toes." Although perplexed, I complied. Master Qi removed the cigarette from him. In the stillness of night, the ghostly wails lament. Upon uttering these words, Master Qi's gaze sharpened abruptly. He lifted his left foot and pressed it firmly upon the chest of my shadow. Though he was merely stepping on my shadow, an inexplicable sensation coursed through me, as if my heart had quivered in response to his action. Whether it was a psychological effect or if Master Qi truly employed some arcane technique, I could not ascertain. After his foot made contact, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. I distinctly noticed my shadow tremble, and then wisps of dark mist began to emanate outward from it. I could assure you that my body remained perfectly still. Observing my physical form, one could not detect those strands of mist. They existed solely within the confines of my shadow. My face was a mask of shock, my disbelief directed at Master Qi. "Master Qi, did my shadow just move on its own?" After all, Master Qi had stated that I had yet to formally acknowledge him as my master, hence I refrained from calling him master. He merely chuckled. "A movement is indeed a good sign. What we fear is its lack of motion. How do you feel now? Is the itch still present?" As he spoke, Master Qi retracted his foot from atop my shadow. Upon hearing his words, I realized that the itch I had felt moments ago had vanished entirely. The relief was astonishing. "Master, I feel much better," I exclaimed, brimming with delight. Master Qi simply smiled. "Let us be on our way. My car is parked just ahead. Can you drive?" As he spoke, he pressed a button on the key fob. With a honk, a green Mercedes G-Class sprang to life, catching me off guard. This was the epitome of a man's dream, the quintessential vehicle for a modern gentleman. Was Master Qi truly this affluent? I nodded affirmatively, asserting that I could drive. My ability to drive stemmed not from personal ownership of a vehicle but rather from my experiences as a chauffeur for Brother Mar during his social engagements, where his inebriation necessitated a designated driver. He had financed my acquisition of a driving license for such occasions, which I did not mind, as it was all on the company's dime and allowed me to accompany him on outings. Upon learning that I could drive, Master Qi tossed the keys to me. "Then you shall drive today." "Help me drive." I gasped in astonishment. This was a luxury car worth millions, and I had only ever driven Brother Mar's BMW. Master Qi chuckled. "Isn't a car meant to be driven?" A mix of excitement and trepidation surged within me, yet, after a brief hesitation, I took my place behind the wheel. Master Qi provided a brief overview of the vehicle, settling himself comfortably in the back. "It's much more pleasant to sit in the back." I smiled, choosing to remain silent. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, Master Zhang returned. Upon seeing me in the driver's seat, he said nothing, instead handing a bag to Master Qi. "Master, the bill has been settled, and here is the receipt." Although he did not disclose the amount, the bag appeared to contain several tens of thousands. It seemed that stitching corpses was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Without even glancing at it, Master Qi responded with a simple millimeter. Before addressing me, "Xiao Chen, we may depart now. Head to the Yongtai Funeral Apparel Store in Psycho New District." I acknowledged with an "oh," retrieving my phone to quickly input the navigation. The journey to the Psycho funeral home was not lengthy, merely 12 or 13 minutes away. With a press of the accelerator, I drove out of the mortuary and towards the Yongtai Funeral Apparel Store. Upon arrival, I was taken aback. I discovered that Master Chi's funeral apparel store was entirely different in style from Master Zhang's Deming tailoring shop. Master Zhang's establishment appeared dilapidated and old-fashioned, situated deep within a narrow alley and repurposed from a residential unit. In stark contrast, Master Chi's store was located in the most bustling and vibrant district of Psycho. Not only was the storefront lavishly decorated, but it also occupied 3 units, resembling a high-end boutique for luxury goods. Chapter 28, Yongtai Funeral Garment Shop. Master Chi's establishment exuded an air of grandeur and opulence, making it hard to fathom that it was a shop run by an undertaker. I parked my vehicle in a roadside space and alighted. Master Chi walked ahead, opening the glass door to usher us inside. Upon entering the Yongtai Funeral Garment Shop, I noticed that the display of garments was rather limited, consisting solely of funeral attire. The expansive storefront, which felt to be around 200 square meters, showcased merely a handful of outfits, all adorned on mannequins. It was my first encounter with such a grand and upscale funeral clothing store, evoking a sense of intrigue within me. Observing my scrutiny of his shop, Master Chi chuckled. In addition to my skills in preparing the deceased, I also craft garments. This is my clothing store, primarily specializing in bespoke funeral attire. Of course, I occasionally create other kinds of clothing as well. If a customer can articulate their desires, I can bring them to fruition. However, appointments are necessary. My reputation is quite commendable at present. It was evident that Master Chi possessed a notable confidence. I nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent and somewhat reserved. Master Chi gestured for me to take a seat, then followed Master Zhang upstairs. As I settled on the reception sofa, I surveyed the shop, pondering the cost of commissioning a set of funeral garments from Master Chi. Given its grandeur, the price surely would not be modest. Lost in thought, I waited downstairs for what felt like an eternity without seeing Master Chi or Master Zhang return. Having not slept well in recent days, I leaned back against the sofa and drifted into a light slumber. When Master Zhang awoke me, I found myself covered with a thin blanket, still feeling groggy. Glancing at the clock, I realized I had slept until 8 in the evening. Darkness had already fallen. I was taken aback, astonished by the length of my nap. Master Zhang informed me that my diminished vitality was the cause of my excessive sleepiness. It appeared that my spectral troubles had indeed taken a toll on my body, bringing me to the brink of exhaustion. Seeing that I was awake, Master Zhang spoke again. When we saw you sleeping soundly at noon, Master and I chose not to disturb you. He suggested you should rest after such a long slumber. I imagine you're quite famished. Master has already gone ahead to the restaurant. We should join him now. After dinner, we can address your situation thoroughly. Indeed. I nodded in response. Soon after, I followed Master Zhang out of the Yongtai Funeral Garment Shop and made our way to a nearby fine restaurant. Master Chi was already settled in a private room, having ordered a generous array of dishes, all of commendable quality. Upon entering, I respectfully called out, "Master Chi." Master Chi acknowledged me with a nod. "Come in and have a seat. Your fate aligns well with mine. We share a certain affinity, regardless of our formal relationship. Tonight's meal is on me. The dishes selected are quite delightful. Once we are well fed, we shall deal with that female ghost." Hearing this, my heart raced. I was seeking assistance, and yet Master Chi was treating me to dinner. I felt somewhat embarrassed and was about to speak, having already resolved my thoughts. When Master Chi raised a hand to silence me, "Say nothing, decisions can wait until after our task is complete. I am a man of spontaneity and straightforwardness. Tonight, observe how I handle that female ghost and resolve your predicament effectively." There was no doubt about Master Chi's genuine expertise, that much was clear. Yet, I remained a bit puzzled and inquired, "Master Chi, where shall we confront the female ghost tonight?" Master Chi smiled. "We need not go anywhere. After we have dined sufficiently, we shall wait for her at the intersection just down the street. Should she dare to show herself, I shall ensure she leaves with no return." "What if she does not come?" I retorted. Master Chi merely chuckled. "Ghosts harm the living, and the living evade misfortune. If you do not avoid her, she will certainly come." Upon finishing, Master Chi turned to Master Zhang. "Deming, pour the wine." "Certainly, Master." Master Zhang replied, picking up a bottle of white liquor to serve us. Although I was unfamiliar with this line of work, Master Chi's assertiveness suggested there was wisdom in his words. However, did ghost hunting also involve drinking? Would it not hinder our efforts? While I contemplated this, I kept my thoughts to myself, noticing Master Chi raise his cup and drink heartily. It seemed he was not easily deterred by the alcohol. Half an hour passed, and I realized my initial concerns were unfounded. Not only in my current state, but even in a normal condition, I would struggle to match Master Chi's capacity for drink. He appeared to be a veritable barrel of liquor. Despite indulging in alcohol, he remained focused on our task. When we left the restaurant, it was past 10 o'clock at night. We did not return to the funeral garment shop. As per Master Chi's instructions, we proceeded directly to the intersection at the back street. Being in a suburban town, which was somewhat rural, foot traffic was sparse. After 10 o'clock, the streets were almost deserted. This particular area was even more desolate, with the nearby residential buildings housing few occupants. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Upon reaching the intersection, aside from a few street lamps, there was not a soul in sight. Upon our arrival, Master Chi instructed, "Xiao Chen, you shall stand at the edge of this intersection. Take these items." As he spoke, Master Zhang produced a stack of joss paper from a cloth bag and handed it to me, along with a packet of rice grains. I was somewhat perplexed. "Master Chi, what is this for?" Master Chi chuckled. "Tonight, we shall wait here for the female ghost's arrival. However, your aura is heavily tainted, and you are in a state of limbo. Being at this intersection, any passing spirits may brush against you, but fear not. If anyone approaches you for directions, simply offer them a piece of joss paper and indicate to go west. If someone asks for your name, say you do not know, and scatter some rice nearby. This is to cultivate good fortune and disperse the negative energy surrounding you. The more joss paper and rice you distribute, the weaker your negative energy will become, which is greatly beneficial for you. We shall remain in the adjacent alley, observing. Do not be afraid." Although the notion was somewhat daunting, after my experiences over the past 2 nights, I felt a newfound resolve. With Master Chi and Master Zhang by my side, my fear subsided, leaving only a sense of anticipation. "Rest assured, Master Chi, I will heed your instructions. I shall only say west and nothing more." Master Chi nodded. "That is good. Beyond that, it is not a significant issue. As long as you refrain from mentioning your name, all will be well." I nodded repeatedly, committing Master Chi's words to memory. Subsequently, Master Chi and Master Zhang made their way into the adjacent alley, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Once they disappeared from view, I leaned against a telephone pole plastered with peeling advertisements and awaited the appearance of the female ghost. Chapter 29, The Intersection of Yin Energy. Tonight, the moon is absent, and the sky is shrouded in darkness. Only 2 dimly lit street lamps flicker intermittently by the roadside, casting an oppressive atmosphere. I find myself leaning against a utility pole, patiently awaiting my fate. Initially, the solitude feels bearable, but as time passes, an unsettling discomfort begins to creep in. Standing alone here feels stifling, even though I am aware that Master Chi and the others are not far off in a nearby alley. The surrounding darkness is thick, devoid of sound, and a chill breeze occasionally sweeps past, sending shivers down my neck, heightening my sense of dread. After what seems like half an hour, a sudden wave of icy coldness envelops me from behind. This chill penetrates to the bone, starkly contrasting with the current weather. It resembles the frigid sensation one experiences when encountering something unclean. I get the distinct impression that someone is standing right behind me, silent, breathless, as if they are merely observing me. In that moment, my body tenses up, and I feel an overwhelming unease. I glance over my shoulder, but to my dismay, there is nothing there, no one, not a single hair. Recalling Master Chi's words, I remind myself to remain where I am, to respond only if someone asks for directions, and to scatter some rice if my name is inquired about. I need only wait for the female ghost to arrive. Nothing else is required of me. The discomfort lingers for a couple of minutes before my shoulder is suddenly touched by a pale, luminous hand. The gesture is light, almost gentle, yet I can distinctly feel the chill emanating from it. Startled, I step forward instinctively, turning to see behind me a young man, perhaps in his 20s, clad in a t-shirt and shorts. His eyes are vacant, and his face is ghostly pale. He stands about 5 feet 7 inches tall, staring at me with an unfeeling gaze. In a slow, deliberate tone devoid of emotion, he asks, "Brother, how do I get to the internet cafe? I wish to play LOL. His voice is slow and languid, lacking any semblance of vitality, reminiscent of a lifeless being. His eyes are devoid of life, resembling those of a corpse, cold and unyielding. It is immediately apparent that he is not a living person. With a hint of trepidation, I scrutinize him further, noticing his bare feet upon the ground, which casts no shadow. At this realization, I become even more convinced of his true nature, a wandering malevolent spirit. I recall Master Chi's instructions and quickly produce a piece of yellow paper, extending it towards him as I state, to the west. I utter not a single additional word. The young man, still expressionless, takes the paper from my hand and mechanically turns to the west, uttering a lifeless, "Thank you." He then begins to walk away in that direction. As he turns his back to me, I notice a knife protruding from his back, blood staining his clothing. He continues to tread westward, barefoot and on tiptoe. Once the young man has vanished into the shadows, I release a breath that feels cold against my chest. I pay little mind to it, instead focusing on his retreating figure. Despite my attempts to maintain composure, a slight anxiety lingers within me. It is only when he has completely disappeared into the darkness that I exhale deeply. Just then, two more figures emerge in the distance to my left. My previously relaxed nerves tense once more. I soon discern an elderly woman and a small child approaching. The elder appears to be in her 70s or 80s, while the child is merely 3 or 4 years old, skipping joyfully while holding the old woman's hand. As they draw nearer, I notice their faces are as pale as the others. The elderly woman, much like myself, is draped in funeral attire, while the child wears a small white dress. Neither casts a shadow. Another pair of spirits. As they approach, the old woman lifts her gaze to me, her lifeless eyes causing a wave of discomfort to wash over me. I avoid her gaze, shifting my focus slightly. And the next moment, the old woman rasps, "Young man, how do I get home? I brought my granddaughter out to play, but we've lost our way and cannot return." Naturally, I have no knowledge of where her home lies, yet I hesitate not upon realizing their spectral nature. I promptly produce 2 pieces of yellow paper and offer them, stating, "To the west." I utter not a single extraneous word. The old woman and the little girl both reach out to take the paper. The elder acknowledges with an "oh," yet the child tilts her head and asks, "Big brother, what is your name?" Her head tilted adorably, her pallid complexion and grey eyes lend her an air of innocence. However, upon closer inspection, I can see a gruesome gash across her neck. As she tilts her head, the wound gapes open, revealing a horrifying sight of crimson flesh and exposed muscle, sending chills racing down my spine. Despite the shock, I remain composed. She is merely asking for my name, and thus I must scatter rice. Hastily, I grab a handful of rice and scatter it before them. The sound of the grains hitting the ground echoes, and the little girl's face lights up with delight. "Grandma, look. There's food, there's food," she exclaims, releasing the old woman's hand and diving to the ground to lick the rice eagerly. The bizarre scene compels me to instinctively take a step back. The elderly spectre lets out a dry, rasping laugh. Take your time, don't let your head fall off." Just as her words fade, the child, still bent over the rice, has her head indeed detached from her body, rolling towards my feet. The sight of the severed head at my feet sends a jolt of numbness coursing through me, my eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as I involuntarily gasp. This is a horror far exceeding anything I have witnessed in films. I see the head has fallen off again. The old woman chuckles, smiling at me as she retrieves the child's head and places it back on. The little girl stirs and beams at her. "Grandma, my head is fixed again. Now eat. Once you've eaten, we must go home." After the child has licked the rice clean from the ground, she finally stands up. The old woman turns to me, smiling, "Young brother, in the future, when you venture out, don't breathe so heavily. Malevolent beings can sense the scent of the living." At her words, a chill runs through me, for I did indeed exhale deeply upon witnessing the head roll. Just then, the old woman adds, "Thank you, young brother." With that, she disregards me and leads the little girl in the white dress westward. At that moment, I inexplicably release another breath of cold air. This awareness heightens my vigilance. After the young male spirit thanked me and departed, I exhaled a cold breath. Now, with the old woman and the child expressing their gratitude and leaving, I find myself exhaling once more. Could this be what Master Chi referred to as scattering yin energy and spreading good fortune? Perhaps it's merely a psychological effect, but after releasing these 2 breaths, I feel a slight alleviation of discomfort throughout my being. Looking again at the 2 spirits, I realize they are not as fearsome as they initially seemed. The old woman even offered me a kind warning, while the little girl, bouncing along, appears quite innocent. If not for her detached head, she could easily be mistaken for a living child. Chapter 30, Bullying the Weak and Fearing the Strong. As I was watching the old woman and the little girl fade into the distance, I suddenly felt a chill on my right side. A young woman, clad in revealing attire, appeared beside me without a sound, barely a shoulder's width away. Her sudden presence tightened my previously relaxed demeanor, causing me to instinctively flinch aside. However, having encountered such occurrences twice before, I had grown somewhat accustomed to them. My tolerance significantly bolstered. I turned my gaze towards the young woman and noted that, much like the unsightly entities I had encountered previously, her complexion was exceptionally pale. The sole distinction was that she held a cigarette between her lips, exuding an air of melancholy. Moreover, her profile was quite striking. It was evident that she was not a living being, but rather a ghost. She did not look at me, but instead stared ahead, declaring, 500 for the night. Hearing her words, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even in death, she remained so dedicated to her work. I dared not respond, recalling the master's teachings. When asked for directions, one should say to head west. When asked for a name, one should scatter rice. This ghost, neither inquiring about directions nor names, was merely soliciting business, and thus I chose to ignore her, though my apprehension grew as I scrutinized the smoking spectre. Noticing my lack of response, the young woman slowly turned her head towards me. The moment she did, I was taken aback to discover that half of her face bore no skin. Neat, surgical-like scars ran from her forehead to her nose, as if her flesh had been cruelly stripped away. I had previously heard that a spirit manifests in the state it was in at the time of death. What had this ghostly figure endured in life to end up with her skin so gruesomely removed? In my astonishment and trepidation, the ghost discarded her cigarette butt, and her gaze shifted towards me, now tinged with irritation. I said 500 for the night. Are you in or out? Her tone bore a hint of menace, yet I remained silent, instinctively taking a step back, my hand brushing against the Medal of Honor in my pocket. With Master Chi present, I had some confidence. Even if she was a ghost, I felt somewhat emboldened. Seeing my silence, the ghost grew agitated. Is it because you think I'm ugly, that I lack skin, that you refuse to engage with me? I shook my head but offered no further words. She continued, HMPH, when I was beautiful, men clamored to choose me. Now that I'm not, you men turn away. If you don't choose me, I'll tear your face apart. Her expression darkened, and she edged closer to me. Recognizing her audacity, I understood that ignoring her would yield no results. Without a second thought, I pulled out the medal and coldly declared, keep your distance. If you come any closer, I'll take your life. The advancing ghost immediately caught sight of the medal, her anger morphing into fear as she retreated. She was not afraid of me, but rather of the medal in my hand. Once she was about 5 meters away, her furious demeanor softened, and she adopted a pitiful expression. You nasty man, why are you being so fierce? How do I get to Wancheng? Can you show me the way? I rolled my eyes internally. The speed with which this ghost shifted her demeanor was astonishing. Just moments ago, she threatened to tear my face, and now she appeared aggrieved. Seeing her ask for directions, I crumpled a piece of paper money and tossed it her way. Head west. The ghost picked up the paper scrap and replied, oh, thank you. Just as she uttered the word thank you, I involuntarily exhaled a breath of relief. At that moment, I could affirm with certainty that my current predicament mirrored what Master Chi had described. With each spirit I sent away, I was accumulating good fortune. The negative energy within me dissipated slightly. If I were to send away 10 or so more, would my accumulated negative energy be cleansed entirely? The thought thrilled me. I glanced towards the alley where Master Chi and the others were, and although I could not see them, my anxiety and fear had lessened significantly. My acceptance of these spirits had increased considerably. I stood there, awaiting further encounters, and soon enough, I encountered 3 more unsightly entities. One was a child, around 8 or 9 years old, gliding by on a skateboard, who asked me for directions to Psycho Primary School. Another was a middle-aged woman who approached me to inquire my name. The last was an elderly man dressed in a grey funeral suit. He not only asked for directions but also for my name. I offered paper money and scattered rice, yet he did not leave. After consuming the rice and taking the paper money, he merely stood before me, fixating on the money in my hand. After 2 or 3 minutes of this stagnant stare, I pondered whether the old man found the amount insufficient. I then retrieved another piece of yellow paper money. The moment I presented it, he snatched it from my hand with remarkable speed. However, even with the additional offering, he still did not depart. I realized that this old man was a gluttonous ghost, insatiable in his greed. Even if I were to give him all the money I held, he would not leave. Hence, I ceased offering more and shifted my position. Upon noticing my sudden retreat, the ghost's smile vanished instantly. Then, I heard the grey-clad old man glare at me with malice. Is this paltry sum meant to appease me? Give me more. I ignored him, maintaining my gaze. The old man, failing to recognize when to relent, displayed a fierce expression. He lunged at me, attempting to grasp the yellow paper money from my hand. Give it all to me, all of it, he exclaimed, and in an instant, he seized the money from my grasp. I was taken aback. I had not anticipated that this ghost would dare to rob me. And no longer feeling courteous, I raised the medal and aimed it at the old ghost's head. With a resounding "R" he recoiled, clutching his head and retreating in terror, looking at the medal in my hand with fear. You hit me." It became clear to me that these spirits were bullies who preyed on the weak. Those with strong, fierce energies would find them elusive, as they would shy away. Conversely, if one's fortune waned and their spirit was low, they would perceive you as easy prey and cling to you. I was currently in such a situation. With newfound resolve, I fixed my gaze on the old ghost. "If you don't leave, I swear I'll kill you." The old ghost trembled at my words, especially upon seeing the medal in my grasp, fear evident in his demeanor. I'll go, thank you," he uttered as he shielded his forehead with one hand and clutched the paper money with the other, scrambling away towards the west. Yet, the moment he uttered "thank you," I felt another involuntary exhalation of relief escape me. A sense of ease washed over me, and at that moment, I was elated. I seemed to have discovered a viable method to alleviate the overwhelming negative energy within me. However, before I could fully revel in my triumph, a cold, icy female voice pierced through the air behind me. "Don't think that just because you hold a medal, I am powerless against you." Chapter 31. Both Mom and Dad have arrived. The moment I heard that voice suddenly echoing from behind me, my heart sank with a thud, and my whole being tensed up once more. She has come, the ghost that has tormented me, finally here. I dared not turn around abruptly. Instead, I clutched the medal tightly and cautiously turned my body little by little. However, as I rotated, I discovered that not only was the female ghost from last night standing behind me, but she was also accompanied by 2 middle-aged spectres clad in burial garments. Their eyes, just like the female ghost's, gleamed an eerie black, exuding an unsettling aura. Seeing this female ghost had brought along 2 more spirits left me anxious and uneasy. Had I inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest? First, I encountered an elder, then a younger one, and now the latter had introduced 2 middle-aged ghosts. Before I could utter a word, the male ghost with the dark eye spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Last night, you killed my mother, didn't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, his face contorted into a menacing scowl. The middle-aged woman beside him slightly parted her lips. "How come I can't detect a single trace of a living person's essence on this brat?" As she spoke, she drew a breath in my direction. I could feel a chilling breeze tugging at me, making me profoundly uncomfortable. The young female ghost, standing between them, coldly interjected, "Mother, this young man is wearing the clothing of the deceased, which is why he lacks the scent of the living. He ambushed me last night in precisely this manner." Indeed, they were a family of spirits, and all their eyes were dark and lustrous, surely not benevolent apparitions. Nonetheless, their arrival today was fortuitous. Master Chi was present, poised to capture them all at once. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the expressions of the middle-aged ghosts grew considerably more ferocious. The male ghost's face darkened ominously. "You murdered my mother and injured my daughter. Your life shall end here today. Indeed, I shall feast upon you to avenge my mother-in-law and restore my daughter's vitality." Their voices were hoarse and menacing, the frigid atmosphere around us growing ever heavier, sending shivers down my spine. Upon finishing their statements, the mouths of the middle-aged ghosts opened wide, and a grotesquely long red tongue extended outwards, evoking sheer terror. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back. With the medal in hand, I could perhaps manage to defend myself in a one-on-one confrontation. However, against 3, my confidence waned. I glanced towards the alley on the other side, only to find no one emerging. Where was Master Chi? Was he waiting to strike at a crucial moment? As I beheld the 3 advancing spectres, a wave of panic surged through me, yet I compelled myself to remain calm, refraining from darting away, and instead called out towards the alley, "Master Chi, Master Zhang." My heart raced. These were 3 malevolent spirits intent on taking a life, unlike those wandering souls from earlier who had merely sought directions or alms. The trio approached ever closer, their expressions growing increasingly sinister and exhilarated. The middle-aged male ghost taunted, "You're the only living soul around here, so stop calling for help. Tonight, you are doomed." "Indeed, your end is nigh," echoed the middle-aged female ghost, while the young female ghost cackled ominously. The chilling laughter reverberated through the dimly lit alley, the yellow streetlight flickering eerily in sync with their laughter. My heart sank further as I processed their words. Was I truly the only living being here? Had Master Chi and the others hidden too well, or had they simply departed? Just as this thought settled in my mind, I heard a piercing howl. The young female ghost opened her gaping maw and lunged at me. The middle-aged couple beside her joined in, howling fiercely as they raised their ghostly claws, also charging towards me. With a 1 versus 3 scenario, evasion was no longer an option. Turning to flee would only leave me vulnerable to a fatal ambush. I was uncertain why Master Chi had not yet appeared. Had he truly left? In their absence, I was left to rely solely on myself. The more perilous the situation became, the more I needed to maintain my composure. The medal was my only lifeline. I hastily retreated 2 steps to dodge the young ghost's assault, then raised the medal and aimed a strike at her head. The young ghost, having tasted defeat before, wisely evaded my attack. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple let out 2 more howls and lunged at me. Terrified, I continued to back away as the 3 spirits pressed in on me. Despite my fervent efforts to dodge, they were malevolent entities, and their numbers far exceeded mine. Even as I struggled and fought back, the male ghost ensnared my right hand with his tongue, causing the medal to slip from my grasp. Without the protection of the security uncle's medal, I felt a chilling dread settle within me. It was over. Without the medal to safeguard my life, I had no chance of resistance. Simultaneously, I was pounced upon by the middle-aged female ghost, losing my footing and tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, the young female ghost opened her serrated maw wide and lunged towards my throat. At that moment, I found myself utterly defenseless, helplessly watching as the young ghost descended upon me, my heart plummeting into despair. Yet, at that very instant, a tall, lean figure emerged unexpectedly from behind me, positioning itself in front of me. It was Master Chi. My pupils dilated in shock. Hadn't he said he was in the alley across the way? How had he suddenly materialized behind me? Just as I was grappling with my astonishment, Master Chi raised his hand. With a sharp slap, he struck the young female ghost across their face. She let out a piercing scream, hurtling backward over 3 meters before crashing heavily against a utility pole and landing back on the ground, continuously emitting cries of anguish. The 2 middle-aged ghosts, witnessing this, erupted into furious howls and lunged at Master Chi. "How dare you strike my daughter? Darling, let us tear him apart." The ghostly couple charged forth, but Master Chi stood his ground, showing no signs of retreat. As they closed in, he swiftly dodged their attacks and seized both of their necks, slamming them forcefully to the ground. With 2 resounding thuds, the middle-aged ghosts were immediately toppled, emitting mournful howls as their bodies twisted grotesquely, faces contorted in agony, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Master Chi turned slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "My apologies, Xiao Chen, for arriving late." Without even glancing at the chaos, he lifted his left foot and stomped down on the head of the middle-aged female ghost. With a deafening pop, her anguished cry ceased, and she exploded into a mass of phosphorescent remnants, her spirit dissipating into the ether. Chapter 32, Exorcising Evil and Worshipping the Ancestor. Master Chi, with a nonchalant demeanor, effortlessly dispatched a young female ghost with a swift slap and crushed a middle-aged female ghost with a mere step. His ease in doing so left me utterly astonished and profoundly shocked. Indeed, Master Chi is a formidable figure, and I felt a sense of salvation in his presence. Compared to his disciple, Master Zhang, Master Chi's prowess was unfathomable. The young female ghost and the middle-aged male ghost both displayed expressions of sheer terror, yet they seemed incapacitated by the injuries inflicted by Master Chi. Before I could fully recover from my astonishment, Master Chi, cigarette in mouth, addressed me, "Little Chen, now that these two ghosts are here, do you suggest I spare them or eliminate them?" As he spoke, his gaze bore a significant weight, clearly seeking my stance. But was there any need for inquiry? This family of ghosts was distinctly different from the earlier ones that had asked for directions. The ghosts that sought guidance had grey eyes, while this family possessed black pupils. They had pursued me today. If spared, would they not torment others in the future? Without a shred of hesitation, I replied, "Master Chi, these ghosts cause harm and must not be released. Even if they refrain from harming me today, they will surely prey upon others." Upon hearing my words, the two ghosts were visibly shaken. The middle-aged male ghost, trembling on the ground, hoarsely pleaded, "No, no, no. We mean no harm, it's all a misunderstanding," yet we paid them no heed. Master Chi nodded slightly after my declaration. "Very well, now that these two ghosts are here, do you dare to execute them yourself?" In that moment, a glint of murderous intent flickered in my eyes. "If it weren't for your presence, Master Chi, I would have fallen victim to them. What is there to fear in killing them?" Master Chi, upon hearing this, lit his cigarette. "All right, then I shall allow you to take action. You will be the one to slay them." When I heard the phrase, "you will slay," a sharp intake of breath escaped me, and a surge of killing intent welled up within. Though I felt a twinge of tension, I harbored no doubts or reluctance. I retrieved the fallen medal and approached the middle-aged male ghost. Completely paralyzed, he was filled with palpable dread as I drew near. Perhaps he had not anticipated such a swift reversal of roles. "No, please, don't kill me. It was all my daughter's doing. If you must kill someone, let it be her. It's a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. Ghosts, indeed, would sell out their kin at the brink of death. Furthermore, they had come to kill me. Was it still a misunderstanding? I could not restrain myself from exclaiming, "Misunderstanding my foot." I raised the medal in my hand and brought it crashing down upon the male ghost's head. "No." With a thunderous crack, a burst of phosphorescent flames erupted before me. The middle-aged male ghost's voice was abruptly silenced, his spirit scattering before my eyes. After the demise of the middle-aged male ghost, I turned my gaze to the young female ghost. She now looked at me in abject terror, crippled by the injuries inflicted by Master Chi. Unable to rise, desperately, she crawled toward the roadside, her fear palpable as I approached. "Please, don't kill me. I can be your woman, your servant." I maintained a stoic expression, a cold smile forming within. It appeared that even ghosts could feel fear. If one was sufficiently fierce, ghosts would fear you in return. I regarded the young female ghost with a dispassionate stare, uninterested in her pleas. Planting my foot upon her chest, I lifted the medal above her head, preparing to strike. Like the middle-aged male ghost, she too had been gravely wounded by Master Chi, rendering her incapable of evasion or resistance. The moment the medal struck her forehead, another resounding crack echoed, and phosphorescent flames erupted forth, her spirit dispersing into the ether. As I beheld the flames burning and transforming into black smoke, I exhaled deeply, releasing the pent-up frustration that had burdened my heart for days. In that instant, all my grievances found their release. Simultaneously, I faintly caught the sound of Master Chi's voice from behind me. "This lad is indeed a promising seed. Not only does he possess spirit, but he is also decisive and ruthless, quite the material." Turning to see Master Chi speaking, I noticed that Master Zhang had somehow joined him. Upon catching sight of me turning around, Master Chi fell silent, his expression tranquil. Master Zhang regarded me with a cheerful smile. I quickly returned the medal and hurried toward Master Chi, kneeling before him. "Master Chi, I have come to a realization. I do not wish to die, nor do I desire an early demise. Even more so, I do not want to be tormented by these vile entities in the future. I am willing to follow you to learn the art of corpse stitching. Please accept me as your disciple. 1. To preserve my life. 2. To earn a living." Having spoken, I knocked my head against the ground in reverence. I was candid. Though the art of corpse stitching was somewhat terrifying, it promised far greater financial reward than my current trade of selling clothes. Master Qi regarded me, inquiring once more, have you considered this carefully? Once you enter this profession, there is no turning back. Moreover, my craft involves corpse stitching, which means you may have to coexist with the dead for an extended period. I raised my head, resolute. I have made my decision. Compared to being entangled in malevolent energies, suffering from their toxic influence, or being haunted by ghosts, I would rather be surrounded by corpses. Please accept me, Master Qi. With that, I bowed my head again in respect. Upon witnessing my repeated bows, Master Qi's demeanor shifted, his eye sparkled with a hint of excitement. He cast the cigarette but to the ground and replied solemnly, very well, I, Qi Xiong, shall take you as my apprentice today. At this juncture, Master Qi bit his finger, drawing blood to mark a line upon my forehead. I was uncertain of the reason behind this act, perhaps it was a rite of initiation. Once he finished, I expressed my gratitude with surprise. Thank you, Master. Following this, I bowed my head 3 more times. After completing my bows, I called out to Master Qi and Master Zhang, Master, senior brother. Master Zhang nodded with a smile. To my astonishment, a day later, he and I became sworn brothers. He chuckled and swiftly produced 3 incense sticks from a cloth bag, lighting them before handing them to me. Meanwhile, Master Qi did not allow me to rise. Instead, he used his blooded finger to inscribe symbols upon a yellow talisman. As he spoke, he explained, the craft of corpse stitching belongs to the minor yin gate among the 9 crafts. Although it is a lesser branch, it is still part of the tailoring lineage. In every trade, there is a founder. Our ancestral master, like tailors, worships the cultural ancestor, Xianyuan Huangdi. As a corpse stitcher, I operate in the shadows, employing needle and thread to mend, traversing the path of quantity and exorcising evil, earning my living through the deceased and discussing the principles of yin and yang. Yet, we walk the righteous path of heaven and earth, clear and upright. You shall offer 3 incense sticks here to Ancestor Xianyuan and bow 9 times. From this night onward, you shall be my disciple, Qi Xiong. Holding the 3 incense sticks, I listened intently to Master Qi's words. Without any hesitation, I knelt on the ground, offering 3 bows to Ancestor Xianyuan. I then planted the incense sticks into a nearby crevice in the ground and respectfully bowed 9 times. At that moment, my master held the talisman inscribed with blood, and I finally discerned that it bore my name and birth date. He then addressed me, having worshipped the ancestor and entered the craft, calling me master, I shall bestow upon you a Dharma name. You were born amidst thunderous storms, bearing dual calamities, thus attracting malevolent energies. This is how we forged our master-apprentice bond. Henceforth, you shall be known as Thunderclap. May you, upon entering this craft, possess the booming sound of thunder, striking fear into the hearts of evil and safeguarding yourself while dispelling malevolence. Chapter 33. The grass on the grave mound. Upon concluding his words, my master once again dipped his fingertip in blood and inscribed the characters on the back of the yellow paper. Following this, he deftly formed a seal with one hand, murmuring softly, the profound words open a new universe, the heart of the Tao spreads wide, illuminating the ages. Ancestors above, I beseech you to accept the Dharma name of your disciple Chen Xian. May your grace shine universally. Command. With a resonant command, the blood-stained yellow paper in my master's grasp ignited with a soft hum, transforming into ashes of talismanic fire. At the same moment, the spot on my forehead where my master had marked with blood felt like a sharp prick, causing a fleeting pain. Upon touching it, I detected no further anomaly. Yet, as the yellow paper burned to cinders, tranquility returned once more. From this day forth, I was irrevocably initiated into the path. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the Dharma name. I expressed my gratitude. My master nodded, glancing at the time before stating, we have dispelled the malevolent entities that clung to you. The next step is to stabilize the yin energy within you. You carry dual malevolence, and the yin energy will instinctively seep into your being. Although you have now entered the path, you lack the means to shield yourself from the yin. Currently, we can only rely on external forces to help you shed the coldness of the yin energy, restoring a balance of yin and yang within your body. However, to resolve your immediate predicament in a short span, the previous benevolent energies would be too sluggish. Therefore, I have decided to expedite the process of dispersing the yin energy. Hearing this, I felt a spark of hope and promptly inquired, Master, what must I do? My master replied with a gentle smile, I intend to brew a medicinal concoction for you, to cleanse the malevolent residues that cling to you. However, we currently lack a key ingredient, the grass from the grave mound. You must retrieve it yourself, grave mound grass. This was the first time I had heard of such a medicinal use. Yet upon reflection, given my affliction with malevolent energy, it was only fitting that the remedy be unconventional. My master affirmed, indeed, grave mound grass, moreover, it must be collected during the hour of the pig, which spans from 1 to 3 in the morning. You will go to Sandow Slope, a site previously known for its mass burials. In the central area, there are 3 old graves. Upon arriving at the graves, observe which one has the most abundant grass. That is the one from which you shall collect. No more than 10 blades will suffice. However, you must go alone, the path you must walk, your life you must fight for. I harbored no resentment towards my master. Rather, I recognized the wisdom in his words. He could assist me in warding off calamities, but my life was a battle I must engage in myself. Without further hesitation, I nodded resolutely, understood, master. I shall go at once and ensure the grass is retrieved. Just as I prepared to leave, my master raised a hand to halt me. Wait, your journey to gather the grass is not without cost. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with my senior apprentice, John Deming, who promptly handed me a cloth bundle. Junior brother, this contains yellow paper, incense, and 3 bowls of uncooked rice. Upon arriving at the mass burial site, light 3 sticks of incense and proceed forward. As you walk, scatter the paper money, but do not look back, no matter who calls to you. Once you reach the 3 graves, take out the 3 bowls of rice and place them before each grave, light the incense as an offering, and burn 10 sheets of paper money for each grave, no more, no less. Then explain the purpose of your visit before retrieving the grass. Remember, do not bow or express gratitude to the graves. Afterward, circle the 3 graves 3 times and return the same way, continuing to scatter the paper money. If anyone engages you in conversation, do not turn around, and if possible, remain silent. Once you descend the mountain and exit the burial site, extinguish the incense immediately. At the same time, remove all your clothing, including shoes, and burn them on the spot, returning only in your undergarments. I silently committed this to memory, then heard Senior John inquire, Junior brother, have you remembered everything? I have. I affirmed, recounting the instructions in front of my master and senior. Having a background in sales, my memory was reasonably sharp. Both my master and senior nodded in approval, and my master reiterated, remember, once you arrive at the location, do not look back. Do not bow to the 3 graves, and if you encounter resistance in retrieving the grass, simply state that your master is Chishiong. Beyond that, your only task is to collect the grass and return swiftly. I absorbed every word from my master and senior, nodding in agreement. Master, senior, rest assured, I will execute this well. There is a saying, the master leads one to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. Everything relies on my own efforts. I believe my master considered this, which is why he instructed me to venture alone to gather the grave mound grass. My senior summoned a ride for me, and after smoking 2 cigarettes, the car arrived. I waved goodbye to my master and senior. Master, senior, I will return shortly. My master remained silent, merely responding with an millimeter. It was my senior who cautioned, remember what both I and master have said. Do not break the precepts. Understood. I replied affirmatively as I opened the car door and got in. However, once inside, the driver cast me a peculiar glance, likely due to my attire resembling a funeral shroud, which was indeed eerie. Yet, he did not press further, swiftly accelerating away from the area. Before long, I arrived at my destination. Without wasting a moment, I exited the vehicle. The driver did not linger, quickly turning around and departing. I did not look back, only hearing the fading sound of the engine as it receded into the distance. Before me lay a chaotic expanse of graves. Looking up, I saw the hillside densely dotted with tombs, and white soul banners swaying in the wind, an eerie chill emanating from the burial ground. The air was thick with the scent of burning paper. Even with mental preparation, standing alone in this place stirred a sense of trepidation within me. Checking the time, it read 12:40. The hour of the pig was from 1 to 3 in the morning. I had to collect the grass from the 3 graves within 3 hours and return with it as a medicinal ingredient. Swiftly, I retrieved 3 sticks of incense and lit them, holding them in my left hand. With my right hand, I grasped a handful of paper money and scattered it forth. The sound of fluttering paper money filled the air, swirling around me in the chilling breeze. After tossing a handful, I hesitated no longer. My life was a path I must forge myself. Gritting my teeth, I held the incense firmly and steeled myself for the approach towards the burial ground. Chapter 34, On the Forsaken Graveyard. As I clutched the incense, the moment I ascended the grave slope, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped me. The midnight graveyard, brimming with tombs and spirit banners, exuded an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. With a steely resolve, I pressed onward up the hillside, scattering paper money with each few steps. The incessant rustling of the paper coins was disquieting amidst the stillness of the night, amplifying the chill in the air. I found myself hastening my pace, yearning to collect the graveyard grass and make a swift escape from this ghastly locale. Yet, it was only moments after I entered the graveyard that I felt an unsettling chill caress my neck, as if someone were breathing on me. The sensation was disconcerting, compelling me to huddle my shoulders and clasp my arms tightly. The only sounds that remained were my own labored breaths and the rhythmic crunch of my footsteps. Gradually, however, I sensed something amiss. From behind, a sound emerged, reminiscent of footsteps, thud, 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 trailing closely behind me. The sound fluctuated in proximity. With every few steps I took, it echoed my movements. Whenever I paused, the footsteps ceased in tandem, maintaining a disconcerting harmony yet feeling slightly disjointed. Initially, I doubted my own hearing, so I steadied my mind to listen intently, deliberately altering my own footfalls. After traversing a dozen meters, I could assert with absolute certainty that I was not mistaken. Someone was indeed following me, but in this desolate place at such an hour, who else could be lurking here besides me, the living soul seeking salvation? The only remaining entities were likely the lost souls and restless spirits. Even with a mental preparation, the thought alone sent a shiver down my spine. I dared not turn around, nor was there a path to retreat. I pressed forward, hastening my steps through one tomb after another, the footsteps behind me growing ever clearer. Initially, I had only sensed a single pair of footsteps. Now, it felt as though 4 or 5 were trailing me. The once synchronized rhythm had devolved into a chaotic cacophony, and I could only surmise that several ghosts were indeed shadowing my every move. The mere notion of being followed by multiple specters emulating my gait sent chills coursing through me. I tensed my nerves, fully aware of the unnatural presence behind me, yet I could not afford to look back. My singular focus was to reach the 3 graves my master had spoken of. However, just as I had been traversing the forsaken graveyard for about 10 minutes, a raspy voice suddenly called out from behind me, "Young man, you dropped something." The voice startled me, sounding as if it were mere meters away, and it was jarringly out of place amidst the graveyard silence. Upon hearing it, goosebumps erupted across my skin. What money could I possibly have? The only currency on me was paper money meant for the dead. The speaker was most likely not a living person. Without daring to respond, I broke into a run, not even considering a glance back. "Young man, don't you want your money? If not, I shall take it." The raspy voice persisted, accompanied by a sinister chuckle that reverberated through the graveyard, sending shivers down my spine. I ignored it, unwilling to engage. After sprinting over 100 meters, a high-pitched female voice suddenly pierced the air. "Little brother, please help me, I've twisted my ankle." The tone was sweet and beguiling, yet in this graveyard, who would believe such a tale? I chose to disregard it and continued to flee. "Little brother, don't run, I've twisted my ankle, please help me." My urge to retort, "Help your granduncle," was stifled. I had come solely to retrieve the graveyard grass, unwilling to entangle myself with these vile entities. After pushing forward once more, I was confronted by a thicket of tall weeds. Proceed. I reached out to part the foliage, yet, as I did so, I encountered the horrifying visage of a woman with blooded eyes and a ghostly pale face, locking eyes with me in a jarring proximity. I gasped, stumbling back several steps, nearly losing my balance. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the ghastly face belonged to a paper effigy, a female figure left amidst the weeds, with the blood at her eyes merely paint that had run due to moisture. I exhaled sharply, my heart racing from the fright. Quickly regaining my composure, I resolved to move forward, yet, unexpectedly, I heard my master's voice call out, "Xiao Chen, wait, I forgot to give you something." In the midst of my terror, the sudden sound of my master's voice instinctively drew me to turn and respond. However, as I began to pivot, a realization struck me. Something was amiss. How could my master possibly be here? Moreover, what could he have forgotten to give me? When he departed, he had made it abundantly clear that regardless of what I heard or saw, I must not look back, instructing me to wait for him at the Yongtai funeral shop. He could not be here. The voice calling my name was undoubtedly not my master. It was a malevolent force. Realizing this, I steeled my resolve. That was close. I had nearly fallen for the ruse. But the likeness of the voice was uncanny. Could they truly be reading my memories, mimicking my master's voice? Though my mind was rife with questions, I chose not to linger any longer. With a decisive kick, I sent the paper figure tumbling to the ground and dashed into the thicket. Behind me, my master's voice echoed once more, "Xiao Chen, don't run. I have something for you." I did not pause to respond. Then, abruptly, another voice emerged, my senior brother, Zhang Deming. "Xiao Chen, the master told you not to run. He has something for you." The urgency in his tone was palpable. The voices were nearly indistinguishable, almost identical, yet I was acutely aware that this was a deception. I could not afford to engage. It was a trick of the malevolent forces attempting to lure me back. I had no clarity on what awaited me should I turn. I only knew it would not bode well. I continued my frantic ascent up the slope, and after a considerable distance, the voices of my master and senior brother faded into silence. However, the footsteps behind me persisted. Holding the incense, I pressed on, the supply dwindling. Just as I contemplated whether to light 3 more sticks, I emerged from a patch of bushes. As I stepped out, I beheld 3 grand tombs in the distance. Though labelled as grand tombs, they appeared more like mounds of earth, overrun with wild grass. The 3 tombs stood side by side, significantly larger than the dilapidated graves surrounding them. Beside the mounds lay 6 eerily pristine paper figures, leaning haphazardly, casting an unsettling sight. These must be the 3 grand graves, I thought to myself, scattering another handful of yellow paper as I approached. At that moment, I realized the footsteps behind me had ceased. The atmosphere around me had grown eerily quiet, devoid of even the sound of insects. With a hint of trepidation, I cautiously approached the 3 graves. I noticed that the grass atop the central tomb was the most vibrant, lush and green, its blades far more tender than the ordinary weeds surrounding it. Discarding the nearly burnt-out incense sticks, I extinguished them beneath my foot and retrieved 3 bowls of uncooked rice from my bag. As instructed by my senior brother, I placed the 3 bowls in front of the graves and promptly lit the incense. Each tomb received 2 candles and 3 sticks of incense. Though there was no breeze in the vicinity, the flames of the freshly lit candles crackled and flickered wildly, while the smoke from the incense billowed chaotically, as if unseen hands were blowing upon them. Chapter 35, the living paper figures gazing at the flickering flames and the shimmering incense offerings. An unsettling sensation washed over me. It was evident that malevolent entities lurked nearby, though I could not perceive their presence at this moment. The grass atop the graves was something I had to retrieve today. Thus, I steeled my resolve and embarked on the second step. I extracted the joss paper from the cloth bag. These were intricately patterned hell notes, distinct from the yellow paper money I had scattered earlier. My senior, John Deming, had instructed me to burn 10 joss notes for each grave, no more, no less. After meticulously counting and confirming the quantity to avoid any errors, I set about igniting the paper. In no time, 30 joss notes were reduced to a pile of ash. Curiously, as the last of the 30 notes turned to ash, the flickering candle flames and the wavering incense suddenly stabilized. The flames became serene, the incense no longer flickered, and the curling blue smoke transformed from a chaotic spread into a straight, upright plume. Each strand of smoke appeared to stretch over a meter long, forming 9 perfectly straight columns. This stood in stark contrast to the previously erratic smoke. In my hometown, I had heard the elders mention that when burning incense for the deceased, the straighter the smoke, the better. It signified that the spirits were pleased and accepting of the offerings. Conversely, if the smoke was disordered, it indicated dissatisfaction. If this were indeed true, then the spirits of the 3 graves before me were content and had accepted my incense. It seemed that burning joss paper had its merits. I glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The hour of the pig had arrived, and I needed to act swiftly. Therefore, I mustered my courage and proceeded to the third step, explaining my intentions. Addressing the 3 ancient graves before me, I stated, "I have come tonight to request 10 blades of grave grass. I hope the esteemed ancestors will not take offense." At this point, I felt an urge to clasp my hands in prayer, yet my master's admonitions echoed in my mind, compelling me to restrain myself and refrain from breaking the rules. I was perplexed as to why I could not pay my respects while taking grass from the graves. However, my master's repeated warnings suggested there must be a reason. After voicing my request, I observed no immediate anomalies and prepared to climb onto the central grave to collect the grass before departing. Yet, as I took a step forward, the previously still flames and smoke underwent a sudden transformation. The candle flames began to flicker violently, diminishing in size and threatening to extinguish at any moment. The incense smoke erupted into a chaotic swirl, and the sparks gradually diminished, indicating an impending extinguishment. Alarmed, I realized that the spirits were clearly opposed to my intentions of taking the grave grass. However, I had no choice but to proceed. I resolved to ignore the incense and candlelight and pressed forward with the intent to forcibly retrieve the grass. As I approached the central grave, I suddenly heard 3 distinct crack sounds as the incense sticks, set before each grave, snapped. A chilling gust of wind swept through the area, and the surrounding shrubs began to sway ominously, producing eerie rustling sounds, while the dry leaves were sent swirling into the air. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. Before the 3 ancient graves, the 6 paper figures, now leaning precariously, emitted a strange hissing noise. Drawn by the sound, I turned to look. To my astonishment, the 6 figures had seemingly come to life. Their bodies began to shift slightly, and one of them slowly turned its head, its round paper eyes fixed intently upon me. The others, leaning against the nearby graves, began to rise from the ground, all lifting their heads to regard me with their expressionless paper faces and those eerily lifelike, dark eyes. As I beheld the animated paper figures, my heart raced with trepidation. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, and I could not help but swallow hard. My palms began to sweat profusely. These creatures felt more terrifying than any ghost I had encountered. Fortunately, this was not my first encounter with such supernatural entities, so I had prepared myself mentally. Although I felt a twinge of anxiety and fear, it did not deter me from standing my ground. Instead, I instinctively took a few steps back, creating a safer distance from the paper figures. The 6 figures now stood before the 3 ancient graves, their colorful bodies and illustrated features contrasting sharply with their seemingly lifeless black eyes. One of the figures, after scrutinizing me for a moment, began to approach silently, as if intent on driving me away or perhaps even causing me harm. The sound of paper rubbing against paper filled the air as the figures drew closer, their paper arms raised menacingly. Despite the turmoil within, I endeavored to maintain my composure. My master had once said that if one encounters resistance, they should invoke his name. Remembering this, I hesitated not a moment longer. Addressing the 3 graves, I spoke with a mixture of anxiety and determination. "I am Chen Xian, a disciple of Qi Xiong, the seamster at the Cai Kuyangsho funeral home. I have come under my master's orders to collect grass. I require only 10 blades. I kindly request the esteemed ancestors to grant me this favor." Internally, I was a bundle of nerves, yet I feigned tranquility on the surface. Remarkably, as soon as my words left my lips, the paper figures that had been approaching me suddenly collapsed to the ground with a series of thuds. Becoming utterly still, the gusting wind also ceased, and the flickering candle flames regained their calm, as if nothing had transpired. I stood in astonishment at the scene before me. Was my master's name truly so powerful? Did a mere utterance possess the ability to quell such entities? Realizing that the spirits had acknowledged my master and permitted me to collect the grave grass, I felt a surge of relief. I dared not linger, nor did I express gratitude or bow in reverence. Instead, I hurriedly approached the central grave and began to pluck the verdant grass from its surface. This grass, unfamiliar to me, appeared lush and vibrant, akin to common weeds but with subtle differences. I located the roots of the grave grass and began to pull it out, one by one. However, upon uprooting the first blade, I was taken aback as a crimson liquid oozed from the earth, resembling blood. Shocked, I stared in disbelief. Can graves bleed? The sight was utterly bizarre and unsettling, yet I could not afford to hesitate if I wished to survive. I pressed on, continuing to extract the blades of grass. Soon, I had gathered all 10 blades. The central grave continued to seep that blood-red liquid, which flowed down the mound. This grass was undoubtedly extraordinary, otherwise, such eerie phenomena would not occur. As I contemplated my next move, I prepared to circle around the 3 ancient graves. However, uncertainty gripped me. Should I turn left for 3 counterclockwise revolutions, or right for 3 clockwise ones? Amidst my confusion, a raspy female voice echoed softly in my ear, "Turn left for life, turn right for death." Chapter 36, You have chosen wrong. A voice, faint and unfamiliar, echoed in the air, leaving me perplexed as to its origin. As I pondered, the voice continued, "If you turn left 3 times, you may escape safely. If you turn right 3 times, you shall perish here. Make your choice swiftly." Though the voice was soft, its source remained indistinguishable. One thing was certain, it emanated from the malevolent presence nearby. Left for life, right for death. I narrowed my eyes, refusing to heed blindly. How could I trust such sinister words? Moreover, having desecrated the resting place of the deceased without offering my respects, would this malevolent entity generously guide me? Without a moment's hesitation, I opted to turn right. Aside from my disbelief in the words of this wretched spirit, I harbored another conviction. My master, a man of considerable prowess, had sent me here, likely as a test of my courage. If I were to follow his instructions, danger would surely be averted. My senior had detailed the steps for me, even having me recite them to confirm every nuance, yet one crucial detail was omitted. Whether to circle the grave to the left or the right, was this an oversight on their part? I deemed it improbable. I believed both directions were feasible. It seemed the nearby malevolent entity was merely attempting to mislead or provoke me. Regardless of the direction I chose, would she not ultimately declare that I had erred? Of course, this was merely a fleeting conjecture. Whether right or wrong, I would complete the turns and then proceed. Regardless of her assertions, if I merely finished the 3 turns and dashed forward, I would escape this cursed graveyard. At that moment, I circled the 3 graves to the right, turning clockwise 3 times. Once I completed the turns, I immediately lit 3 incense sticks, holding them firmly in my grasp. I then turned to advance, eager to leave this forsaken burial ground. However, as I took a step forward, the woman's voice rang out once more behind me, "You have chosen wrong." At her words, the previously calm surroundings were once again swept by a chilling wind. The sound of the wind whooshed through the air, and to my astonishment, I beheld more than 10 figures standing rigidly among the thicket ahead. They were all on tiptoe, their faces pale and devoid of emotion, staring blankly in my direction. They neither moved nor spoke, forming a blockade on my path of escape. Upon witnessing this scene, my nerves tightened once more. My suspicion had been confirmed. She would indeed claim that I had erred. Yet, I had not anticipated the sudden appearance of these figures on my path. They were clearly not human. They were the spirits haunting this graveyard. Their presence was a deliberate obstruction, intent on preventing my escape. A flicker of panic surged within me, and the woman's voice resounded again, "If you turn back to pay your respects, I shall command them to part and allow you to leave. I will show you the way." Though her tone was soft, her message was unmistakably clear. Upon hearing her words, my expression darkened instantly. Ultimately, she wished for me to turn back and pay homage to the 3 ancient graves behind me. To do so would mean breaking my vow. The more they sought to tempt me into transgression, the more resolute I became in resisting their ploys. In times of peril, fear must not cloud my judgment. With a cold reply, I retorted, "Dream on." Resolutely, I brandished the security guard's medal. Rather than retreat, I advanced, holding the 3 incense sticks and the medal, charging straight towards the immobile figures in the thicket. Yet, they showed no inclination to yield. Their eyes remained wide open, their expressions numbed in a silent threat. It seemed they were unperturbed by the medal I clutched. My heart raced, a whirlwind of emotions igniting within me. Yet, I understood the necessity of maintaining my composure. Fear could not be allowed to manifest. Spirits, after all, prey upon the timid and the weak. Summoning all my courage, I shouted, "Whoever dares to obstruct my path, I shall not hesitate to end their existence." Gritting my teeth, I raised the medal high and hastened forward. The spirits blocking the thicket remained motionless, their gaze fixed upon me with a chilling detachment. Realizing their inaction, I braced myself for the worst, prepared to confront these vile entities head-on. As I quickened my pace, however, when I was about 5 meters from the spirits, the figures that had stood on tiptoe a moment ago vanished in the blink of an eye. They simply disappeared from sight. I in their place, 2 tattered paper effigies stood motionless among the thicket, staring blankly in my direction. I paused momentarily, then comprehended the truth. This was an illusion, a ruse devised by the entities from the 3 graves behind me to intimidate me into submission. How cunning! I muttered to myself. Had I not steadied my resolve and firmly recalled my master and senior's guidance, I might have faltered and broken my vow. Now, recognizing the deception before me, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged into the thicket, kicking aside the paper effigies as I raced to escape. As I did, the woman's voice once again echoed behind me. Xiong, this new disciple, exhibits quite a steady temperament. Her tone was soft, yet I was certain I had not misheard. I refrained from responding or looking back, hastening forward. Once I emerged from the thicket, I withdrew the medal, holding the incense as I continued to scatter paper offerings along my path. Since I was retracing my steps, my descent was quicker than my ascent. I ran and scattered the offerings, and before long, I felt a chill creeping up my neck as overlapping footsteps once again echoed behind me. The malevolent entity was once more in pursuit. I paid it no mind, focused solely on descending the mountain and returning home as swiftly as possible. Midway through my descent, I suddenly spotted a figure dangling in front of a grave, a man suspended from a branch of a tree that loomed over the grave. His eyes were closed, his complexion ghostly pale, and his body swayed ominously in the air, evoking sheer horror. I was certain that I had not encountered this figure on my way here. Or rather, the man hanging from the branch was not human at all, he was yet another spirit attempting to thwart my path. I scrutinized him for a moment, slowing my pace slightly. As I drew nearer, the figure abruptly opened his eyes. The moment he did, a shiver ran down my spine. He bore a look of profound anguish, his dark, hollow eyes fixated upon me as he raspingly pleaded, "Brother, brother, help me, please, save me, get me down, I implore you." As he spoke, he reached out towards me, desperate to be freed from his suspension. His body swung precariously in the air, a sight utterly terrifying. Chapter 37. The deadly hangman. The figure suspended from the tree is undoubtedly a ghost, a spectre of one who has met a tragic end. Its swaying form is utterly horrifying, sending chills down my spine. Moreover, its eyes are an abyssal black, eerily reminiscent of those of the old ghost clad in a funeral shroud. My senior, John Deming, once mentioned that only those who meet their demise in a violent manner possess such eyes. It seems evident that this hanging ghost is indeed a malevolent spirit, capable of inflicting harm. Yet, I must descend the mountain, and the quickest route lies directly past this wretched apparition. On one side looms a 5-meter-high cliff, while the other is a thicket of sharp thorns. The only feasible path to descend lies beneath this tree branch. However, the safety of this route has now been compromised. I must return before the clock strikes 3 in the morning. After a moment's contemplation, I choose not to take the long way around and resolve to pass by the hanging ghost. Upon closer observation, it appears that the ghost is unable to descend. If it cannot come down, then I have little to fear. Without engaging in conversation, I scatter a handful of joss paper and hasten forward, preparing to slip by its periphery. Ideally, we should coexist in our separate realms, avoiding conflict, yet, as I approach, the ghost grows frantic. "Brother, save me, bring me down." I remain silent. "You chose to hang here, why should I be your savior now? Did you not consider living well when you were among the living?" I continue onward, ignoring his pleas. As I persist along the cliff's edge, it becomes evident that the ghost wishes to prevent my departure. In an instant, its anguished visage contorts into a menacing snarl. "You little brat, if you refuse to help me, you shall not escape this mountain, you will accompany me here." With that, it violently sways toward me, its tongue shooting out with a swift whoosh. The tongue of the old ghost in the funeral shroud could extend 1/2 meter, but this hanging ghost's tongue stretches an astonishing 2 meters, wrapping around my neck. "What the hell?" I exclaim, instinctively retreating to maintain a safer distance. "Hurry and release me, or I shall end your life and force you to take my place." It continues to sway in the air, its blood-red tongue undulating ominously, effectively sealing off my route down the mountain. The terrifying scene resembles something out of a horror film. Gazing at the ghost's grotesque face and its flailing tongue, I feel a surge of anger. While it may be frightening, that does not equate to my fear of it. How dare it act so brazenly when it cannot even descend? If this ghost intends to obstruct my path and threaten me with the prospect of becoming its substitute, I am more than willing to send it on its way. With a resolute heart, I prepare to confront the hanging ghost. In this face-to-face encounter, the fear of the unknown dissipates, replaced by a newfound calmness. Holding a joss stick, I feign terror, speaking softly, "Brother, please do not be angry. I was blind to your might, allow me to help you." I pretend to be intimidated, as if his presence has truly unnerved me. Seeing my pretense, the ghost's twisted face breaks into an eager grin. "Hehehe, that's more like it. Come closer, stand atop the grave below, and cut the rope, then I shall be free." "Oh, of course," I respond, feigning caution. In reality, I am preparing to outwit this spectre. The ghost, upon hearing my agreement, retracts its tongue. I cautiously move closer, all the while gripping the metal tightly in my hand. The ghost, brimming with excitement, encourages me. "Yes, come closer, closer, approach the rope around my neck." Its demeanor reveals that it does not wish for me to free it, but rather seeks to ensnare me in its place, akin to how the old ghost in the funeral shroud desired for me to be crushed under the wheels of fate. I suspect that this hanging ghost harbors similar intentions, though it remains unspoken. It aims to ensnare me as its substitute, while I, in turn, seek to claim its life and escape this place. Soon enough, I arrive at the grave. At this moment, the ghost is consumed with exhilaration, its face nearly splitting with joy. "Yes, this is the spot, stand still, I am coming for you." With that, its body begins to sway closer, excitement radiating from it. I can see the malice glimmering in its dark, hollow eyes. I am poised, ready to strike. As the ghost draws near, it reveals its true nature, its mouth agape, emitting a chilling and ecstatic sound. "You are mine, little one. Come here and take my place." In that instant, its long tongue lunges toward me. Anticipating this, I thrust the joss stick forward, and with a series of sizzling sounds, it scalds the ghost's tongue. "Ar! My tongue," it cries, hastily retracting its appendage. However, I will not grant it respite. Before it can swing away, I seize its long tongue and pull it back with force. With my other hand, I raise the metal and bring it crashing down upon the ghost's head. "Damn it!" I curse loudly, furious that it would dare to underestimate me. The hanging ghost, already a pitiful figure dangling in the elements, is merely a shadow of its former self. While it may intimidate passers-by, it lacks the strength to genuinely harm me. It mistook my feigned fear for weakness, believing it could find a substitute among the living. Little did it know, as it plotted my demise, I had every intention of ending its existence in return. With a resounding bang, the metal strikes its head. "Ar!" the ghost shrieks, clutching its skull in agony, yet I do not release my grip on its tongue. I yank it back once more, delivering another blow with the metal. Bang! "Ar!" the ghost's cries echo in the air. "No, stop. I was wrong, it pleads, panic etched across its face. However, I have no intention of sparing it. Initially, we had maintained a mutual distance. It did not provoke me, and I, in turn, refrained from attacking. But now, it has grown aggressive, preventing my descent. Having chosen to strike, I am determined to eliminate this threat once and for all. I refuse to leave a foe at my back, a potential hazard lurking in the shadows. "It's too late," I declare vehemently. With that, I swing the metal with all my might. "No, no!" the ghost cries in terror, attempting to sway away from my reach. Alas, tethered by its own tongue, there is no escape. With a final, thunderous bang, my blow lands squarely upon its forehead. "Ar!" the ghost emits an excruciating wail, its body convulsing before exploding in a cacophony of phosphorescent flames, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke, its essence scattered to the winds. In my grasp, the ghostly tongue transforms into a cold, lifeless ember. Witnessing this, I feel little exhilaration. Instead, I shout defiantly into the chilling, desolate graveyard. Should anyone dare to obstruct my path, let them know this is the fate that awaits them. Chapter 38. I was overwhelmed as I uttered those words. A sense of trepidation and anxiety still lingered within me, yet, outwardly, I feigned a facade of confidence, determined to instill fear in the vile entities that might harbor ill intentions towards me. After speaking, I resumed my frantic dash forward. This time, however, I noticed that the footsteps that had trailed behind me had ceased. The chilling sensation at the nape of my neck had also lessened considerably. It seemed that my recent confrontation with the hanging ghost, coupled with my words, had indeed exerted a certain deterrent effect. I hurried onward, scattering yellow paper as I went. Subsequently, I encountered no further resistance and successfully reached the foot of the mountain. Upon arrival, the first order of business was to extinguish the 3 incense sticks in my hand. I then stripped off my clothes, pants, and shoes, igniting them in a blaze, leaving me clad only in a pair of shorts, barefoot. At that moment, I exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly summoned a ride via my mobile phone. However, the remoteness of the location proved to be a hindrance, as it took an eternity for a driver to accept the request. I had no choice but to continue running while awaiting the driver's response. The path was dimly lit, flanked by rustic country roads, and above me hung a solitary crescent moon. After approximately 8 or 9 minutes of running and an additional $30 added to the fare, a driver finally accepted my request, yet, he informed me that he would arrive in 10 minutes. I was reluctant to halt my pace, for the moment I did, a shiver would creep down my spine. So, I pressed on for another 6 or 7 minutes, when I gradually noticed a figure seated by the roadside ahead, a woman in white, hunched over. In such desolate outskirts, near a forgotten burial ground, what decent person would be sitting there at this hour? I surmised that this woman in white was likely another ghost. I slowed my pace, crossing to the opposite side of the road. I intended to keep my distance, avoiding any interaction with her. However, as I drew nearer, she lifted her head slightly, her pallid complexion and lifeless grey eyes met mine. She sat quietly on a large stone by the roadside, hunched over, gazing at me with a mournful expression, and spoke softly, "Young man, could you please help me? I'm in so much pain, truly suffering." Her plea echoed the previous lament of the hanging ghost, instantly heightening my vigilance. Clenching the metal in my hand, I resolved that should this ghost dare to approach me, I would use it to strike her down. I refrained from responding, quickening my pace along the roadside. The white-clad spectre, noticing my indifference, continued, "Please, young man, I beg you, I have been trapped beneath this stone for nearly a month. Please save me, or at least inform my family. I am in agony, truly in agony." Her words momentarily stunned me. I glanced towards the large stone where she sat. Indeed, the ground showed signs of collapse, with earth and debris surrounding it. What lay beneath, I could not ascertain. If what she claimed were true, it would indeed be a pitiable situation, yet, I was acutely aware of my own peril. How could I possibly assist her? Moreover, I could not discern her intentions. Her incessant pleas kept me on high alert. When she saw I was ignoring her and continuing forward, she implored once more, "Please, young man, I am suffering terribly beneath this stone. Look, my phone and bag are over there. My body lies beneath this stone. I beg you, help me out. I am in such pain." At that moment, the ghost knelt before me, bowing her head in supplication. She gestured towards a nearby bag, and amidst the weeds, I caught a glint that resembled a phone. Doubts began to gnaw at my mind. Was this ghost truly trapped here? Even if she was, could she not be attempting to deceive me into becoming her substitute? The old ghost in the shroud wished for me to take her place, as did the hanging ghost, and now this spectre might be doing the same. I dared not gamble on such uncertainties. My methods for dealing with these entities were far too limited, thus, I resolved to prioritize my safety. As I noticed my ride approaching, I called out to her, "If what you say is true, I will seek help for you during the day. For now, I cannot assist." Having said that, I chose to ignore her, maintaining my vigilance. I then spotted a private vehicle making its way towards me. Upon hearing my words, the white-clad woman looked up, her face etched with anticipation and hope, nodding fervently, "Yes, thank you, young man." She then glanced back at the approaching car. Suddenly, she lowered her voice, ensuring only I could hear, "Young man, you must not get into that car. Whatever you do, you must not." Immediately after, she scrambled off the stone and vanished behind it, as though she had never been there at all. I furrowed my brow at this turn of events. What could it mean? Was the ride I had requested somehow unsafe? I maintained a composed demeanor as the vehicle drew nearer. The car's engine was remarkably quiet, and as it approached, the sounds of the engine and tires against the pavement were almost imperceptible. Moreover, I noticed that the headlights were off, Coupled with the ghost's warning, my sense of unease intensified, yet I remained rooted by the roadside, unwilling to move. Soon, the car arrived before me. I verified the license plate and color. It matched my right. As the vehicle halted, the driver turned towards me, revealing a waxen, sallow face. His hands gripped the steering wheel, and his blackened teeth were exposed in a faint smile. "Brother, don't just stand there, hop in." He smiled eerily, his expression unsettlingly unnatural. My heart sank at his words. Hop in was a phrase only the deceased would use, combined with the white-clad woman's earlier warning and the peculiar behavior of the vehicle. A sense of dread washed over me. This car was likely a hearse, driven by the dead. I certainly would not dare to enter, yet I feigned ignorance, posing a question instead. "Brother, why aren't your headlights on?" The driver's expression stiffened as he responded, "The headlights are broken. I haven't had the chance to repair them, but don't worry, I'm a seasoned driver with 20 years of experience. The moon is bright tonight, I'll drive slowly, I can get you home. In these remote areas, it's hard to find another ride. Come on, let's hit the road together." A chill ran down my spine at his words. Hit the road together. Who would dare embark on a journey with him? It became abundantly clear that the white-clad woman meant me no harm. Her words were genuine. I could not enter this car. Chapter 39, the funeral car of departure. Various signs indicated that I should not board this vehicle. Since I could not, I resolutely refused, stating directly, "I'm afraid I must decline. You may go on without me." Upon hearing my words, the waxen-faced man momentarily froze, before forcing a smile and saying, "Oh, come now, young brother, what are you afraid of? I am an excellent driver, and the road conditions are not too bad. Please, come aboard, I can even reduce your fare." With a false grin plastered across his face, he persistently urged me to enter the car. However, this time I remained silent, merely shaking my head in rejection. "You know, young brother, I traveled quite a distance to reach you. It would be unkind of you not to accept my ride," he pressed. In response, I retrieved a stack of yellow paper from my bag. "How much do you want?" I inquired. As soon as the words left my lips, the waxen man's expression stiffened again, and his previous facade of a smile vanished. So you're not as simple as you look. Har har, how amusing, what a wasted trip." With that, he shot me a disdainful glare, devoid of any trace of amusement. Without uttering another word, he snatched the paper money from my hands and pressed the accelerator, driving the vehicle past me. I did not look back, but as the car passed, a chill wind swept by, carrying an unsettling coldness. I exhaled deeply and turned my gaze towards the large boulder diagonally across from me. It seemed that not all spirits were malevolent, some could indeed be benevolent. As I pondered this, 2 beams of light and the roar of an engine appeared in the distance. My attention shifted, and I saw a vehicle approaching. As it drew nearer, I realized it was identical to the funeral car driven by the waxen-faced man, even sharing the same license plate. The sole distinction was that this car was illuminated, and I could feel the warmth emanating from it as it parked beside me. The driver was now a middle-aged man with a normal complexion. Upon seeing me, he leaned forward and asked, "Brother, is this your ride?" "Yes, it is, uncle. Please turn around, I'll wait for you," I replied. Boarding the car now would mean turning back, and I wanted to avoid that outcome, so I instructed the driver to make a U-turn. Without hesitation, he complied, swiftly maneuvering the car. This time, I did not linger. I opened the door and seated myself in the back. As soon as I settled in, the middle-aged man inquired, "Brother, are you alone? What about your friends? Aren't they coming back with you?" His question left me somewhat bewildered. My friends, I was the only one here. Where could I possibly have friends? "Uncle, I'm all alone here," I clarified. The middle-aged man appeared startled, glancing at me through the rearview mirror with a hint of panic. "No, it can't be. Just a moment ago, I distinctly saw several people standing behind you." His statement sent a chill down my spine, causing my skin to crawl. Several people behind me. No wonder my master had warned me not to look back. There was indeed a reason for his caution. Not wanting to frighten the middle-aged man further, I replied, "Perhaps you misjudged. Let us get going, uncle." I spoke again, feeling that the unknown was far more terrifying than an actual encounter with something sinister. The middle-aged man, clearly unsettled, responded, "All right," and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and our vehicle sped away. As I peered out the window once more, I noticed the young woman who had vanished earlier now seated upon the large boulder, waving at me as if trying to say something, though I could not discern her words. In a flash, she was gone, and I refrained from looking back. However, I committed her kindness to memory and resolved to mention her to my master upon my return. It was possible that this woman was indeed an innocent soul, crushed beneath the debris during a landslide. The middle-aged driver, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Brother, what brings you to such a remote place at this late hour?" It was evident that he was a bit intimidated by me, likely due to his earlier sighting of someone behind me. I managed a dry smile, not wanting to frighten him further, and concocted an excuse. "I was fishing but fell into the water. I lost all my gear, which is why I returned in such a disheveled state." Upon hearing my explanation, he sighed in relief, clearly less tense than before. "Oh, so you're a fisherman as well, that explains it. Let me tell you, there isn't much to catch around here, the fish are quite small." The driver began to chatter away, revealing that he himself was an avid angler, and his initial fears dissipated as he continued to speak animatedly. I listened silently, offering little in response, while my thoughts drifted back to the night's experiences. Glancing at the pile of graveyard grass in my bag, I couldn't help but smile wryly. I had never imagined that I would encounter such entities, let alone become a disciple, yet, as long as I could survive, I felt that these harrowing experiences were worth it. Before long, we arrived at the Yongtai funeral shop. Upon reaching the destination, I grabbed my bag and exited the vehicle. The time was just right, 3 minutes past 2 o'clock, still within the hour of the pig. Barefoot, I hurried back into the funeral shop. Upon entering, I spotted my senior brother, John Deming. "Senior brother," I called out. Seeing me return, he quickly rose from the sofa. "Junior brother, was everything smooth? Did you manage to get the graveyard grass?" I nodded. "It went reasonably well, not exceptionally smooth, but I did obtain the graveyard grass." Saying this, I reached for the grass in my bag. However, as soon as I pulled out the 10 stalks of graveyard grass, I was taken aback. The grass I had picked was a vibrant green, each stalk fresh and devoid of any odor. Yet, just over an hour later, those 10 stalks had wilted and emitted a foul stench. "What? Why has this grass withered?" I exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Master Chi Xiong's voice suddenly resonated from the back room. "The grass of mourning weeps in the cold smoke of the grave. The passage of time silently alters the world. This is no ordinary graveyard grass. Now that you have plucked it, it has lost its yin energy and naturally withered. But fret not, as long as these 10 stalks remain, I can help you achieve a balance of yin and yang within your body, allowing you to return to normal." As he spoke, Master Chi emerged from the back. Hearing his words, I breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the graveyard grass. He examined it closely, then looked at me and asked, "Did you encounter any unusual occurrences along the way?" Upon hearing this, my expression darkened. Indeed, on my return journey, I encountered a hanging ghost and a female ghost who sought my help. I also came across a funeral car that attempted to take me on my final journey. Chapter 40, Writing a Fate Talisman. Upon hearing my words, both my master and senior brother furrowed their brows in immediate concern. Senior brother John Deming's expression shifted dramatically, as he exclaimed, "What? The master has already marked you, inscribing a talisman on your forehead, and yet you still encountered so many malevolent entities. How could such vile things still cling to you?" His astonishment was palpable, almost bordering on disbelief, yet, my experiences were indeed true. I simply nodded in earnest. I truly encountered them, and furthermore, other sinister entities have manifested. Moreover, there are additional malevolent beings. Senior brother gasped again, casting a glance towards the master. The master's frown deepened as he quietly inquired, "Do share, what have you encountered on your journey?" I nodded and recounted every detail. After disembarking at the cemetery, from the footsteps behind me, the deceit of the spirits that lured me to look back, the appearance of paper effigies, to the hanging ghost, and so forth. As I concluded my tale, I noticed the master's expression had noticeably soured. Senior brother John Deming's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, senior brother finally spoke, "You truly attract malevolent spirits." When I first entered the profession, I ventured to the cemetery, and all I heard were footsteps behind me. Nothing else materialized. I was taken aback. "Senior brother, did you also go to collect graveyard grass?" He shook his head. "No, I merely took a stroll around the cemetery. This is customary for our initiation." After saying this, he glanced at the master, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, in our line of work, the first lesson is to cultivate courage, also known as passing the courage test. If one cannot overcome this challenge, they are unworthy of learning the ancestral skills. You have succeeded, and quite splendidly at that. However, I did not anticipate that your fate would attract such darkness to such an extent. Even with the mark, it cannot suppress the misfortune surrounding you, drawing so many foul entities that threaten your life. Nonetheless, you exhibit remarkable potential, displaying steadiness in your actions and decisiveness in your responses. You are undoubtedly a promising candidate for our craft." As the master spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement, radiating warmth as he regarded me, as if I were a precious find. After absorbing the master's words, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. I had not expected my unfortunate fate to be viewed so favorably by the master, being deemed a promising seedling. My motives had solely been to survive. I merely remembered their words and performed what was necessary, nothing more. Yet, I continued to inquire, "Master, the female ghost that sought my help seemed to be a benign spirit. Without her warning, I might have boarded that ghostly carriage." The master nodded. "There exists both good and evil among humans, and the same applies to spirits. This all stems from your kind heart. Had you not made her a promise, refraining from stating your intent to rescue her the next day, she might not have warned you about the carriage that was to bring you harm. Since you have given your word, you must follow through, otherwise, she will surely harbor resentment." I nodded. "Understood, master. I shall attend to this matter first thing in the morning." The master said no more, patting my shoulder, urging me to rest for a while. He then took the 10 blades of graveyard grass I had given him to the back of the shop. As soon as he left, senior brother spoke up. "Junior brother, I have transferred the 20,000 yuan consultation fee back to you. Please accept it. Now that you are my junior brother, I cannot accept your money." He smiled gently at me. I glanced at my phone and saw that senior brother John Deming had indeed sent me a WeChat transfer. However, it was not 20,000, but 30,000. "Senior brother, did you perhaps transfer too much?" I looked at him, but he merely grinned. "I told you, you are now my junior brother. I must give you a red envelope. The master holds you in such high regard, and you possess a pair of yin-yang hands. You passed the first lesson with flying colors. Your hands are naturally suited to wield scissors, and your temperament and approach to matters are exceptionally fitting for our line of work. Although I entered the profession before you, I lack your innate talent and often become anxious in critical situations, failing to grasp the master's profound skills. I hope you can inherit the master's legacy and one day guide me, your senior brother." I dared not presume too much and quickly replied, "Senior brother, what are you saying? Were it not for your timely intervention last night, I would not have survived to this day, nor would I have had the chance to become a disciple of the master. I shall forever remember your kindness." Senior brother chuckled lightly. "It is but a small matter, just accept the red envelope. My earnings are sufficient. I suspect that 20,000 yuan is from your boss. Return it to him tomorrow. Do not owe anyone a favor, lest it complicate the karma." I was touched. I had not anticipated senior brother's thoughtfulness. That 20,000 indeed came from my boss, Margie. Seeing that senior brother had made such a point, I could no longer refuse and nodded in agreement. Senior brother then shared with me several customs of our tailoring profession, especially those pertaining to the craft of ghost tailoring, given its association with stitching corpses and dealing with malevolent entities. I made sure to commit everything to memory, as entering this line of work would inevitably involve interactions with corpses and foul spirits. These rules would certainly prove useful. After about 10 minutes, I heard the master calling out to me, "Xiao Chen, you may come in now." Upon hearing the master's voice, I promptly replied, "Coming, master." I then entered the inner room with senior brother. As we stepped inside, we were greeted by a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. There was a large plastic barrel filled with dark herbal water, emitting wisps of white steam. "Go ahead and soak," the master instructed. Without hesitation, I climbed in, squatting within the barrel. The water was not overly hot and felt quite comfortable. However, at that moment, the master unexpectedly tugged at a few strands of my hair, causing me some discomfort. "Master, why are you pulling my hair?" The master chuckled. "In addition to your hair, I need you to trim your fingernails as well." He gestured for senior brother to assist me with the nail trimming. It seemed the master had some ritual in mind, requiring both my hair and nails. "Master, what ritual is this for?" "You are quite astute. I shall use your hair and nails to inscribe a fate talisman for you. The talisman, combined with this herbal decoction, will entirely expel the excessive energy within you, restoring your body to a state of yin-yang balance, akin to that of a normal person." "Finally, I shall employ the talisman incantation to suppress the dual calamities afflicting you." Listening to the master explain the procedure, I found myself at a loss for understanding. I simply responded with a noncommittal hum. Given my current state, there was little I could do other than comply. Before long, I watched as the master wrapped my hair and nails in a sheet of blank yellow paper and burned it. He mixed the ashes with red cinnabar ink, then inscribed my date of birth on a piece of yellow paper, ultimately sketching a talisman. Although I could not decipher the symbols, I distinctly saw the character for fate prominently displayed in the center. Once the talisman was prepared, the master held it before me, forming a series of intricate hand seals. The seals appeared highly professional, and after completing them, the master recited solemnly, "The fate talisman rests lightly in the palm. This life is as delicate as silk, difficult to measure. Between life and death, one lingers long. Today, liberation brings eternal peace and health." Upon concluding his incantation, the master suddenly spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the yellow talisman. Both senior brother and I observed in shock. What was happening? Yet, immediately after, the master intoned again, "The fate talisman incantation commences, urgent as the law commands, decree." With the decree spoken, the yellow talisman in the master's hand flickered before bursting into flames. As it neared incineration, he cast it into my bathing barrel. At that moment, I realized that the master had bitten his tongue to perform this spell for me. We had no prior connection, yet due to my calling him master, he had driven away the evil spirits and now risked injury to aid me in securing my fate. Senior brother not only returned my money but also gifted me a 1,000 yuan red envelope. With the master's profound regard for me and senior brother's kindness, I felt as though I had stumbled upon an immense fortune. My heart swelled with gratitude and emotion. However, before I could express my thanks, my entire body jolted violently, as if struck by electricity, and an intense burning sensation coursed through my skin. Chapter 41, The Shedding of the Twin Demons. A sudden, searing sensation enveloped my body, igniting an overwhelming heat and discomfort. "Master, senior brother, I feel an intense pain in my skin. It's so hot," I spoke, my complexion visibly distressed. The master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. The more it hurts, the more effective it is. Just endure it. Once you have shed a layer of skin, the excessive energy within you will be expelled, and your life will be stabilized." "What? Shed a layer of skin?" My face was a portrait of shock and disbelief. The notion of shedding a layer of skin seemed excruciating. The master nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you must shed a layer of skin. The yin energy within you is excessively heavy, more than I had anticipated. The previous attempts to alleviate it were futile. To stabilize your life, we must employ a potent remedy. Once the talisman ash is applied, it will trigger the expulsion of the yin energy from your body. The more pain you endure, the more yin energy will dissipate. Hold on. Once the water turns foul, you shall be healed. Thereafter, you will no longer encounter malevolent entities without reason. The yang fire that has diminished will gradually be restored, allowing you to lead a normal life." The master spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, my look of astonishment gradually transformed into determination. So that was the reason behind the fiery pain coursing through my body. The yin energy within me was being expelled, bolstered by both the potion and the talisman. "All right, I will endure." I crouched in the plastic barrel, acutely aware of the stinging sensation on my skin. It felt akin to being scalded by boiling water. excruciatingly painful, a fiery torment that seemed to tear at my skin. I fought the urge to cry out, not wanting to appear weak to the master and senior brother, so I clenched my teeth in silence, the sound of my grinding teeth echoing, yet I remained voiceless. However, the pain did not relent, it only intensified, causing cold sweat to bead upon my brow. Senior brother John Deming, noticing my silent struggle, urged, "Junior brother, if it hurts, just scream. You've already begun to shed your skin." At the mention of shedding skin, I lowered my gaze and noticed that my skin had indeed formed a layer of wrinkles, yet this skin resembled a thin membrane rather than the flesh itself being torn away. My entire body was now an alarming shade of crimson. Gritting my teeth, my body trembled incessantly, and no, I'm fine, I can endure. After saying this, I bit down even harder. The master, observing my determination, chuckled softly, "Well done. You are quite the tough one. You possess the willpower necessary for our line of work. I admire that, Deming. You have much to learn in this regard." Senior brother John Deming chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head without uttering a word. Meanwhile, I felt utterly miserable in the barrel. Aside from the thin layer of skin that had formed on the surface due to the talisman ash and herbal water, I noticed that the medicinal concoction in the barrel had begun to lose its potency, gradually turning sour and foul-smelling. I could not discern how much time had passed. I only felt a sense of dizziness and a throbbing in my head. My body seemed to be growing numb. At this juncture, senior brother Joe Deming appeared to be sketching peculiar symbols around the barrel, and he lit 3 incense sticks, before turning to the master and stating, "Master, I am ready." The master nodded and stepped before me, solemnly addressing, "Little Chen, your fate is unique. You bear the dual demons, and to ensure a long and stable life, it is essential to consolidate the source of these demons. I have prepared certain measures that will not only expel the Excessian energy from your body but also leave behind a source of the dual demons to suppress them, preventing your body from automatically absorbing external yin energy. The next part will be the most painful, endure it." At that moment, I felt lightheaded. The pain had rendered me nearly numb. Although I was unaware of what the master meant by the source of the dual demons, I grasped one thing. As long as this ritual was completed, my body would no longer absorb yin energy uncontrollably. As we approached the final step, I felt emboldened by the thought of enduring the pain. I nodded to the master, I can hold on. I spoke, breathless and weak. Seeing my resolve, the master prepared himself and nodded in affirmation, "Good." He then circled around me, chanting incomprehensible words, clearly part of the ritual. This process lasted about 10 minutes. Finally, the master held a yellow talisman in his hand and stood directly opposite me, suddenly reciting, "Expel the yin energy from the heart, let brightness shine high in the heavens." All things in the world are governed by cause and effect, with clear distinctions between good and evil, granting freedom, divide the dual demon source, gather the yin to a point. Swiftly, as per the decree, I command. With the proclamation, the yellow talisman was forcefully pressed against my forehead. In that instant, the 3 incense sticks erupted into flames, roaring to life. I felt a surge of heat coursing into my body from my forehead, and in that moment, an unbearable pain ripped through me. The agony coursed through my limbs and converged into my palms. I could no longer suppress my scream. The pain felt as if my tendons were being forcibly pulled, akin to iron needles piercing straight into my palms. The master, noticing my outcry, furrowed his brow, "Endure it." He continued to press the talisman against my forehead. The pain lingered for several excruciating minutes, akin to being cut by blades and pierced by needles, an indescribable torment. Just when I felt I could no longer bear it, the master withdrew his finger. The yellow talisman emitted a buzzing sound and disintegrated. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped me from head to toe. Following this warmth, the pain began to noticeably subside. The chilling sensation within me began to coalesce towards the centers of my palms. I felt my body growing unresponsive, stiffening with the unmistakable chill accumulating in my hands. Gasping for breath, my eyes half closed, I managed to utter, "Master, is it over?" The master, witnessing my weakened state as I leaned against the barrel, nodded slightly, "Yes, take a moment to recover. You may rise." At that moment, I realized the master was also panting heavily, his complexion markedly paler than before. I was not oblivious. It was apparent that the master had endured significant strain in performing the talisman. Master, are you all right? I asked, suppressing my discomfort. I'm fine. I am just old and lacking the stamina I once had. I merely need to catch my breath. With this dual demon ritual completed, you have effectively subdued the twin demons within you. As for subsequent matters, I shall explain them to you tomorrow. The master appeared fatigued. As he spoke, senior brother John Deming moved to assist the master, but he was gently rebuffed, with the master instructing him to help me instead. Senior brother replied within a millimeter, and approached the barrel, supporting my arm. Take it slow, rise gradually. My entire body felt weak and sore, my neck flushed, and a thin layer of skin had shed. Meanwhile, the potion in the barrel had become exceedingly foul-smelling, reminiscent of years-old refuse, even more repugnant. Clad only in shorts, I leaned motionless against a chair, while the master inquired, Deming, check if there are any dark spots in Xiao Chen's palms. Upon hearing this, I attempted to lift my hands, only to find I lacked the strength to move. My body felt utterly drained. Senior brother carefully raised my hand and flipped it over. Lowering my gaze, I noticed 2 circular dark spots on my palms, resembling small black moles. Chapter 42. Applying oil on my skin. I noticed 2 dark spots on my palm, recalling the words of my master from earlier. He mentioned that I bore the dual malevolence, attracting the yin energy. I soaked some herbs and used a talisman to expel the excess yin, yet, even with the yin energy banished, the dual malevolence remained. If left unaddressed, the yin energy would continue to accumulate. Thus, it was essential to gather the malevolence to establish a dual malevolence source to subdue the malevolence within me and prevent the attraction of yin energy. At this moment, my senior, John Deming, spoke up excitedly, Master, it's done. There are 2 black spots on both palms. Upon hearing this, my master's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Har har har, it is splendid, splendid indeed, little Chen. With these 2 dual malevolent sources, your fate entwined with dual malevolence is now thoroughly subdued. Hearing this, my eyes mirrored the surprise and excitement. Thank you, Master. My master waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. Rest for a while. You shall stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to use scissors. Yes, understood. I nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, my master, in good spirits, ambled to the room behind the shop. Observing him, it was evident that he had paid a considerable price to preserve my life. He could barely maintain his balance. Such kindness, I could only silently engrave in my heart. My senior remained with me, smiling as he said, Junior, your fate has been secured. The master regards you as a rare gem. I hope you do not let his expectations down. Rest for a bit. I will fetch you a couple of changes of clothes. After a bath, I'll apply a layer of protective oil on your skin, and you can rest properly. Thank you, Senior. I expressed my gratitude with a nod. John Deming then turned and departed. After a moment of recuperation, I regained some strength and examined my palms and body. My skin, having shed a very thin layer, remained red but was significantly improved compared to before. Additionally, I indeed had 2 black spots on my palms. They were minuscule, less than 2 millimeters, symmetrically appearing in the center of my palms, neither painful nor itchy. However, upon touching them, I discovered the spots were icy cold. Apart from this, there was no discomfort whatsoever. My master must have concentrated the attracted yin energy onto these black spots, perhaps using them as a barrier to prevent my body from absorbing external yin energy. Regardless of the method, my life was undoubtedly preserved. Leaning back in the chair, I exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of liberation. At that moment, my senior handed me a set of clothes. Junior, wear these for now. I made a few quick alterations. It should be fine temporarily. Upon inspection, I noticed the fabric was reproposed from a burial garment. The attire had been fashioned into a t-shirt, and the pants into shorts, reminiscent of a trendy northeast floral pattern, making it quite fashionable, without a hint of its original purpose. I must admit, my senior's tailoring skills were truly impressive. They look quite nice and stylish, I remarked with a smile. He chuckled in response, saying, go take a shower and wash off the herbal residue. But do not rub your skin with your hands. You've shed a layer of skin, and your skin is delicate. Rubbing too hard could cause injury or bleeding. Once you're clean, apply this oil on your body for protection. After a good sleep, your skin will recover, and those yin spots will vanish. With that, he handed me a ceramic bottle. I took a whiff and found that my sense of taste and smell had returned. Moreover, the oil inside the bottle was incredibly fragrant, a refreshing scent that was not overpowering. "Senior, what oil is this? It smells delightful," he replied with a knowing smile. "It's a secret concoction, not available for purchase outside. It's excellent for skin protection. The hour is late. I shall retire to rest. Once you finish washing and applying the oil, sleep in the third room at the back." I nodded affirmatively. "All right." He yawned and left me to retire to the back of the shop. Clutching the clothes and the bottle of oil, I headed to the restroom to shower. After rinsing off the herbal residue, I looked into the mirror. I noticed a stark contrast in skin tone. The area above my neck was pale, while below it was a soft red, reminiscent of freshly healed skin. Gazing into the mirror, the sight was rather uncanny. I then began to apply the oil to my body. It was fragrant and silky, providing a cooling sensation that was quite pleasant. After applying the oil and donning the clothes, I checked the time and realized it was already 5 in the morning. With it being summer, dawn would soon break. Exhausted from the night's tumult, I desired to rest and sought the third room my senior mentioned. However, upon opening the door, I was startled. The room was filled with life-sized models dressed in burial garments. These plastic models, adorned in burial attire, were suspended in the air, creating the eerie illusion of a row of individuals clothed for the afterlife. Rows upon rows of them, with a small bed situated below, the sight was indeed disconcerting. Why were the models suspended instead of placed on the ground? It felt rather unsettling, yet I recalled that my master was a tailor for the departed. There must be some significance to this arrangement. For now, I would have to make do and inquire later. I lay down on the small bed, unable to resist the overwhelming wave of sleepiness. Under the enticing aroma of the oil, I quickly drifted off into a deep slumber, not a single dream crossing my mind. When I awoke, it was already noon the following day. In daylight, the presence of the models dressed in burial garments appeared significantly less intimidating. I checked my palms again. The dark spots remained. However, I noticed that the previously red skin had turned much whiter, and I felt revitalized. After washing my face in the restroom, I observed that my complexion had improved considerably. The heavy dark circles under my eyes had vanished, leaving my face with a refreshed glow. A surge of joy filled my heart. It seemed all my master's efforts had borne fruit. Just as I stepped out of the inner room, I spotted my master sitting at the front counter of the shop, nonchalantly crossing his legs, smoking a cigarette while playing a game called Hero Kill. "Master!" I called out. Upon seeing me, he smiled and nodded, continuing to play as he asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel much better and more energetic. The corpse spots on my body have also disappeared. Thank you for saving my life." As I said this, I bowed respectfully to my master. Without him, I surely would not have survived this ordeal. Even without the sinister spectre of death, the accumulation of yin energy would have led to my demise. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, I owe it all to my master. To call him a rebirth of my parental figures would not be an exaggeration. My gratitude and respect for him have grown immensely. Chapter 43, Collecting Corpse Oil at Night. Upon hearing my account, my master merely smiled faintly. "It is good to hear that all is well. However, you have just shed a layer of skin, and your current complexion is not suited for sun exposure. Furthermore, you will need to apply this corpse oil continuously for a week, otherwise, your skin will resemble the rough bark of an ancient tree." The first part was acceptable, but upon hearing the latter, my heart sank with a resounding thud. Corpse oil. I recalled the ambiguous expression on senior brother John Deming's face when he had given me the oil last night. My master nodded, affirming, "Indeed, corpse oil, only by applying this oil to your skin will it rejuvenate swiftly. However, this small amount of corpse oil will undoubtedly be insufficient for an entire week. Therefore, this evening, you shall accompany me to the psycho-funeral home. There are 2 corpses that require stitching. It will serve the dual purpose of teaching you the art of suturing while also procuring some corpse oil for you. Once the oil is processed into fragrant oil, it will be applied to promote skin regeneration." After hearing this, I felt somewhat uneasy. Previously, I had found the oil pleasant, but now that I knew it was derived from corpses, my discomfort intensified. My master, perceiving my unease, chuckled reassuringly. Do not be so tense or afraid, simply regard it as medicine. Moreover, extracting oil from the deceased requires their consent, so there is no need for you to worry on that front. Later tonight, I shall instruct you. I inhaled sharply, swallowed hard, and my anxiety lingered, yet, considering the implications for my health, I knew I had to proceed. I then spoke. Very well. Continuing, I asked, Master, where has senior brother gone? My master, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen, answered without diverting his attention, Deming left early this morning. You should take a moment to rest. Once I finish this round of the game, we shall go for a meal. At that moment, sounds of game characters echoed from his computer. I dodge, then strike, I dodge again. What is going on with all this dodging? My master frowned, displaying a hint of irritation. I was surprised that at his age, he still engaged in card games like Hero Kill. However, recalling my promise to the white-clad female ghost from last night, I felt disinclined to linger. Moreover, after this matter, I wished to see Xiao Shuang. Without her assistance, I would have had no chance to meet senior brother John Deming or my master. In my hand, I still held the precious medal from the security guard, and at the veterinary clinic lay the large raccoon that had saved me. Thus, I spoke again, Master, I shall forego dinner. I need to attend to the promise I made to the female ghost. My belongings are still at the rental apartment, and I would like to return to see if I can find the one who has been aiding me, Xiao Shuang. I also wish to return the security guard's medal and check on the large raccoon that rescued me. My master, still fixated on the computer screen, looked up at my words and smiled slightly. Har, it seems you are quite loyal. Having just escaped your predicament, you still think of the old cat that saved you. It is commendable to harbor such gratitude. Let us meet at Psycho at 9 this evening. All right. I nodded in agreement, preparing to leave. Just as I was about to turn away, my master spoke again. By the way, I heard from Deming that before seeking him out, you went to Fengshui Street and were deceived by Ping and Tang for several thousand yuan, correct? Upon hearing my master's inquiry, I nodded again, yes. 3,000 yuan for a fortune-telling fee. He merely calculated based on the form I filled out. When I realized the deception, I confronted him. I was in a rush to find help, so I didn't linger to argue. My master, after listening to my account, nodded, that grievance will be avenged. A master's disciple shall not harbor grudges overnight. Master, you avenged me. I was somewhat astonished, my eyes wide. My master waved his hand dismissively. Attend to your matters first. Tonight, you shall witness how I deal with that scoundrel. With that, he resumed his focus on the computer screen, appearing calm. Knowing my master had a plan reassured me somewhat. Nonetheless, I remained aware that deceitful fraud had likely tricked many others. He had even mentioned a fateful fee of 58,000 and urged me to take out a loan. Had I not been vigilant, I could have easily fallen for his lies, not only losing my life but also incurring a mountain of debt. Since my master could take charge, I resolved to complete my own errands first. I then said to my master, Master, I shall take my leave now. I need to gather some incense and paper money. My master waved his hand, indicating I should go without further words. I turned and left the funeral home, concerned about my phone battery dying during my return. Once outside, I powered it back on and found the battery was below 10%. I rented a portable charger from a nearby shop, skipped dinner, and took a taxi straight to the Potter's Field. On the way, I immediately called Brother Mar. The call connected swiftly. Brother Mar? I exclaimed. Upon hearing my voice, Brother Mar responded with excitement. Xiao Chen, what is the situation? I was calling you, but your phone was off. Everything is all right there, right? Brother Mar was a good person, akin to a brother, which was why he had lent 2,000 yuan to senior brother to assist me. I replied, everything is fine now, Brother Mar. I have taken on John Deming as my master. My issues will soon be resolved. Upon hearing this, Brother Mar was taken aback. What, you've taken John master as your own? No way, is that for real? I chuckled softly on the line, providing a brief explanation. However, given the sensitive nature of certain matters, I refrained from elaborating during the ride. I did mention requesting a few days off to wrap up some tasks. Brother Ma agreed, advising me to take care of myself, assuring me that the shop could manage in my absence. After hanging up, I transferred the 2,000 yuan back to Brother Ma. After all, that was no small sum. Since senior brother had returned it to me, I could not shamelessly keep it for myself. Once that matter was resolved, I inquired about the large raccoon at the veterinary clinic. They sent me a video, revealing the raccoon was recovering but still appeared lethargic. They mentioned it had internal bleeding and required further observation, asking me to prepay another 1,000 yuan. I bore grudges, yet I also felt gratitude. Before long, I arrived at the potter's field, the very location where I had encountered the white-clad female ghost the previous night. I disembarked from the vehicle. Though remote, it was midday, and nothing appeared particularly menacing. Once the driver departed, I approached the large stone where the ghost had been. However, as I drew near, an overwhelming stench of decay assaulted my senses. My sense of smell had not fully recovered last night, so I had not detected it then, but now it was nauseating. Next to a pile of earth lay a woman's handbag, and amidst the grass, a mobile phone. They likely belonged to the white-clad ghost. The foul odor was likely emanating from decomposing bodies within the earth mound. I lit 3 incense sticks and addressed the collapsed mound. Thank you for your assistance last night. I have returned as promised. With that, I inserted the incense before the large stone. However, as soon as I did, a resounding collapse echoed as the nearby earth and stones suddenly caved in my direction. Chapter 44. Returning to meet Xieshuang. Just as I had placed the 3 lit incense sticks into the ground, the mound of earth before me suddenly collapsed. From the slope, a modest-sized piece of blue stone rolled directly towards me. The stone was not substantial, and I felt no fear. I merely stepped back to avoid it, as it posed no threat. However, after the blue stone tumbled down, a highly decayed human arm emerged from the resulting pit. Upon witnessing this, I instantly furrowed my brow, simultaneously grasping the situation. It was evident that the ghostly figure in white had made her presence known, deliberately leaving behind traces and clues for me to alert the authorities on her behalf. Having encountered the supernatural, the sight of the corpse did not instill fear within me. Rather, I found the scent rather unpleasant. Nonetheless, I concealed my discomfort and bowed towards the decaying arm in the earth, stating, "I understand your intent. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to find someone and rescue you." Without hesitation, I scattered some joss paper I had brought along. I then called the police, explaining the situation and providing the location, after which I waited nearby. Reflecting on my experience from the previous night, a sense of trepidation washed over me. Had it not been for the white-dressed ghost's warning, what would have happened had I boarded that hearse? The outcome remains a mystery. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the relevant authorities arrived. I pointed out the rotting arm protruding from the mound, indicating that I was the one who had made the report. As the first witness at the scene, I was required to assist with their documentation. They inquired about various details, including my occupation, residence, and the reason for my presence there. I explained that I had been experiencing a streak of bad luck and had come to burn joss paper in the wilderness to dispel my misfortune. They advised me to trust in science. I chuckled softly, choosing not to contest their assertion. After completing my statement, I was free to leave, though they mentioned that they might contact me if further inquiries arose and requested my continued cooperation. I agreed and departed. As for whether the woman in white had fallen victim to foul play or simply met her demise due to misfortune amidst the collapse, that was beyond my purview. Subsequently, I summoned a vehicle to return to my apartment complex. My next intention was to visit Xieshuang. This time, I resolved to confront her ghostly identity and confess everything. However, just as I awaited my ride, I felt a sudden chill waft behind me. A faint voice, barely discernible, echoed, "Thank you." The sound was gentle and soft, leaving me uncertain if I had misheard. Nonetheless, I turned to glance back at the collapsed earth. Now, I awaited the arrival of professionals to excavate the body, confirm its identity, and proceed with the necessary protocols. Regardless of the circumstances, the woman in white would surely no longer suffer beneath the weight of stone. I smiled faintly, remaining silent as I entered the vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, I returned to the apartment complex. I glanced around the entrance but did not see the security guard on duty. Upon inquiring, I learned that the guard had been working the night shift, and I could only meet him after 4 o'clock. It was still early, just past 1 o'clock, So without further hesitation, I proceeded to my rental apartment. My purpose was twofold: to express my gratitude to Shishwang and to pack my belongings. After all, that place might no longer be suitable for my continued residence, yet, upon reflection, with my master now firmly by my side, having sealed the source of the dual calamity, the malevolent energy would not intrude upon my body. For the past month, Shishwang had not only caused me no harm but had, in fact, aided me. I found myself believing that Shishwang was genuinely kind-hearted. Even though she was a ghost, she had never wished me ill. If there were no significant issues, perhaps continuing to reside there would not pose any great problem. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I arrived at the elevator. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the 18th floor, simultaneously retrieving my key from my pocket. In that moment, I felt a surge of apprehension and tension. However, confronting the inevitable was necessary. Ding dong. The elevator arrived at the 18th floor, and I found myself alone within. With a heavy buzz signaling the opening of the elevator doors, I stepped out. The 18th floor remained dim, shrouded in shadows, with little sunlight filtering through. I recalled the drenched man I had encountered at the entrance and wondered if he still lingered there. Taking a deep breath, I exited the elevator. With a final buzz, the doors closed behind me. The floor was dark and silent, the corridor imbued with a chilling atmosphere that evoked a sense of oppression. Yet, I lingered only a moment before resolutely moving forward. Ahead lay a leftward passage. I was unsure if I would once again encounter the drenched male ghost. My heart raced with a tinge of anxiety. However, upon turning the corner, the dim corridor revealed nothing but emptiness. The man in the funeral attire I had seen before did not reappear, allowing me to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. I continued a few more steps until I reached the door of my rental apartment, 18-7. Holding the key, I prepared to unlock the door, but as the key approached the lock, I abruptly halted. This was a shared apartment for the Ashes. I was cohabiting with Shishwang, therefore, it stood to reason that she had not been coming and going as if she were employed. She had likely been within the apartment all along. With this realization, I withdrew the key and gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. After 2 consecutive knocks, I called out, "Shishwang, it's me, Chen Xian. I'm back and wish to see you." Ghosts can be both benevolent and malevolent, and I firmly believed Shishwang to be a kind spirit. Following my call, silence enveloped the surroundings as I stood at the door, awaiting a response. The fact that Shishwang had been willing to deliver the ghost fruit directly to me at the cemetery was ample proof of her kindness. It was merely my earlier revelation of her true identity that had caused her to sever contact with me. As I contemplated this, I prepared to knock once more. However, just as my hand lifted, the tightly closed door suddenly clicked open with a click. In that moment, a flicker of joy surged within me. It appeared that Shishwang was indeed willing to see me again. Without further hesitation, I gently pushed the door open. As the door creaked, I stepped into the dimly lit room, yet, upon entering, I was met with a rush of cold air, chilling to the bone. Within the unusually dark room, I beheld a slender figure clad in white. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she stood silently in the living room, her back turned towards me. Though I could not see her face, I knew instinctively that she was none other than my cohabitant, Jiu Shishwang, the ghostly figure that had stirred my heart. I understood she was not a living being, yet upon seeing her again, I felt no trace of fear. Instead, an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over me. Her willingness to meet me spoke volumes of the bond we shared. "Shishwang," I called out, a smile gracing my lips, my excitement palpable. Shishwang remained in the dim room, not turning to face me. After a moment's hesitation, she replied in a soft, familiar tone, "Are you not afraid of me now?" Chapter 45, A Confession of All. When I heard Shishwang utter those words, my face revealed no hint of fear. Instead, I bestowed upon her a gentle smile. "You have been quietly aiding me and saving me. Why should I fear you? I ought to express my gratitude instead." As I spoke, I took a couple of steps forward. The room was shrouded in darkness, and I could only discern Shishwang's silhouette. She still did not turn to face me but continued, "Do not come closer. Your body is too frail. The nearer you are to me, the quicker you shall perish." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, I comprehended why I had not seen Xie for nearly a week, only the apples she had left for me. She had deliberately maintained a certain distance, fearing that she might bring me harm. I felt a touch of emotion and continued, Xie, I am fine now. I have apprenticed under a truly skilled master who expels malevolent spirits with great prowess. Moreover, he has helped to suppress my fate. My life has been preserved, and no more dark energy shall invade my body. Thus, I returned, not only to see you but also to share this good news. Xie instinctively turned her head at these words. Really? Though her complexion was pale, her features were exquisitely delicate, and she was indeed beautiful. Her character resonated deeply with mine. At that moment, her large, astonished eyes were fixed upon me. I stood 2 meters away from her, gazing at her enchanting visage, and nodded emphatically. Indeed. You need not sacrifice your own vitality to extend my life or suppress dark energies any longer. We can continue as roommates. A smile adorned my face. Even though Xie was a spirit, I could not suppress my fondness for her. Now I understood why, when I confessed my feelings and asked her to be my girlfriend, she urged me to reconsider. After all, I was human, and she was a ghost. Our paths were inherently divergent, with no foreseeable outcome. Yet, I sensed that she held affection for me. Otherwise, why would she continuously use her vitality to save me? Why would she accompany me in climbing stairs to feed stray cats, binge-watching dramas, and stargazing? Now that I had uncovered the truth, I was still willing to reside with her, even if she were a ghost. Xie appeared exceedingly pleased. She gazed at me, uttering an millimeter, as she nodded repeatedly. The feeling of reconciling with Xie filled me with joy. Although I was somewhat curious about how she had met her demise, I refrained from asking, recognizing it as a personal sorrow. Instead, I ventured to say, Xie, I am going to become a mortician. Stitching up the deceased. It is an occupation of the underworld. Xie responded with an "oh" and inquired, that sounds good, but will you still sell clothes? I had contemplated this. Stitching up corpses was not a daily task. Given that Brother Mar had been so accommodating, it would be ungracious to resign immediately after just becoming an apprentice. Thus, I nodded in affirmation. Yes. I will manage both selling and stitching. The 2 jobs will not interfere with one another. Xie nodded thoughtfully and then asked, by the way, Chen Xian, has your formidable master driven away the old hag and her family that were haunting you? I nodded firmly. Those malevolent spirits were not merely chased away. They were exterminated. The old woman and her family of 4, none were spared. My master is currently using these 2 dark seals to suppress my fate. Once I acquire the skills, I shall no longer fear those wicked entities. I will not be harmed by dark energies again. I smiled, revealing their double evil source seal on my palm, yet at that moment, Xie furrowed her brow slightly. 4 were they not a family of 5? Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. 5? Xie nodded resolutely. I frowned and replied, the old woman in the funeral attire, her granddaughter, and her son and daughter-in-law. Besides them, who else is there? Xie nodded vigorously. Yes, it is indeed 5. They were quite fearsome in this vicinity. I was terrified every time I encountered them. The most fearsome of all was the old hag's husband, a man in grey funeral attire. He preys on children and is truly terrifying. 2 children in our community who passed away were consumed by that old man. As she spoke, Xie expression turned fearful. I was equally astonished and taken aback. There was yet another, a spirit that specifically preys on children. Just how malevolent must this ghost be? It seemed I had stumbled upon a den of spirits. The family of 5 had indeed been exterminated, all of them being vengeful spirits. However, I regarded Xie with suspicion. I recalled that when I was feigning death in the coffin temple, the old woman in funeral attire had remarked that I had been preceded by the vengeful woman residing in the same room. This vengeful woman unmistakably referred to Xie. Xie claimed that the family of 5 in funeral attire were malevolent spirits and that she feared them. If that were the case, why would the old woman view Xie as a vengeful woman? Did Xie, despite her gentle demeanor, possess a fierce nature? Tentatively, I inquired, are you unable to confront him? Xie shook her head. I have been dead for merely 3 years. I cannot prevail. That night you said you would not return. I was extremely worried. Later, I discovered that you had been cornered by that woman at the pet hospital. The place was too crowded. I did not dare approach. On the second night, I followed your aura to find you and realized you had been forced into the martyr's cemetery by that vengeful woman. I did not dare to intervene, so I could only wait for her to leave, leaving behind a ghost fruit to depart. Fortunately, you are unharmed, and you have a formidable master to protect you. However, with the family of 5 in funeral attire, 4 have now perished. That old man in grey funeral attire will undoubtedly seek revenge against you, so you must be cautious. Therefore, you should take me with you. Let me hide in your shadow. If he comes for you, I shall confront him, and even if I cannot prevail, I can serve as an early warning. Xie spoke earnestly, her visage serious with concern for my safety. This left me feeling somewhat conflicted. If Xie were not formidable, why would the old woman in funeral attire label her a vengeful woman? Was it possible that, in this rented dwelling, there were other tenants? Could the vengeful woman mentioned by the old woman refer to another female ghost? I continued to inquire. Xie, is there anyone else living in this house besides you? Xie paused for a moment before shaking her head. No, it is just me and you here. I have lived here for 3 years, feeling incredibly lonely and monotonous. Only your arrival made me realize that death is not so terrifying after all. Your presence has illuminated a glimmer of hope in my life. So please take me with you. I will hide in your shadow. If that old man comes to trouble you, I will be forewarned. Additionally, I truly wish to ask for your assistance. Noticing Xie somewhat bashful demeanor, I pressed further. Xie, please feel free to tell me whatever you need. She glanced at me and continued, I have forgotten so many things since I died. The only thing I remember is that my name is Jiu Xie. I recall nothing else, yet, I feel as though I have something of great importance to accomplish, but I simply cannot remember. You have a formidable master, right? I wish for you to take me to meet him and see if he can help me recall some of my past. Chapter 46. Encounter with the security uncle. With Xie having expressed her request so explicitly, I found it difficult to refuse. She had saved my life, and now, in her moment of need, it was only natural for me to extend my assistance. I promptly nodded in agreement, saying, of course, Xie, this evening, I am to meet my master. He teaches me the art of stitching corpses. How about this? You accompany me outside shortly, and I shall take you to the Caiku funeral home. Upon hearing this, Xie face brightened with joy, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, millimeter. Her smile was infectious, and I couldn't help but smile in return. However, Xie soon noticed my skin and leaned in to sniff, her brow furrowing slightly as she remarked, Chen Xian, why do you have a faint scent of death about you? It is rather pungent. I was taken aback. Deadly odor, pungent. I believed I smelled quite fragrant. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it might have been the residue of corpse oil. While I perceived a delightful aroma, she detected an unpleasant stench. It was akin to the experience of smelling the scent of incense when one is on the brink of death, which is reminiscent of the fragrance of fruits, while the food consumed by the living feels as tasteless as chewing wax. It must be the scent of corpse oil. My master applied a talisman to dispel the excessive energy from my body. I soaked in a medicinal solution that caused my skin to peel. Now, I have applied corpse oil to protect my skin. What you are smelling is likely that. After hearing this, Xie nodded in understanding. We then continued our conversation for a while longer. Perhaps due to our compatible personalities, I found myself unable to exhaust the topics we could discuss. I shared with her my recent experiences, and she listened intently, alternating between concern and surprise. She bore no resemblance to the fierce woman described by the elderly lady in the funeral attire. Regardless of whether she was a fierce woman, the fact that she had never harmed me was sufficient. Before I realized it, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and I was preparing to leave. Just then, my master sent a WeChat message, informing me that he had a sudden matter to attend to and requested me to come at 11. Thus, I ended up staying in the room with Xie until 10 o'clock. When the time came to depart, I returned to my room to change into fresh clothing, preparing to visit the veterinary hospital to check on the large tabby cat. Simultaneously, I intended to return the medals to the security uncle. As I stepped out of my room and saw Xie waiting for me, I said, let us go. Xie, I have a meeting with my master at 11. After I check on the large tabby cat, we will take a vehicle to the Caiq funeral home. Xie nodded eagerly, and together we exited the room. However, as soon as I stepped out, I felt a chilling presence in the air. Turning around, I was startled to see a man in a black funeral suit standing in the hallway. The dim lighting did little to obscure my recognition. It was the same man from before, the damp, ghostly figure who had sought to drain my yang energy. Seeing him sent a wave of tension coursing through me, and instinctively, I reached for the medal in my pocket. Yet, to my surprise, the funeral-dressed ghost's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing me, his face contorting with terror. Gone was the eerie smile from before. Instead, he appeared utterly frightened, retreating hastily while muttering, I'm sorry. Before I could process the situation, he turned and fled down the corridor, leaving behind a trail of water droplets. I was momentarily stunned. Was he truly so fearful of me now? It seemed that the security uncle's medal had frightened him last time. Or was it the presence of Xie behind me that instilled fear? After all, she was labeled a fierce woman by the elderly lady in the funeral attire. As I watched him disappear, Xie suddenly spoke up. He is a new tenant who came a few days ago, a brother who drowned. Xie tone was soft. I nodded, realizing why the ghost appeared so drenched. He was indeed a spirit of one who had perished in the water. Not wishing to linger with other malevolent entities, I turned to Xie and stated, Xie, let us depart. With that, I hastily led her away, pressing the elevator button. I remained vigilant, aware of the trembling ghost in the shadows of the corridor. Before long, the elevator arrived, the doors opened with a ding, and this time, Xie seemed noticeably tense. Upon entering, she positioned herself in the corner of the elevator. Now I understood her apprehension about riding in elevators. The space was filled with the living, and some of them radiated strong yang energy, causing her to keep her distance. Do not be anxious. I instinctively grasped her hand, mimicking our previous interactions when she would hold my hand while ascending the stairs. Xie merely responded with a soft millimeter, remaining silent. The elevator stopped twice along the way. During one stop, a resident entered, cradling a small pet dog. The moment the dog entered, it began barking at Xie. The other residents in the elevator mistakenly thought it was directed at me, but no amount of coaxing seemed to help. I simply smiled, choosing to ignore it. Animals like dogs and cats can perceive spirits that are invisible to ordinary human eyes. Even though my dual energies were currently suppressed, my yang energy remained low and had yet to recover. Thus, I could still see Xie and the malevolent entities. When we reached the ground floor, I took Xie hand and exited the elevator once the other occupants had departed. At that moment, Xie appeared to regain her composure, exhaling a long sigh of relief. That was quite nerve-wracking. Not to worry, I will visit the veterinary hospital shortly. You may wait for me outside. Xie obediently nodded in agreement. I led her to the security booth. Xie, wait here for a moment while I return the medal to the security uncle. Xie nodded once more, standing quietly a short distance from the booth. The security uncle was already stationed at the booth for the night shift. I approached the entrance, calling out to him as he reviewed the surveillance footage, Uncle. Upon seeing me, the security uncle's face lit up with delight. Xiao Chen. You look much better. Yes, uncle, I am doing well now. Here is your medal. I am returning it to you. Thank you for your assistance. As I spoke, I took out the medal and handed it to him. The security uncle glanced at the medal and chuckled. No need to be in a hurry. Keep it for now. Let it protect you a bit longer. After all, it's of little use to me. It's better in your possession. Hearing his words, I felt no inclination to refuse. Although I had taken a master, my yang fire was indeed a bit low at the moment, so keeping the medal for protection seemed wise. Uncle, then I shall hold onto it for a while longer. By the way, may I add you on WeChat? I have yet to learn your name after all this time. I expressed my gratitude earnestly. The security uncle smiled, picking up his phone. My name is Zwabagwa. You can call me Uncle Zwa or Zwadiyeshu. His name resonated with righteousness. Very well, Uncle Zwa, I shall retain the medal for a few more days. While speaking, I added Zwadiyeshu on WeChat. My primary intention was to send him a red envelope as a token of appreciation. He had saved my life and bestowed upon me this precious medal. Without it, I might not have survived until now. Xie Shuang, the large tabby cat, Uncle Zhuo, Brother Mar, my senior, and my master, each played a crucial role in my survival. I held immense gratitude for every one of them. However, I refrained from sending the red envelope in front of him, fearing he might decline. After adding him on WeChat, I bid farewell to Uncle Zhuo, stating my intention to check on the large tabby cat that had rescued me. Uncle Zhuo agreed, waving me off. I gestured for Xie Shuang to join me. Seeing me put away the medal, Xie Shuang approached, yet, as soon as she drew near, Uncle Zhuo was taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Oh, Xie Chen, is this young lady your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." I had initially planned to leave, but upon hearing Uncle Zhuo's words, my face paled in an instant. Xie Shuang was a ghost throughout this journey. Apart from me, a person with low yang energy on the brink of death, no one else had been able to see her. How was it that the security uncle could see her now? Chapter 47. The uncle entangled. Uncle Zhuo gazed at me with a smile, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Both my master and senior apprentice had previously informed me that my ability to see spirits stemmed from my weak yang energy and excessive yin energy, which naturally diminished my fiery spirit. Did Uncle Zhuo find himself in a similar predicament? Furrowing my brows, I anxiously inquired, "Uncle Zhuo, can you see her?" I gestured towards Xie Shuang, my face a mask of astonishment. Uncle Zhuo paused momentarily, regarding me with a peculiar expression before responding, "Why can't I see her? But your girlfriend does appear a bit pale. You ought to prepare some nourishing soup for her to replenish her vitality." He chuckled at me. However, upon hearing his words, my expression stiffened in disbelief as I stared at him. He, too, seemed taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication since I had told him about feeding stray cats with my housemate a few days prior. She is. Uncle Zhuo left his sentence unfinished, but I understood his unasked question. It was now abundantly clear that Uncle Zhuo could also perceive unclean entities. Thus, I stated, 18-7, my co-tenant, it was she who was here with me to feed the stray cats. Then she is not. Uncle Zhuo's face turned pale, his eyes trembling, his breath quickening. I nodded emphatically, "Indeed, but do not fear, Uncle Zhuo. Xie Shuang means no harm. The apple she gifted me, the one you noticed, imbued with the scent of burnt paper, was her way of protecting me." Uncle Zhuo gasped as he scrutinized Xie Shuang, terror etched on his face. As Xie Shuang drew closer, she furrowed her delicate brows, stating, "His yin energy is quite heavy. He is undoubtedly entangled by malevolent forces and may not have much time left." Her words sent a chill down both Uncle Zhuo's and my spines. Although I had contemplated this notion, hearing it articulated by Xie Shuang still shocked me. Am I, too, being plagued by unclean entities? Uncle Zhuo asked, astonished as he turned to Xie Shuang. Xie Shuang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I can see the yin energy swirling around you. Your yang fire is exceedingly feeble, even weaker than Chen Xian's." In just 2 short days, what had Uncle Zhuo experienced? A retired soldier, imbued with righteousness, how could he have been ensnared by such foul entities? Hence, I asked again, "Uncle Zhuo, have you encountered anything unusual these past 2 days?" Upon hearing my inquiry, Uncle Zhuo furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, "I feel as though I haven't encountered anything significant. If I must mention something, it would be the time I heard you, Xiao Chen, calling for help, followed by Xiao Ju rushing out of the security booth. But there was an incident from last night. I pressed further. Uncle Zhuo nodded. Yes, it was an incident from last night, around 8 o'clock. A 3-year-old child in the neighborhood choked on candy. Upon hearing her grandmother's cries for help, I rushed over and utilized the Heimlich maneuver I learned in the army to save the child. However, after she expelled the candy, she began to cry and pointed at me, claiming I was a scary old man who frightened her. But I never scared that child. I was simply sitting in the security booth all along. Besides these 2 incidents, I spent my days napping at home, doing nothing else. At this point, Xie Shuang interjected, "I believe I know what happened. It was that fearsome old man." Old man? Uncle Zhuo looked at her with skepticism, entirely unaware of whom she spoke. Yet, a realization dawned upon me, recalling Xie Shuang's earlier words in the rental apartment about the old woman in the burial attire having a husband who preys on the souls of children. Their fearsome old man Xiaoshuang mentioned could very well be that malevolent spirit. Xiaoshuang, are you referring to the husband of that burial-clad old woman? I asked calmly. Yes, she affirmed. Not only does he consume the souls of deceased children, but he also frightens those with low yang fire. It is possible that Uncle Zhuo inadvertently disrupted the old man's schemes, leading him to attach himself to Uncle Zhuo. Uncle Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he continued to stare at us. Hearing this ignited a potent sense of rage within me. Such vile spirits truly deserved obliteration. Uncle Zhuo, the old man Xiaoshuang speaks of, is indeed the husband of the burial-clad old woman who previously tormented me. They are part of the same family. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Zhuo's face drained of color. Is it that old man who enjoys drinking? Seeing him react so, I questioned further, Uncle Zhuo, do you know him? He nodded vigorously. I do know him. Before he moved in, that old man was notorious in this neighborhood. He drank excessively, assaulted people, and harassed young girls. Everyone avoided him. His family was no better. His son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter ran a night stall using recycled oil and additives, engaging in shady dealings. Not long after, something befell their family. All but the old woman perished within 2 months. The remaining old woman was later struck by a vehicle and has since been haunting you. From Uncle Zhuo's account, I gleaned the fate of the burial-clad old woman's family. 4 met untimely deaths at home, while 1 was killed by a car. Now, with 4 of the 5 deceased, only the old man remained. Such a malevolent spirit, who lived as a villain and died as a malevolent entity, consuming children and causing harm, could not be allowed to linger, especially if he now targeted Uncle Zhuo. Thus, I declared, Uncle Zhuo, do not worry. I will visit my master tonight and have him deal with this malevolent spirit. Your master, Xiao Chen, have you apprenticed yourself to a master from the Pinyin Hall? Uncle Zhuo asked, somewhat excited. I shook my head. Uncle Zhuo, the master Wang from Pinyin Hall is a fraud. His astonishment resurfaced. What, a fraud? Are you telling me that the one who saved you was not Master Wang from Pinyin Hall? I nodded, speaking truthfully. Correct, he is a charlatan who merely reads from a script to swindle money through fortune-telling. My master is named Ji Xiong, residing in Saikou, and runs a funeral attire shop. To be frank, the 4 members of the burial-clad old woman's family who were troubling me have already been dealt with. Now, only that old man remains. Even if he hadn't entangled himself with you, I intended to have my master eliminate him. I spoke with determination, having witnessed the ferocity of malevolent spirits. I held no affection for such entities. Previously, I may have been ignorant, but now that I knew, I was resolved to eradicate the threat completely. After all, having already dispatched 4 of his family, it was only a matter of time before he sought retribution, posing a lingering danger. Furthermore, that old man was a malevolent spirit. However, as soon as I finished speaking, a raspy, icy voice cut through the air. HMPH, what are you to think you can eliminate me? You insolent child. Do not presume that this fierce woman beside you will shield you. Tonight, none of you shall survive. Chapter 48, The Old Man in the Red Funeral Garment. The sudden voice startled the 3 of us present, causing us to instinctively turn our heads. There, in the darkness beneath the trees outside the community, stood an old man clad in a vibrant red funeral garment. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with a gaunt figure and a waxen, sallow complexion, resembling a desiccated corpse. His eyes were pitch black, devoid of any whites, exuding an eerie coldness. The bright red of his shroud stood out starkly against the dim shadows of the trees, making him exceedingly conspicuous. I was unfamiliar with this old man, yet the moment I laid eyes upon him, an unsettling sensation coursed through me. Particularly disturbing were his black eyes, which seemed utterly devoid of life. My senior brother had once mentioned that black eyes signify malevolence. This was no ordinary spectre. This was a fearsome spirit, more terrifying than the old woman in a shroud. As I stood there in astonishment, Xiaoshuang beside me anxiously exclaimed, It's him. It's him, the wicked old man who preys on children. At the same time, Uncle Zhuo in the security booth displayed a face of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it really that scoundrel drunkard? Is this truly his ghost? Upon hearing their words, a wave of tension washed over me. I quickly reached into my pocket and retrieved my medal. Just then, the old ghost began to take slow, deliberate steps from the shadows of the trees, his waxen face emanating wisps of black smoke, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression. He moved without making a sound, drawing ever closer to us, radiating an icy aura. Even though the area was populated by passers-by, the old man in the red shroud showed no sign of fear. Moreover, as he emerged from the shadows, we noticed several figures crawling out from behind him, 4 or 5 ghostly children, around 2 or 3 years old, completely naked and covered in dense black veins. Their eyes mirrored the old ghosts, entirely black. Upon their appearance, these ghostly children began to sniff the air, emitting guttural sounds, revealing their gruesome, serrated teeth. Their crimson tongues flicked about, producing a slithering noise, while viscous saliva dripped from their mouths, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke upon hitting the ground. As they drew nearer, they let out low growls, uttering phrases like, "Grandma, I want to eat." Their presence was so alarming that it made my heart race. With the arrival of the old ghost and the horde of ghostly children, a chilling wind swept through the area, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere and heightening our collective fear. Even though I had encountered spirits on several occasions before, the sight before me was so harrowing, especially with the appearance of those ghostly children, that I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, and my scalp prickled with dread. Uncle Zwa appeared utterly horrified, trembling violently. "Ghost, ghost, ghost," he repeated, retreating in terror from the security booth, his face a mask of fear. I quickly supported Uncle Zwa, saying, "Uncle Zwa, with your medal, there's no need to be afraid." No sooner had I spoken than the old man in the red shroud let out a sinister laugh, closing the distance between us while taunting, "You little brat, you killed my wife, son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Don't you think that worthless medal can protect you? Tonight, I shall feast upon you first. You, dog of a security guard, opposed me in life and ruined my plans last night, depriving me of a meal. Tonight, you shall also be my prey, fierce woman. Humph, no one is more ferocious than I." As his words faded, he erupted into a chilling cackle, and the black mist surrounding him thickened, intensifying the atmosphere of terror. The 5 large-mouthed ghostly children crawled ever closer, pressing towards us. This old ghost was undeniably malevolent. We could not afford to remain stationary in this place. We needed to reach a more populated area, one imbued with vital energy. This was the back gate of the community, and given the late hour, there were hardly any people around. Perhaps only 1 or 2 residents might be returning home. Outside the community, there was not a soul in sight. We had to leave immediately to avoid direct confrontation with this old spectre. I shielded Uncle Zwa as I brandished my medal towards the approaching old ghost and the ghostly children, urgently calling out, "Uncle Zwa, Xiao Shuang, run! We must flee." With that, I grasped Xiao Shuang's cold little hand and turned toward the night market, sprinting away. We covered about 200 meters. Even if Xiao Shuang couldn't enter the night market, she couldn't remain here. The numbers were too overwhelming. Any direct engagement would spell disaster for us. As we fled, the 5 ghostly children behind us howled, "Grandma, I want to eat, Grandma. Don't run, Grandma. I want to eat." Their raspy voices echoed, resembling wild dogs as they opened their jagged mouths and chased after us. Their speed was evidently superior to ours. Uncle Zwa was still struggling, and it was clear we would not outrun them. Out of nowhere, Xiao Shuang suddenly broke free from my grip. She turned to me, saying, "Chen Xian, you take Uncle Zwa to the night market. I'll hold them off." With that, Xiao Shuang faced the oncoming horde of grotesque, snarling children. Suddenly, one of the large-mouthed ghost children lunged at her. Xiao Shuang raised her hand and with a resounding slap, sent the creature crashing to the ground. Another ghost child shrieked and pounced at her, but she deftly dodged. However, this child, having missed its target, redirected its attack towards Uncle Zwa and me, charging at an alarming speed. Realizing we couldn't outrun it, I urgently called out to Uncle Zwa, "Uncle Zwa, you run ahead." I gripped my medal tightly, aiming it at the incoming ghost child. It approached rapidly, bearing its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, the stench of decay wafting towards me. If it bit down, it could easily crush my skull. Despite the tension, I maintained my composure. I swiftly stepped back to evade its attack, and as it lunged forward, I swung the medal at its head. A piercing scream erupted as the ghost child was knocked to the ground, clutching its head in agony. I was about to deliver a decisive blow to ensure it would no longer pose a threat when I heard Xiao Shuang's urgent shout from behind, "Be careful!" Almost simultaneously, a low growl resonated to my left, accompanied by a rush of cold, foul air. In my peripheral vision, I caught sight of another ghost child barreling towards me, its cavernous mouth aimed directly at my head. I attempted to evade, but time was not on my side. In that instant, a chill ran through me. Being bitten would surely mean my demise. Yet, just as I braced for impact, Uncle's charged in from the side. With a resounding crash, he collided with the ghost child, sending it sprawling away. "Uncle's were!" I exclaimed, a mix of excitement and astonishment coursing through me. Uncle's had not abandoned us to flee alone. He had returned to save me. He panted heavily, declaring, "The honor of a soldier dictates that one must stand tall in death, rather than flee like a coward." Chapter 49, No Way Out. Uncle's leg was crippled, yet the pride of a soldier remained unyielding within him. He had just collided with a ghostly child, rescuing me in the process. Without wasting a moment, I raised Uncle's metal high and brought it down forcefully upon the previously toppled ghost child. It cried out in pitiful tones, "Wah, wah, wah," as I struck it, inflicting injury. Upon seeing me lunge towards it, the ghost child's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. It opened its gaping maw and howled, attempting to bite me. Having experience in dealing with such malevolent spirits, I was undeterred by its terrifying appearance. I knew that if I did not vanquish it, it would recover and turn the tables on me. The choice between its demise or mine was a straightforward one. I bellowed, "Die," and aimed the metal at the ghost child's head. The creature, already wounded, could only attempt to frighten me with its gaping mouth. It was unable to evade my strike. With a resounding bang, my metal shattered the ghost child's skull. A burst of greenish phosphorescent flame erupted before me. Uncle's stared at me in disbelief, for it was his first encounter with a ghost, and now, the first time witnessing one being slain. In his moment of stupor, the ghost child he had just knocked over lunged at him. I had no time to warn him and kicked it fiercely, sending it sprawling to the ground, thus saving Uncle's. These ghostly beings are ferocious," I exclaimed, glancing at Xie Shuang, who was besieged by 3 ghost children and struggling to defend herself. At that moment, the old man in the red funeral attire raised his hands and lunged at Xie Shuang. Seeing this, my expression changed dramatically, and I urgently warned, "Xie Shuang, be careful." Though I had called out with great speed, it was still a moment too late. As my words left my lips, the old ghost in the red funeral attire had already appeared before Xie Shuang. Before she could react a second time, he seized her by the throat, lifting her high into the air. "Wretched woman, you meddle too much. Tonight, I shall have my fun with you." Xie Shuang, struggling and gasping for breath, her eyes rolling back, appeared utterly distressed. "Let Xie Shuang go," I shouted fiercely. The old ghost, noticing my outburst, responded with a chilling smile, "Very well." With that, he hurled Xie Shuang towards me. She tumbled several times before collapsing at my feet. "Xie Shuang!" I cried, panic flooding my heart. She was in evident distress, and dark tendrils of mist coiled around her neck, as if seeping into her skin, spreading across her throat, causing her immense suffering. Yet, she paid no heed to her own plight and urged me, "Go, quickly." Despite her condition, her thoughts were still for my safety. What a wonderful girl she was. Yet now, the issue was not whether we could escape, but rather that escape was utterly impossible. Following Xie Shuang's throw, 4 ghost children had cut off our retreat, surrounding us alongside the old ghost in the red funeral attire. They lay on the ground, emitting low, mournful growls. This old ghost offered us no chance for reprieve. The area was engulfed in darkness, with only dense rows of trees obscuring any signs of life. Uncle Zhuo, in desperation, shouted for help repeatedly, hoping to attract more living souls, believing that the presence of many would drive back the old ghost. However, his cries seemed futile, barely carrying beyond our immediate vicinity. "Xie Shuang, we must leave together," I said, attempting to help her up. Though she seemed unsteady on her feet, the dark mist had already crept up to her face, rendering her visage terrifying. I could not fathom the cause of this affliction, yet I held the metal aloft, pointing it at the old ghost. "Old ghost, you had better keep your distance. My master will ensure your soul is shattered, and you shall not die well. The old ghost merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed by my threat. Har. Then I shall feast upon you first and see how your master prevents my demise. With that, the old ghost lunged at us without a moment's hesitation, releasing a low growl. His hollow eyes locked onto me, his waxen face twisted with a sinister grin. My heart raced as I grasped the metal, preparing to strike, but he was fast, too fast. Just as I raised my hand, I saw him blur, and before I could comprehend his form, he was upon me, his dark eyes boring into my soul. In that instant, he seized my throat, and I felt as if my neck might snap from the pressure. Pain coursed through me, and all strength ebbed from my body, leaving me voiceless, my eyes rolling back. The metal slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. Uncle Zua, witnessing my plight, shouted, "Let Xiaoshuang go." He raised his fist and struck the old ghost in the face. The old ghost did not evade. Instead, he caught Uncle Zua's fist with his other hand and twisted it. A sickening crack echoed as Uncle Zua's wrist contorted, and he cried out in agony. He was then violently flung away, landing several meters distant and rolling twice on the ground before falling silent, rendered unconscious. At that moment, I felt consciousness slipping away, the grip on my throat leaving me utterly immobilized. Yet, I fought against the darkness, my voice a strained whisper, You will not die well. The old ghost merely sneered at me. Hey. You still have some fight left. Now, it's time for dinner. With that, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. In that instant, the world spun around me as though I were being drained of all vitality, my very soul being drawn toward him. White mist poured from my mouth and nostrils, consumed by the old ghost's insatiable hunger. This is it, I would surely perish. In that moment of dread, I felt utterly powerless. I had thought that after becoming my master's disciple, my life would be safeguarded, but it seemed that fate had other plans. I had failed to escape this calamity. I even felt I had dragged Xiaoshuang into this peril. Had I not led her away from the crematory room, perhaps she would not be suffering alongside me. I wished to gaze upon Xiaoshuang once more, but found myself unable. My awareness began to fade, darkness enveloping me. Just as I sensed my consciousness waning, a voice suddenly pierced the air behind me, cold and filled with fury. Release my boyfriend, or you shall suffer a most terrible fate. Chapter 50. The cold gaze of Xiaoshuang. The moment the icy voice of this woman echoed, my heart trembled violently. It was Xiaoshuang's voice, and she had the audacity to declare me her boyfriend. This revelation astonished me, causing a slight quiver in my spirit. Yet, her tone was chillingly cold, imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Simultaneously, I felt a frigid gust of wind surge from behind me, as if I were standing on a desolate mountaintop in the depths of winter. The biting cold was so intense that it felt as though it were slicing into my skin. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness, this chilling whirlwind revived my awareness. Moreover, I caught sight of the old man in a burial suit, his bony fingers clutching my throat. In the previous moment, he had worn a triumphant grin, a visage of malevolence. Yet now, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing abject terror. No longer siphoning my vitality, he gazed behind me in sheer panic, his waxy, ghostly hand loosening its grip. Trembling, he staggered backward, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Why yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I was wrong. I'll leave immediately." With that, the old spectre retreated hastily, desperate to distance himself from the scene, seemingly indifferent to my plight. It was evident from his words that he was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Though I retained some consciousness, my body felt weak and feeble. As soon as my neck was released, my feet touched the ground, and I swayed unsteadily, my head spinning. Just as I was about to collapse, a pair of icy hands steadied me, carrying a faint scent of orchids. Turning my head, I discovered that it was none other than Xiaoshuang who had caught me. However, her appearance was markedly different from before. Her eyes had transformed into a ghastly white, resembling those of a lifeless fish. Their once exquisite beauty now exuded an eerie coldness. Strands of crimson veins glimmered ominously between her eyes and neck, creating an unsettling spectacle. Wisps of black hair swayed across her face, enhancing her fearsome and horrifying demeanor. Xiaoshuang, I gasped, astonished by her transformation. Just yesterday, during dinner, my senior had recounted tales of spirits. Ordinary ghosts had grey eyes, devoid of life, malevolent spirits possessed black irises, lacking sclera, but the most fearsome of all, the vengeful spirits, had pure white eyes, entirely devoid of pupils. Xiao Shuang now embodied such a fearsome visage. Was she truly a vengeful spirit? I pondered, yet even if she were, I felt no fear, only profound astonishment. Suddenly, he spun around and fled down the dark path, his face etched with terror at the sight of her. Yet, Xiao Shuang merely focused on the fleeing figure, her voice icy and dripping with malice as she declared, "Wait for me. I shall slay him." With that, she released her grip and floated effortlessly toward the old ghost, her speed astonishing. The black mist swirled around her, her long skirt billowing, and her chilling words emanated a sense of dread. It became clear to me why they referred to Xiao Shuang as their fierce woman. But why had she previously appeared as an ordinary ghost? Could it be linked to her amnesia? Amidst my bewilderment, I also noticed the 4 ghostly children who had previously obstructed our path, now cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They whimpered in fear, clearly petrified by Xiao Shuang's transformation and the aura she exuded. Seeing this, I inhaled deeply, striving to summon some strength. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the 4 ghostly children. If Xiao Shuang did not return soon, or if she were delayed, allowing these children to regain their strength, both the weakened me and the unconscious uncles would be in grave danger. Without hesitation, I steeled myself against the dizziness and disorientation, picking up the metal that had fallen to the ground. I charged toward the ghostly children, who were too terrified to even lift their heads. Having witnessed the cruelty and horror of the supernatural, I felt no compassion for these malevolent entities. I swung the metal at the first child. A scream rang out. The first strike did not kill him but caused him to clutch his head in agony. The other 3 children, now terrified, dared to lift their heads, yet their fear paralyzed them. Gritting my teeth, I swung the metal again, striking twice more. With a resounding boom, the ghostly child exploded into a burst of phosphorescent flames. Simultaneously, I turned my gaze toward the remaining 3 children, who trembled in terror, wishing to flee. Their previously menacing expressions had been replaced by sheer horror. The powerful aura emanating from Xiao Shuang had rendered them as terrified as startled birds. I would not squander this opportunity. Fixing my gaze on the ghostly children, I whispered, "None of you shall survive." With that, I lunged at the second child. Although he attempted to evade me, his trembling form rendered him clumsy and slow. I raised the metal and struck several times, eliciting cries of despair. The second child also met his demise, transforming into a cloud of greenish-black smoke. The remaining 2 children quaked in fear, scurrying in opposite directions. I swiftly pursued the one on the left, dispatching him with the same method. Then, I chased after the child fleeing in the direction Xiao Shuang and the old ghost had taken. Perhaps due to the passage of time, this child regained some mobility and began to run faster. Dizzy and disoriented, I continued my pursuit. Although I allowed him to escape for a distance of 40 to 50 meters, I ultimately cornered him at the entrance of an alley. I raised the metal, preparing to strike. The ghostly child, his face a mask of terror, whimpered as he shook his head in desperation. He appeared pitiable, yet I showed no mercy. The metal struck him squarely on the forehead, knocking him down and eliciting a heart-wrenching wail. Blood oozed from his forehead, dissipating into smoke upon hitting the ground. As I prepared to follow up with a finishing blow, I suddenly heard a low, guttural sound emanating from the alleyway nearby. Instinctively, I turned my head. To my shock, I beheld Xiao Shuang standing within the alley, her head tilted back as she opened her gaping maw, devouring the old ghost in red burial attire, inch by inch, from head to toe. Chapter 51, The Living Horror of Devouring. When I beheld the terrifying scene before me, I was utterly stunned. Xiao Shuang was, astonishingly, consuming the old ghost before her. The ghastly sound of her ravenous devouring echoed incessantly. With her mouth agape and head tilted back, Xiao Shuang was methodically swallowing the old spectre clad in red, inch by inch. This was a stark contrast to the demure Xiao Shuang I had known, creating a striking disparity. In that moment, I found myself paralyzed with fear, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of horror that swept through my entire being. I stood rigid, unable to move, grappling with the chilling realization. Was this truly the Xiao Shuang I recognized? This was undeniably a horrifying monster. In the midst of my shock, Xiao Shuang had completely devoured the old ghost in the crimson shroud. Then, with a belch, she expelled a cloud of dark mist. A blood-red tongue flicked out, licking her lips in apparent satisfaction. In this grotesque tableau, one might ponder, who, then, was the true monster? My eyes widened in disbelief, my mind swirling in chaos. At that moment, Xieshuang turned her head, spotting me at the alley's entrance. Clutching my medal, she grinned grotesquely. "Chen Xian, you've come too," she called my name, sending a chill down my spine. Almost immediately, a white shadow darted past, gliding effortlessly towards me. The speed was so astonishing that I barely had time to react. Xieshuang had already positioned herself directly in front of me. Yet, her appearance was now horrifically unsettling. Her eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, were stark white, with crimson veins tracing the corners of her eyes and neck. Her hands, pale and delicate, bore sharp, curved nails. An icy aura radiated from her, making her seem as though she were a slab of glacial ice. Xieshuang. I stammered, staring at her in disbelief. She merely smiled at me, though the grin was eerie, rigid, and somewhat terrifying. Her teeth were serrated, adding to the horror of her transformation. Despite her fearsome visage, I sensed she posed no threat to me. Rather, there seemed to be a strange warmth in her demeanor, even a hint of shyness. As I stood there, bewildered and at a loss for words, Xieshuang's gaze fell upon the trembling ghost child I had injured, now cowering on the ground. The previously frozen smile on her face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. A murderous intent radiated from her pale eyes. There's another one. Xieshuang's voice was as frigid as ice. Without hesitation, she opened her gaping maw, letting out a primal roar. In that instant, her mouth stretched grotesquely to her ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. A spiny, crimson tongue shot forth, ensnaring the quaking ghost child in an instant. The poor creature had no time to struggle. The barbed tongue coiled around it and swiftly dragged it into Xieshuang's cavernous mouth. The ghost child was utterly helpless, emitting not a sound as it was consumed whole. I stood beside her, paralyzed with fear. This scene was more horrifying than any horror film I had ever witnessed. After devouring the ghost child, Xieshuang tilted her head slightly and, with her serrated grin, said, "Xieshuang does not eat her boyfriend, she loves him." With that, she let out a chilling laugh. Har 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 har. The sound was as distressing as the sensation of a throat being sliced. This twisted notion of a love was suffocating. Of course, this was merely a visceral and auditory shock, yet, despite her terrifying demeanor, Xieshuang maintained an air of familiarity towards me. I swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety as I stammered, "Xieshuang, can you return to your original form?" As I spoke, I felt a twinge of fear. I was apprehensive that Xieshuang might become enraged and swallow me whole as well. At that moment, it was evident that she was unperturbed by the medal I held. Xieshuang tilted her head slightly. "Do you not like the way I am now?" With that, she took a step closer, her mouth slightly parting to reveal her jagged teeth, her face contorted in a menacing smile. A wave of coldness and the scent of blood washed over me, compelling me to instinctively step back. Upon seeing my retreat, the sinister smile faded from her face, and a touch of sorrow crossed her features. She hurried forward, attempting to close the distance between us. I stumbled back, colliding with a nearby advertisement board, leaving me with nowhere to flee. Yet, Xieshuang did not halt. She lunged forward, pinning me against the wall. In that instant, I felt as if I had turned to stone, unable to move or utter a sound. Xieshuang, her eyes pale and filled with sharp teeth, leaned in closely, whispering, "Do you not like me anymore, Xieshuang? Were your words about wanting me to be your girlfriend all lies?" Her gaze was filled with urgency and anxiety. Despite her terrifying appearance, I sensed a flicker of panic within her. I was baffled by the drastic change in her demeanor, yet, I could feel that this Xieshuang was still Xieshuang. She simply manifested differently. My earlier trepidation transformed into a newfound seriousness. Although I had encountered many girls, Xieshuang was the only one who had truly captured my heart. My previous confession had been sincere, despite the cruel jest fate had played upon me. Now, with unwavering conviction, I declared, "No, everything I said before was genuine. Every word I spoke to you, Xieshuang, came from the heart. I speak not in jest." Upon hearing this, the worry edged on her face dissipated, and she revealed a smile that was both playful and menacing, filled with sharp teeth. "I knew you wouldn't deceive me," she replied, her eyes gently closing as she grinned, leaning in to kiss me. My heart raced at her boldness. I was taken aback by her assertiveness. Just as I was trying to process the moment, Xie Shuang's body suddenly trembled violently, and she let out a piercing scream. "Arr!" Then, with a loud crash, she collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "Arr! Arr!" she cried out, shaking in pain as she struggled on the floor. Instantly, I panicked. She was Xie Shuang, albeit in a different form. Seeing her in distress, I could not abandon her. I quickly knelt beside her, saying, Xie Shuang, what is happening? What can I do to help you?" Chapter 52. You drink my blood. Suddenly, Xie Shuang collapsed to the ground, trembling and convulsing, her mouth emitting pitiful whimpers that conveyed her immense suffering. I watched helplessly, utterly at a loss for how to assist her. If she were a living person, I would know to pinch her philtrum, but Xie Shuang is a spirit. How could I possibly help her? I could only crouch beside her, supporting her as I witnessed her distress, feeling increasingly anxious. Moreover, the veins on Xie Shuang's face were becoming more pronounced, and her body, already frigid, was now exuding dark mist, as if she were on the verge of igniting in flames. "Xie Shuang, what is wrong? How can I help you?" I asked, my face etched with concern. Blood, Xie Shuang rasped, her complexion growing increasingly grotesque, as if she were losing control of her state. "Blood?" I instinctively responded. Did she need to drink blood? "Yes, give it to me, quickly, let me drink," she cried out again, her pain palpable. Seeing her in such torment, I hesitated no longer. To me, Xie Shuang had saved my life once again that night. Even in her malevolent ghostly state, she had shown me affection. If my blood could alleviate her suffering, I would not hesitate for a moment. I extended my arm, placing it before her jagged maw. "Xie Shuang, bite me." Without a moment's pause, she opened her mouth wide and sank her teeth into my arm. In that instant, a searing pain coursed through me, yet I gritted my teeth and stifled any sound. I could feel her drawing my blood. I also observed that with each sip, her trembling body and agonized expression gradually eased. I gently stroked her head with my other hand, whispering, "It's all right now, it's all right." At that moment, I felt myself growing lightheaded, likely due to the blood being drawn from me. Yet, Xie Shuang's condition visibly improved. She ceased her convulsions and tremors, and the crimson veins on her face began to fade rapidly. Most notably, her pale eyes were gradually regaining their color, transforming into the beautiful gaze of a living person. Looking down at Xie Shuang in my arms, I weakly asked, "Are you feeling better, Xie Shuang?" Upon hearing my words, her eyes seemed to regain their sparkle. She looked at me, astonished, as she released my arm from her bite. A row of sharp teeth marks adorned my arm, blood trickling down to my fingertips, but I paid it no mind. I gazed at Xie Shuang, excitement bubbling within me. My blood could restore her to normal. However, Xie Shuang appeared utterly shocked and anxious. "Chen Xian, why did I bite you? How did we end up here? I remember you being choked by that fierce old man, but after that, everything is a blur." As she spoke, Xie Shuang grasped my hand, frantically trying to staunch the bleeding with her garment, her expression fraught with worry. At that moment, I began to comprehend why she claimed to have forgotten everything. Xie Shuang must possess two distinct states. One is the vicious, malevolent ghostly state she exhibited earlier, which allowed her to devour that formidable old ghost with ease and terrified the other spirits into immobility. This is likely why she is referred to as their fierce woman. The other state is the gentle, serene Xie Shuang before me now, lovely and sweet, like a neighborly little sister. Seeing her in such a distressed and self-reproachful state, I quickly reassured her, "Please, don't panic, calm down first, I will explain everything shortly, this minor injury is of no consequence." I smiled to comfort her. Xie Shuang looked at me with trust and nodded slightly. "What about that fierce old man, where did he go?" I managed a bitter smile before saying, "What I'm about to tell you may be hard to believe, but it is indeed true." Xie Shuang paused, her eyes widening in disbelief as she nodded in agreement. I continued, "Xie Shuang, you possess another state. Just now, I was nearly drained of my life force by that old ghost, and you transformed into that state. Then, you chased the old ghost here and devoured him." "I ate him. I consumed that fierce old man," Xie Shuang exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. "Yes, indeed, it is all true. The memories you have forgotten likely belong to your other state. In that form, your eyes were white, and you were incredibly powerful. I earnestly recounted the events that had transpired, though I omitted the incident of her pinning me against the wall. After hearing my account, Xiao Shuang sat in stunned silence, her face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Then, with a forlorn expression, she gazed at me and asked, "Will you be afraid of me in the future? Will you still want to be with me, live with me?" Her emotions were evidently in turmoil, eyes brimming with concern. I could sense her deep fear of rejection. I shook my head decisively. "I will not be afraid. If it weren't for you, I would have been completely drained by that old ghost. Even in that state, you were protecting me. Why would I fear you? Besides, you drank my blood and returned to normal, so it is I who should be accompanying you. If one day you were to lose control, I could offer you my blood again, right?" I jested lightly at the end. Xiao Shuang appeared touched by my words. No wonder they say behind my back that I am a fierce woman. Reflecting on her earlier state, I acknowledged that it was indeed formidable. However, I refrained from responding to her and shifted the conversation. "How about you accompany me to meet my master? He has decades of experience in this field and may understand why you have two distinct states. Perhaps he could help you recover your lost memories." Xiao Shuang nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will follow you." I smiled softly, helping her to her feet. "Very well, Uncle's Wood is still ahead, let us go check on him." Xiao Shuang nodded and promptly followed me as we hurried back. After having my life force drained, followed by vigorous activity and Xiao Shuang drawing some of my essence, I found myself staggering as we walked, though it was she who was supporting me. When we reached the previous location, we discovered Uncle's was still unconscious on the ground. Xiao Shuang and I rushed over in haste. Uncle's Wa, I called, shaking him gently and pinching his philtrum. Ultimately, it was Xiao Shuang who blew a breath of icy air at him, and only then did Uncle's Wa gradually awaken from his stupor. Chapter 53, sending Uncle back home. Once Uncle's Wa opened his eyes, he was clearly filled with a sense of panic and anxiety. Upon seeing me and Xiao Shuang, he trembled with fear and stammered, "What about that old man, the ghost?" As he spoke, he continuously glanced around, attempting to rise, only to find that his dislocated right arm was propped awkwardly against the ground, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from him. Realizing his distress, I hurried to reassure him. "Uncle's Wa, please don't be agitated, the old ghost has been vanquished. We are safe now, truly safe." "Safe?" Uncle's Wa's eyes widened in surprise. I nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely safe." As Uncle's Wa surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that, apart from me and Xiao Shuang, the old ghost was indeed nowhere to be found. Gradually, he began to calm down, then he turned to me and said, "I apologize, Xiao Chen, for being such a burden." He glanced at his injured leg, a hint of self-reproach evident in his demeanor. He believed his physical limitations had led to his encounter with the old ghost and the ensuing crisis. However, the truth was that even if Uncle's Wa had been in perfect health, under the circumstances, with Xiao Shuang not having transformed into her fierce and dangerous state, the three of us would have been unable to escape. I quickly responded, "Uncle's Wa, don't speak like that. Without your protection, I would have perished several times over. Where would I be now? But no worries, that old ghost was dealt with by Xiao Shuang, and we are all safe." I refrained from mentioning the word devour, as it was simply too terrifying. After hearing my words, Uncle's Wa turned to Xiao Shuang and managed a faint smile, saying, "Thank you, miss." Xiao Shuang awkwardly shook her head. "Actually, I don't even remember what happened just now." Uncle's Wa hesitated momentarily. I interjected, "The situation was indeed quite chaotic, but it's irrelevant now. It's all over. Uncle's Wa, your wrist is dislocated. Let me take you to the hospital." Uncle's Wa looked at his swollen wrist and chuckled, shaking his head. "It's fine, just help me hold my hand. I can set it myself." I was taken aback. Could Uncle's Wa really set his own bone? But then I recalled that he had been a soldier in his youth, possessing some basic medical knowledge and skills, which seemed plausible. I nodded repeatedly and grasped Uncle's Wa's right hand firmly. True to his word, he gritted his teeth and pulled back, twisting his wrist. With a sharp crack, he successfully realigned the dislocated joint. Although it remained swollen, he was now able to move it. "Uncle's Wa, you are truly impressive," he smiled awkwardly. "I learned this in the army. I once dislocated my arm and set it myself. As long as you master the technique and grit your teeth, it's manageable. If you are willing, I can teach you sometime." Absolutely. I responded eagerly. Having a mentor now would be invaluable, especially since I would likely encounter such dark entities more frequently in the future. However, I didn't want to linger unnecessarily. Noticing that Uncle Zwa had recovered and the ghost was gone, I addressed him once more. Uncle Zwa, your vital energy is currently weak. It's not advisable for you to work night shifts. It may attract malevolent spirits. Also, please take this medal. With that, I handed the medal back to him. Aware of Xie prowess and comforted by her presence, I felt untroubled about facing any dark entities. However, Uncle's weakened state made him susceptible to spirits. Seeing me return the medal, Uncle's furrowed his brow slightly. You gave it to me, what about you? He was genuinely a good person, even thinking of me despite his own predicament. Uncle Zwa, I have Xie with me. I will be fine. You need the medal for protection. Furthermore, please avoid night shifts for now. I'll escort you home to rest, I urged sincerely, reiterating my concern. I feared that after I left, other dark entities might target Uncle Zwa once more. Having witnessed the terror of the old ghost, Uncle Zwa, now understanding his own vulnerabilities, nodded in agreement. All right then, I will go back and take a break from night shifts for a few days. I acknowledged his decision and, along with Xie turned to escort Uncle Zwa home. His residence was conveniently located within the same neighborhood as our shared rental, so it wasn't long before we arrived at his doorstep. Along the way, Uncle Zwa expressed his astonishment, admitting he had never imagined that he would fall victim to malevolent forces, nearly losing his life. He confessed that although he believed in such phenomena, he had never encountered them before. Upon reaching Uncle Zwa's front door, Xie turned to him and cautioned, Uncle, if you hear someone knocking at night, and it's a fourfold knock, do not open the door for anyone. After hearing Xie warning, Uncle Zwa nodded appreciatively. Thank you, young lady. You are a good person, no, a good spirit. Tomorrow, I will buy some incense and paper money to burn for you at 18 to 7. Xie beamed at his words. Thank you, uncle. Meanwhile, I had no intention of lingering further, as I still needed to meet my master. I turned to Uncle Zwa and advised, please secure your doors and windows, and rest early. I won't stay long. Tomorrow, at my master's place, I will procure a safety talisman for you. Uncle Zwa expressed his gratitude, repeatedly nodding his thanks. However, in truth, the one who should be grateful was me. Without Uncle Zwa's timely intervention and the protection of his medal, I would have likely met my end. After departing from Uncle Zwa's home, I realized I had no time to visit the hospital to see the big raccoon. That matter would have to wait until tomorrow. Thus, as I made my way down, I summoned a ride to the Caiq funeral home. As we walked, I inquired of Xie, aside from the fierce old man, are there any other malevolent spirits around here? Shaking her head, she replied, none at all. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. However, Xie, are you feeling any discomfort in your stomach? The memory of Xie consuming the old ghost and the ghost child, coupled with her previous morbid demeanor, felt chilling. Xie shook her head slightly. No, I feel quite well, even full and energetic. Could it be because I consumed the fierce old man? She looked timid and delicate, seemingly gentle and serene, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Hearing her words, I nodded. Perhaps so. I recall you burping after you devoured that old ghost. Upon hearing this, Xie expression turned melancholic as she instinctively placed her hand on her stomach. Clearly, she had no recollection of the events that had transpired, leaving her feeling frightened and unsettled. My understanding of ghosts was limited, and I was unsure why Xie was experiencing this state. Therefore, I reassured her, it's all right. Once we meet my master, he will surely provide answers to all your questions and offer you assistance. Chapter 54, A Small Passenger Car. Upon hearing my words, Xie nodded at me with an expression of hope. Now, all I could do was wish that my master possessed extraordinary abilities and would truly be able to assist Xie in recalling everything and understanding why she experienced two distinct states of being. As I pondered this, a small passenger car suddenly came to a halt right in front of us. I was momentarily taken aback. What a peculiar appearance for this vehicle, arriving without a sound. Just as I was considering this anomaly, Xie complexion shifted slightly, and she grasped my arm, pulling me backward. At that moment, the the car door swung open with a whoosh, revealing 3 young individuals with ashen faces seated inside. Simultaneously, a middle-aged woman, resembling a ticket collector and with a pallid complexion, addressed Xiao Shuang and me, saying, "Caiq, are you getting on 5 yuan each? The last bus is leaving." At this, my heart sank with a palpable thud. These individuals, along with the vehicle itself, were undeniably unsettling. Their complexions were excessively pale, and upon closer examination, none of them possessed black pupils. Their eyes were all a ghostly grey, radiating an icy demeanor that suggested they were not of the living. Furthermore, the car had approached silently, its headlights malfunctioning, akin to the ghostly vehicle I had encountered previously at the mass gravesite. Coupled with Xiao Shuang's instinctive pull to retreat, it was evident that this car was indeed a spectral one. Without uttering a word, I instinctively stepped back, retreating at least 3 or 4 paces. However, the ticket collector persisted, urging us, come on, it's quite late, and there are no other vehicles. 3 yuan each to board, the last bus is leaving." I remained silent, with Xiao Shuang still clutching my arm, as if fearing I might rush toward the vehicle. Noticing our hesitation, the ticket collector's expression darkened. "If you're not getting on, then so be it." With that, she slammed the door of the small car. With a muted sound, the car restarted and began to drive away quietly, heading down the road. Even through the glass, I could perceive the resentment in the ticket collector's gaze fixed upon us. Once they had distanced themselves, I exhaled deeply. The aura was weak, and I was encountering malevolent spirits once more. It seemed that wherever I went, I was bound to meet such unsavory entities. As the small passenger car disappeared from sight, Xiao Shuang spoke up. "It's fortunate you didn't agree to their invitation or board the vehicle. I would have been fine, but had you gone aboard, you certainly wouldn't have returned." Hearing her words, I was 100% convinced that it was indeed a ghostly vehicle. "Xiao Shuang, that was a ghost car, wasn't it?" She nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. Last month, this very car had a terrible accident behind the neighborhood. It was struck by a large truck and plunged off a cliff. All 5 individuals aboard perished without exception. Recently, it has been appearing around the neighborhood to solicit passengers, but it only picks up souls like mine. Today, it attempted to take a living person. I've never seen that before." A shiver ran down my spine at the thought. Climbing aboard such a vehicle for the deceased would most likely lead to death, serving as a vessel for these spirits. Xiao Shuang's account triggered a flicker of memory. Indeed, there had been a serious traffic accident in this area last month, which I had caught a glimpse of in a short video. However, I hadn't paid much attention to the news, so I hadn't delved deeper into it. It seemed that all those aboard the vehicle were souls who had met an untimely demise. No wonder their resentment lingered, wandering restlessly in the vicinity. Yet, knowing that Xiao Shuang was by my side, capable of sensing malevolent forces in advance, brought me considerable reassurance. Approximately 2 minutes later, my ride-sharing vehicle arrived. Before getting in, Xiao Shuang cautioned me, "Chen Xian, when you enter the car, you must call my name," urging me to get on. "Otherwise, I cannot board." I was taken aback. Was that really a thing? Nonetheless, I didn't question it further and nodded, "No problem." Afterward, I approached the vehicle, opened the door, and called out, "Gu Xiao Shuang, get in." Upon hearing her name, Xiao Shuang entered the car, and I followed suit, taking a seat in the back. The driver, of course, could not see Xiao Shuang. When I got in, he asked for the last digits of my phone number. Once confirmed, he set off toward the Caiq funeral home. Given the destination, the driver inquired, "Is there a relative who has passed? It's quite late to be heading to a funeral home." I replied candidly, smiling, "No, I'm going to study embalming." After all, my profession was not something to be ashamed of. It was entirely legitimate. Upon hearing this, the driver's expression shifted noticeably, and he regarded me with surprise through the rearview mirror. You're joking, right? I've heard of studying tailoring, but never of embalming." In ancient times, those in this profession were called erpijiang, and in modern terms, they are known as embalmers, or more eloquently, as mortuary cosmetologists. The driver seemed taken aback, clearly uncomfortable with the topic, and even somewhat fearful. He finally asked, "Aren't you afraid of those things? I've heard that those who work in the underworld have all sorts of unsavory entities following them, quite terrifying." At this, I instinctively glanced at Xiao Shuang beside me. She pursed her lips, remaining silent. I offered her a smile, an action that the driver noticed in the rearview mirror. Seeing me smiling at the empty seat beside me caused him to shudder, turning pale. I could only imagine what thoughts were racing through his mind. His grip on the steering wheel faltered slightly, causing the vehicle to sway gently. Recognizing that my words might have startled him, I refrained from further conversation to avoid any more unsettling revelations that might keep him awake at night. By 11 o'clock in the evening, I arrived punctually at the funeral home. As I disembarked, I called out once more, "Jiu Xiao Shuang, get out." This time, the driver heard me. Seeing me hold the door open, he trembled slightly, looking at me through the window and saying, "Brother, there's only you in the car." Don't scare me. Once Xiao Shuang exited and I closed the door, I reassured the driver, "Thank you, sir. No need to be anxious. I just sent a voice message. There's nothing sinister in this world, just the malice of the human heart." After all, I bore no ill will towards the driver. He was merely trying to earn a living driving at night, and I had no desire to genuinely frighten him. Upon hearing my words, the driver sighed in relief. "Brother, you nearly gave me a heart attack." I thought I had unwittingly picked up another passenger for the funeral home. I smiled, offering no further explanation, simply waving goodbye to him. The driver's demeanor visibly lightened as he nodded to me and accelerated away from the scene. Turning around, I found Xiao Shuang standing beside me, gazing at me with a smile. I returned her smile and said, "Let us go meet my master." Chapter 55, Arrival at the funeral home. Upon finishing my words, Xiao Shuang responded with a soft millimeter and nodded at me. I then led her directly into the funeral home. The Caiq funeral home, being the largest crematorium in the northern district of Jiang City, was still bustling with numerous bereaved families, even at 11 o'clock at night. There were those coming to pay their respects, burning paper offerings, and a considerable queue waiting to cremate the deceased. The air was thick with the scent of burning paper and incense. At that moment, I took out my phone and called my master. The call connected swiftly, and I spoke. "Master, where are you?" "I have arrived at the Caiq funeral home." Hearing my inquiry, my master immediately responded, "In the mortuary. I've already made arrangements, just state your name, and you can come in." "Understood," I replied and ended the call. "Xiao Shuang, my master is inside, come with me," I instructed. Xiao Shuang acknowledged with a soft millimeter, and I guided her towards the mortuary we had visited earlier. However, upon reaching the front of the building, Xiao Shuang suddenly halted and called out to me, "Chen Xian, I can't go in." I was taken aback to see her standing at the entrance, seemingly unable to move, and I glanced around. There were no door gods or stone lions. How could she not enter? I then called out, "Let me try calling your name. Jiu Xiao Shuang, come in. Jiu Xiao Shuang, come in." I shouted her name twice from within the mortuary, yet she shook her head, still unable to enter. It was evident that this crematorium was not ordinary, as something was preventing her entrance. Seeing that Xiao Shuang truly could not enter, I said to her, "Xiao Shuang, wait for me at the entrance. I will speak to my master and explain your situation." She nodded in agreement. "Millimeter, I'll just stand in the shade of the tree. You'll see me when you come out." Her voice was gentle, and she carried herself with quiet grace. After she spoke, she quietly stepped back a few paces and stood beneath the shade of a nearby tree, while a few families awaited the collection of ashes nearby. They cast curious glances at me as I spoke to the air, but I paid them no heed, nor did they speak. I had no intention of wasting time explaining myself to these strangers. I turned and continued forward. The corridor was lined with glass windows, revealing bodies being transported to the cremation room. Just like my previous visit, several corpses were covered with white cloths, with only a pair of feet in mourning shoes visible, waiting in line for cremation. Not wanting to linger, I arrived at the large iron door leading to the mortuary and knocked softly. Knock, 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 the dull sound echoed from the heavy iron door, and soon I saw the bearded man I had encountered last time. He was clad in a leather apron, leather boots, and white gloves, a cigarette dangling from his lips, clearly someone who worked in the cremation room. Upon seeing me, he spoke before I could utter a word. "You must be Chen Xian." I nodded. "Yes, that is correct. I've come to see my master, Qi. The bearded man, still holding the cigarette, opened the door and said, She has already been informed. He mentioned that you are his new apprentice. Come in, she is already in the mortuary. You've been here before, so you know how to get in, right? Yes, thank you, I replied, nodding repeatedly. As the iron door swung open, I stepped inside. Once inside, the bearded man closed the heavy door behind me. I made my way towards the mortuary. By nightfall, the corridor leading to the mortuary had grown even colder. A dim yellow light flickered above, crackling intermittently. I hurried to the entrance of the mortuary, where the iron door stood ajar, and a chilling draught wafted out. Whether it was the aura of the dead or the coolness of the mortuary, this area felt significantly more frigid. I shuddered involuntarily before knocking on the large door of the mortuary. Knock, 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 master. I called out, and I soon heard my master's voice from within, come in. With utmost caution, I pulled open the heavy iron door, and a gust of cold air rushed out, causing goosebumps to rise on my skin. Inside the mortuary, my master was already donned in an apron, wearing white gloves, and was meticulously stitching the chest of a male corpse with iron needles and scissors. The needle and thread moved through the flesh with a sizzle sound. Behind my master, a dark shadow flitted past. When I turned to look closely, I found the shadow had vanished. Though I felt slightly breathless and weak, I was certain I had not been mistaken. A dark figure had indeed stood behind my master. At that moment, my master glanced up at me. However, as soon as he raised his head, the needlework in his hands came to a halt. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked me, "What is the matter? Why do you look so pale?" Clearly, my master had noticed that something was amiss with my condition. I didn't immediately explain, pondering whether it was necessary to alert him. "Master, just now, behind you," I began, but before I could finish, he waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Tell me about yourself, you look dreadful, your lips are even a bit pale." Seeing that he was aware, I decided not to dwell on it further. Perhaps it was merely the presence of an old resident in this mortuary. Naturally, I had no intention of withholding anything from my master, so I replied, "Master, on my way here tonight, I encountered something sinister again. I nearly didn't make it back." Upon hearing this, my master immediately set down the needle and thread and approached me. "What happened?" I sealed the double evil talisman and recited the life spell. "How could there still be malevolent entities clinging to you?" As he spoke, he had already reached me and noticed the mark on my neck. He gently touched my cheek. "This black mark on your neck, was it caused by a ghost?" Instinctively, I reached for my neck and nodded. Yes, it was a ghost. It still hurts a bit. The ghost was part of that family, an old ghost man, but he has been dealt with. My master sighed in relief upon hearing this. I thought so. I've cast the life spell and sealed the double evil. How could there still be a ghost trying to harm you? Damn it, it seems you've disturbed a nest of ghosts. The entire family has turned into ghosts. You need to be cautious and check if there are others from that family who have died. If another one pops up in the next few days to haunt you, it will be endless trouble. I shook my head. "Master, don't worry, that old ghost was the last. That family is completely wiped out now. However, before I learn the craft from you, I need to tell you something." My master nodded, signaling me to continue. Without hesitation, I recounted my encounter with Xiao Shuang earlier that day, explaining her amnesia, the old ghost she encountered, and how she transformed into a sickly vengeful spirit to devour the old ghost's essence. My master remained silent, but the more he listened, the more his expression grew serious. By the end, he even furrowed his brow tightly, casting me strange glances intermittently. I could sense a significant change in my master's emotions, even shock, though he maintained a calm demeanor, likely due to his age and extensive experiences. After I finished recounting how Xiao Shuang bit my arm and absorbed my blood essence before regaining consciousness, I inquired about her situation and whether he could assist her. My master paused before answering, taking a deep breath. With a grave expression, he looked at me and said, "Xiao Chen, I truly do not know whether you are fortunate or unfortunate. Do you realize that if what you said is true, then your female roommate is a ghost?" Chapter 56. The irritable master. What on earth is Shuang? This is something I naturally do not know, otherwise, why would I bother asking my master? Thus, I addressed him, "Master, all I know is what my senior brother told me." The one with black eyes is an evil spirit, while the one with white eyes is a fierce ghost. Xie other state features a pair of white eyes, which also signifies a fierce ghost. However, even when she transforms into a fierce ghost, it is solely to protect me, causing me no harm whatsoever. Upon hearing this, my master took a deep breath and remarked, "Your roommate is quite extraordinary. Once a spirit manifests white eyes, it transforms into a fierce ghost with a strong obsession for killing, yet, you claim that in this state, she is capable of protecting you and recognizes you. Moreover, she predominantly exists in a normal, conscious state. I tentatively deduce that she may belong to a category of the evil deities, specifically a benevolent and malevolent spirit. It remains difficult to ascertain." Listening to my master's words, I furrowed my brow. A type of evil deity, a benevolent and malevolent spirit. I had heard of evil deities before, as I had watched a film featuring the renowned Master Jew, which described evil deities as exceedingly malevolent spirits from folklore that bring misfortune and calamity. Only such terrifying spirits could be referred to as evil deities. Their appearance is invariably accompanied by death. Due to their ferocity, people dare not call them ghosts, but instead refer to them as evil deities, from which they instinctively distance themselves. Yet, in certain regions, there exists a practice of venerating evil deities. But does this benevolent and malevolent spirit imply Xie two states? I gazed at my master in astonishment. If Xie is indeed such a spirit, it feels rather frightening, as she would be one of the most malevolent entities among spirits. Noticing my shocked expression, my master continued, "Although the evil deity is fearsome, it exists in numerous forms. As it stands, she is highly likely to be a benevolent and malevolent spirit. If she transcends and breaks free from her constraints, she can transform from malevolence to benevolence, becoming a spirit devoid of obsession and murderous intent. Should she fail to do so, she may grow even more fearsome and terrifying. Currently, her benevolent side appears to dominate. She saved you. If I can assist her, I will certainly do so." After hearing my master's words, I nodded vigorously. I then spoke to him. "Master, Xie is outside. Shall we go have a look? She came here with me to uncover the reason for her amnesia and to understand her two states." My master nodded in agreement, adopting a serious expression. He removed his white gloves and apron, saying, "All right, I shall accompany you outside to see. I am also curious to ascertain whether this spirit, which has saved you multiple times and possesses two states, is indeed the rare benevolent and malevolent spirit." Just as my master finished speaking, a shadow that had fleetingly appeared behind him suddenly manifested once more. The shadow was a humanoid wisp of mist, motionless and standing behind my master. "Master, behind you," I hurriedly warned. However, my master remained unfazed, merely responding nonchalantly, "Do not worry, my disciple's matters take precedence over yours. Once I have resolved the situation outside, I shall return to sew the body for you, just wait." With that, he waved his hand at me, indicating I should step outside. It turned out that the shadow was the spirit of the male corpse on the mortuary table. I glanced at the shadow but said nothing, preparing to turn and leave the mortuary. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the lights in the mortuary went out with a loud crack, the oil lamp on the mortuary table flickered, and suddenly, its bright flame transformed into a green hue. In an instant, the entire mortuary was enveloped in an eerie green fire. Moreover, the shadow flickered and directly obstructed my and my master's path. The half-open door of the mortuary slammed shut with a resounding bang. The temperature in the entire mortuary seemed to drop by several degrees in that instant. Every hair on my body stood on end, as an invisible sense of oppression emanated from the shadow, making me feel quite uncomfortable. Clearly, the spirit of the male corpse was angered due to my master's interruption of the body sewing process. Before I could react, my master let out a cold snort. "You wretched thing. Unappreciative of kindness." Before the words left his lips, my master swiftly lunged toward the shadow. The shadow quivered and faced my master head on. My master raised his hand, and with a sharp slap, he sent the shadow flying across the room. It collided with the iron door, creating a dull thud. Before collapsing to the ground, the shadow flickered slightly, transforming from a wisp of mist into a middle-aged man with a large gash across his chest and a partially missing thigh, resembling the male corpse on the mortuary table. Under the illumination of the green flame, he writhed in agony on the floor, emitting pained cries of "oh, oh," appearing exceedingly tormented. Yet, my master did not relent. He delivered a swift kick to the man's face. The spirit let out a wail of despair. But my master showed no signs of mercy, delivering a series of kicks to the man's head. The spirit continued to scream, pleading, "Please, don't hit me anymore, master. I was wrong. I stood in stunned silence as I watched this scene unfold. I had thought the shadow spirit was formidable for daring to block our path, but it became evident that I had overestimated its strength. In the presence of my master, the spirit stood no chance. My master was showing restraint, otherwise, with that kick, he could have sent the spirit's soul scattering. As my master continued to strike while berating, he exclaimed, "You wretched thing! As I'm sewing the body, you dare to obstruct my way. Do you truly believe that your death grants you some measure of power? In my presence, Chi Xiong, no matter how fierce you think you are, you must bow down." "I was wrong, master. Please, don't hit me anymore, the male spirit wailed, and after being struck repeatedly until his form flickered in and out of existence, my master finally ceased his assault. He then spat on the ground, disdainfully declaring, "HMPH, wretched thing." The male spirit, having been beaten into submission, cowered on the ground, trembling. At that moment, the green flames transformed into a vibrant red. The previously extinguished lights flickered back to life, however, as I observed, with the change in lighting, the male spirit morphed back into a shadowy figure. My master, cold and indifferent, kicked the shadow aside, sending it to the corner of the mortuary. He then single-handedly pushed open the heavy iron door of the mortuary and instructed me, "Xiao Chen, let us depart." At that moment, I finally snapped back to reality. I glanced at the shadow in the corner of the mortuary, astonished by my master's prowess. Striking a ghost was as simple as kicking a dog. I hurried to catch up with my master as we exited the mortuary. Once outside, my master closed the heavy door behind us. He then turned to me and said, "Some ghosts are simply contemptible, thinking that becoming a ghost makes them exceptional. Xiao Chen, remember this, once you learn to sew bodies and guide souls, do not indulge these spirits. They only fear the fierce, they are not intimidated by those weaker than them. Reason and emotion have no sway in the realm of spirits." My master spoke with righteous indignation. After listening, I nodded vigorously in agreement. "Master, I have taken note. Strike hard, and when action is needed, do not merely speak." My master smiled with satisfaction at my response before adding, "Later, we shall retrieve 3 pounds, 6 taels, and 4 coins of corpse oil." Otherwise, he might truly believe that I, Chi Xiong, wielding scissors, am easy to talk to. There must be some deeper meaning behind my master's insistence on the amount of oil. However, I refrained from questioning him at that moment. I was eager to follow my master and ascertain what kind of situation Xiaoshuang was truly in, whether she was indeed a benevolent and malevolent spirit, and if a solution existed. Before long, we arrived at the entrance. As I opened the heavy iron door, I pointed to Xiaoshuang, standing under the shade of a tree in her beautiful white dress, and said, "Master, the one in the white dress ahead, looking stunning, is the Xiaoshuang I mentioned to you." Chapter 57. The demon of good and evil. As I spoke, I pointed outside the building to Xiaoshuang, who stood under the shade of a tree in her white dress. "Xiaoshuang!" I called out, quickening my pace. Xiaoshuang noticed me and my master emerging and took a couple of steps forward. Unable to enter, she stood at the entrance of the building. Seeing me, she joyfully called out, "Chen Xian." I nodded and introduced, "Xiaoshuang, this is my master, Chi Xiong." After speaking, I turned around to introduce my master to Xiaoshuang, hoping that he could assess her situation and possibly offer assistance. However, upon turning back, I was astonished to find my master's expression had drastically changed. He stood 2 meters behind me, his eyes wide open, staring at Xiaoshuang with a look of horror, as if his breathing had quickened. Xiaoshuang, equally perplexed, looked at my master and then at me, appearing somewhat bewildered. Noticing my master's demeanor, I hurriedly stepped forward and softly inquired, "Master, what is wrong?" At that moment, my master regained his composure. He pulled me behind him, eyes warily fixed on Xiaoshuang, and asked, "You are the mistress of the Ba Mountain Tomb?" Hearing the term mistress of the Ba Mountain Tomb, I was immediately taken aback. What did that mean? The title seemed significant and authoritative. Did my master recognize Xie? Yet, Xie, as the subject of this inquiry, mirrored my confusion, completely unaware of its implications. However, my master's serious and tense demeanor suggested he had some prior knowledge of Xie identity. Otherwise, such a shift in emotion would not have occurred. Xie, standing at the entrance, asked with a puzzled expression, "What is the mistress of the Ba Mountain tomb?" At that moment, I turned to my master and said, "Master, do you know Xie?" She remembers nothing. Her memory only spans 3 years. She only recalls living in a rental apartment and everything surrounding it. She doesn't remember anything else. My master did not respond immediately, still shielding me with one hand, remaining highly vigilant as he gazed at Xie. Xie appeared helpless, looking toward me with a pleading expression. At that moment, my master swiftly retrieved a palm-sized compass from his pocket. Once the compass was in hand, he formed a gesture with one hand and muttered an incantation. The curse of seeking evil arises, hard to conceal. Command. He then pointed at the compass. The needle on the small compass wobbled briefly before coming to a halt. My master glanced at it and expressed confusion. This is strange, there's not even a hint of malevolent energy. At that moment, I refrained from asking my master any questions, sensing he had discovered something significant. Otherwise, he would not have referred to Xie as their mistress of the Ba Mountain tomb, nor would he have appeared so anxious. After examining the compass needle, my master gestured for me to remain still. He cautiously approached Xie with the compass. Earlier, when confronting that ferocious ghost in the morgue, he had been aggressive, but now, as he neared Xie, he exhibited an unusual caution, even displaying a hint of terror and apprehension toward her. Xie looked at me helplessly, and I nodded to indicate she should remain still. My master circled around Xie twice with the compass. Once he confirmed that she posed no danger, he finally put the compass away, stating, "There is no malevolent energy, none at all. Yet, it resembles her so closely, it is almost identical." He then addressed Xie, "Miss, may I take a look at your neck?" Xie hesitated momentarily, glancing at me. Upon seeing my nod, she gently lifted her long black hair, revealing her fair neck. My master inspected it and shook his head, saying, "There are no markings, it cannot be." Unable to contain myself, I spoke to my master. "Master, do you know Xie? Have you encountered her before? Why do you call her the mistress of the Ba Mountain tomb?" Xie looked at my master with anticipation as well. My master wore a grave expression as he focused on Xie and replied, "I am uncertain if she is. She merely resembles someone from my past. Many years ago, near Ba Mountain, I encountered a ferocious female ghost, a spirit of malevolence. She emerged from a sinister tomb in Ba Mountain. The local villagers revered that tomb, hence her title, Mistress of the Ba Mountain tomb. However, that village was later buried in a landslide, and the ghost emerged from the tomb. At that time, the area was plagued by hauntings, and I happened to be nearby. Catching a glimpse of the ghost from a distance, she vanished into the forest and never reappeared. I recall that ghost had a chain piercing through her neck, likely sealed in that tomb by a powerful figure. Yet, Xie bears an uncanny resemblance to that malevolent spirit. As my master concluded his account, I instinctively turned to Xie. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Master, Chen Xian mentioned that I have another aspect, one that embodies a ferocious woman who consumes ghosts. Why am I like this? Why can't I remember anything? Am I, perhaps, the ghost you spoke of, the one that emerged from the sinister tomb?" Xie spoke with evident anxiety and fear, posing 3 questions in rapid succession. My master did not rush to answer. Instead, he shook his head, saying, "I do not perceive any trace of malevolent energy within you. Even the yin energy is weaker than that of an ordinary evil spirit. If you indeed possess another ferocious aspect, then it would be certain that you are a spirit of malevolence, embodying both good and evil. One aspect is benevolent, which is your current self, while the other is malevolent, representing your other state. If this is the case, I believe you need not dwell on your past. The more you seek, the more likely it is to awaken your darker side, allowing it to take control. This may well be a significant reason for your amnesia. Your dark side has dominated your past. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from pondering the past and embrace your current state. embarking on a new life, accept everything about yourself now and start anew. Perhaps this is what your heart truly desires, and it explains why you have only these brief 3 years of memory. My master articulated his analysis methodically. I remained silent, and Shershwang too was quiet, absorbing my master's counsel. Subsequently, my master continued, as for your query about being the mistress of the Ba Mountain tomb, I cannot say for certain. You may be, or you may not be. It has been far too long, and my recollection of that ghost is quite vague. However, I believe you are not, for you bear no distinctive marks upon your neck. Of course, even if you were, it would undoubtedly be your malevolent aspect that governs that ferocious state, yet you, in your current form, are benefactor to my disciple. Thus, whether you are or are not, I believe starting anew is the best course of action. Perhaps this is what your innermost self seeks, and it elucidates the reason for your duality of good and evil. Chapter 58. She wishes to follow me through my description and the current state of Shershwang, devoid of any trace of malevolence. My master rendered a definitive judgment. Shershwang is a killing deity, representing the utmost form of malevolent spirits associated with slaughter and disaster. In comparison, any ghost clad in yellow or red pales in significance to the killing deity. It can be said that their killing deity stands as a paragon among spirits. The spirits that attain the status of killing deity are exceptionally fierce entities, each possessing unique abilities depending on their type. Shershwang, as a killing deity, embodies both good and evil. Her benevolent aspect manifests as the gentle, demure figure she currently presents, lacking in offensive prowess. Conversely, her malevolent side resembles the sickly visage of a twisted spirit, capable of instilling terror in ghostly children, with even the old ghost in burial attire being consumed whole. At this moment, I gazed at Shershwang. Upon receiving this revelation, she appeared to be in a state of confusion, not anticipating such a conclusion regarding her nature as a malevolent spirit. However, before Shershwang could voice her thoughts, my master spoke again. Of course, I can perform a soul transference ritual for you, guiding you to the underworld for reincarnation. Upon hearing this, I felt an inexplicable tension within me, yet I remained silent, observing Shershwang. After all, in death, one's ultimate destination is the realm where all spirits must eventually go. Shershwang, however, shook her head fervently. No, I do not wish to descend. My master, upon hearing her response, continued, in truth, it may be better for you to remain here for the time being. Only the most wicked spirits possess the potential to become killing deities. If you were to descend now, you might encounter considerable tribulations and suffer greatly. In your next life, you may find it difficult to reincarnate as a human. Hearing this, I hastily inquired, Master, is there any way to assist Shershwang in averting disaster? Shershwang looked at my master as well. He simply replied with 2 words, yin virtue. After uttering yin virtue, Shershwang and I exchanged glances, while my master took his time to elaborate. He produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Miss Gu, you are somewhat unique, being a spirit of duality, both benevolent and malevolent, which still affords you an opportunity. In simple terms, it involves purging the malevolent energy from your being. If a person accumulates yin virtue, they are blessed abundantly. If a spirit accumulates yin virtue, they may find brightness in their future. You may continue to remain here, engaging in good deeds to dissipate your malevolent energy, and over time, you shall surely reap the rewards. Yin virtue is an intangible concept, invisible and untouchable, yet it subtly influences every being. Even spirits are not exempt. Upon hearing this, Shershwang furrowed her brow in confusion. Master Qi, if I were a human, I would know how to do good, but I am a ghost. How can I perform acts of goodness? After she spoke, I instinctively responded, exorcising malevolent spirits. Punishing the wicked. To my surprise, my master nodded in agreement. Precisely, a spirit does good by punishing evil entities. The more yin virtue you accumulate, the less malevolent energy you will harbor. Gradually, you will transform from evil to good. Those memories you have forgotten may resurface as well, ultimately allowing you to become a benevolent spirit, worthy of salvation and reincarnation. Upon hearing of a transformative method that could also restore her past memories, Shershwang's melancholic expression brightened with a flicker of hope. Then, she spoke, Master Qi, you say I am a killing deity, exceedingly malevolent, yet in my current state, I cannot even contend with the more ferocious spirits, nor can I harness the power of my malevolent side. However, I have heard from Chen Xian that you are a mortician, capable of exorcising evil and severing the bonds of malevolent spirits. Now that he is your disciple, he shall undoubtedly have opportunities to confront those wicked spirits. May I accompany Chen Xian in the future? As a ghost, I often possess a heightened sensitivity to their presence compared to the living. This way, I could maintain my current state and accumulate yin virtue. I was taken aback, not expecting Xie Shuang to express such a willingness to assist in exorcising evil. My master did not respond immediately. Instead, he remarked, "The reason my disciple is able to stand before me today is due to your offering of yin longevity. You are his benefactor, a good spirit indeed." I believe my disciple would not refuse. Upon saying this, my master turned his gaze towards me. I nodded vigorously in agreement. "Master, I am willing to take Xie Shuang with me." Furthermore, once Xie Shuang's malevolent side manifests, she can become lucid after absorbing my blood. Xie Shuang felt a touch of emotion upon my declaration. It seems that she and I share a commonality. I am inherently burdened with dual malevolence and shrouded in yin energy. Had it not been for a stroke of extraordinary fate, I would not have survived to this day. Currently, my master has temporarily suppressed the source of my dual malevolence using talismans, sealing it within my palms, and inscribed a life talisman upon my forehead to stabilize my fate, preventing my body from passively absorbing yin energy. Yet, I understand that this is merely a temporary measure. The only path to true salvation lies in following my master's teachings and embracing the profession of a mortician to genuinely rescue myself. Xie Shuang, on the surface, appears normal, yet she is indeed a spirit embodying both good and evil. Her existence signifies calamity and malevolence. If she wishes to fully shed the shackles of being a killing deity and transform into a regular spirit, she must accumulate yin virtue and expel malevolent energy. This gradual process will cleanse her of her inherent malevolence. Otherwise, burdened by her past transgressions, even in the afterlife, she would only endure suffering, making reincarnation nearly impossible. In this light, it seems our destinies align. I must enter the profession to learn, utilizing my abilities to suppress my dual malevolence for self-preservation. Xie Shuang, on the other hand, needs to wield her benevolent aspect to exorcise evil and shed her malevolent side, thereby accumulating yin virtue. At this moment, my master spoke once more. "Upon our return, I shall craft a garment of 100 virtues for you, with the hope that it brings you some fortune." Xie Shuang responded promptly with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Qi." My master nodded and then addressed me. "Let us conclude our discussion for now. Young lady, please wait for us outside. There are still 2 corpses that require stitching within. Once we finish, we shall emerge." Xie Shuang acknowledged this and replied, "Very well, I shall wait for you both in the shade." With that, she retreated to a nearby tree's shade. My master fell silent and turned to enter the house. I too turned to Xie Shuang and said, "We will be out shortly." After speaking, I followed my master inside. Once we had crossed the threshold of the imposing iron gate, my master suddenly remarked, "Xiao Chen, do you realize the profound fortune you have encountered?" His voice was hushed, and he did not turn to look back. I was initially taken aback by his words, but soon the thought of Xie Shuang crossed my mind. What else could he be referring to? I inquired, "Master, are you referring to Xie Shuang?" My master continued to walk forward without glancing back. "While I cannot be certain if she is the mistress of Bashan's grave, I believe there are not so many female spirits possessing such a striking resemblance. Moreover, even if she is not the mistress, she is still a killing deity, and one with both benevolent and malevolent aspects. Spirits that achieve the status of killing deity are extraordinarily fearsome entities. The connection between you two is significant. With her by your side, she not only stands to gain your assistance, but as you traverse the realm of geomancy, she will also become your greatest ally." Chapter 59. A secret. Upon hearing my master speak, my heart involuntarily tightened. Judging by his tone, he had largely come to the conclusion that Xiao Shuang was indeed the female ghost he had encountered in his youth, the one known as their mistress of the Ba Mountain tomb. If this were the case, then Xiao Shuang's significance was immense. As for the notion of relying on her, it seemed to hold true. Xiao Shuang, in essence, was a formidable spirit, a great terror among ghosts. Having her by my side could undoubtedly serve as my greatest ally and trump card. For instance, that reckless old ghost from before had provoked Xiao Shuang's malevolent side, resulting in her consuming him whole. The mere thought of that image was indeed quite terrifying. Of course, this was predicated on the assumption that Xiao Shuang, after transforming into a twisted spirit, would not turn her wrath against me. After all, as a fierce spirit, she lacked any semblance of benevolence. If I were to inadvertently provoke her, it was entirely possible that she could swallow me whole. Contemplating these matters, I addressed my master. Master, does this imply that you believe Xiao Shuang is very likely the mistress of the Ba tomb? If so, why did you insinuate in her presence that she might not be? Is it possible that this mistress is not confined solely to the old tomb from which she emerged? Is there something else that has been left unmentioned? Following closely behind my master, I inquired further. Upon hearing my question, he halted his steps, turning slightly to reveal a faint smile. You've a keen mind, young one. Indeed, I did not reveal the entire truth in front of that girl. The mistress of the Ba tomb signifies more than just her origin from a sealed old grave. It embodies status and secrets. Status, secrets. I furrowed my brow in confusion. My master continued onward. Yes, status, and a very significant secret. It is said to pertain to the secret of borrowing life. The mistress of the Ba tomb, before her sealing, was an exceedingly malevolent spirit, unable to destroy her. The ancestors sealed her within that ancient tomb. However, a geological upheaval decades ago allowed her to re-emerge. The commotion was tremendous. Dark clouds gathered, malevolent energy soared, ghosts roamed freely, and the dead paid homage. The surrounding villages were engulfed in fear, rife with rumors and whispers, and various tales spread like wildfire. The geomantic circles near Ba Mountain were also thrown into turmoil, yet, apart from me and a scant few others who glimpsed the mistress of the Ba tomb, no one else has seen her since. Everything vanished into the ether that year. At this point, we had arrived before the mortuary. My heart raced intensely. Although I had not witnessed the scene my master described, his 16 evocative words conveyed the magnitude of the terror and shock it had evoked. The imagery of the dead paying homage, ghosts roaming, malevolent energy soaring, and dark clouds gathering. What kind of evil spirit could manifest such a spectacle? Of course, I did not dismiss the possibility that my master might have embellished the tale, but the figure of their mistress of the Ba tomb he spoke of was undeniably a source of profound dread. Moreover, there was a secret concerning borrowing life. Turning to me with a serious expression, my master said, Xiao Chen, remember my words closely. The matter of the mistress of the Ba tomb must be kept secret from everyone. Regardless of whether that girl is indeed the mistress, it is of no concern to you. No one can resist the allure of longevity, especially those nearing death. All you need to do is keep her close. By doing so, you can walk untroubled. Your unique fate, marked by the 3 kills seal, a touch of heavenly forgiveness, and dual malevolent energies, renders you capable of calming her dark side swiftly. Others may not achieve such results. Furthermore, her presence with you will enable her to accumulate virtue, dispelling her malevolent aura and returning to her true self. Thus, remember to offer her incense and offerings daily. After my master finished speaking, I nodded vigorously, committing his words to memory. However, I could not resist asking, Master, by having Xiao Shuang stay by my side and offering her daily incense and offerings, does this mean I am, as portrayed in television dramas, nurturing a celestial spirit? A Qingfeng fairy. My master chuckled at this. Oh, so you are aware of the Qingfeng fairy. In the north, this is called nurturing a family spirit or honoring a ghostly deity. Here, we simply refer to it as raising a ghost. My master's tone was calm yet direct. Noticing my slight embarrassment, he continued, some raise ghosts for fortune, others for misdeeds, and still others out of longing. What do you believe your reason for raising a ghost is? With that, my master ceased speaking and turned to push open the door to the mortuary. I stood momentarily stunned, an inexplicable thought flashing through my mind, to take care of a wife. But I quickly shook my head. Humans and ghosts are destined to follow different paths. I and Xiao Shuang were fated to have no such connection. Since I had entered the realm of the supernatural to seek survival, and Xiao Shuang, as a malevolent spirit, needed to accumulate virtue to dispel her dark energy, it was only fitting that we collaborate. One human, one ghost, together, we could vanquish demons and eliminate evil, which did not sound so bad. Lost in my thoughts, I heard my master's voice echoing from the mortuary. Xiao Chen, why are you still dawdling? Finish quickly so we can return sooner. Upon hearing his voice, I hurriedly nodded, yes, master. With that, I swiftly entered the mortuary. My master was busy adjusting his slicked back hair using a copper mirror, while the shadowy figure had already vanished. It must have concealed itself, though it was certainly still present in the room. Upon noticing my entrance, my master grinned and pointed to the nearby apron and gloves. Put them on yourself. I glanced around. There was only one set available, so I asked, Master, are you not going to wear them? He shook his head. It makes no difference whether I wear them or not. My master spoke with a nonchalant air, clearly possessing great confidence in his skills. I hastily donned the apron and white leather gloves, feeling as though I were transformed into a coroner. However, I remained unaware of what tasks awaited me next. Seeing that I had suited up, my master began to instruct me. Embalming, although part of the supernatural realm, still adheres to its own rules. Light incense and candles, cover the eyes with black cloth, scatter rice to invite the spirit, seize the incense when it burns out, and when the fire extinguishes, the soul departs. For embalming, first observe the body, then verify it, and finally probe it, followed by stitching and joining the skin. We do not seek beauty in the corpse, only integrity. Each stitch must be precise, 1 stitch per needle, 10 stitches per line. Before I could fully grasp the process, my master launched into a lengthy explanation. I struggled to retain all the information, but I did catch his final remark, the preceding details are merely protocols. I'll write a handwritten copy for you later. The body on the embalming table, which was so boastful earlier, is perfect for you to practice on. You may stitch it however you wish, but be sure to sew the patch of dog skin onto its thigh in the end. Chapter 60, The First Stitching of a Corpse. My master spoke at length, yet only the final few sentences resonated clearly in my mind. He instructed me to stitch freely and even insisted that I attach a piece of dog skin to the thigh of the male corpse beside me. At that moment, I cast a glance to the side and indeed spotted a piece of black dog skin. The thigh of the corpse was missing a chunk of flesh. It was impossible to stitch it directly. I could only rely on the external material to serve as a patch for the thigh. I could not help but inquire, Master, why must we use dog skin? Is there a specific reason behind this? My master nodded thoughtfully at my question. There is an old saying, a dog digs up corpses, a cat bites ghosts. The proximity of dogs to corpses leads to dogskin being often utilized in our profession. Moreover, the effectiveness of dogskin in stitching surpasses that of pigskin, cowhide, or horsehide. Of course, the most optimal choice would be human skin, but that is far too malevolent and detrimental to one's moral integrity. Tonight, I shall first assess your foundational abilities. Once we return, I will provide you with specialized guidance and planning. I offered an awkward smile. My foundational skills amounted to merely mending torn clothing in a marketplace. I could say that I possessed a rudimentary proficiency in needlework, but it was quite mediocre. Master, so, am I truly to proceed with the stitching? Stitch with boldness. My master replied, standing beside me. I gazed at the corpse before me, a young man clad only in undergarments, with a large gaping wound on his chest and a missing piece of flesh from his thigh. I could only ponder how he met his demise. At that moment, my eyes wandered to the tool tray beside the mortuary table. There lay a sharp corpse knife, serrated tweezers, a collection of 10 differently sized curved needles, and an unknown material for stitching. However, there were also an array of scissors, 18 in total, each distinct in size and shape. These scissors varied in material, some were made of copper, others iron, silver, and there was even a golden pair that I could not ascertain if it was truly made of gold. Additionally, some were painted, some entirely red, some silver white, others black, and a few were rusted. A couple appeared remarkably dull. I was perplexed as to why so many scissors were required for stitching corpses. Yet their presence surely indicated some specific purpose. Alongside the scissors were hemostatic forceps with curved hooks, a saw, and finally, a hammer. As I surveyed these tools, they bore a striking resemblance to surgical instruments depicted in television dramas, yet there was a significant difference, as they appeared more akin to implements of torture. What, I wondered, was the purpose of the saw and hammer? I felt a sense of unease, but I could not retreat now. I resolved to imitate my master and stitch a few seams first. I examined the suture holes on the corpse's chest, locating the needle that my master had used for stitching. It was curved, sharply pointed, and relatively thick, with a long suture thread trailing behind it. Grasping the suture needle, I glanced at the corpse, whose eyes were shrouded in black cloth, and with a touch of trepidation, I prepared to plunge the needle in. However, just as the needle was about to make contact with the corpse, the oil lamp flickering above us swayed ominously. The overhead electric light also flickered with several crackling sounds. A chilling sensation enveloped me, and an ominous shadow darted past my field of vision. My heart raced with fear. Perhaps the spirit of this male corpse had objections to my intentions. It seemed unwilling to allow me to stitch its body. Before I could react, my master swiftly seized the hammer from the tool tray and struck the corpse's abdomen with a resounding thud. A loud bang echoed as a hole was created in the corpse's belly. The skin ruptured, revealing glistening yellow fat within, clearly visible, yet devoid of blood. Following my master's strike, the flickering light stabilized, and the green oil lamp ceased its erratic dance. The shadow that had unsettled me vanished without a trace. I stared at my master in astonishment, and in that instant, I comprehended the true purpose of the hammer. Yet, did my master not fear the ire of the deceased's family? Noticing my hesitation, my master tossed the hammer back onto the tool tray and spoke to me with an air of indifference. Continue. Yes, master. I responded, still somewhat anxious, as I picked up the corpse needle in my hand. Adhering to my master's earlier instructions of 1 stitch per needle and 10 stitches per line, I began to close the wound on the male corpse using my rather rudimentary sewing skills. One stitch after another, the sound of the stitching thread echoed throughout the mortuary. I was visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Nevertheless, I steeled myself and completed the task. Upon finishing the stitching of the male corpse's chest, I could not help but compare my work to that of my master's earlier stitching. The disparity was stark. My stitches barely held the skin together, resulting in creases and flesh protruding outwards. With no time to dwell on my shortcomings, I prepared to grasp a pair of scissors to sever the thread and proceed with stitching the corpse's thigh. Yet, there lay an abundance of scissors, 18 to be exact. Besides the variations in material, they also differed in shape and size. Some were smaller than scissors used by kindergarten children, while others were so large that they could not be grasped with one hand, featuring serrated edges that appeared rather peculiar. In this realm of the supernatural, the presence of so many scissors could only signify one thing: each pair represented a unique situation and method of use. Thus, I glanced back at my master, who stood silently behind me, wearing an enigmatic smile that urged me to make my own choice. Was this a test of my judgment? Overthinking would yield no benefit. At that moment, my gaze was drawn to a magnificent pair of golden scissors. Their allure captivated me, and I found them visually pleasing. Without hesitation, I reached for the resplendent golden scissors. As I grasped them, I felt their weight, far heavier than ordinary iron scissors. The scissors exuded an icy chill, as if they had been frozen. My master, upon witnessing my choice of the golden scissors, inhaled sharply, the sound echoing through the cold, enclosed mortuary with startling abruptness. I turned to glance at him, only to find his expression one of sheer shock, his face contorted in disbelief, as if I had committed an act of utter folly. Was it truly because I chose these golden scissors? Master, why do you regard me with such a peculiar expression? Are these scissors forbidden? I questioned, perplexed. My master, still wearing that strange expression, exhaled deeply and remarked, "You truly have a discerning eye. Amidst all those scissors, you chose this one. Are you not concerned about your own longevity?" Upon hearing his words, my expression tightened. Could it be? Was this truly a test? My master shook his head as he continued, "Do you comprehend what this golden pair of scissors is referred to in our profession of corpse stitching?" I certainly did not know, so I shook my head. My master inhaled sharply again, his emotions clearly fluctuating. "This pair of scissors is not to be wielded by just anyone, only those with a strong fate may dare to use them. For these scissors are inherently malevolent. Thus, within our profession, we refer to them as the heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation. Golden scissors, by choosing them, you may find your life ahead fraught with peril. Either you shall use these scissors to take lives, or they shall take yours." Chapter 61, A Golden Scissors. Upon grasping the resplendent golden scissors, my master uttered these words, causing my visage to reflect sheer astonishment. It appeared that this was no ordinary pair of scissors, but rather a sinister implement. Master, does this imply that these scissors possess malevolent qualities, capable of inflicting harm? My master nodded with unambiguous directness. Indeed, or else why would it bear the ominous prefix of heavenly retribution? Those who wield it invariably meet a grim fate. At this revelation, I swallowed hard. Is it true that there is no alternative? Can I not exchange it for another? My master sighed, a hint of bitterness in his smile. In our line of work, during one's inaugural experience of stitching a corpse, such is the way of it. Once you have selected your scissors, there is no opportunity for a change. This golden pair is among the 18 scissors, one of the 4 fiends, inherently imbued with a murderous aura. It merely indicates that this golden scissors is fated to be yours, yet, I believe you shall be fine. You possess a pair of yin-yang hands, destined to wield scissors, with a fate as formidable as 3 kills in 1 imprint, and a remarkably resilient destiny blessed by heavenly mercy. You ought to withstand it. Now proceed, stitch his leg together. With that, my master fell silent. I gazed at the golden scissors in my hand, astonished to realize that the very pair I had chosen was a harbinger of calamity. Such is fate, having come this far, having encountered spirits and stitched the deceased. Should I truly fear this pair of scissors? A faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth as I dismissed further thoughts. If one day I were to perish at the hands of my chosen scissors, I would accept my fate. I held the scissors and severed the suturing thread. At the very moment I cut through the thread, I sensed a chilling cold emanating from the scissors. Finally, I set them aside and picked up a piece of dog hide adjacent to the mortuary table. Much like mending a garment, I first compared the size of the wound on the corpse's thigh before cutting the dog hide with the golden scissors. The scissors felt heavy. I could not ascertain whether they were truly forged from gold, however, they were undoubtedly sharp. The sound of a snip, snip, snip echoed as I fashioned a piece of dog hide that matched the wound on the corpse's thigh. I then took the suturing needle, threaded it, and commenced stitching the corpse anew. The sound of the taut thread was a constant hiss, hiss, hiss. Before long, I had successfully mended the gash on the male corpse's thigh with the dog hide. However, the result was far from pleasing to the eye. The spacing and length of the stitches varied greatly, some even appearing crooked. Once I completed the stitching, I observed a shadow standing not far from me. I could feel the faint chill radiating from it, seemingly dissatisfied with my stitching skills, yet, with my master nearby, the spirit of the deceased dared not act out. Simultaneously, I cut the suturing thread and addressed my master. Master, I have finished stitching. Would you kindly assess whether it is satisfactory? My master cast a fleeting glance. As I mentioned, this is merely practice for you. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not. After all, this fellow was a scoundrel in life, involved in a nefarious trade, peddling human kidneys. He met his demise entangled in machinery while evading capture. His chest was gored by steel, and a chunk of flesh was severed from his thigh. They say the machine was halted just in time. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mincemeat. Had it not been for the generous payment from his family, I would have had no desire to stitch him up. Upon hearing this, my fleeting sense of guilt evaporated. Just moments ago, I had been diligently tending to his body, but now, knowing that this individual was a criminal of such a heinous nature, I felt he did not merit such careful stitching. No wonder my master harbored such disdain for this corpse. He was truly deserving of his fate. He deserves his fate even in death, I declared boldly in front of the male corpse. Instantly, an icy chill washed over me, and my master shot me a fierce glare. The chill dissipated in an instant. Then, my master admonished, "You insolent wretch, should you continue to act impudently, I will sew your mouth shut." With that rebuke, the malevolent sensation vanished. Simultaneously, my master retrieved a spectral knife from the tool tray, resembling a surgical blade, albeit with serrated edges and a blood groove. It appeared more akin to an assassin's weapon than a tool for surgery. He addressed me, "Xiao Chen, next, observe as I extract the corpse oil from him." Corpse oil is typically obtained from the abdomen, where the fat is most abundant. As previously mentioned, we shall extract 3 pounds, 6 taels, and 4 chien. Do you understand why? As he spoke, my master brandished the surgical knife against the male corpse's abdomen, and with a swift swish, the skin was cleaved open, revealing the glistening yellow fat within. I shook my head. I am unaware, but I once overheard a fortune-teller at the wholesale market mention the phrase 3 pounds, 6 tails, and fortune. My master continued, slicing through flesh as he spoke. 3 pounds, 6 tails, and fortune is not merely a figure from fortune-telling. It is also a number signifying a favourable destiny, though this scoundrel was not a good person in life. Extracting 3 pounds, 6 tails, and fortune of his corpse oil will bestow upon him a modicum of good fortune. A bone structure of 3 pounds, 6 tails, and fortune possesses a favourable fate. One need not toil throughout life. They shall independently cultivate familial blessings. Early on, a fortune star shall illuminate their destiny, allowing them to navigate myriad endeavours. As he spoke, my master's spectral knife continued to slice through skin and flesh with precision. Finally, with a forceful tug, he extracted a complete, glistening piece of fat.my master, ungloved, held it in his hand, still smeared with congealed blood and a pungent odour that made me slightly uneasy. Yet, my master seemed unfazed, weighing it in his hand. Oh dear, it appears I have extracted a bit too much. With that, he deftly sliced off a small portion of the fat and returned it to the wound on the male corpse. This should be sufficient, my master declared confidently. I stood in stunned silence, astounded that my master could even gauge the weight. In my astonishment, he urged, Xiao Chen, continue stitching. Within the dim, mortuary-filled room, although the scene was bloody and somewhat terrifying, I summoned all my strength to suppress my discomfort and once more took up the suturing needle. With each stitch, the sound of squeak, squeak, squeak echoed as I mended the flesh of the male corpse. Upon completing the stitching, the slightly distended abdomen of the corpse deflated. Remarkably, the figure appeared somewhat improved. Seeing that I had finished, my master addressed me once more. After stitching a corpse, it is essential to ensure that they receive incense. Continuous burning of incense signifies acceptance. Should the incense extinguish, it indicates a rejection of bodily restoration. At that point, one must either restitch or consult the spirit. I listened intently, nodding in understanding. I comprehend, master. With that, I ignited a stick of incense. My master continued, before offering the incense, a prayer must be recited. Pay close attention. I vaguely recalled having witnessed my master recite such a prayer during previous stitchings, but the words had escaped me. Now, I strained to listen attentively as he intoned, in the depths of night, amidst chilling whispers, a solitary shadow lingers, ensnared in turmoil, needle and thread traverse the realm of life and death. Even a fragmented form must be whole once more. Upon completion, one must call out the deceased's name, stating that their body is whole, and request their acceptance of the incense. Insert the long incense stick, and the ritual is complete. Of course, this is merely a formality. Familiarize yourself with the process, and there is no need to bow to him. Should this wretched soul refuse to accept the incense, I shall ensure he regrets it. Chapter 62. The rules of corpse stitching. After my master spoke, he fixed a fierce gaze on a specific spot in the corner of the mortuary. The spirit of the deceased male was likely standing there. Upon hearing my master's commanding words, I did not respond immediately. Instead, I found myself repeatedly reciting the incantation for offering incense in my mind. After silently repeating it 3 times to ensure I had committed it to memory, I nodded at my master and said, I understand, master. Seeing that I comprehended, my master nodded in return and declared, since you understand, let us begin. I then mimicked his previous actions, lighting a long incense stick. Glancing at the identity plaque of the corpse, I noted that he was named Li Yuren. Thus, I approached the head of the corpse with the incense in hand and spoke to him. In the stillness of the night, when the ghostly voices chill, a solitary shadow weaves through the heart's turmoil. Needle and thread entwine in the realm between life and death. Even in a fragmented state, completeness must be achieved. As it was my first time, I stumbled through the incantation but managed to finish. I continued with, Li Yuren, your body is whole, please accept the incense. At this juncture, a bow was typically required. However, my master had instructed me not to bow, so I refrained and directly placed the incense in a bowl of rice. Once secured, I observed the incense, what had once burned brightly now dimmed upon insertion into the rice bowl. The smoke that emanated should have been blue or white, but it had transformed into a chaotic black haze. I recognized this as a sign that the spirit of the deceased was rejecting my offering of incense. At that moment, my master let out a cold snort. Think carefully. If this incense breaks or extinguishes, I shall smash your head with one blow, leaving you to carry your own head down. His voice was not loud, yet after uttering these words, the dim incense instantly regained its brightness. The dark, chaotic smoke swiftly transformed into a straight white plume. Observing this change, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared that strength was the true determinant of outcomes. Were I alone, the spirit of the deceased would surely have troubled me. Yet with my master present, he had no choice but to acquiesce, otherwise, he would face a severe beating. That's more like it, my master remarked indifferently. He then pointed at the incense and addressed me. Xiao Chen, remember this. This is the state of the incense once it has been accepted by the other party. I've remembered, master. I replied, nodding earnestly. My master responded with a sound of acknowledgement and continued, now, dress him in his garments. Though this fellow is a criminal, we have accepted payment and must complete the task. I agreed and proceeded to dress the corpse in the burial clothes and shoes, placing him into a blue body bag. My master opened a compartment in the mortuary, and together we lifted the body inside. Finally, we removed the black cloth from his eyes and pushed him into the compartment, thus completing the task. Simultaneously, my master informed me that there were two additional taboos when handling corpses. One was the corpse staring with open eyes, and the other was the corpse with an open mouth. Curious, I inquired why. My master replied, a corpse with open eyes signifies a life taken, a corpse with an open mouth brings ruin to the living. Therefore, during the stitching process, it is necessary to cover the eyes with black cloth. Additionally, we should pour a bit of sticky glutinous rice oil into the mouth beforehand. If such a situation arises, the corpse will be quite fierce. Will it come back to life? I instinctively asked, recalling a few zombie films I had watched. My master merely chuckled. What are you thinking? For a corpse to turn into a zombie, the process is extraordinarily harsh and complex. It is not that simple. Typically, when a corpse exhibits such behavior, it is due to the spirit's great resentment. Thus, we need to burn incense and paper, and be more meticulous while stitching. Moreover, we are here to stitch their bodies, not to cause them trouble. As long as our skills are proficient, even the fiercest spirits will show us some respect. There are countless intricacies within this field. Even a minor detail involves considerable knowledge and prohibitions. If I wish to establish myself in this profession, it seems I have much to learn. I silently committed this to memory. However, there was still another corpse to stitch that night. At this moment, I witnessed my master open another compartment in the mortuary. Inside, there was a rather large blue body bag. My master directly unzipped it and reached in, retrieving a rather plump severed hand. The hand was covered in congealed blood, darkening with age, and the entire arm was a deep purple, marred with black spots. A section of bone was visible at the wound. Even after having stitched one corpse, the sight of this was unsettling, and my heart raced. My master, however, remained calm. He died from a fall, his body shattered beyond recognition, even his head was crushed. In a moment, we will work together. You will be responsible for stitching his hands and feet while I handle the rest. Regarding the corpse oil, I have already negotiated the price. 12 pounds, 7 taels, and 5 chen. Therefore, you must later burn 38 pounds, 2 taels, and 5 chen of paper money with holes punched in it, not a tael more, not a tael less. Having worked in sales for a few years, I was quite sensitive to prices and numbers. I noticed that the amount of paper money was precisely 3 times the weight of the corpse oil. I asked, is there a specific reason for the threefold amount of paper money, master? My master retrieved a new black cloth from within the body bag and began to cover the male corpse's eyes while explaining, of course there is. The threefold amount represents the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity. It is not merely a matter of burning more to gain more. Burning too much may not yield quality oil, while burning too little is also of little significance. I will document all these explanations in a book for you to study when you have the time. Now, come, be sure to use both hands for everything you handle. I nodded and stepped forward. Peering into the body bag, I felt a wave of nausea. It was filled with dismembered remains. The man who had fallen to his death had only his hands and feet relatively intact. The rest of his body was largely incomplete, his head resembling a smashed watermelon. The scene was too gruesome, making me feel utterly uncomfortable. My master, noticing my discomfort, simply smiled. "It's all right. You'll get used to it. You, who dared to slay a ghost upon your first encounter, should adapt to these corpses swiftly." Killing a ghost had been a matter of survival for me. Now, facing this bloody scene, I struggled to suppress my discomfort, but I still found it difficult to remain composed. I turned my head, taking several deep breaths before continuing to assist my master in moving the dismembered remains. Piece by piece, we assembled a rough outline of the body. Since the parts were disjointed, I misaligned several sections, but my master patiently corrected me, and I diligently committed these details to memory. Finally, we began stitching the remains together. This time, my master employed not only stitching thread but also iron wire and bamboo strips, primarily to support the deceased's body structure. With his exceptional stitching skills, he began from the head and meticulously worked his way down. Every part, every clot of blood, was expertly stitched together, with some areas even utilizing dog skin. Yet, once stitched, it appeared seamless. The precision of his needlework and the swiftness of his movements rendered the result nothing short of perfect. In contrast, my own stitching of the arms and legs was vastly inferior. This was the daily work of a corpse stitcher, and from this day forth, I would build my foundation upon this profession, entering a realm shrouded in mystery and the uncanny art of corpse stitching. Chapter 63, Departing from the funeral home. My master and I collaborated seamlessly, swiftly stitching up the lifeless body. Throughout the process, he not only sewed but also elucidated the intricacies involved, what type of skin required what size of thread, and how to choose the appropriate needle for various wounds. For instance, in cases of limb amputation, it was not merely the skin that needed suturing. Alignment and correction of the bones were also essential. This necessitated the use of charred bamboo sticks and copper wire as aids. My master was thorough in his explanations. Though I could not fully retain every detail, I grasped the general concepts and procedures. Ultimately, he skillfully excised a chunk of corpse oil weighing 12 jin, 7 liang, and 5 jian. Along with the previous 3 jin of corpse oil, we had successfully collected over 16 jin in total. Once we had completed the stitching of this corpulent body, it bore a multitude of dense stitching marks. While it was whole, it was rather disconcerting to behold. My master lit an incense stick and recited a chant. Without a hitch, he turned to me and said, "All right, dress him in the clothes and trousers. Once we finish tonight's work, we can return." I nodded and took the prepared burial garments to dress the hefty corpse. Finally, I placed it back into the body bag and pushed it back into the storage compartment. As for the corpse oil, my master stored it in a black plastic bag. "Master, will I be returning with you tonight?" After all, this oil was intended for my use. However, my master shook his head. "No need, you cannot assist with the oil refining yet, and it is best if you refrain from learning it for now. You should return to your residence tonight, but I must remind you of something." At this juncture, my master paused, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Noticing his demeanor, I too adopted a serious tone. "Master, please speak." He looked me in the eye, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Although I have allowed that female ghost to accompany you, apart from the connection between you two, she is also capable of protecting you and accumulating merits for herself. However, you must remember this, the parts of humans and ghosts are divergent. You and she must not overstep boundaries, otherwise, neither of you will meet a favorable outcome." This was something I had already contemplated. I did indeed harbor feelings for Shuang, yet I was acutely aware of the reality. I was human, and she was a ghost. Our fates were intertwined yet ultimately unfulfilled in this lifetime. "Master, I understand." He nodded in acknowledgement. "It is good that you comprehend. That girl accompanies you and can become your greatest support, providing you with constant protection. This, in turn, will allow her to accumulate merits and shed her malevolent aura, enabling her to transcend and reincarnate." I merely responded with a millimeter, choosing not to elaborate further. My master did not add anything more, instead handing me a pair of golden scissors. "Take this. From today onward, this heavenly scissors of gold is yours." I accepted the resplendent scissors, curious yet somewhat apprehensive. "Master, are these scissors made of pure gold?" "They seem quite heavy." My master shook his head. Not entirely, gold is too malleable, and other metals are mixed in. Moreover, the scissors can be disassembled for use. So, they were alloyed. Nonetheless, such scissors would still be quite valuable and deserving of careful preservation. I disassembled them briefly and found that they indeed could be used like a dagger. I carefully stowed the golden scissors away. Following this, I accompanied my master out of the mortuary, washing my hands outside. Upon stepping through the door, I spotted Xie waiting patiently in the shade of a tree, eagerly awaiting our exit. Upon seeing us, she joyfully called out, "Chen Xian, Master Qi, Xie." I hastened towards her. My master followed behind, stating, "My car is just ahead, I will take you both back." He gestured toward a green Mercedes SUV not far away and proceeded forward. "Let us go, Xie." She cheerfully nodded, trailing behind me like a little girlfriend. To onlookers, however, it seemed as though only my master and I were present, with Xie invisible to them. Once inside the vehicle, Xie and I settled into the back seat. After my master started the engine, he drove straight out of the funeral home, saying, "Xiao Chen, take the time tonight to digest what I taught you. In a few days, I will have your senior brother bring you some books to read whenever you have the chance. When I have work for you, I will call you. In the meantime, go about your usual business. However, you will need to come by tomorrow evening to collect the corpse oil and to reclaim the money that was swindled from you." Hearing this, I recalled Master Wang from Ping'an Hall, to whom I had mentioned this incident. He had assured me he could assist. "Master, do you think we can get the money back?" My master responded with a cold snort, "Not only will I reclaim it for you, but I will also ensure he admits his wrongdoing. After work tomorrow, you should come directly." "Understood, master." I nodded in agreement. Given my master's demeanor, it seemed he was quite determined to confront that Master Wang from Ping'an Hall. I was curious as to what methods he would employ, perhaps some incantations or talismans. At that moment, I felt a flicker of anticipation. My master then addressed Xie, "Young lady, regarding the matter of the 100 virtues skirt, you will need to wait a few days. I must gather some materials." Xie replied within a millimeter, "I'm not in a hurry, Master Qi." My master nodded, and throughout the journey, I inquired about various industry taboos. I also requested a talisman for peace from Uncle Zhuo. Having witnessed my master employ talismans, I knew he possessed such protective charms. My master was generous, stating that Uncle Zhuo was a good man and suggesting I treat him to a meal when I had the opportunity. He then produced a red talisman from his garments and handed it to me. Upon seeing this talisman, Xie immediately recoiled to the edge of the seat, evidently frightened. This indicated that the talisman indeed possessed power and efficacy. Before long, we arrived at our rental complex, my garden. Since it was quite late, I refrained from disturbing Uncle Zhuo, planning to give him the talisman the next day. Xie and I did not linger and returned directly to our rental unit, room 18-7, a shared apartment for ashes. After a long day of toil and extensive stitching in the funeral home, I was utterly exhausted. Thus, upon reaching the rental, I exchanged a brief greeting with Xie before retreating to my room, reflecting on the events of the night, the words my master imparted and the techniques of stitching. I found myself too fatigued to think further and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, I was roused by the blaring of my alarm. Having not been to work for several days, I decided to return today. After applying the corpse oil to protect my new skin, I prepared to depart. Upon reaching the door, I noticed that the shoes I had carelessly tossed about the previous night were now neatly arranged. This was undoubtedly Xie doing. I glanced toward her rental unit and smiled. "Xie, I'm off to work. See you later." With that, I donned my shoes and exited the room. My first stop was Uncle's home, where I presented him with the peace talisman I had requested from my master. Uncle Zhuo was grateful for the early morning gift, repeatedly expressing his thanks. I assured him there was no need for thanks, it was only right. In my haste to reach work, I departed from Uncle Zhuo's home and headed straight to the shop. Upon arriving at the store, I encountered my colleagues and Brother Mar, who incessantly inquired about my well-being. I reassured them that I was fine, my health restored, and that I had become Qi Xiong's apprentice. Brother Mar then smiled and nodded, remarking on my good fortune. I had indeed been fortunate to have a genuinely skilled master and an opportunity to learn thoroughly. By the time afternoon rolled around, I opted not to return to the rental unit but instead followed my master's instructions. I took a vehicle straight from the wholesale market to Zyko, preparing to retrieve the corpse, all while also observing how my master would reclaim the 3,000 yuan that had been deceitfully taken from me by Ping and Hall. Chapter 64, The Master's Deterrence. On my way there, I contacted the veterinarian again via video to check on the state of the large tabby cat. Indeed, it had improved significantly. They mentioned that with a few more days of care, it would likely be ready for discharge. With the cat's recovery, my spirits lifted considerably as well. After all, it was my life-saving blessing cat. The journey from the wholesale market to my master's residence in Zyko took approximately 40 minutes, primarily due to the necessary transfers on the subway. A taxi would only take about 20 minutes. Since we finish work early, we were off by 4:30, arriving at my master's Yongtai Shui shop shortly after 5. Upon entering through the front door, I found my master engrossed in a game on the computer at the reception desk. Fires of War. Kill. Kill. It appeared my master was deeply engaged in Hero Kill, a game he seemed to fervently enjoy. Master! I respectfully called out. Hearing my voice, he glanced up at me. Oh, you're here? Just a moment, let me finish off this infuriating bow. In the meantime, you can go burn the paper money for that fat man from last night. IV prepared 38 jin and 2 liang 5 jen for you, light 3 incense sticks, then burn the money one by one while reciting, bestow everlasting fortune and longevity, may the wealth flow in perpetuity. Go on, the paper is in the back. It seemed my master was quite absorbed in this game, a true enthusiast of Hero Kill. Not wanting to interrupt him further, I nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, master. With that, I made my way into the inner area. Aside from the exhibition hall at the front, my master had 4 rooms in the back, along with a kitchen, a restroom, and a small courtyard at the very end. In the courtyard, I discovered the yellow paper money my master had prepared in advance, a substantial pile of over 38 jin. Although tearing the paper money one by one was somewhat tedious, given the considerable amount provided, I did not dare to slack off. I lit the long incense and inserted it into the ground before starting to burn the paper in the courtyard. Tearing off each piece, I cast them into the fire while continuously reciting, bestow everlasting fortune and longevity, may the wealth flow in perpetuity. As I diligently burned the 30+ jin of paper money, I continued until it was past 6 o'clock and nearly dark when I finally finished. After completing the task, I stretched and turned to head back. However, as I turned to return to the exhibition hall, I was taken aback. Frozen in place. I discovered a figure kneeling in the hall, none other than the swindler from Ping and Hall, Master Wang, who had previously muttered something about nightmares and omens. His forehead was bandaged, clearly a result of the beating I had given him, and his nose appeared slightly swollen. He was kneeling there, staring nervously at my master, who was still engrossed in his card game. With a face full of tension, he stammered, "Q-Chi, I have rheumatism and cannot kneel for too long. I truly do not know where I went wrong." My master ignored him, continuing his game. I was astonished. Was my master's standing in the community truly so high? This Master Wang was like a meek little rabbit before him. I had contemplated whether my master might use some talisman to help me take revenge, but it appeared that was not the case. In my moment of surprise, Master Wang noticed my presence as I emerged from the back room. Seeing me at the doorway, he expressed a bit of shock. "It's you, what are you doing here?" As he spoke, he attempted to rise. Suddenly, my master barked, "Who told you to get up?" At the sound of those words, Master Wang fell back to his knees with a thud. Chi, this lad hit me before, and the injury on my head is from him." As soon as he finished speaking, my master commanded, "Xiao Chen, go give him a couple of slaps." Hearing this, I hesitated not for a moment. "Yes, master." Upon hearing my words, Master Wang's expression turned to one of utter shock as he stared at me and my master. Master, Chi, this lad is your disciple," he stammered. "What? Is that not permissible?" My master replied while playing cards, not even glancing at Master Wang. Upon hearing this, Master Wang gasped in disbelief. As I approached him with an imposing demeanor, he pleaded. Little brother, I am sorry, I didn't mean to offend, it was a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, I delivered a slap across his face. Who the hell is family with you, you deceitful dog? With that, I swung again, landing another sharp slap. 2 large handprints appeared on Master Wang's face. At this moment, he dared not utter a word. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. My master, now standing up, seemed to have finished his game. He fixed his gaze upon Master Wang and inquired, Wang Dafu, do you remember what I told you last time? Upon hearing this, Master Wang tensed up. Qiqi master, please listen to my explanation. I truly did not know this young brother was your disciple. Had I known, I would never have deceived him. And oh, no, I wouldn't have charged him such a high fee for divination. After all, my rent is exorbitantly high. My master let out a cold snort. Last time you were haunted by a ghost, it was due to your reckless antics that nearly led to disaster for the client. I saved you and warned you not to deceive others, yet here you are, scamming my disciple and trying to charge him 58,000. Is it, your business seems to have expanded into loan sharking as well? Upon hearing this, Master Wang's face turned pale. From my master's tone, it was evident that previously, Master Wang had been engaging in fraudulent practices, and it was my master who had come to his rescue, yet, he had failed to learn his lesson and continued to deceive people without any real skill. Gee, I was wrong, truly wrong. I will never engage in loan sharking again, nor will I run Ping and Hole anymore. Furthermore, I will refund the divination fee to the young brother. I'll return double, 6,000, 6,000. Upon hearing this, my master's expression darkened significantly. What 6,000? It is 60,000. At this proclamation, I was utterly taken aback. 60,000, how many garments must I sell to earn that amount? I had only lost 3,000, yet my master was demanding 60,000 in return. However, Master Wang showed no hesitation. He immediately nodded in agreement. Compensation, compensation, 60,000. I will pay it right now. She, please be magnanimous and do not hold this against me. My granddaughter has just been born. She cannot be without her grandfather. I beg you, I beg you. Master Wang clasped his hands together, repeatedly kowtowing to my master. His forehead reddened from the impact, nearly in tears. I gazed at my master in astonishment. Was his influence in this field truly so formidable, and his deterrent power so immense? After just a few words, without invoking any spells or wielding a blade, he had reduced the owner of the largest divination establishment on Feng Shui Street, Master Wang of Ping and Hole, to tears. Chapter 65, Departing after losing money. The master holds a remarkably elevated status within this circle, otherwise, the esteemed master of the Ping and Hole would not have been rendered so shaken. Upon hearing him speak, the master coldly replied, I granted you an opportunity last time. Yet, here you are once more, engaging in such behavior. You must determine your own course of action, just refrain from compelling me to intervene. Upon hearing these words, Master Wang's face, previously marked by trepidation, suddenly brightened with astonishment. He nodded fervently at my master. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I shall close the Ping and Hole and turn myself in. Young brother, let me add you on WeChat, and I will refund the money I deceived you out of. In Wang's eyes, I could discern a profound fear, a palpable dread of my master. He was willing to confess, unwilling to provoke my master's wrath. This clearly indicated that, in his perception, should my master take action, the repercussions would be even more terrifying. I refrained from saying much, exchanged contact information with him, and subsequently provided my bank account details. Upon witnessing this, Master Wang trembled as he transferred the funds to my account. After receiving the notification, I turned to my master and said, Master, the money has arrived. He nodded and once more addressed Master Wang, now leave. Upon hearing this, Master Wang felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you, Qi Lao. I apologize, young brother, I am so sorry. As he spoke, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he promptly dashed out of the store. Once the deceitful Master Wang had departed, I turned to my master and remarked, Master, he is truly terrified of you. My master snorted disdainfully. Wang Dafu is not a good man. Years ago, he entangled himself in such matters, inviting calamity upon himself. I assisted him, and he has witnessed my true capabilities. He fears my direct intervention. which is why he holds me in such dread. After hearing this, I inquired, Master, I was only deceived out of 3,000. What should I do with the additional 57,000? My master regarded me and replied that money is most likely obtained through his deceitful schemes. Possessing it will bring misfortune upon you. Your luck is already low, so retain your original capital. The remainder, you should donate to accumulate some good fortune. In our line of work, although we deal with the deceased, it is lucrative and imbued with righteousness, devoid of any filth or corruption. You assisted me last night, and I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. I will transfer it to you shortly, so do not keep a single cent of the excess from Wang Dafu. It will only harm your blessings. At these words, I looked at my master in astonishment. I had not anticipated that he would possess such a commendable moral compass. Furthermore, he was willing to share the profits from my meager attempts at learning the craft last night. Master, as your apprentice, you would also share the profits with me. I was genuinely taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. My master, however, dismissed my concerns. Though you are merely a novice in my tutelage, you are still a disciple of Qi Xiong, am generous and have many friends and brothers. As my apprentice, I shall not treat you unfairly. The 2 corpses we handled last night yielded 53,000. Calculating a 10% share, I will transfer 5,300 to you shortly. 5,300. I widened my eyes, utterly astonished. I truly had not expected that my meager attempts at learning mortuary sewing under my master's guidance would yield such high returns. Currently, while working with Brother Mars selling clothes, I earn a base salary of 3,500 plus commission. After 3 years, my most substantial earnings amounted to only 9,700, never surpassing 10,000. Yet, after merely an hour of learning from my master last night, I was to receive over 5,000. I felt not only astonished but also exhilarated. Noticing my excitement, my master smiled. Do not be so surprised. The funeral industry is inherently profitable. Cremation services alone can cost several thousand to tens of thousands. Moreover, we are seamsters for the deceased, engaged in meticulous craftsmanship. I nodded and expressed my gratitude. Thank you, master. My master smiled faintly. Focus on your studies. You possess greater talent than your senior brother. The first time he assisted me in sewing a corpse, he was so terrified that he vomited all over the body, his legs turned to jelly, and he nearly fainted. I shall fetch you some corpse oil, and then we will go out for a meal and a little drink. Very well, master. I nodded in agreement, feeling amused to learn of my senior brother's embarrassing experience. After my master departed, I wasted no time and promptly sought out a donation channel on Alipay. There were numerous charitable causes, such as aiding children in mountainous regions or supporting elderly individuals, but I chose to contribute to retired veterans. The reason was simple, it was due to Uncle's influence. Although Uncle's was unaware that Wang Dafu was a fraud, I had received numerous protections thanks to Uncle's medals. Before long, my master returned, holding a large gourd that presumably contained the corpse oil I needed for my work. Xiao Chen, the oil within should suffice for your needs. Come, let us go eat. My master handed me the gourd of corpse oil, and I nodded in agreement, preparing to leave with him for a meal. Just as we were about to step out, a middle-aged woman with a somber expression walked into the store, her face marked by sorrow. Upon entering, she addressed my master and me. Excuse me, who is the owner here? I would like to purchase a burial garment. Hearing her request, my master nodded. I am. May I ask what size of burial garment you require, and how old was the deceased? He inquired with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman glanced at me and replied, My son, his build is similar to this young man's. At this point, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep. Wah, I scrutinized the middle-aged woman closely. Her skin was quite dark, evidently a result of prolonged sun exposure. Her hands were calloused and cracked, indicating a life of laborious work. The clothing and shoes she wore were of the cheapest variety, likely from a street vendor. It was evident that she was not wealthy but rather a struggling individual. With her son now deceased, I was at a loss for how to comfort her. Noticing some tissues nearby, I handed them to her. Auntie, there is a seat over here. Please have a seat. The middle-aged woman took the tissues from my hand and said, Thank you. She then sat down beside me. I, being observant, went to pour her a cup of hot water. My master sat across from her, calmly inquiring, "Miss, we have a wide selection of burial garments here. Different garments suit different individuals, yielding varying effects. Please tell me when your child passed, how he passed, and his birth date so that I can assist you in selecting the right one." I set down the water cup and stood beside my master, refraining from interjecting. The middle-aged woman did not drink the water. Instead, she sorrowfully wiped her tears and began to speak. "My son, he was 20 this year, tall and handsome. He worked hard delivering takeout in the vicinity, saving every penny he earned. He said he wanted to save for my retirement and for my medical treatment. But last week, my son was in a car accident. These past few days, I have dreamt of him standing at the foot of my bed. He said, 'Mom, I'm so cold, so cold.'" Chapter 66, The Garment of Longevity and Wealth. A middle-aged woman stood before me, tears streaming down her face as she recounted her sorrowful tale. It is said that misfortune seeks out the most unfortunate souls, much like a frayed rope that breaks at its weakest point. Her words painted a picture of despair, revealing that she belonged to the lowest echelons of society, toiling away as a laborer. Her son, of an age similar to mine, had met with an untimely fate, leaving her to mourn a life cut short. She had dreamt repeatedly of her son standing at her bedside, shivering from the cold. No wonder she sought to purchase a burial garment from us. I remained silent, merely observing her plight. After listening intently, my master nodded slightly and inquired, "Where did you procure the burial garment for your son during the funeral?" Without hesitation, the woman replied, "I bought it from the market, opting for the finest available." At this, her tears flowed anew. "I wish to provide my son with a proper burial garment. I have heard that the garments here are the best and most authentic. I hope he will no longer feel cold in the afterlife." With a serious expression, my master continued, "Given the tragic circumstances of your son's death, it is essential that the burial garment be chosen with care. It must not display any red, floral patterns, nor should it be tailored too short or too long. The garments from the market are suitable for ordinary souls, but your son requires a black garment of longevity and wealth. If he is clad in anything else, he will inevitably feel the chill in the underworld, and over time, he may even struggle to find peace." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman grew anxious, exclaiming, "Please, kind sir, help me choose one. I will pay whatever it costs. In life, I could not provide my son with happiness, and my illness forced him to work tirelessly for me. Now that he is gone, I do not wish for him to suffer in death. I only want him to leave this world in peace." Her voice trembled with emotion, tears cascading down her cheeks. I could feel the depth of her love for her son. My master, maintaining his composed demeanor, replied, "Please describe your son's height and weight, and I shall select a suitable garment for him. Once he wears it, he will surely feel warmth. I will also send my apprentice with you this evening to ensure he departs peacefully for the afterlife." At this proclamation, my heart sank. Me accompanying her, I was not equipped for such a task. I looked at my master in disbelief but remained silent. The middle-aged woman, however, nodded vigorously, saying, thank you so much. My son is about the same height and build as this young man, though a bit darker and thinner." She began to describe him in detail. My master listened attentively, and once she finished, he said, "Please wait here a moment while I retrieve a garment for you." Turning to me, he commanded, "Xiao Chen, come with me." "Yes, master." I nodded and followed him into the inner room. He led me to the very space where I had slept previously, filled with models adorned in burial garments, suspended in a rather eerie manner. As we entered, my master searched for the appropriate garment while instructing me, "Xiao Chen, you will handle this matter tonight." I was about to protest my lack of experience when my master continued, "It matters not if you have never done this before. I can teach you. Every endeavor has its first time, and no one is born with knowledge. Your current low fortune means the gates of the underworld are still open, allowing you to encounter spirits. Engaging in this task will provide you with the opportunity to see her son. He has returned merely because he is cold and is seeking his mother. After you bring the burial garment back, it would be best for her to prepare 8 different dishes, a bowl of rice, an egg, some paper money, and a bottle of wine. Then, go to the place where her son met with his accident, burn the paper money, and offer the food. I will provide you with 2 talismans, inscribing your son's birth date on the back of one. When you present the food, burn one talisman and call his name 3 times, preferably with his mother doing the calling. Once her son arrives, allow them to reminisce. You can interject to inquire if he has any lingering wishes. At midnight, light 3 incense sticks, burn the second talisman, and recite a soul-releasing scripture to guide him on his journey. As my master spoke, he continued to search for the burial garment. Though I lacked experience, I recognized the significance of his detailed instructions. He was imparting genuine knowledge upon me. To decline would be to abandon this path entirely, inviting misfortune upon myself. Thus, without hesitation, I agreed, "Very well, master. I will accompany the lady back." At that moment, my master found the garment he sought, a black garment of longevity and wealth. He held it up, satisfied, and said, "This is the one. Keep it safe, and when you see her son, burn it before him. If it does not suit, simply call me." "Understood, master," I replied, accepting the garment as he led me out of the room and into another darker chamber. Upon turning on the lights, I discovered numerous toolboxes within. My master opened one to reveal brushes, ink, and paper. He prepared red ink and selected 2 sheets of yellow paper to create talismans, for in our profession, talismans are an essential means. With swift strokes, he crafted 2 talismans. While I could not decipher them fully, I recognized the central characters, one read "invite", and the other "send". If I surmised correctly, the first talisman was the one inscribed with "invite", used to summon the spirit, while the second, marked "send", would guide him on his way. My master addressed me, "These 2 talismans serve distinct purposes. When you light incense to invite her son, burn the inviting talisman and have his mother call out his name. When it is time to send him on his journey, use the sending talisman. I will now recite the soul-releasing scripture for you. Be sure to memorize it well." I nodded eagerly, committing every word to memory. To ensure I would not forget, I transcribed the scripture into my notes to avoid any possible errors. My master, pleased with my diligence, nodded approvingly and presented me with incense, candles, and paper money to bring along. Once all preparations were complete, my master led me outside. The middle-aged woman stood up eagerly. "Sir, are we ready?" My master nodded. "Everything is prepared. My apprentice will guide you through the evening's proceedings. Additionally, he will help convey a message for you. Tonight, let you and your son bid farewell to one another." Chapter 67. I go to send the spirit of the deceased. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged woman was taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment. With an expression of disbelief, she gazed at my master and exclaimed, I can still bid farewell to my son in person." My master nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, but you will not be able to see him. My disciple will convey your words to him." Upon hearing this, the woman felt a tinge of disappointment. She then inquired, "Is there any way for me to see my son? I miss him so dearly. I lost my husband when I was 30 and single-handedly raised my child. Now that he has departed, I am also unwell. I truly wish to see him again. Master, please help me. I would be willing to die immediately just to see my son once more. I kneel before you." The middle-aged woman, in a sudden surge of emotion, attempted to kneel before my master, but he swiftly supported her, saying, "Sister, do not act this way. You can see your son, but it will shorten your own life." Yet the woman displayed no hesitation, not even for a second. She promptly nodded, declaring, "I am willing. My son is my everything. Without him, living holds little meaning for me as a cleaner. To see my son, I would gladly embrace death." As she uttered these words, a smile adorned her face, yet tears streamed from her eyes. My heart tightened at this sight. It pained me to witness the struggles of a family already beset by hardships, now enduring such calamity. My master inhaled deeply and spoke, "Every individual has their own fate. Your son merely arrived at his destination ahead of time, having completed his life's journey, but you, dear sister, must not succumb to despair. Shortly, I shall provide my disciple with some items, and he will assist you in opening the path to the afterlife and the heavenly eye. However, this will only last for 10 minutes. The middle-aged woman nodded fervently at this, saying, "That's fine, as long as I can see my son. 10 minutes is sufficient. While others fear spirits, this woman was filled with an overwhelming desire to reunite with her deceased son, fully willing to sacrifice her own longevity. Then, I observed my master gesturing for me to step aside. Following his lead, I moved to the periphery. I then witnessed him produce a small vial, akin to those used for eye drops. "Master, what is this?" I inquired, puzzled. My master held the vial and explained, "This contains eye-opening liquid, primarily composed of cow tears and some special ghostly herbs." I had long heard tales of using cow tears to open the heavenly eye, and now I was confronted with the genuine article. I then asked, "Master, should this be dropped directly into the eyes or on the eyelids?" "Just apply it to the eyelids. 1 drop is sufficient for each eye. Once the heavenly eye opens, the path to the afterlife will also be opened, allowing her to see and touch her son. 1 drop lasts about 10 minutes, do not apply more, or she may fall ill." I nodded promptly, "Understood, Master." Carefully, I took the vial of cow tears into my possession. Upon our return, my master continued, "Sister, once you return, prepare 8 dishes for your child. Ensure there is no repetition, send him off properly, allowing him to depart without harboring resentment. This way, he will descend peacefully and not suffer. At the very least, he won't go hungry." The middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly. "All right, I will go buy the ingredients immediately." "Master, how much do I owe you?" At that moment, I glanced at my master. He typically charged several thousand for stitching up corpses, so assisting this woman in opening the heavenly eye and sending her son off would likely cost her a considerable sum. This was my initial thought. However, I was soon astonished to discover that my master was not that kind of person. Calmly, he replied, "You can give her 166. A smooth journey." Upon hearing the figure of 166, I was somewhat taken aback, for just the fabric and craftsmanship of the burial garments would exceed 100. Charging 166, my master would undoubtedly incur a loss. His kindness was apparent, and such a master only deepened my admiration for him. The middle-aged woman, too, was surprised. 166. My master affirmed, "Yes. Our store is currently running a promotional event, and there are discounts on burial garments. 166 will suffice, cash or WeChat." The woman replied, "Oh, I brought cash." With that, she carefully retrieved a stack of money from her pocket, consisting of hundreds, 50s, 10s, as well as a few ones and coins, each bill meticulously folded. After my master received the 166, he said to me with a serious demeanor, "Ensure a proper send-off tonight, following my instructions. If you have any questions, call me." "Rest assured, Master," I replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. My master said no more, and I followed the middle-aged woman as we departed from the Yongtai funeral garment shop. Due to the necessity of cooking, as soon as we exited the shop, the woman led me to a nearby market to purchase ingredients. During this time, I inquired about her background. Her surname was Huang, and her son was named Qianfei. Like me, they had come from the countryside to work in the city, renting a place nearby, all with hopes of earning more money to improve their lives. Who would have thought her son would meet with such a tragic accident? Upon asking about the location of her son's car accident, I discovered it occurred near my residence, close to my garden. I was quite familiar with that area, and when the time came to send the spirit, I would easily find the place without getting lost. Ms. Huang purchased a considerable amount of ingredients, and I accompanied her back to her home. There, I saw the memorial portrait of her son, indeed a handsome young man, but alas, as we prepared to cook for the spirit, I feared Ms. Huang might be overwhelmed and offered to help. However, she insisted that this was her final meal for her son, something she wished to prepare herself. Hearing this, I refrained from intervening. The 8 dishes were all hearty meals that her son particularly enjoyed: chicken, duck, fish, beef, and the like. She prepared each dish with great care, sharing stories of how much her son loved these foods during his lifetime. Additionally, in accordance with my master's instructions, she included eggs and a bottle of wine. By the time everything was ready, it was already past 10 o'clock. Since we still had some time, we took a short break, and around 10:50, we stepped out. We arrived at the location around 11:10, perfectly timed as there were few pedestrians on the road. Standing by the roadside to send the spirit would not disturb anyone. At that moment, Miss Huang pointed to a nearby green belt, saying, "It was right there." When the police showed me the footage, my child fell into the green belt, his face covered in blood, his limbs contorted. Upon reaching this point, Ms. Huang broke into tears once more. I comforted her, saying, Auntie, please do not cry. Once I light the incense and burn the paper money, Qianfei will return. If he sees you so sorrowful, it may not bring him joy. Hearing my words, Ms. Huang hurriedly wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, Yes, you're right. I came to see my son. I should be happy. Chapter 68. Delivery man Qianfei. As I gazed upon Aunt Huang, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped my heart. Life had already dealt her such a cruel hand, yet she was further tormented by the anguish of a parent mourning their child. However, as an outsider, all I could do was ensure that tonight's soul-sending ceremony was executed flawlessly. It was my hope that Aunt Huang and her son could share one final moment together, to bid a heartfelt farewell. Subsequently, Aunt Huang and I made our way to the site of her son's tragic accident. Even after a week had passed, the remnants of the collision were still visible, the mangled guardrails of the green belt and the scuff marks etched into the pavement. Once we confirmed the location, I turned to Aunt Huang and said, Aunt Huang, please take out the food. She nodded repeatedly, beginning to unpack the dishes she had prepared. Meanwhile, I lit 2 candles and placed them in the green belt. Aunt Huang arranged 8 dishes meticulously, with the final bowl of rice positioned prominently at the forefront. I then inserted 3 incense sticks upright into the rice, and after burning some paper money nearby, I retrieved the first yellow talisman, the soul-calling talisman. Aunt Huang, once I burn this talisman, please call out your son's name 3 times, inviting him to partake in the meal, I instructed. She nodded in understanding. I placed the talisman atop the candle's flame, which ignited swiftly, emitting a faint green fire. In no time, it was reduced to ashes. At that moment, Aunt Huang called out to the empty street, Qianfei, come back for dinner. Qianfei, come back for dinner. Qianfei, come back for dinner. After her third call, the flame of the candle flickered noticeably, producing a soft, whoosh sound, while a sudden chill swept through the stillness around us. The trees swayed, rustling softly, and several pieces of the burnt paper money danced in the air before us. I widened my eyes, surveying the surroundings, when Aunt Huang inquired, Xiao Chen, has my son returned? He should have heard you and is on his way back, I replied, my heart racing as I kept my gaze fixed ahead. Just then, I noticed a small yellow dot appearing at the end of the road, rapidly approaching. Squinting, I discerned that it was a delivery man clad in yellow attire, wearing a cap, making his way towards us. Yet, something felt amiss. In the silence of the street, I heard not a single extraneous sound. As he drew nearer, an unsettling chill enveloped me. A glance at Aunt Huang revealed that she was oblivious to the presence approaching us. I realized with certainty that this delivery man must be Aunt Huang's son. I remained still, patiently awaiting his arrival. The delivery man soon arrived on his electric bike, parking it at the roadside and removing his cap. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, his features were an exact match to the photograph of Aunt Huang's son. There could be no mistake, he was indeed Qianfei, the son who had perished in the accident. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I did not feel fear. He cast a brief glance in my direction but quickly turned his attention back to Aunt Huang, smiling broadly. Mom, why are you here? Did you bring all this food for me? Aunt Huang, unable to see him, remained silent. The delivery man, however, wore a puzzled expression. Mom, what's wrong? You called me for dinner but aren't saying anything. Why are you staring over there? I couldn't help but feel a mix of astonishment and confusion. Did he truly not realize he was dead? He continued to engage Aunt Huang in conversation. At that moment, he noticed me staring, and with a friendly smile, he said, Sorry, buddy, this is my mom. I made her angry a few days ago, and she has been giving me the cold shoulder since. Hearing this, I gasped slightly, fully convinced that Qianfei was entirely unaware of his own demise. Otherwise, he would not utter such words. It was clear that he was heavily burdened by his attachment to the living world, unable to discern whether he was alive or deceased. Mom, I'm sorry. I promise I won't work late again. I'll come home early to keep you company, and Mom, I've gathered enough money for the surgery. Look, I have plenty of cash here. After saying this, he pulled out a large wad of bills from his clothing. I glanced at it, my expression turning grave. Those bills were the very paper money Aunt Huang and I had just burned for him. Before I could speak, Qianfei continued, Mom, tomorrow I'll go to the hospital to schedule your surgery. Once you're well, we can use the extra money to buy a small house. You won't have to sweep the streets anymore. You can cook for me at home while I deliver takeout to pay the mortgage. Our lives will surely get better." He laughed heartily, his eyes squinting with delight as he counted 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In that moment, it struck me that Tian Fei could no longer distinguish between the paper money and the ghost money. He was clearly in a state of confusion, though I hesitated to shatter his illusions and dreams. Life and death are distinct realities he must confront. If he remained trapped in this cycle of denial, he would only repeat the events leading to his death, becoming a living corpse, lost in his obsessions, a wandering spirit without solace. "Buddy, take a closer look. Is there even a 10,000 yuan bill in your stack?" I asked him. Suddenly, Tian Fei froze, staring at the ghost money in his hand before looking up at me, bewildered. "No, there's no 10,000 yuan bill, is there?" Hearing me speak, Aunt Huang turned her gaze towards me. Xiao Chen, has my son returned? Is he back?" I fixed my eyes on Tian Fei and replied, "He has returned, right here before us. However, it appears he does not remember that he has passed away." Upon hearing this, Tian Fei, clutching the ghost money, trembled violently, as if my words had struck a nerve. As he looked down at the ghost money, terror overtook him, and he cried out, tossing the bills away. Ghost money, why is there only ghost money? This is clearly my hard-earned cash from delivering food. How has it all turned into ghost money?" Fear coursed through him as he shook his head in disbelief. I pressed on, "Buddy, think carefully. Is this money truly what you earned from delivering food, or is it what your mother burned for you? And remember this place, didn't you have an accident here a week ago?" Chapter 69, Mother and Son Reunited. I gazed upon the lifeless body of Tian Fei and articulated the truth of the matter, word by word. I yearned for him to awaken from his obsession, to accept the reality of his situation, and then to depart, achieving rebirth. Upon hearing my words, Tian Fei's expression momentarily stiffened. Then, with wide eyes filled with terror, he mumbled, "Last week, I was delivering food here. I was running late and drove recklessly. Suddenly, a tire blew out, causing me to crash and hit the guardrail. My head struck this stone. I bled profusely, and I tried to stand, but I failed." Tian Fei struggled to recall the events, gripping his hair tightly, appearing deeply distressed. At that moment, I distinctly observed his body shudder violently. He then fixed me with a gaze of sheer horror, as if grappling with disbelief. It seemed he had begun to remember something. "Hence," I prompted once more, "and then, do you recall what happened next?" Instinctively, Tian Fei responded, Then I lost consciousness. I died." At this utterance, Tian Fei staggered backward a few steps, clearly unable to accept this revelation. He collided with a tree and collapsed onto the ground. Observing his astonished countenance, I continued, "You are correct, you have indeed passed away, yet your attachment is profound, which is why you have been tirelessly delivering food along this route to earn money for your mother's medical expenses. This may have caused you to forget, however, your mother has dreamt of you lately, expressing that you are cold. I have been sent by your mother to burn clothes for you and help you move on. I hope you can attain rebirth and reincarnate rather than endlessly wandering here as a lost soul." Tian Fei was engulfed in fear, and sorrow began to etch itself onto his face. At that moment, Aunt Huang, with her eyes closed, could not see Tian Fei, yet she listened intently to my conversation with him, her expression a blend of anticipation and anxiety, fixated on my direction. She repeatedly called out, Tian Fei, are you back? Can you see your mother? Can you see me?" Aunt Huang's eyes widened as she cried out her son's name, her voice choked with emotion. The already fragile Tian Fei could no longer bear the weight of his inner grief and anguish upon hearing his mother's words. He burst into tears, the sound deep yet subdued, resonating with heart-wrenching pain. As a spirit, Tian Fei shed no tears, intensifying his emotional torment. "I am dead, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." In agony, Tian Fei crawled closer to Aunt Huang, yearning for her embrace. Yet, in the moment of contact, his form dissolved, unable to connect in any tangible way. Witnessing this, I addressed Tian Fei, "My friend, I will soon open the passage for Aunt Huang and awaken her spiritual sight. You have 10 minutes to reunite." Upon hearing my words, both Aunt Huang and Tian Fei turned their gazes toward me, exclaiming, Yes, Master Chen, please open her spiritual sight." I want to see my son. Jianfei nodded fervently, his face alight with hope. I produced the eye-opening elixir and approached Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang, please close your eyes. Without hesitation, she complied, her weathered skin still glistening with tears. Though merely an observer, I felt a profound sense of discomfort in my heart. Following the prescribed dosage, I dispensed a drop of the elixir and applied it to her eyelids. As it was my first time performing this act for someone else, I was uncertain how long it would take. I instructed Aunt Huang, count to 10, and then you may open your eyes. She nodded repeatedly, beginning to count, 1, 2, despite counting, a smile began to grace her face. Jianfei hurriedly positioned himself before her, adjusting his clothing and hair to appear more presentable. The sorrow that had once marred his features now transformed into a pale smile. 10. As Aunt Huang reached 10, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood Jianfei, suppressing his inner excitement as he called out, Mom. No matter how well he masked it, the moment he uttered Mom, his voice cracked. Overwhelmed with emotion, Aunt Huang gazed at the spectral figure of her son, his face devoid of color, his limbs slightly distorted, his eyes still grey. She felt no fear, not even a hint of trepidation, and rushed toward him, exclaiming, Fei Fei, my son. With that, Aunt Huang tiptoed and embraced the cold, lifeless form of her son's spirit. Jianfei sobbed, I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't earn enough for your treatment before I died. I'm so sorry, Mom. His voice trembled with remorse. Even in his final moments, he had been consumed with thoughts of his mother, striving to earn money for her medical bills. I watched from the side, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Choosing to avert my gaze, I turned away and lit a cigarette. The smoke tasted bitter on my tongue. Simultaneously, I retrieved the burial garments and began to burn them beneath a nearby tree. Aunt Huang shook her head, tenderly caressing Jianfei's face, saying, Child, whether in life or death, you are always my good son. I have prepared a meal for you. Come, taste it. As she spoke, Aunt Huang and Jianfei settled onto the ground and began to eat from the 8 dishes before them. I could hear Jianfei repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. Meanwhile, I continued to burn the garments and just paper. This was all I could do. 10 minutes passed swiftly. As Aunt Huang sensed Jianfei's presence beginning to fade, she addressed him once more. Son, once you finish this meal, eat Master Chen's words and rest well. Do not continue running deliveries. Wait for me below. I will live well, accumulating virtue. After 100 years, I will come to reunite with you. Jianfei nodded vigorously, offering his mother one last embrace. Mom, you must take care of yourself. Stay healthy. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from Aunt Huang's sight, indicating that their connection had been severed. The passage to the afterlife had closed, and her spiritual sight dimmed. This time, Aunt Huang did not cry out loudly or display agitation. Instead, she smiled at the emptiness before her. I approached Jianfei, gesturing toward a pile of ash beneath the tree, saying, My friend, check if the clothes nearby fit you. If they do, put them on and embark on your journey. Chapter 70, A Paper Car. Upon hearing my words, Jianfei nodded in acknowledgement before stepping beneath a nearby tree. Extending his fair hand, he reached out toward the dark, ashen mass. When he retracted his hand, I noticed that he held a shroud, a ceremonial garment meant for the deceased. It was precisely the auspicious clothing I had burned earlier. He shook it gently in his grasp and remarked, It's beautiful. These past few days, I felt quite cold. After delivering food each day, I would muddle my way back home, only to feel this chill. I searched my room, hoping to find my clothes, only to discover they were all gone. I even went to ask my mother for some, thinking she was upset with me and had hidden them away. Little did I know, I had already passed away, completely oblivious to my own demise. I even caused my mother to have nightmares. As he spoke, Jianfei donned the shroud. It fit him perfectly, and after putting it on, he appeared quite satisfied. Instinctively, he asked, Mother, do I look good? Only to realize, after uttering the words, that his mother could no longer see him. He turned to me instead, asking, Master, does this garment suit me? I nodded, affirming, it does. Afterward, I glanced at the time and noted that there were still a little over 10 minutes until midnight. My master had instructed me to send him off at that hour. So, I addressed Jianfei once more, My friend, there are 14 minutes until midnight. When the time comes, I shall escort you. Fei remained silent, merely nodding in response. At that moment, Aunt Huang approached and inquired, "Master Chen, please ask my son if he has any other unfulfilled wishes. If he does, I will do my utmost to help him realize them, so he can depart with peace of mind." Although Fei could hear, his words were lost on Aunt Huang. He shook his head and conveyed through me, "Master, please tell her that I only wish for her to be healthy and live well, and not to grieve excessively over my passing." I nodded and relayed his message to Aunt Huang, who kept nodding in agreement. But suddenly, Fei appeared startled, turning his gaze toward a particular direction, his expression tinged with anxiety. Noticing this, I followed his line of sight. The dimly lit road revealed nothing unusual. I inquired, "What do you see?" Fei, still fixated on the shadowy street, instinctively replied, "A car is coming, a car." I looked in that direction, puzzled, as there was no sound at all. I remained silent, observing him, sensing that he was not jesting. I directed my attention back to the road, waiting for about 10 seconds, when indeed, I spotted a white sedan, its headlights extinguished, approaching us. It moved silently, almost without a sound, yet at a remarkable speed. Upon this realization, I furrowed my brows. The car's utter silence suggested it was likely the first spectre vehicle I had encountered. Having met ghostly vehicles on 2 prior occasions, I was no longer as alarmed, yet vigilance remained paramount. In the blink of an eye, the white car drew closer and collided with Fei's motorcycle. In an instant, his electric scooter disintegrated into a plume of black smoke. The vehicle itself appeared exceedingly strange and bizarre. It resembled nothing more than a paper car. From its frame to its wheels, everything looked as though it were crafted from paper. Clearly, this was a ghostly vehicle. Aside from myself and Fei, who stood in a stupor, Aunt Huang continued to murmur various reassurances, entirely oblivious to the apparition. Fei, however, remained motionless, transfixed by the car, as if entranced. Concerned, I called out, "Qian Fei." I repeated his name twice, but he exhibited no reaction. At that moment, the window of the paper car lowered abruptly, revealing a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. The instant I laid eyes on him, shock washed over me, for this was the very driver of the ghost car, the one who had warned me against boarding when I returned from the mass grave. The sallow-faced man noticed me but merely smirked disdainfully, ignoring Aunt Huang, who could not perceive him. He directed his attention toward the still-dazed Fei, exclaiming, "A brother, it's time to hit the road." Upon hearing this, Fei jolted as if awakening from a trance and, in a mechanical, numb voice, replied, "A yes." Without another thought for me or his mother, he began to approach the paper car, intent on boarding. The situation was evidently amiss. Fei's demeanor was troubling. Moreover, the sallow driver had already pulled a trick on me once. Had it not been for the warning from the female ghost crushed by stones, I might have unwittingly boarded his ghostly vehicle. My master had warned that these spectral cars, known as returning spirit vehicles, would spell doom for any living soul that entered. Though my master had not elaborated on the fate of the deceased who boarded, I could only surmise that it would not bode well. Seeing Fei about to climb aboard, I knew I had to intervene. I seized his arm, exclaiming, "You cannot board this vehicle." In his current state of utter numbness, Fei did not even glance my way, insisting, "If I don't board the car, I'll lose my wages." He attempted to pry my hand away. Meanwhile, the sallow driver sneered at me, "Kid, you should be grateful I didn't take you last time. You're alive, and some matters are best left untouched, otherwise, you'll find yourself on my vehicle." This was a matter I could not ignore. My master had sent me to guide souls, and I was determined to see it through. Aunt Huang had already suffered greatly. If her son could not make a safe passage to the afterlife and fell into the hands of this ghostly driver, who could predict the outcome? I had no choice but to act. Armed with my own tools, I felt emboldened. With a firm grip, I yanked Fei back, delivering 2 sharp slaps that left him dazed and momentarily stunned. I then turned to the sallow driver and declared, "You'd best leave now, or I won't hesitate to make things unpleasant for you." The ghostly driver chuckled, "Har, such bravado, with your temper flaring, you're already on the brink of death. Do you still dare to threaten me? Very well, let us see how you plan to be unpleasant with me." His expression darkened, revealing a flash of anger as a chilling aura enveloped me, causing an oppressive weight in my chest. I understood all too well that in such a situation, I could not show weakness. Without further ado, I withdrew from my jacket a pair of scissors imbued with a lethal aura, the golden scissors of heaven and earth. Gripping them firmly, I pointed them at the sallow driver, stating, "You can either leave, or I will ensure your demise." Chapter 71, The Ritual of Sending Souls. I have had several dealings with spirits. My master has often said that with ghosts, if you show weakness, they will grow stronger. If you demonstrate strength, they will cower in fear. The most critical emotion one must never exhibit in the presence of a ghost is fear and trepidation. You must project an aura of ferocity. Even if you are afraid, you must present yourself as more formidable than they are. I am uncertain whether I can overpower this waxen-faced ghostly driver. However, I must not allow him to take Tian Fei's soul away. I cannot afford to lose in terms of presence at this moment. Aunt Huang, witnessing me suddenly brandish scissors and pointing towards the road, appeared perplexed. "Little Master Chen, what is happening?" Upon hearing Aunt Huang's inquiry, I did not turn to face her but replied directly, "Aunt Huang, please stand aside. I have some urgent matters to attend to." Although Aunt Huang was unaware of the predicament I faced, my serious demeanor prompted her to nod repeatedly. All right, I will step aside." The waxen ghostly driver, noticing the menacing aura emanating from my golden scissors, displayed a flicker of surprise on his cold, pallid face. Nevertheless, he did not immediately retreat. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon me and spoke again. "Kid, you better think this through. There exists a boundary between the living and the dead. Be why opposing me. You have crossed that line. In future encounters, I shall not be merciful." Though he was merely issuing threats, his refusal to dismount from the paper vehicle indicated his apprehension towards the scissors in my hand. I continued to feign an imposing presence, bluntly declaring, "Scram, or I swear I will end you." As I spoke, I took a step forward, the golden scissors radiating an intimidating energy that unsettled the waxen ghost. He glared fiercely at me, muttering, "Kid, I will remember you." With that, the ghostly driver pressed their accelerator. The paper ghost vehicle glided silently, accompanied by a chilling breeze, as it made its way down the road, soon vanishing into the night. With that, I finally exhaled in relief. This waxen driver was not to be trifled with. I must inform my master upon my return and see if there is a way to eliminate him. His words clearly indicated that he bore a grudge against me. If I do not eradicate him, he may return at any time to ensnare me. Such a potential threat cannot be overlooked. However, my immediate priority remains to escort Tian Fei's soul to its rightful destination, allowing him to attain rebirth. Remaining in the mortal realm would undoubtedly render him a mere spectre, consumed by obsession. There is no telling whether the waxen driver might set his sights on him, whisking him away in his paper vehicle to a place he ought not to go. Turning around, I found Tian Fei, whom I had struck several times, still dazed. His eyes lacked vitality, and he appeared to be in a state of confusion. I vigorously shook him, calling, "Tian Fei, Tian Fei, Tian Fei." After repeating his name thrice, he abruptly came to his senses. What happened to me?" Tian Fei inquired, bewildered and utterly disoriented. "Do you not remember what just transpired?" I prompted once more, furrowing his brow. Tian Fei hesitated momentarily before replying. "A car approached, and then I felt a bit hazy. It seemed our station chief was calling me to get in the car. Beyond that, everything is a blur." Upon hearing this, I could not help but draw in a sharp breath. I had often heard that ghosts can be beguiling. Could it be that this ghost had bewitched another spirit? I stated plainly, "You were just enchanted by that ghostly driver. He wanted you to get in his vehicle. I encountered that driver a few days ago. He is not a good entity, having previously attempted to deceive me into boarding his car." Tian Fei's face revealed shock, yet he remained somewhat dazed. Aunt Huang, overhearing our conversation, hurried over, asking, "Little Master Chen, what on earth happened? My son, is he all right? What do you mean by ghostly driver?" Noting Aunt Huang's concern, I quickly reassured her, "Aunt Huang, Tian Fei is fine. A malevolent entity attempted to cause trouble, but I have already sent it away. Now that it is midnight, I will burn talismans to guide Tian Fei below." Although Aunt Huang had not witnessed the earlier events, she observed my actions, demeanor, and the tension in my expression. Hearing my words, she nodded vigorously. Good, I trust you, little Master Chen. As long as Qian Fei is fine, that is all that matters. Then, Aunt Huang called out to the empty surroundings, Son, please heed little Master Chen. The world is perilous, do not converse with strangers, avoid getting into other people's vehicles. Aunt Huang controlled her emotions, speaking with the utmost tenderness. At that moment, I retrieved 3 long incense sticks from a nearby bag and ignited them. Silently, I recited the soul-sending incantation my master had taught me. I still remembered it perfectly, and I produced another soul-sending talisman. Finally, I addressed Qian Fei, Qian Fei, shortly I will recite a segment of the soul-sending incantation, then burn this talisman. At that point, you must head west, according to my master's instructions. After taking no more than 15 steps, you will find the path below. Once you see the road, do not hesitate or turn back. Simply proceed. Qian Fei nodded earnestly. Understood, I will remember. With everything prepared, I scattered a handful of yellow paper. One hand held the 3 incense sticks, and I began to recite, Qian Fei, son of the earth, at 21, I light 3 incense sticks with a ghostly garment. The soul returns to the long, winding road of the underworld, tears shed upon the azure robe, 2 lines flowing, asking the way, the gates of the yellow springs open, those with virtue pass through the sea of suffering. As I recited this, I grasped the soul-sending talisman given to me by my master and ignited it in the nearby candle flame. The talisman burned with a ghostly glow, swiftly catching fire. Following my master's teachings, I circled around Qian Fei with the burning talisman, before finally casting the rapidly burning yellow talisman skyward. The 3 incense sticks were immediately planted into the ground as I chanted, 1 stick honors heaven, 1 stick honors earth, 1 stick honors the ghosts of history, talisman open, path open, gates of the underworld open. Upon uttering the final 3 words, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the previously tranquil surroundings. Clearly, the soul-sending incantation had taken effect, though I felt an overwhelming sense of tension. I was grateful that I had memorized everything accurately, without error. At that moment, Qian Fei, standing beside me as if alive, took a deep breath. Then, as if responding to a call, he gazed westward, exclaiming, I see a grand road, a straight path, right ahead, right ahead. He pointed towards the empty, shadowy road before us, speaking with conviction. I, however, saw nothing. Turning to me, he said, Master, thank you, please convey my final words to my mother, saying that I am departing. I love her, and I hope her later years are filled with peace and happiness. I nodded, of course. I will definitely relay your message. After saying this, Qian Fei knelt before Aunt Huang, bowing deeply 3 times. Aunt Huang, standing a short distance behind me, remained bewildered. After completing his bows, Qian Fei glanced at his mother and smiled, saying, Mother, your son is leaving. With that, he began to walk forward. Perhaps sensing the connection between mother and son, Aunt Huang experienced a moment of intuition. Suddenly, she waved her hand in the direction Qian Fei was departing, calling out, Son, travel safely. Your mother will miss you. Chapter 72, Meaningful Matters. Qian Fei had taken 2 steps forward when he heard Aunt Huang's words, his body once again frozen in place. He turned back and saw Aunt Huang beside me, waving at him with a face full of sorrow and reluctance. Yet, he knew he could not linger, only by departing could he find peace. Allowing Aunt Huang to ease her grief. He waved at her, saying, Mother, I am leaving, please take care of yourself. At this moment, his voice choked with emotion once more. However, this time, he did not hesitate. He turned and ran forward, perhaps believing that only through running could he suppress the unbearable urge to stay. As his master had advised, Qian Fei ran about 15 steps, and in an instant, his figure melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. The faint, eerie wind that surrounded them ceased at that moment. Qian Fei's spirit had departed, journeying to the realm he was destined for. The wind abruptly halted, and the chilling atmosphere dissipated. Aunt Huang surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the stillness of the road now devoid of movement. With tear-streaked eyes, she looked at me and asked, Master Chen, my son, has he truly left? I nodded solemnly at Aunt Huang, replying, Aunt Huang, Qian Fei has departed, going to where he belongs. He asked me to convey one last message. He loves you and wishes for your latter years to be filled with peace and joy. My expression was grave as I relayed Qian Fei's final words to her. Aunt Huang's tears flowed freely. yet a smile graced her face as she nodded repeatedly. Then, she called out loudly in the direction of Qianfei's departure, "Son, travel well, mother will live on, just as you told me. I will live for you, to see this world." At this point, Aunt Huang could no longer hold back her emotions, and with a sob, she collapsed onto the ground, crying out loudly. Yet this time, her tears were different from the previous despair. At least now, she was free of her emotional shackles and had found hope. She had seen her son again and discovered a renewed purpose and drive to live. I stood by her side, watching over her. After a while, Aunt Huang's emotions gradually calmed. Aunt Huang rose to her feet and said, "I apologize, Master Chen, for causing you such distress and for taking up so much of your time. Now that my son has found peace, I too have let go and feel at ease. Thank you, thank you." After saying this, Aunt Huang unexpectedly bowed to me, startling me as I quickly supported her. "No, no, Aunt Huang, we've accepted payment. This is what I am meant to do." However, Aunt Huang smiled softly. "I know your master is a good person. You must have charged me less. The fare for my taxi was over 30 yuan, and for the time you spent with me, you only took a little over 100. You are all great benefactors. Thank you, thank you." Her words touched my heart deeply. I refrained from explaining and simply said, "Aunt Huang, it is quite late. Let me see you home. Rest well, and tomorrow, everything will begin anew." But Aunt Huang shook her head. "No, you have already spent so much time with me, I can take a taxi myself." With that, Aunt Huang began to tidy up the uneaten food. The dishes held no aroma and were no longer suitable to remain there. I assisted her as she expressed her joy at having seen Qianfei today. She stated that although it was only for 10 minutes, being able to see her son in her lifetime was enough for her. In the latter half of her life, she would live well for Qianfei, to explore this world. When they would reunite, she would share with him all that she had experienced and seen since their parting. Having grown up without a mother, I now felt the profound maternal love Aunt Huang held for Qianfei. I said nothing, yet I felt that everything we had done today was so worthwhile and meaningful. We had restored hope and the courage to live to a mother who had nearly despaired, who had lost all faith in life. This profession is truly noble and deserving. It was now past midnight, and hailing a taxi in this area was not easy. I intended to call a ride-sharing service for Aunt Huang, but she noticed and immediately stopped me, insisting she could not spend my money any further, stating she would wait for a taxi to arrive. So, we stood at the corner for about 10 minutes, fortunate enough to encounter a taxi on this side street. I helped Aunt Huang into the vehicle before bidding her farewell. Once Aunt Huang was safely on her way, I found myself alone on the street. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to walk back to my garden. It was not far from where I lived, just a little over 10 minutes on foot. With the task completed, I naturally wanted to report back to my master. However, given the late hour, I refrained from calling, fearing I might disturb him. Instead, I composed a brief message to inform him of my safety. Yet, as I was finishing the text, a sudden whirlwind arose behind me. The sound of wind whooshing filled the air, lifting dry leaves and plastic bags from the ground. At that moment, I felt a chilling sensation creep up my back. This unexpected cold and gust caused my body to instinctively tense up. Reflexively, I glanced back. It was this instinctive motion that allowed me to catch a glimpse of a silent minibus, devoid of headlights, suddenly appearing behind me. The minibus was speeding directly towards me, its distance now less than 10 meters away. Witnessing this scene, my face paled in an instant, terror gripping my heart. Without a moment's hesitation, I lunged forward, the headlightless, soundless minibus barely brushing past me, crashing violently into the wall and a nearby tree, its front crumpling upon impact. At that moment, I found myself sprawled on the ground, my heart racing as I stared in horror at the minibus that had nearly collided with me. Had I not glanced back, I would have surely been struck by that minibus, possibly losing my life in the process. A cold sweat broke out on my back as I felt a surge of panic. Just as I was about to curse and vent my displeasure, I sensed something was off about the vehicle. It seemed eerily familiar, exuding a sense of chill. The interior was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Even after crashing into the wall, there was no scent of gasoline or warmth from the engine. Instead, it emanated an aura of deathly stillness, the cabin shrouded in darkness, with faint wisps of black mist swirling within. This vehicle resembled the ghostly minibus that had been at the entrance of the community last night. The one Xiao Shuang mentioned had plunged off a cliff, beckoning us to board to Caiku. With this thought, my heart raced with fear. I hurriedly stood up, preparing to step back. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the minibus swung open with a clang. There stood the pale, lifeless middle-aged female ticket collector from last night, glaring at me from the entrance of the vehicle. With malice in her eyes, she spat, "You, the one who didn't buy a ticket, right?" Chapter 73, a host of ghostly passengers. Once again, the spectral minibus made its ominous appearance last night. Yet this time, it barreled towards me from behind. Had I not dodged in the nick of time, I would have surely met with disaster. The ghostly ticket collector aboard the vehicle suddenly uttered, "I didn't buy a ticket." But I hadn't even boarded the bus, so what ticket could I possibly purchase? However, upon closer inspection, the appearance of this ticket collector had changed since I encountered her the previous night. While her complexion remained ghastly pale, her eyes, which had been a dull grey, now bore an unsettling 70% blackness, with only a smidgen of white remaining. It was a sight both eerie and grotesque. At this moment, a shiver coursed through me. Those blackened eyes indicated that the ticket collector was on the verge of transforming into a malevolent spirit. I stepped back 2 paces and spoke, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I haven't even boarded the bus, so how could I have purchased a ticket?" As I spoke, I noticed shadowy figures flickering within the dim confines of the vehicle. Tendrils of dark mist seeped from the open door of the minibus. The ticket collector, her expression still steely, declared, "Dare to evade my fare, and I shall bring about your demise." Her fierce demeanor was unmistakably driven by an obsession. She seemed beyond the realm of human comprehension. Simultaneously, she rose on her toes and stepped down from the bus. The driver's seat of the ghostly vehicle swung open, revealing a male spirit with a pallid visage and eyes as dark as voids, who then descended. His eyes were even blacker, nearly entirely devoid of any color, and he exuded a chilling aura, fixing a menacing glare upon me. He snarled, "I wondered why the accounts didn't add up. It turns out you're the one who skipped the fare." With that, both the male and female spirits advanced towards me. At that moment, 4 more spectral figures, male and female alike, emerged from the minibus, each of them exhibiting the telltale signs of encroaching darkness in their eyes. Though the degree of their transformation varied, all were perilously close to becoming vengeful spirits. Moreover, upon disembarking, they inexplicably seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against me, each one voicing their grievances. "You scoundrel, you have wronged me. It was you who seduced my wife, wasn't it? Return my wages. You shortchanged me on my produce." I found myself momentarily bewildered by their accusations. Instinctively, I retreated while drawing forth the golden scissors of heaven's wrath. "Stay back, or I shall not hold back." As the blades glimmered in the dim light, they effectively cowed the 6 spirits, causing them to halt in their tracks, their faces contorted with resentment and hatred. Though they did not immediately pounce, it was clear that with each step I took back, they would advance closer. My identity in their eyes varied drastically. Why was this happening? The only explanation I could fathom involved the ghostly driver of the paper vehicle. Earlier, that spectral driver had merely called out to Qian Fei to board, and in that moment, my acquaintance had fallen into a trance, believing he had heard our station master beckoning him. Furthermore, the driver had ominously warned that next time, he would not be so lenient with me. Could it be that these spirits were somehow manipulated by that very driver? Otherwise, how could this spectral assembly have zeroed in on me so specifically? I continued to step back cautiously, vigilant of the 6 vengeful spirits. Just as I contemplated this, the male spirit, who claimed to have been cuckolded, glared at me with fury. "Do not think that I fear you just because you wield a pair of scissors." With that, he lunged forward, dark mist swirling around him. He let out a terrifying roar, his mouth yawning wide in a grotesque grimace, and extended his ghastly claws toward me. As he moved, the other 5 spirits echoed his low growls, each one brimming with an insatiable hatred. With a throng of phantoms descending upon me, terror seized me, and I hastily retreated. As the first malevolent spirit lunged, I raised the golden scissors to strike. My first thrust missed, but my second found purchase in one spirit's arm. It let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. clutching its injured limb and writhing in distress. Realizing I could not possibly defeat them alone, I turned and sprinted toward the opposite side of the road, hoping to reach my garden and find Xiao Shuang for safety. Yet, how could I possibly outrun ghosts? No sooner had I covered 10 paces than the spirits encircled me, forcing me into a corner. Clutching the golden scissors, I snapped them apart with a decisive snap. Gripping each half as though they were twin daggers, I faced the encroaching phantoms, declaring, "Whoever approaches, I shall end you." I was acutely aware that any attempt at explanation would be utterly futile against these vengeful spirits. The malevolent entities regarded me with the same intensity as one would a sworn enemy, raising their claws and lunging at me. I unleashed a flurry of strikes with the golden scissors, fighting desperately to carve a path through the throng. In the midst of my struggle, I caught sight of the paper vehicle that had departed earlier, now idling at the far end of the road intersection. The window was rolled down, and the driver, his face a sickly shade of waxy yellow, was grinning at me with a malevolent glee. The driver, if I were to survive this ordeal, I would ensure he met his end, once and for all. With this thought, I continued to wield the scissors furiously. Even after wounding 3 spirits and nearly dispatching another, I was still overwhelmed and brought crashing to the ground. A particularly corpulent female spirit pinned me down, while the others swiftly restrained my limbs. In an instant, I was rendered immobile, unable to move an inch. The golden scissors slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the spirits opened their gaping maws, letting out a chorus of ravenous howls, and lunged at my hands and feet. I cried out in torment, struggling in vain against their grip. These spirits were draining my very essence. In just a fleeting moment, I felt dizzy and disoriented. The overweight female spirit, her face a mask of rage and distortion, sneered, "You wretched scoundrel, you abandoned me. Now I shall consume you, ensuring that you and I are forever intertwined." Chapter 74, The Shadow of a Ghost on the Street Lamp. Upon finishing her words, the acne-ridden dinosaur female ghost let out a terrifying "ow" with a chilling roar. In an instant, a wave of putrid, icy wind swept over me. The mouth of the dinosaur female ghost stretched grotesquely to her ears, revealing a maw full of razor-sharp fangs, capable of devouring my entire head. My heart sank at the sight, and I felt a frigid dread permeate my being, rendering me utterly motionless, as if I were destined to be consumed that very night. Without a moment's hesitation, the dinosaur female ghost opened her gaping maw and lunged toward my head, intent on finishing me in one swift bite. At that critical moment, every fiber of my being tensed, teetering on the brink of despair. Yet, just as doom seemed inevitable, a sharp sizzle rang out. A blood-red, barbed tongue pierced through the skull of the dinosaur female ghost with a resounding bang. The creature stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, rendered completely immobile. Before she could emit another sound or make any further movements, that barbed red tongue lashed out again, producing another explosive bang. The dinosaur female ghost disintegrated before my eyes, erupting into a cloud of phosphorescent smoke, her essence scattering into the ether. Not a single scream escaped her lips, she simply vanished. The remaining 5 ghosts that had been poised to bite me halted in unison, raising their heads to gaze behind them, towards the source of the ominous red tongue. I too followed the undulating movement of that crimson appendage, suspended in midair. It writhed menacingly, originating from the top of a street lamp 5 meters away. Upon closer inspection, I beheld a ghostly figure clad in a white dress, crouching atop the T-shaped lamp post, her face and neck marred with crimson veins. This female spectre bore a savage countenance, her white eyes fixated on us with an intense, predatory glare. An aura of bone-chilling cold enveloped her, accompanied by swirling tendrils of dark energy. With a mouth full of fangs, she extended an extraordinarily long tongue that writhed in the air, emitting low, guttural growls of "ow, ow," sending shivers down my spine. To any outsider, her visage would be utterly terrifying, evoking fear with just a glance. Yet, upon seeing her, I felt no trepidation. Instead, a flicker of joy ignited within me. "Xiao Shuang!" I rasped, my throat parched and my body weary from the spectral energy drained by the previous ghosts. The black-eyed fiends around me stood frozen, their earlier malice evaporating into palpable fear, trembling uncontrollably. Perched atop the street lamp, Xiao Shuang swayed her barbed red tongue. Upon hearing her name, a twisted smile of exhilaration spread across her ferocious face. She rasped in a hoarse voice, "Boyfriend, Xiao Shuang will protect." With that declaration, her gaze turned icy, and with a swift flick of her spiked tongue, she unleashed a bang that shattered one of the black-eyed ghosts before me into a burst of phosphorescent flames. The remaining 4 black-eyed apparitions, witnessing the carnage, erupted in terrified cries of "R! R!" and more, desperately attempting to flee, yet an overwhelming chill enveloped them, and in an instant, they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Shuang's ghostly tongue ensnared the leg of the black-eyed driver ghost, yanking him back towards her. The driver, filled with dread, bellowed, "No, please, don't." But it was too late. His struggles were futile against a spirit of Xiao Shuang's caliber, only serving to heighten her excitement. In the blink of an eye, the most fearsome of the driver ghosts was dragged before Xiao Shuang. Lifted high into the air with palpable glee, she exclaimed, "A time to feast." In the next moment, she opened her massive maw with a deafening "ow," revealing an exaggerated, gaping mouth. As her tongue coiled around the driver's leg, she hoisted him upside down over her head. With a final release of her grip, the driver's head and shoulders were instantly engulfed by her ravenous jaws. What followed was an utterly horrific scene. Standing atop the street lamp, Xiao Shuang tilted her head back and began to gulp down the driver ghost, consuming him whole. I struggled to rise from the ground, my heart still racing at the sight, though a sense of vindication washed over me. After devouring the driver ghost, Xiao Shuang vanished in a flicker, reappearing before me, nearly pressing her face against mine, startling me. Yet she seized my collar with her sharp ghostly claws, pulling me back with an expression that was both shy and menacing. "I love my boyfriend. Xiao Shuang will slay them." With that, she pivoted, her face contorted in a fierce snarl, lunging at a male ghost. The male ghost, caught in her gaze, was paralyzed with fear, stammering, "No, no." But it was too late. In a flash, Xiao Shuang struck down upon him with a single claw. The moment that her claw connected with the male ghost's head, there was a resounding bang. The black-eyed apparition had no chance to resist, exploding instantly. At that moment, I snapped out of my stupor. There were still 2 black-eyed fiends left alive. Seizing the golden scissors from the ground, I lunged at the ticket seller ghost, declaring, "Don't kill me, I don't want a ticket, I don't want a ticket anymore," but I uttered not a word. Having narrowly escaped death at their hands earlier, I intended to spare none of them. With a swift thrust, I aimed for the ticket seller ghost's head. "R!" she shrieked in horror. Then came the explosive sound of a bang as the ticket seller ghost burst apart, her essence scattering to the winds. Simultaneously, Xiao Shuang crushed the last trembling female ghost beneath her foot, her ferocity unmatched. Thus, all 6 wicked spirits aboard the ghostly minibus were obliterated, not a single one remaining. The minibus, which had been parked nearby, visibly evaporated and disintegrated into wisps of dark smoke, disappearing from sight as the souls of the 6 malevolent spirits fled. Breathless, I turned my gaze to Xiao Shuang. She looked back at me, her head tilted, revealing a sinister yet playful grin. "I love my boyfriend." Despite her terrifying demeanor, there was an undeniable sincerity in her affection. Thus, I smiled back at her, albeit faintly. At that moment, however, a paper vehicle appeared silently, suddenly halting a short distance away on the roadside. Upon spotting the paper car, Xiao Shuang instantly became alert. I too gripped the golden scissors tightly, eyeing the vehicle. Earlier, I had seen the yellow-faced male ghost inside, grinning at me from afar. The reason the malevolent passengers of the ghostly minibus had sought me out was likely due to that very yellow-faced ghost's interference. As the paper vehicle came to a stop, its window slid open. Once again, I beheld that yellow-faced spectre. He regarded me and Xiao Shuang with an unsettling composure. Before he could speak, I preemptively inquired, "Did you orchestrate all of this?" The yellow-faced ghost chuckled. "So what if I did?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Shuang, standing beside me, erupted with fury, without a moment's hesitation or thought. With a fearsome roar, she opened her blood-red maw and lunged at the yellow-faced ghost in the paper car. Chapter 75. The demise of the driver ghost. In this state, Xiao Shuang exhibited an inability to regulate her emotions, save for her fixation on me. The waxen-faced ghost driver within the paper vehicle quivered in terror as Xiao Shuang lunged towards him, instinctively pressing the accelerator in a frantic attempt to flee. However, Xiao Shuang's entire form collided against the car's roof and door, emitting a low, guttural growl. "What now?" You shall perish. Amidst her ferocious roar, a sharp, spectral claw seized the paper car's roof, tearing it asunder with a swift motion. With a resounding rip, the car's top was instantly shredded. The ghostly driver, his face a portrait of horror, barely had time to react before Xiao Shuang grasped his arm and hurled him aside. A pair of dull thuds echoed as the waxen driver was flung to the ground near me. Xiao Shuang then leaped down from the vehicle, which erupted with a deafening roar, dissipating into a swirling cloud of black mist. Before the ghost driver could rise, I lunged forward, clutching the golden scissors. It was evident that the malevolent spirits within the minibus were under his command, intent on causing me harm, a consequence of my earlier intervention to prevent Xian Fei from boarding his vehicle. Drawing a deep breath, I raised the golden scissors. You wretched creature, I shall end you now. With that, I plunged the scissors towards his head, unwilling to waste a single word on him. The ghost driver, upon witnessing my attack, displayed a look of sheer astonishment, yet he had no time to resist as I drove the scissors straight through his skull. This time, however, the outcome was markedly different. Previously, when I had pierced the heads of spectral entities with the scissors, they would invariably erupt into phosphorescent flames or bleed ghostly ichor that dissipated into the air, yet this particular ghost remained unchanged, staring at me with an eerie grin after I penetrated his forehead. How unexpected, you little wretch on the brink of death, have managed to keep such a formidable ghost by your side. Surprised that he still lived and spoke, I chose not to engage in further dialogue, nor did I wish to grant him any respite. Withdrawing the scissors, I thrust them downwards once more. You speak far too much. Swish, 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 I continued to stab him with the scissors, each thrust embedding deeper into the driver ghost's head. The old spectre did not explode or bleed, but I observed wisps of black vapor seeping from the wounds I had inflicted. Furthermore, his facial features began to contort grotesquely. His mouth opened and closed as he attempted to converse with me, his speech faltering as if the signal was poor. I will remember you. Upon hearing his final words, I raised the scissors and aimed for his eyes. Remembering you means you must die. As I plunged the scissors forward, a dark sigil suddenly manifested upon the driver ghost's forehead, stretching ominously from his brow down to his face. Before I could comprehend the situation, a reverberating boom resonated, and the waxen driver ghost erupted, not into flames, but into a thick cloud of inky black smoke, which vanished into the ether. The ghost I had previously subdued also disappeared, leaving behind a white, human-shaped talisman on the ground. Perplexed, I muttered, "What is this?" Instinctively, I reached down to retrieve the talisman, which was palm-sized and adorned with intricate symbols. The sigil bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had appeared on the driver's forehead just before his demise. Holding it in my hand, I felt a surge of astonishment. As I prepared to examine it further, the white talisman suddenly ignited, a ghostly flame erupting forth, causing me to recoil in shock. The paper figure was swiftly reduced to ashes. Dumbfounded and bewildered, I pondered what I had inadvertently entangled myself with. Was this a paper ghost? As I stood in astonishment, I instinctively raised my gaze, only to find Xiao Shuang silently standing beside me, her expression a twisted blend of savagery and adoration. The look on her face made me profoundly uneasy, sending a chill through my entire being. Xiao Shuang. I stammered. Upon hearing my voice, she responded with a sinister grin. Xiao Shuang adores her boyfriend. She wishes to take a bite. As she spoke, her mouth slightly parted, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth and a barbed, crimson tongue that flicked hungrily at her lips. Terrified, I shuddered, my expression contorted with confusion. I found myself at a loss for how to communicate with her in this state. Xiao Shuang fixed her malevolent gaze upon me. It won't hurt. Just a little bite. With that, she drew closer, her smile becoming increasingly sinister and radiant, stretching to the very roots of her ears. Xiao Shuang, please remain calm, I can offer you blood. Xiao Shuang does not want blood. She desires to taste her boyfriend's flesh, just a tiny morsel. She cackled, the sound utterly disconcerting. My heavens, had Xiao Shuang truly descended into this malevolent state, poised to consume me? Fear gripped me. After all, Xiao Shuang was a demonic spirit. In this savage form, she was fierce and terrifying beyond measure. I could barely contend with a few malevolent spirits, let alone Xiao Shuang in this state. Fleeing would be futile. She could materialize several meters away in an instant, rendering my escape efforts useless. I sheathed the golden scissors, realizing they posed no threat to her. Raising my hands, I endeavored to calm her emotions. Xiao Shuang, please, remain composed. If you consume my flesh, I shall perish, and if I die, you will be left without a boyfriend. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Shuang's smile widened even further. If you die, we shall become ghostly spouses. I was momentarily rendered speechless, and in that silence, Xiao Shuang flicked her tongue. With a swift motion, it lashed out and coiled around my neck, the icy sting rendering me breathless. Instinctively, I raised my hands to grasp her barbed tongue. However, as soon as I did, my palms felt as though they were searing against her tongue, emitting a sizzling sound accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Moreover, from the center of my hands, a chilling aura began to radiate outward, reminiscent of ice. Xiao Shuang, sensing the pain, cried out, "Ouch, my tongue!" She retracted her tongue, displaying an expression of agony as she exhaled frosty vapors. I stood frozen, astonished. My hands could inflict harm upon Xiao Shuang's tongue. It appeared to be frostbite. Glancing at my palms, I noticed that the 2 jewel demonic seals bestowed upon me by my master had changed color, shifting from black to a slight purplish hue, accompanied by an intensely cold sensation emanating from my palms. Could the jewel demonic seals have such an effect? As I marveled at this revelation, Xiao Shuang convulsed as if struck by lightning. Her entire body shuddered, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. She began to writhe, her expression contorted with deep distress, her cries of "R, R" echoing as she struggled on the ground. Recognizing her state mirrored a previous episode, I understood that in order for Xiao Shuang to return to normalcy, she required a taste of my lifeblood. Without hesitation, I advanced, crouching down to bring my arm close to the twitching Xiao Shuang's mouth. "Xiao Shuang, please, bite me." Chapter 76. Weakness at the hospital. At this moment, Xiao Shuang was terrifyingly fearsome, her mouth filled with sharp fangs. Nevertheless, I extended my hand towards her. Xiao Shuang convulsed and bit down on the back of my hand. The pain of her fangs piercing my flesh caused my entire body to tense up, and cold sweat began to pour out. Gritting my teeth, I continuously reassured her, "It's all right, it's all right." With every word I uttered, I felt increasingly breathless, teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao Shuang was voraciously drawing my life force. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, pooling on the ground with a soft drip, drip sound. In mere moments, the crimson veins on her face began to fade, her violent demeanor gradually calmed, and she ceased to convulse and tremble. The white of her eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of black irises, so distinct from the usual malevolence. Before long, Xiao Shuang transformed back into the gentle figure I first met. Yet, I was on the verge of fainting. I felt as if I were intoxicated, my head heavy and my feet light, the world spinning around me, making it difficult to keep my balance. My body was already weakened by the lingering, although my master had stabilized my fate and suppressed the dual calamities. After being drained by Xiao Shuang last night and then by several ghosts, my vitality had been significantly depleted. Now, with Xiao Shuang siphoning more of my blood energy, my body had reached its limits. Yet, I saw that Xiao Shuang remained unconscious, and I clung to my willpower, forcing myself to stay upright, to not succumb to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Shuang, who had returned to normal, suddenly widened her pupils, then they contracted again. The dazed look in her eyes vanished instantly. Realizing she was biting my arm, she hurriedly released her grip, exclaiming, Chen Xian, I'm so sorry, I bit you again." Her face was filled with fear and anxiety as she looked at my pallid, weakened state, her expression akin to that of a remorseful young girlfriend. I shook my head weakly and replied, It's nothing, just now. If it weren't for you saving me, I would have been dead. A little blood loss is of no consequence." As I spoke, I felt my body faltering, my eyelids drooping uncontrollably. I struggled to keep my eyes open, to remain conscious, yet, the sensation of the world spinning and darkness closing in was far beyond my current capacity to withstand. That sentence seemed to drain my last reserves of strength. Finally, I felt my vision fade to black, unable to see anything. I could only sense a pair of cold hands supporting me. Faintly, I heard Xiao Shuang anxiously calling my name, Chen Xian. After that, I fell into oblivion. When I next opened my eyes, I found the dawn had arrived. The first sight that met my gaze was a white ceiling. The scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Glancing around, I realized I was in a hospital, connected to an infrared drip, lying on a hospital bed. My head still felt heavy and I was parched. I in the adjacent bed lay a frail elderly woman. I attempted to sit up but was met with intense pain throughout my body. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, and in walked my senior brother, John Deming, carrying a plastic bag. Upon seeing me awake, his face lit up with joy, and he rushed over. "Junior brother, you're awake." "Senior brother, how did I end up in the hospital?" I asked, straining to sit up. The last scene in my memory was collapsing in front of Xiao Shuang. My brother quickly cautioned, "Don't move, this bed can be adjusted." With that, he placed the plastic bag down and hurried to the foot of the bed to adjust it. With a series of clicking sounds, I found myself propped up against the headboard, feeling somewhat more comfortable. I sighed, "Senior brother, I'd like some water." He picked up a bottle of mineral water nearby. "You're too weak, and since you just woke up, take a small sip to moisten your throat. Drinking too much might make you vomit." I nodded and took a small sip, feeling considerably better. My brother then informed me, "Last night, Master contacted me, saying you were in trouble, so I rushed to the hospital overnight. Master just left this morning. I've been here keeping you company." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow. Could it be that Xiao Shuang had contacted my master? Did Xiao Shuang reach out to Master? My brother nodded, "Yes. She followed me all the way to the hospital. She returned only when dawn was approaching. She wanted to stay, but Master told her that in her current state, it was not suitable for her to be away from her ashes for too long. That girl truly cares for you. It's a pity she passed away too soon. You two share a bond." Realizing what he was saying, he quickly changed the subject. "Let us not dwell on that. I'll go call the doctor to examine you." I nodded, remaining silent. What my brother intended to say was likely that we were fated yet ill-fated. Leaning back against the hospital bed, I reflected on last night's events. If it weren't for Xiao Shuang, I would have perished, yet, ultimately, it was that ghostly driver who instigated everything. Had he not meddled, none of this would have transpired. Xiao Shuang's violent return last night must have been triggered by witnessing me being overwhelmed and bitten by a horde of ghosts. Before long, the doctor arrived, a rather young physician. He examined my pupils, instructed me to raise my hands, and flex my fingers. After asking a few straightforward questions, he nodded at both me and my brother, stating, "The patient is recovering well. Currently, he has slightly low blood sugar and is quite anemic. Given the circumstances, it's best for him to remain hospitalized for another day of observation. If his condition improves by tomorrow, he can be discharged. As for the dog bite, it should heal in a few days. He has already received a tetanus shot, but he will need several rabies vaccine shots." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. Rabies vaccine? I was bitten by a dog. I instinctively looked at my hands, now wrapped in bandages. It seemed that when my master brought me to the hospital, they claimed I had been bitten by a dog. It made sense. They couldn't very well say I was bitten by a ghost, could they? My brother chuckled and nodded as he saw the doctor off. Once the doctor departed, my brother noticed my lingering surprise and shrugged. "There's no choice. We need an excuse." "Junior brother, what exactly happened last night?" "Xiao Shuang said she sensed your presence and came to find you. When she arrived, she saw you surrounded by a group of ghosts, pinned to the ground and being bitten. After she regained consciousness, you had already fainted." She wasn't clear on what had transpired before that. Listening to my brother's inquiry, I grew serious and replied, "Senior brother, last night I was set up by that ghostly driver I encountered earlier." "The ghostly driver from that day?" My brother seemed momentarily confused. I continued, "Yes, the one I encountered while gathering herbs at the mass grave last night. When I went to send a soul, I ran into him again. He attempted to take the ghost I was sending away. I prevented him, but then he somehow summoned a busload of malevolent ghosts from the nearby area to take revenge on me. In their eyes, I became their most hated enemy. Although Master provided me with golden scissors, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. If it hadn't been for Xiao Shuang's timely arrival, I would have perished." My words left my brother in shock, his expression changing drastically as he exclaimed, "What? The ghostly driver can summon other ghosts to retaliate against you, a whole busload of malevolent spirits." Chapter 77, The Malevolent Spirit of the Paper Ghost. After listening to my words, senior brother John Deming appeared quite taken aback, his voice inadvertently rising in volume. As a result, the elderly lady in the adjacent bed instinctively cast a glance in his direction. Upon noticing this, senior brother offered an awkward smile, then rose to draw the curtain. With evident tension, he lowered his voice and asked me, "Junior brother, are you suggesting that after you thwarted that driver ghost from allowing spirits to board, he sent other ghosts to exact revenge on you?" I nodded emphatically. That must be the case, without a doubt. Senior brother inhaled sharply. Heavens, have we encountered a formidable malevolent spirit? I continued, "Senior brother, that driver ghost was rather peculiar, distinctly unlike other spirits. He transformed from a paper figure, adorned with talismans. I suspect he may be a controlled spirit." A paper figure. Senior brother's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. I nodded again and elaborated. Indeed, he eventually halted his vehicle right before Xie and me, perhaps intending to utter some menacing words. However, Xie was exceptionally formidable. She lunged at him and tore his paper car to shreds, casting him out of it. I used my golden scissors and stabbed him multiple times before he exploded into a cloud of black mist, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized human-shaped white paper, still inscribed with talismans. Yet, I couldn't decipher the symbols. They bore no words, only convoluted patterns. I recounted my experience from the previous night in meticulous detail. With each word, senior brother's expression grew increasingly grave. He then inquired, "Junior brother, do you recall how the talisman looked? Master instructed you to sketch a rough depiction." After retrieving paper and pen, he urged me to illustrate my recollection. Given his profession in clothing sales, he was undoubtedly sensitive to numbers, patterns, and designs. I strained to remember and eventually sketched a rough outline on the white paper. Upon completion, I noticed senior brother's countenance had darkened considerably, his brows knitting together. Clearly, he recognized the talisman and understood its significance. "Senior brother, what is this talisman? Do you recognize it?" He replied, "Junior brother, the talisman you drew may resemble this." With that, he took my pen and sketched another talisman on the paper. Its curved lines, when viewed from the side, resembled a face that seemed to be caught between a grin and a grimace. My pupils dilated in shock as I nodded vigorously. "Indeed, senior brother, that's precisely the talisman." After hearing my affirmation, senior brother gasped, "Then there is no doubt, junior brother, this talisman is known as the death talisman." What you witnessed was not mere paper, it was human skin that had been stripped away. What, human skin, the death talisman? The name alone suggested the talisman's sinister nature. To craft a talisman from human skin, what manner of malevolence is this? Senior brother confirmed, "Precisely, the death talisman, representing death. Its name derives not only from the fact that it is made of human skin but also because those who witness this talisman with their own eyes will not live long thereafter. Such talismans typically manifest on paper ghosts. The driver ghost you encountered last night is evidently a paper ghost." As he spoke, I too felt a chill run down my spine. How eerie. Yet, I had further inquiries. "Senior brother, are such spirits nurtured by humans? Am I dealing with a ghost or a talisman?" Senior brother shook his head. "I'm not entirely certain, but they are both ghosts and talismans. They might be spirits adorned with talismans or perhaps talisman paper that has taken on a life of its own. However, there is surely a shadowy hand behind them, harboring ill intentions." Hearing this, I furrowed. Perhaps he had indeed transformed from a paper figure into a ghost, or perhaps it was a ghost adorned with a talisman. Observing my contemplative silence, senior brother advised, "Stop overthinking it. There's nothing to worry about, for tonight. Just rest well in the hospital, and we can address everything tomorrow. Moreover, the reason Master isn't here to attend to you is that he has returned to craft a 100 virtues skirt for Miss Xie. Master assured that once the skirt is completed, it will significantly aid Miss Xie in self-regulating her dual nature. Consequently, with her accompanying you at night, you need not fear encountering danger again, as spirits of such caliber are exceedingly rare." I nodded in understanding, intending to ask more questions. However, senior brother gestured for me to halt, stating that my primary concern should be to recuperate, and I should not dwell on anything else. He added that come evening, Xie would take his place to keep vigil over me, allowing me to focus on my recovery. He also inquired if I had any particular cravings for food, offering to fetch something for me. I declined, thanking him. With a smile, he waved it off. expressing that he had only master as family until I joined as his junior brother. Curious about his marital status, I asked if he was married, considering his age seemed to suggest he was in his 40s. Senior brother revealed a wry smile and nodded. I was married, but we later divorced. However, marriage is of little consequence. What truly matters is finding the right person. Noting his somber expression, I refrained from probing further into the matter. After a brief conversation, senior brother mentioned he would step out to buy some fruit. Alone on the hospital bed, I reached for my phone, only to discover it had died. Spotting the elderly lady next to me with a charger, I decided to quietly ask for her assistance. Grandma, the elderly woman, appearing frail and leaning against the headboard, turned her head slightly. My heart tightened upon seeing her face, which was darkened, her lips pale, and her forehead and cheeks bearing faint black spots. This resemblance to the corpse spots that had appeared on my own face days prior sent a chill through me. This elderly lady might not have long to live. When she looked at me, noticing my silence, she weakly inquired, "Young man, do you need something?" Coming back to my senses at her frail voice, I replied, "Grandma, may I borrow your charger for a moment?" She nodded, offering a faint smile. "Feel free to use it." With that, she turned away from me, appearing increasingly unwell, as she leaned back against the bed, her face etched with discomfort. Chapter 78, The Elderly Lady in the Ward. Upon noticing the frailty of the elderly lady, I refrained from further conversation to avoid disturbing her. I retrieved the charger and powered on my phone to charge it. After a long day at work yesterday, I had not informed anyone of my absence today as I lay in the hospital. It was imperative that I communicated with Brother Ma regarding my situation. Swiftly, I dialed his number. Before I could utter a word, Brother Ma's voice resonated through the line. "Xiao Chen, what is going on? Why didn't you come to work today? I couldn't reach you by phone. Are you unwell?" I felt a sense of helplessness as I replied, "I'm sorry, Brother Ma. I'm hospitalized." "Are hospitalized? What happened?" His astonishment was palpable. I found it difficult to provide a thorough explanation over the phone, merely stating that previous matters had not been resolved and that I had encountered a perilous situation last night, from which I had only recently awakened. Upon hearing this, Brother Ma's concern intensified. He inquired about my condition and whether I had settled the hospital expenses, since I had assisted Brother Ma during his entrepreneurial struggles and supported him through the harrowing times of high-interest loan collections. He had always looked out for me. I reassured him that there was no need for concern as my master and senior brother had covered the costs. Simultaneously, I requested 3 days off, explaining that my health had been exceedingly poor, rendering me unable to work. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Ma agreed, even stating that he would come to visit me later. After ending the call, I reached out to the pet hospital. The myriad of events over the past few days had left me with no time to check on the big tabby cat. Thankfully, its condition had improved, which alleviated my worries significantly. Before long, my senior brother returned, bearing a selection of fruits. He informed me that I was experiencing low blood sugar and anemia and encouraged me to consume more fruits. Observing the elderly lady in the adjacent bed, I turned to my senior brother and then offered a bunch of grapes to her. "Grandma, would you like some grapes?" The elderly lady, still looking exceedingly weak, replied, "Thank you, but I cannot eat." "I have some here as well. If you like them, please eat more." With that, she weakly retrieved a bunch of grapes from the other side and, with trembling hands, extended them to me. Although I could not possibly consume so many, the warmth of her kind and gentle gaze compelled me to accept. "Thank you, Grandma." Noticing my acceptance, a faint smile flickered across her pallid face. "It's nothing. If you enjoy them, do eat more. When one reaches my age, sick and frail, there's hardly anything one can eat." As soon as she finished her sentence, a man and a woman, both middle-aged, wheeled in. The man spoke first. "Mom, it's time for dialysis." The woman hurried to the bedside, attempting to assist the elderly lady into the wheelchair, yet, the elderly lady weakly protested, "Sigh, please don't fuss over me. I feel as though my time is nearly up, let me lie down for a while longer." Upon hearing this, the man, referred to as urgently responded, "Mom, what are you saying? You're only 73, you have plenty of time left." "Yes, Mom, let us cooperate with the doctors. In a few days, you'll be fine." After their words, they forcefully attempted to assist her. Based on my observations, the dark spots on her face indicated that her time was likely nearing its end. She seemed beyond saving, however. I hesitated to draw any conclusions and softly inquired of my senior brother, does Grandma still have a chance? He was peeling an apple from his position across the room and, upon hearing my question, shook his head resolutely. No, she has exhausted all her strength. It is highly probable that today is the end. His certainty cast a heavy pall over my gaze as I regarded the elderly lady. Meanwhile, she continued to struggle. Sigh, please don't fuss over me, please don't. I don't want to go, I don't want to. I'm in pain. The frail elderly lady, lacking the strength to fight back, was on the verge of tears, emitting feeble cries of despair. I felt a deep pang of sorrow as I listened, especially considering that she had lent me her charger and offered me grapes. Now that I comprehended her dire condition, I simply wished for her to rest peacefully. Thus, unlike my senior brother, I resolved to break the silence. Uncle, aunt, please stop troubling Grandma, let her lie down for a while. It seems that today may be her day. Kindly allow her to pass in comfort. I was aware that my words would likely provoke resentment from the two middle-aged individuals, who would wish to hear that their mother was nearing death, yet, the elderly lady had assisted me, albeit in a small way. I would rather face their misunderstanding than deny her the tranquility she deserved in her final moments. As soon as my statement left my lips, the two middle-aged individuals glared at me angrily. The man barked, "Where did this kid come from, spouting nonsense?" The woman chimed in, "Exactly, my mom is fine." "What do you mean it's her day, Mom? Don't listen to him. After dialysis, we'll proceed with chemotherapy, and she'll be fine." Seeing that I had been rebutted, my senior brother chose not to remain silent any longer. He addressed the pair. "What my junior brother says is true. Your mother has indeed reached the end of her strength. This morning, I overheard the attending physician inform you of her condition. Dialysis and chemotherapy are no longer viable options. You should do everything in your power to make her happy. If you truly wish to honor her, heed my junior brother's words. Allow her to rest peacefully without further distress." The two middle-aged individuals responded to my senior brother with increased anger. The man's expression turned fierce. "I'm treating my mother, is that considered distressing? I have the means and will do everything to restore her health." "Right, you two are just spouting nonsense. My mother is perfectly fine, she will live to a ripe old age." The elderly lady's children unleashed their frustrations upon me and my senior brother. Observing the commotion, the weak elderly lady interjected, "Please stop arguing. I will go. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing their mother acquiesce to undergoing dialysis and chemotherapy, the siblings' faces lit up with delight. Good, Mom, that's all right. Yes, Mom, don't listen to them. We have the means to treat you, you needn't worry about anything else." Though I yearned to intervene, wishing for the elderly lady to enjoy her final moments in comfort, some matters simply do not unfold as one wishes. Not everyone possesses the experiences or insights that my senior brother and I had to discern the fragility of life. We could not impose our will to prevent her children from exercising their right to choose treatment for their mother. As the elderly lady was wheeled past my bed, her children glared fiercely at me and my senior brother, yet, she turned to me and, in a weak, raspy voice, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young man." Her daughter, overhearing her mother's thanks, appeared agitated. "Mom, why are you thanking them? We are the ones who care for you." The son, even more irate, spat in our direction before pushing their mother directly towards the dialysis room. Chapter 79. Awakened by the cold in the dead of night after the elderly lady was taken away, I inexplicably let out a sigh of frustration. My senior brother, noticing my demeanor, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Junior, once you enter our line of work, you will encounter such incidents frequently. Some matters are beyond our control, and there's little we can do about it. Yet, your heart is truly kind. It is no wonder Master speaks highly of you, declaring that you possess both compassion and a fierce spirit, a natural talent for our profession." I managed a bitter smile. "To me, good was good, and bad was bad. Those who have helped you deserve your assistance in return, while those who have wronged you should be repaid tenfold. As long as one can act with a clear conscience, that is sufficient." The elderly lady was indeed a good person, which is why I uttered a word in her favour. Regrettably, it seemed I could not grant her wish. When my senior brother saw I had fallen silent, he continued, in my years of experience, if that elderly lady could have been comfortable and happy, she might have lived to see the morning. However, being taken for dialysis and undergoing chemotherapy, filled with sorrow and distress, is taxing on her frail body. The anger within her will further diminish. Given her current condition, it is unlikely she will return to the ward. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, then sighed deeply, saying nothing more. All I could do was what I had done. This was the choice of the elderly lady's children, and there was nothing more we could do. We had tried our best. Ultimately, after the elderly lady left, she did not return until 6 in the evening. Dialysis and chemotherapy should not take so long. Clearly, my senior brother was correct. With her departure, she was lost to us. Both my senior brother and I understood this unspoken truth and chose not to mention it again. However, Margie truly came to see me. Upon finding me lying on the hospital bed with my senior brother by my side, he expressed his concern. He inquired about my condition and when I would be well again. Mag treated my senior brother with great respect, for he had previously saved Margie's child. My senior brother informed him that my current state required ample rest, at least 5 days. Margie, upon hearing this, extended my 3-day leave to a full week, insisting I take this time to recuperate and assuring me my salary would remain unaffected. Before departing, he insisted on giving me 500 yuan as a token of his appreciation. After bidding farewell to Margie, it was already 7 in the evening. My senior brother had stayed with me for an entire day and night and was now visibly weary, yawning repeatedly. Sensing his fatigue, I said to him, "Senior brother, you should head back, there's nothing more for you to worry about here, I can manage." He did not engage in further conversation, simply rising to his feet and stating, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. And make sure to leave the door unlocked tonight. Miss Xiaoshuang may come by." I nodded, "Understood, senior brother, please take care on your way." He acknowledged my words and departed. Once my senior brother left, I too began to feel drowsy, so I lay down and fell into a deep sleep. I was unaware of how long I had slumbered when I suddenly felt an inexplicable chill enveloping me. Even under the covers, I felt cold. Awakened by the sudden drop in temperature, I opened my eyes to find the ward shrouded in darkness. Near the window, a frigid breeze continued to seep in. Instinctively, I turned my head. Upon doing so, I noticed a shadow sitting on the adjacent bed, facing me, motionless, fixating its gaze upon me. Startled, I instinctively recoiled and blurted out, "Who?" No sooner had I spoken than the figure on the other bed slowly rose to its feet. As she stood, the moonlight streaming through the window illuminated her face. It was then that I recognized her. The figure was an elderly lady, her complexion pale and gaunt yet possessing a gentle countenance. It was none other than my fellow patient from the ward, who had not returned after being taken away. However, the elderly lady's current appearance was decidedly unsettling. Her skin was deathly pale, devoid of vitality. Although she no longer exhibited the weakness from earlier, her eyes appeared dull and lifeless under the moonlight. A chilling aura surrounded her. This was no longer the elderly lady herself, but rather her spirit. My instincts kicked in, and I heightened my vigilance. Regardless of how well she appeared in life, she had now passed on. Noticing her silence, I took the initiative to speak. "Grandma, you have returned." The elderly lady continued to smile at me, nodding gently. "Indeed. I have come back to thank you." Her voice was soft and soothing, lacking the frailty and raspiness from earlier. "Thank me?" I echoed, sitting up in bed. The elderly lady nodded again. "Yes, I appreciate you speaking up for me today. I have been discharged, and now I must leave, but I wanted to come back and express my gratitude. I wish for you to be healthy and to leave the hospital soon." Hearing this, I was taken aback. Although I had been unable to dissuade her children earlier, I never imagined she would return after her passing to thank me for my efforts. Nonetheless, I seized the moment to inquire further. "Grandma, if you have any final wishes or messages you would like me to convey, I am here to help." The elderly lady, who was already preparing to depart, paused at my words, then smiled faintly. "You know I have died." I did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. "Yes. My master is a mortician, and I am currently his apprentice. For now, I can see what others cannot. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady nodded with a smile and continued in her gentle tone, "Oh, that explains it. I wondered how you could tell I was nearing the end. In that case, please convey a message to my children for me." "Of course, Grandma, please go ahead." I promptly agreed. Without hesitation, the elderly lady spoke. "Tell them I have not closed my eyes because I dislike the funeral attire they have chosen for me. I wish to be clad in the red wedding dress I wore when I married their father. I want them to inter my ashes with his in our hometown. I do not wish to be laid to rest in a cemetery. I long to return to my roots." I committed her words to memory swiftly, then responded, "I have noted it, Grandma. I will certainly convey your message." The elderly lady nodded. "Thank you. My husband is waiting for me downstairs, so I shall not linger." "Understood, Grandma. Travel safely." The elderly lady smiled at me once more before tiptoeing awkwardly toward the door. As she departed, the chill that had pervaded the room dissipated. I rose from the bed and approached the window. From this vantage point, I could see the entrance of the hospital building. Looking down from the window, I beheld a figure, an elderly man with a pallid complexion, clad in a black funeral robe, standing stiffly at the entrance, staring intently at the door. Despite the nearby streetlights illuminating the area, they cast no shadow upon the figure in the black robe. Chapter 80, The Black Ring of Good and Evil. The old man in the funeral attire standing beneath the hospital building appeared to be a ghost. Almost immediately, I saw the elderly lady who had just left, emerging from the main entrance of the hospital. She walked straight towards the old man, and in that moment, they clasped hands. This spectral old man was, without a doubt, the deceased husband the elderly lady had spoken of. Simultaneously, it seemed they noticed me standing at the window. They both lifted their heads and gazed up at me. Their faces were an ashen white, and their hollow eyes lacked any semblance of life. Yet, instead of recoiling or retreating, I remained at the window and waved at them. The elderly lady and the old man exchanged a slight smile in my direction before departing the hospital hand in hand, swiftly vanishing into the night. At times, ghosts can be terrifying, yet there are moments when they merely transition into a different form of existence. Perhaps for the elderly lady, this state was far more blissful than enduring the torment of illness on a hospital bed. As I watched them leave, I took a deep breath and returned to my ward. The lady's belongings had yet to be cleared away. Her family would undoubtedly arrive tomorrow, and all I needed to do was remain in the ward until they came to gather her possessions, at which point I would convey her words to them. As I contemplated this, a sudden chill swept in through the open window. The eerie winds had been relentless in recent days. The moment this sinister breeze appeared, it set my senses on high alert. This was unmistakably the aura of the supernatural, a coldness that only spirits could exude. Something unwholesome was approaching, lurking at the threshold. Unsure of its nature, I dared not let my guard down. I hastily returned to the bedside, fixated on the ward's entrance point. One hand rested silently upon the golden scissors hidden beneath my pillow. Then, a pale hand emerged, gradually pushing open the ward door with a faint creaking sound. My eyes widened, and my nerves tensed. As the door continued to open, I discerned a familiar silhouette standing at the threshold. It was none other than the girl, Xiao Shuang, who had saved my life the previous night. Relief washed over me at her arrival, and I felt a spark of joy as I withdrew my hand from beneath my pillow. Xiao Shuang, upon seeing me, exclaimed excitedly, "Chen Xian." "Xiao Shuang, you've come," I replied, elated, taking a few steps forward. She hurriedly approached, asking, "Are you feeling better? Why aren't you resting in bed?" I nodded repeatedly, "Much improved, walking a bit feels more comfortable. By the way, does your tongue still hurt?" At my inquiry, she paused for a moment, then slightly nodded. "I don't know why, but it has been a bit painful since last night." With that, she opened her mouth, and a long, crimson tongue extended from her lips, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, appearing rather alarming. It was a deep red, but upon closer inspection, there were 2 noticeable scars on her tongue. "It seems like it was burned. Do you know what happened?" Xiao Shuang asked, perplexed, retracting her tongue. She had no recollection of her state of mind during that tumultuous moment. I decided to be candid with her. "I'm sorry, but I accidentally burned it with my hands last night." Xiao Shuang regarded me with astonishment. "Your hands could burn my tongue?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, I raised my hand. To be precise, it was the dual calamity mark on my palm that caused the frostbite. The situation was dire. You had wrapped your tongue around my neck, and in a reflexive action, I grasped it, inadvertently inflicting the injury. Her expression turned to one of shock. What? I wrapped my tongue around your neck last night. What else did I do? I briefly recounted the events that transpired after she saved me. Upon hearing my account, Xiao Shuang's face turned pale, and she glanced at my neck, where dark bruises were evident. She appeared filled with remorse and guilt. I'm so sorry, Chen Xian. I didn't mean to. As seeing her distress, I quickly waved my hand. It's all right. Without the state you were in, I would have been lost. By the way, I have some fruit here. Would you like some? Xiao Shuang shook her head. No, I came here just to see you. Now that you're fine, I can rest easy. Moreover, I have something to tell you. Last night, your master gave me this. With that, she raised her hand to reveal a black iron bracelet adorning her fair wrist. The bracelet bore an inscription with a character for a good E. What is this? I inquired, puzzled. The bracelet given to her by my master could not be an ordinary artifact. Xiao Shuang's face lit up with joy. Master Qi said this bracelet was crafted through special means. Wearing it will help me accumulate good karma and virtue. Most importantly, it can constantly detect my own aura of good and evil. As long as I stay with you and continuously perform good deeds, my malevolent aura will gradually diminish, and the bracelet will turn whiter. When it is completely white, it signifies the complete dissolution of my evil side and the fading of my malevolent energy. Isn't this bracelet remarkable? Xiao Shuang beamed with excitement, waving it before me, clearly enamored with it. Upon hearing her words, I was taken aback. A bracelet that could detect the essence of good and evil. If what Xiao Shuang said was true, then this bracelet was truly formidable. However, to transform it to white and help her shed her malevolent aura would likely take a considerable amount of time. Presently, the bracelet was as black as ink, almost reflective in its darkness. Just how potent was Xiao Shuang's malevolent energy? Additionally, I harbored a lingering doubt. For instance, Xiao Shuang had slain several evil spirits last night, yet she had consumed their essence in her malevolent state. Would such actions contribute to her accumulation of virtue? Would it amplify her malevolence or her good worth? I posed a question to her. Xiao Shuang, you mentioned that if your evil aura diminishes, your strength will increase. Do you feel any stronger now compared to yesterday? To my surprise, Xiao Shuang shook her head. No, in fact, I feel even weaker and unusually sensitive to light. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived so late. Her response instantly furrowed my brow. Xiao Shuang had indeed vanquished evil spirits, yet her strength had diminished. What did this signify? It indicated that even when she defeated malevolent entities, her virtue did not increase. Instead, it intensified her malevolent side, exacerbating her ferocity while weakening her benevolent nature. If that were the case, it was clear why Xiao Shuang had harbored a desire to consume me last night. Her escalating malevolent aura, even towards me, would foster such thoughts. Henceforth, I could not allow her to slip into that malevolent state at will. She must remain in her benevolent state while accompanying me to exorcise evil spirits, thereby enhancing her virtue and hastening the dissolution of her malevolent aura, allowing her to return to her true self. I, too, needed to strive diligently in my studies under Master Qi, utilizing my abilities to stabilize my own dual calamity mark, preventing myself from being ensnared by malevolent energies and extending my lifespan. Simultaneously, I must directly inquire with Master Qi about why my dual calamity mark could inflict frostbite upon Xiao Shuang, for she was indeed a malevolent spirit.